Chapter 251 Accelerated Steps. Faced with the unanimous dumping of stocks by all stockholders in the trading floor, not only Lao Yang was stunned, but Luo Han upstairs was the same. My God, Consultant Zhu, you are so amazing. Did you see Lao Yang's appeal among these investors long ago that made him do this work? Luo Han murmured to Ziming. Even though Luo Han trusts Ziming very much, he still inevitably worried about Ziming's arrangements before. After all, these investors are chasing profits. Asking them to sell stocks is unbelievable no matter how you look at it. However, now that such an incredible thing has been done so simply, Luo Han's admiration for Ziming is immediately like a torrential river. Luo Han admires it very much, but what he did not expect is that Ziming himself was actually a little surprised, because Ziming did not expect Lao Yang to persuade these investors. His plan was to let the investors accept the baptism of the bear market, so that they can be more mature. Of course, compared to Luo Han and Lao Yang himself, Ziming still has a certain degree of confidence in him. In any case, in the last stock market correction, Lao Yang was established as a weather vane, and most investors still trust him. In addition, when Lao Yang came, he went to him in such a high-profile manner. In fact, he was trying to build momentum for him, so that other investors could see that he might get gossip from him. Anyway, the final result is always good, Ziming said with a relaxed breath, then turned his head and said to Luo Han, who was still there, "Okay, Mr. Luo, since the masses have been mobilized, then, in the future, not only will Hong Kong companies divest their capital, but I am afraid that there will be a period of selling, and the stock exchange must be prepared." Luo Han just woke up like a dream, and he answered Ziming, "Don't worry, Consultant Zhu, I've been prepared for the stock exchange a long time ago. I have not only opened a few more business windows on the counter, but also opened telephone entrustment to ordinary investors, and investors are not lined up on the counter. Those who arrive in the team can also sell their stocks over the phone, and there will not be too much congestion." Ziming nodded and said yes. But Luo Han thought of something at this time. He immediately asked, "Advisor Zhu, the stock market is like this now. In the case of Banhai, will Banhai?" Luo Han only said half of his words, but the meaning is very clear. Ziming said, "Mr. Luo, you are worried that Banhai has learned that stockholders are selling stocks like this. In the future, I will be more cautious and stop investing, right? No mistakes, no skipping." Luo Han nodded. Ziming thought for a moment, and instead of directly answering anything, he asked Luo Han back, "If you were President Luo, how would you choose?" "Of course, I immediately withdrew from the Nanjian stock market." "This is already the case," Luo replied subconsciously. "What's the situation?" "Haven't you guessed that the Nanjian stock market will have a bear market for a period of time in the future? Wasn't your original plan to use the period before the bear market to raise the stock price and make the final profit before the bear market arrives? Is it a lump sum? Or do you think the selling of these stockholders will really make the stock market enter the winter immediately?" Ziming asked again immediately. "If it's just these investors, it's okay." Although the collective actions of investors in the Nanjian stock market can easily influence the stock market's movements, the movements of investors are also easily influenced, and I think the current situation is not the same as before. Luo puts himself in the role of Banhai entrepreneur very well, and his analysis is clear. It was Hong Kong businessmen who came to invest 100 million to save the market. The stock market has just received such a large investment. There will be a period of time. Time is going up. But now even the Hong Kong businessmen who rescued the market are leaving. I don't think I have any reason to stay here. Ziming followed Luo Han's words and nodded. After he finished speaking, Ziming asked immediately, "But how do you know that Hong Kong businessmen are going to divest?" "Of course it was advisors that you told me." Luo Han's answer was subconscious, but he stopped immediately when he said his words, because he suddenly remembered himself. It is Luo Han and not the coastal entrepreneurs. He knows this from advisor Zhu, so how would those people know? Ziming would not tell them, and the news that Hong Kong businessmen would withdraw their capital from the stock market was only decided. Even if they had their people on the stock exchange, they would not be able to get the news so quickly. Since they don't know the news that Hong Kong companies are going to divest their capital, how can they make the same judgment as themselves? They may only find ways to spread good news for the stock market and help the stock market rise. From Luo Han's expression, Ziming knew that he had understood. Ziming said, in the previous incident, they have already guided stockholders once. I believe they are familiar with this kind of thing. Now it is just repeating it again, but they should regret that they shouldn't do it so early. If it can be delayed until now, I think they should laugh too. Luo Han was speechless for Ziming's words. At the same time, he also expressed sympathy for those Manhai entrepreneurs, thinking that they came to Nanjian to short the stock market, which caused the Nanjian stock market to fall. But now the stock market has really fallen, they have paid back instead. To find a way to stand up, this matter makes them feel aggrieved. As for them, if they want to change their decisions temporarily, they can't do it. First, they will guess whether Ziming deliberately made the set. After all, Ziming had an attitude of not allowing them to enter the market before, although this attitude itself is doubtful, but God knows what the actual situation is. On the other hand, because they have too many people, the investment is not carried out together. Even if someone reacts, it may not be able to convince everyone to reach a unified decision at a time. And Ziming and the others took this opportunity to completely do it. Let the investment of Hong Kong companies and the majority of ordinary investors withdraw first. When they have finished their discussions, the time to withdraw from the stock market is long gone. Thinking of this, Luo Han blurted out with emotion in his heart, those coastal entrepreneurs, whether they are the self-made Wang Dong or the deep-backed Li Dong, they are all very good domestic business tycoons, and they are big players in all walks of life. It's a great deal, but unfortunately, they met you, advisor Zhu. Even if they are really the Monkey King in the heaven, they are destined to be unable to escape from your palm. Ziming didn't say anything about the emotion in Luo Han's heart. Opinion. He just said, these are not important. I think it is more important than these things that we still do well. While Ziming was speaking, his eyes were looking at the situation in the trading floor below through the windowsill. His stately Yuan was stunned in his eyes, because it was a domineering that had everything under control. Although Yuan had this feeling in the past, it has never been so strong today. As Ziming said, the entrepreneurs in Manhai are also very well informed. Only when Lao Yang spread out the news that the stock market would fall, the stockholders began to crowd at the counter to sell their hands. When the stock market was in the stock market, the news had already reached Li Dong. Seeing the message on his page, Li Dong's eyes widened. He immediately picked up the mobile phone on the desktop and dialed a number. The call was answered after a busy tone. Li Dong immediately said, I am Boss Li, I have received your message. Do I want to confirm that this is true? I am not suspicious of you. I also know that you are selling newspapers at the gate of the stock exchange and you can witness it with your own eyes. But this matter is too important, so I have to confirm it again. After these words, Li Dong fell into silence for a period of time. After that, he said good thank you and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he first put the phone back on the table silently, and when he picked up the cigarette on the table and raised his head to point, he was stunned again, because he then remembered that he was still there. Wang Dong sat opposite him. He saw every move of Li Dong just now, and Li Dong's words just now might sound okay at first, but if you listen carefully, you can still hear panic. Then there was the silence for that period of time, and the end without ending, all of which showed that something must have happened, and this matter was also related to the stock market. Wang Dong just sat here looking at Li Dong in a daze. He wanted to ask what happened, but Li Dong didn't say it. He couldn't ask directly. Realizing his gaffe just now, Li Dong pretended to be relaxed and said to Wang Dong, in fact, there is nothing wrong. Just now the newsstand boss at the gate of the stock exchange called me, saying that someone was spreading negative news. the stock exchange. The stock investors believe that they are really rushing to sell stocks. How could this happen? Didn't we just start to participate in the stock market? There is also a own a million yuan investment from Hong Kong City. The stock investors should have a lot of confidence in the stock market. How could they believe this? What about this kind of rumors? And after the previous events, who would dare to play the Nanjing stock market like this? Dong Wang was very surprised and said that he knew the newsstand owner and was one of the people who helped spread negative news for them last time. Later, things failed, but Li Dong still kept in touch with the newsstand boss. After all, the newsstand boss is on the stock exchange every day, and he is the person who has the fastest and most accurate knowledge of the stock exchange situation. There are still many things useful. This time the news was sent by the newsstand boss. Faced with a series of questions from Wang Dong, Li Dong first thought about it, and then said to Wang Dong, "Whoever wants to play this kind of rumor, I'm afraid I won't find the answer for a while. But one thing is certain, no matter who I want to play, and regardless of whether the stock market is really destined to fall in the future, it's impossible to have our money and Hong Kong City's money to sit here." After finished speaking, Dong Li, at the front of he turned to, "But our plan is to probably good speed up at the pace. The must we invest as soon as possible to get up at the Nanjing stock market as soon as possible, and the then we buy will withdraw again, so as not to have more nights and dreams." Wang Dong nodded hurriedly and said, "Okay, I understand. I will notify them immediately." Li Dong nodded and asked him to do it as soon as possible. Dong Wang was very anxious and left to inform. After Dong Wang had left, Dong Li leaned tiredly on the sofa and looked at the ceiling and muttered, "This thing will be. Did that Ziming do it? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." The 252nd chapter is just to east wind. An Audi car crossed Nangang Avenue and finally stopped at the side entrance of the Nanjing Stock Exchange. The side door that was not normally opened was immediately opened as if it had received a signal. Han brought a few stock exchange staff to greet him. Ziming got out of the car and was surprised to see Luo Han coming out to greet him, but he didn't say much. Just beckoned and entered the stock exchange with Luo Han. Unfortunately, advisor Zhu, the Nanjing stock market has risen sharply for 3 consecutive days. Although the increase is not large, only about 1% to 3%, it is still rising. According to the statistics of the stock exchange, many of them have been cleared recently. The stockholders bought back the stock again. This situation ... I am very worried that the confidence that the stockholder friends finally built will be shaken. Luo Han said to Ziming all the way. His words were full of tension and anxiety mood. Luo Han can't help but worry. As the first vice president of the stock exchange, he is also a person trained by Ziming. He knows very well that the investment in Hong Kong City has not been completely withdrawn in the 2 days, but it has also been withdrawn. It can be said that the Nanjing stock market is full of speculative funds from the buy side. However, this capital is not to rescue the market and is full of uncertainty. Once the funds are also withdrawn, the Nanjing stock market will plunge as a result. This is foreseeable. It was because of this plan that Ziming and Luo Han first approached Lao Yang to spread the news that the stock market would fall. But now 3 consecutive days have passed and the stock is still rising. How can this be good? With the temperament of these investors, let alone that they don't have much trust in Lao Yang, even if there is trust, I'm afraid that in the 3 consecutive days of rising, it should be shaken. So once the confidence of these investors is shaken, they will start to re-enter the stock market, so that they will all be trapped in it. Wouldn't it be in the arms of the other party? Next, as long as those people in Banhai withdraw their capital, these Nanjing investors who reinvested will lose their money. By that time, it is hard to say what these angry investors will do. Even if someone has already informed them that the stock market will fall. Ziming didn't say anything about it. Luo Han glanced at him and said, "But this time those people in Banhai have really lost their money. I thought the divestment in Hong Kong City would be too fast and it would cause the stock market to collapse, but who knows that the stock market in the past few days does have a taste of ups and downs. but the final result is still rising. It seems that Advisor Zhu has a more thorough understanding of the matter. Ziming shook his head and still did not speak. Luo Han had to continue down. Said, Advisor Zhu, our stock market has finally reached this point. We can't give up now, right? There are no mistakes and many words. At this point, Ziming can't even say, of course we can't give up, Mr. Luo, or follow the original arrangement. You can do whatever you want. Increasing counter windows and tracking the capital in Banhai cannot be relaxed. Let the market judge the others. Ziming and Luo Han came to the second. In the office of the building, Lao Yang was already waiting here. Seeing Ziming and Luo Han coming in, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Without waiting for Ziming to ask him, he proactively said, Advisor Zhu is not good. Now the stock market is so volatile, and there has been a continuous rise. Many talents have withdrawn from the stock market and turned back. Lao Yang's tone is a bit anxious. He is not a big man. However, he has learned a lot about it in the past 2 years in the stock market. Although he can't know that Banhai's funds are now taking over from Hong Kong City, which originally belonged to them. However, from the large and violent fluctuations in the stock market every day, I am afraid that there are 2 stocks of funds that are hedged in the stock market. As a stockholder watching the growth of the Nanjian stock market, Lao Yang knows that the funds that can be hedged in the stock market must be very huge. So now that such a large sum of funds has suddenly entered the stock market, they will certainly not come to help the stock market build and developmental. This kind of thinking made Lao Yang more anxious. He said to Ziming, Advisor Zhu, these stock investors are all very good people. Maybe they are all making money, but who doesn't want to make money in stocks? But if they are just like that, fall into other people's traps, and they will kill themselves in the end. I know it's not good for me to say that, but Zhu is now the only consultant who can save them. I beg. Lao Yang said. Before I finished speaking, I saw Ziming shook his head gently, which made Lao Yang suddenly disappointed. He murmured, Counselor Zhu, is it really okay? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Ziming still shook his head, but he said, it's not that it's impossible, but that it's not necessary. First of all, the old stock investors here should know a little bit about the market, and can feel that the current situation is not good. Of course, if the stock market has a daily limit, I will also am worried about it, but now it's only a maximum of 3 percentage points. For this increase, I believe that as long as they are not really obsessed with money, they will be able to hold back even if they are tempted. Ziming finished thinking about it and said, as for you, those people mentioned are all speculative stockists who are fast moving in and out. Each of these people is better than monkeys. If something goes wrong, they will definitely withdraw their capital as soon as possible. Even if they can't come out, they are just a part of the stockholders, and they are all blinded by money. They don't dare to do anything. Seeing Lao Yang hesitated, Ziming asked again, Comrade Lao Yang, you're an honest person. So in the past you encountered this kind of will you jump in desperately under circumstances? Nothing is wrong, no words. Of course not. Lao Yang replied immediately, no matter how I want to make money, I will not invest all my net worth in the premise of knowing that I may lose. I can only invest half of it at most. I can guarantee that I can still make money. There is another chance to earn it back. That's right. Ziming spread his hands and said, never put eggs in a basket. This is the safest thing. Lao Yang, you think so? I think most other investors, they must also. That's how I think. Old Yang suddenly came to his senses. Yes, investors who just want to make money down to earth will not jump into the stock market that they know is a trap at this time. Only those who want to understand crooked minds. The speculators would do this, then they deserve it and they should be cleaned up. So it is right to lose their money. Ziming nodded first, and then said, but Comrade Yang, your work we have to keep doing it. After all, it's not wrong to make money. We are obliged to help them. Don't worry, Advisor Zhu, I will do the same even if you don't say it, because this is what Advisor Zhu gave me. Mission. A very lofty mission. Lao Yang solemnly finished speaking to Ziming, then turned and left the office. Watching Lao Yang leave, Luo Han said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu has a really good vision. He is really a trustworthy person. Ziming also sighed and said, yes, and this is still the present. As our country's economic level continues to improve, people will become smarter, and everyone is less willing to suffer. People like Lao Yang will become more and more precious. I hope they won't disappear. Luo Han casually admired Ziming. Ziming didn't explain anything to him, just an emotional sentence. Now that everything is ready, I only owe Dongfeng. Luo understood this sentence. He was just waiting for the stock market crash to put the money of those in Banhai in it. He also very much agrees with this. Now Hong Kong businessman, the investment of the company has basically been withdrawn, and ordinary stockholders have also dumped the stocks. They are in a wait-and-see stage and temporarily leave the stock market. Only the people in Banhai are playing in the stock market, but they can show their true state in the stock market. Is it time to fall? But then there is another problem, that is, how can we make the stock market fall? Can't the stock exchange or Rango Securities publicly announce any unfavorable news? Right? There are a lot of words that are correct. To do that, Chen Yunfei, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, should dismantle him. You must know that the stock market is now not only the top priority of Nanjing's development, but also the central government's priority. It is absolutely necessary to reverse development. Not allowed, even if it violates the laws of the market. Since we can take the initiative to disclose the unfavorable news of the stock market, should we let the stock market fall naturally? But now those people in Banhai are frantically throwing money into the stock market to push up the stock price. How could it fall? Ziming saw Luo Han's doubts and said to him, does President Luo still remember how Zhu Zhiliang borrowed Dongfeng in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Luo Han didn't understand why Ziming would ask this, but he answered honestly, of course I remember that Zhu Zhiliang seemed to put up an alter approach. Luo Han said and looked at Ziming, as if he felt Ziming. Do you have to do something? There are many words that are correct. This is a feudal superstition, and it was going to be criticized 10 years ago. Ziming smiled and said, I was an advanced member of the party since I was in college. Although Mr. Kong Ming is a historical figure with great wisdom and near demons, I still won't learn how to do it, because even if I don't do it, it's the same for them to play the stock market crash. Do you believe it? Luo Han looked at Ziming in a daze. His subconscious was telling him that it was impossible. The people in Banhai were originally going to throw money to raise the stock price. If you do well, how can you suddenly crash yourself? Isn't this a joke? At the same time, Luo Han's reason reminds him that the person opposite is not an ordinary person. He is Ziming. He is a Nanjing development consultant who has created many miracles. Since he said yes, he must be able to do so, regardless of this. How absurd and incredible things are. Seeing that Luo Han did not answer, Ziming turned to face the trading floor, but at this moment, Luo Han suddenly said firmly behind his back, Advisor Zhu, I believe you, the stock market will definitely go down in the future because of those Banhai people. Yes. Ziming smiled slightly and said thank you to Luo Han without looking back. Chapter 253 Explicit Utilization. Bao thanks to the monthly ticket support of Book Friends 9,012,717 inches. Sikui Hotel is an ordinary and somewhat unusual restaurant. Saying that it is ordinary because it is indeed ordinary, whether it is the facade or the decoration, it is not the same as other restaurants around. Different. If you say that it is not ordinary, it is because this is a very old restaurant. It is unrealistic to say that it is a century-old restaurant, but it has been here since the reform and opening up. No one remembers that this restaurant is the time it's opened. When it's time for dinner, the flow of people in Sikui Hotel is quite lively, but if people who live here often pass by, you can still see that Sikui Hotel is a little different from usual. At the restaurant's waiter, the staff was arguing with a few people in suits. What's the matter with your restaurant? Manager Liu, we are also old acquaintances. When I talked about business, I didn't bring business partners to you. Which one was not the best box? But you came to me today. There is no box. ask me to sit in the hall, and you play with me?" The leader of the boss with a briefcase patted the table and shouted. His tone was very dissatisfied. In front of him was a middle-aged man who also wore a suit. With a smile on his face, he said, "Don't be angry, Boss Kane. If it's always the case, he'll definitely arrange the best box for you. But today is a special situation. Or you make do in the lobby, or I will find you a quieter place." Hearing what Manager Liu said, Boss Kane was on fire at the time. He pointed at Manager Liu and yelled, "Make do in the lobby? How about Manager Liu? We are old acquaintances. I am going to beat you up today," Boss Kane said while deliberately raising his fist. "Mr. Liu, you are deliberately preventing me from coming to the stage. You know that I will invite you today. Who's your guest?" "This is the brother-in-law of our district mayor's house." "Do you dare to let him sit in the lobby? Do you still want to open this restaurant? Hurry up and find a way to vacate a box for me, or I will open you store," Manager Liu said with a bitter expression. "Boss Kane, I really didn't intentionally prevent you from coming to the stage. If there is a box for you, why would I embarrass you?" Manager Liu pulled Boss Kane aside as he talked, and whispered to him, "Don't say it was Manager Liu today. You brought the brother-in-law of the district chief's house with you. Even if the district chief is here, this box is indeed unavailable. Come out." This made Boss Kane's heart startled. He looked at Manager Liu and said, "Mr. Liu, are you bluffing me? Your store is called Xiku Hotel, not Nanu Hotel. There will be big people coming. The district mayor is here. There is no way." "I don't know what's going on, but it's true that some important people are coming to eat with us today." The boss personally explained it, "but I don't know who it is." "So Boss Kane still expects you." "Forgive me, please bear with me today, and I will ask you to drink to pay you apocalypse next day. Are you optimistic?" Manager Liu also patted Boss Kane's shoulder. He was only finished here, and a waiter was in a hurried over to tell him that the distinguished guest had arrived. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu hurriedly said sorry to Boss Kane, and then hurriedly ran towards the door, which made Boss Kane stunned. After a while, he saw Manager Liu leading two of them. A young man and a middle-aged man walked in and drove them upstairs all the way. Boss Kane often comes here to eat, so he knows that there are boxes upstairs. These people are the big people in Manager Liu's mouth. "Isn't it just a few young people? Big shit," Boss Kane murmured. After finishing muttering, Boss Kane turned his head back and smiled and said to the guests he invited, but he heard the other party suddenly shout, "Damn! Isn't that person Zuming's his consultant? Boss Kane, this is the place you brought me to. Why do characters like consultants come here to eat?" This shout made Boss Kane confused. "Boss Jiang, you say, Consultant Zhu, there?" Other party said to Boss Kane contemptuously. Boss Kane said, "You are not ours." People in the circle tell you this week, the consultant is our legend and pride in Nanjian. If he hadn't created the stock market, how could I make so much money at once? It would be impossible even with the help of my brother-in-law. He finished again. I looked around and said, I didn't expect that this would be the place where Advisor Zhu would come. I was able to eat at the same restaurant as Advisor Zhu. Boss Kane really has yours. I have great ideas for this business. Boss Kane suddenly opened his eyes. Boss Jiang, is what you said is true? This is great. This is really blessed by God, and that magical and great consultant of the week. Boss Kane's words are all from the sincerity. Yes, even though he didn't know Ziming, just a single name can make Boss Jiang change his attitude, which is enough to explain the weight of this name. Of course, Ziming didn't know that his hurried side could actually contribute to a business. At this time, he was just walking towards the upstairs box under the leadership of the waiter. Liu Han and the bodyguard followed him. He still looked indifferent, and Liu Han had an incredible look. He leaned close to Ziming and said, Counselor Zhu, we really want to cooperate with them. Is this really okay? It's not impossible, and since we are here anyway, we really can't sit down and eat a meal before leaving, unless you are afraid that they will poison you. or think that the quality here is not enough. Ziming said. Luo Han was said to be helpless by Ziming. Of course, he was not afraid of being poisoned. It was just a bridge section in the house. As for the grades here, even Ziming could come here. Can he come? It was only in retrospect that he heard Ziming talk about borrowing Dongfeng in the morning, and there was this dinner in the evening. For him, the development of the plot was really the same. Ziming and the others were taken to the door of a box. Ziming knocked on the door and entered. At this time, 3 people were already sitting inside. "Hello Wang Dong, I am very happy to have dinner with you." Ziming walked in and said hello first, and in this box was Wang Dong who Ziming had met last time. He and the other 2 were the bosses from Bnhai. "We are also very happy that Advisor Zhu was able to attend the appointment with respect, but I am sorry that for some reasons, we can only invite Advisor Zhu to dinner here." Dong Wang said to Ziming, and asked Ziming to sit down for dinner. "I can understand Wang Dong's concerns. Anyway, you are also the boss who came from Bnhai. It is not a glorious thing to act alone. It is right to want to be reserved. I was not born with a golden spoon in it. People are not so delicate. 2 years ago they couldn't afford to eat even this kind of restaurant. So I'm not sorry or sorry." Ziming sat down while talking, and at the same time said to Wang Dong, "Don't just talk about me, Wang Dong, you guys sit too. Everyone eat first, and then eat and talk." Of course, Ziming understands Wang Dong very well, thinking, he and Wang Dong are still rivals now, entangled in the Nanjian stock market, and Wang Dong is not the leader of Bnhai, so naturally he will have scruples. So they can only choose this kind of remote small restaurant, so that they will not only when you meet with other people can you talk about them with peace of mind. After everyone sat down, Ziming first asked, "Wang Dong, you said you were going to withdraw from the stock market, what's the matter?" Wang Dong was stunned. He didn't expect Ziming to be so straightforward. Originally he was going to be more courteous with Ziming, but now facing Ziming's question, he is embarrassed to say, "Counselor Zhu, in fact, you are not afraid of a joke when you say it. It's just that we recognize our mistakes and think we are going to withdraw." "Do you think Nanjian stock market has no investment value?" Ziming asked again. "Of course not." Dong Wang shook his head hurriedly. "The development of the Nanjian stock market is so good, it is very valuable for investment, but for me, it is not the time yet. In fact, what I want to say is Dong Dong, if you want to withdraw your capital at any time, it's fine. You don't need to say hello to me. Our stock market is very free. There will be no saying that you want to keep your money in it." "Dong Wang, you can rest assured," Ziming say. Wang Dong said, "Counselor Zhu, I don't mean it, but I want to ask Counselor Zhu for a favor." Ziming gave a sign to please speak, and Dong Wang continued, "I would like to ask Counselor Zhu, now how is the situation in the Nanjian stock market? Can we keep it stable after we divest?" Ziming smiled as he listened to Wang Dong's words. It turns out that Wang Dong wants to withdraw from the stock market without knowing it, or wants to take you letters or someone else take over the stocks of China, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Wang Dong smiled and nodded. Ziming's face changed immediately. He patted the table and said, "Wang Dong, you regard our Nanjian stock market as a place. I will not hold you accountable if you come to speculate and mess up the stock market. Now you want me to take over for you. Do you think of yourself too much?" Ziming's sonorous words made Wang Dong shiver. Wang Dong was anxious to explain, but Ziming didn't listen at all. "Wang Dong, you don't need to say any more. There is no room for discussion on this matter. Although I am a businessman, but now I am appointed as a development consultant, and I have brought the stock market with my own hands. How could I allow someone to run away if they want to make an idea?" "Dong Wang, don't you say that." Dong Dong was there. "How could I have time to answer this question?" Ziming went on to say. "So things are very simple now. Either you think of a way to sell the stocks on your hands, or you keep the stocks waiting for the stock market to collapse. But now Nanjian in the stock market situation, if I sell, Will it cause the stock market to fall and let people find out that I am selling? Wang Dong asked. This is inevitable. I think you have seen the current situation in the stock market. You are supporting it. If you don't sell now, I'm afraid there will be no chance in a few days. Ziming said. You are obviously taking advantage of me. Wang Dong suddenly thought of it and said. Ziming shook his head. It's not about using or not using it, but you have to do it to pay for your speculation in Nanjian. Before Wang Dong could respond, Ziming continued. By the way, let me tell you something. You may have guessed that it is the Hong Kong businessman who invested in the stock market before. They have already withdrawn. Ziming's words were like the last straw that crushed the camel, making Wang Dong suddenly. He collapsed on the chair, speechless. Okay, thank you Wang Dong for his hospitality, but I have something to do, so I will leave first. Ziming ate a few more foods, and finally left Dong Wang with such a sentence and got up and left. Dong Wang waved his hand and thought. Let Ziming stay but open his mouth and don't know what to say. Leaving the box, Luo Han asked Ziming, so this is what you said about the Dongfeng consultant Zhu, but will he really do it himself? After all, this is an obvious use. Ziming did not answer directly, but asked him instead, Mr. Luo, if it were you, how would you choose? Chapter 254 Next dinner. Luo Han did not answer Ziming in the end, because the answer is obvious. If he continues to stay in the Nanjian stock market, then what is waiting for him is the capital quilt. But he is not a professional stock trader, but his own company. He is using the company. If the capital of the company comes to invest, then for an enterprise, once the capital chain is broken, its enterprise will also fall into crisis. If you want to make a profit and leave, Wang Dongyue is very happy. It doesn't matter if you have a small loss. After all, you have made so many entrepreneur friends and expanded your circle. But now he wants his company's capital chain to be broken. If he loses, he may lose his company, and he will definitely not do it. Damn it, Lao Tzu and Nanjian stock market are not relatives. Why do you want to die with him? Dong Li approached me. I took out all the working capital of the company and came to help him. I have done my best. Now even Secretary General Huang has gone back to Brunei. Do I have to work hard here? Who will bear the loss? If it is a group of noble people for a lofty ideal, they can pay unconditionally and persist until the end. But now they are just a group of selfish people gathered together because of a nasty motive. Then obviously it is impossible to be selfless and try to save themselves. The interests of the people are serious. Therefore, for Wang Dong, he must withdraw his capital, otherwise he would not invite Ziming to dinner today. Mr. Luo, don't think about it. In fact, this matter is very simple to talk about. If they are not greedy to speculate in our stock market, they won't end up where they are today. Ziming's voice spread to Luo in Han's ears. He woke him up. Luo Han looked up and saw Ziming read it and said, don't think about it, we have another meal. The next meal? Luo Han asked in surprise. Ziming nodded and said, it's the next meal. Have you forgotten what kind of group they are? Luo Han was startled. Although he didn't know how many dinners they had in the evening, it still made him feel incredible when he heard Ziming say this. Because this turning point is too bizarre. I thought of jumping the gods to borrow the east wind before, but now the plot develops. The east wind blew over like Feng Po's wind pocket broke, and I couldn't stop it. Ziming and Luo Han walked down the stairs and came to the lobby on the first floor. As they were about to go out, they saw a middle-aged man rushing over, but they were stopped by the bodyguard. But the man didn't give up. He still shouted to Ziming through there, Counselor Zhu. Are you Counselor Zhu? Thank you so much for the correct words. You are the blessing star in the sky and the god of wealth in Nanjian. It not only illuminates the stock market, but also illuminates my business. His shouts made Ziming and Luo Han a little strange, and then the hotel manager Liu came to apologize to Ziming. Advisor Zhu is very sorry. This is Boss Qian. He just had a big deal with the district chief's brother-in-law. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands. He must have been drinking too much. Please ignore him and I will send you out. Ziming nodded and Luo Han was escorted by manager Liu. After I got out, the boss of Qian was still yelling from behind. Thank you Consultant Zhu, thank you for helping my business. I wish you good health and a long life and 100 years of wealth. Yes, I have never heard of someone grabbing someone like him to thank him. But what makes Ziming feel a little strange is that he can recognize himself after drinking too much. Is it possible that he is so famous? This goes against my original intention. Ziming couldn't figure this out because he couldn't think of it. It was because he showed up at the restaurant, which happened to be seen by Boss Jiang. He immediately felt that the restaurant was upright, and he also had his impression of Boss Qian. It was also very good. So the business was so smoothly negotiated. How could Boss Qian not thank Ziming? He even waited here to express his gratitude to Ziming. If Ziming understood what happened, he would lament the magic of the matter, but for him now, it was an insignificant episode. He was just going to another dinner with Liuan. Like Wang Dong's side, the other meal was also not arranged in big hotels like Nanu Hotel and Dongmen Hotel, but instead was arranged in an ordinary restaurant in Dongmen. When they arrived at the hotel, Ziming and Liu Han got off the car and were arranged to go upstairs from the side entrance until they were led to a luxurious box. Dong Li, I didn't expect that we would meet again. It's a blessing to meet you. Ziming said hello as soon as he entered the door, and the person sitting in the box was the one who took the lead in the last dinner with Manhai entrepreneurs. Li Dong. Compared to Wang Dong, who had gained a face from scratch, Li Dong felt quite embarrassed when he saw Ziming. If possible, he really wanted to find a way to slow down. He didn't know what to say at the first time. It was not until Ziming walked over that he reacted fiercely to say hello to Ziming and ask Ziming to sit down. Ziming didn't care about his attitude. Just like the Xikui Hotel, he came over and sat down without being polite, and said straightforwardly, Li Dong came to me to talk about the withdrawal of capital from the stock market, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Li Dong's face was embarrassed again, but he nodded and said, we have this idea. After all, Nanjiang's stock market is in a very good condition. We no longer need our funds, so we can withdraw our funds. Li Dong's words came to an end. Ziming immediately shook his head and said, no, I think Nanjiang still needs Li Dong's financial support, so please stay. Ziming said this deliberately. Anyway, just now, Dong Wang can put down the shelf, but Dong Li is doing it well. He is still carrying a shelf. It is very noble to say that it is to stabilize the stock market. Everyone knows what is going on. You still do this. Who is it for? But our consultant Zhu is not such an ignorant person. Since you want face, I will give you face. It's just that Dong Li didn't accept Ziming's love. If he could, he just wanted to choke Ziming to death. He clearly knew what he meant and understood his current situation, but he just pretended to be stupid. Li Dong took a few breaths, calmed his mood, and finally said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, I don't think we have the most basic conflict of interest between us. The previous incident was just an accident. Before Li Dong finished talking about Ziming, he laughed. Ziming took a chopsticks dish and put it in his mouth and said, are you accidental? Then this accident is really surprising enough. If you don't say anything, you will carry a big pen. Funds were used to inject the stock market, spread rumors on the stock exchange that the stock market was about to crash, and later gave me a meal and threatened me to help you make money in the stock market. Are these all accidents? Every word Ziming said was heard in Dong Li's ears, and they were slapped on his face like a slap, making him feel a hot pain. At this time, Dong Li really wanted to just throw the table off, but he could only think about it. He was shackled with so much money in the stock market. Although he was the chairman of the company, public units were no better than private enterprises. If a private enterprise loses a lot of money, you are still the chairman of the company, and the money can still be earned back, so you can't do it. If the back office is not strong enough, you may be dismissed, and you happen to be watching someone inside. Own position. Li Dong pondered his mouth and thought about it until the end. He could only compromise with Ziming. Counselor Zhu, I was wrong about the previous thing. I did this only when I was bewitched by others. I hope that Counselor Zhu will not remember it. Don't worry about me, don't worry about me, let my money leave the stock market. Facing Li Dong's apology, Ziming didn't feel much. But Luo Han's eyes widened because Luo Han is a domestic securities firm pioneer. He needs to have a certain understanding of the figures in the domestic economic field, so he knows this Li Dong. He knows that he is a relative of a certain tycoon of the Bnhai group, and now Ziming can make him bow his head and subdue him. It's incredible, and it's Ziming's ability. However, compared with Li Dong's soft service, Ziming's next approach surprised Luo Han even more. Dong Li, are you a silly monkey invited by a monkey? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming's sudden sentence shocked everyone. Everyone stared at Ziming. They couldn't believe that Ziming would suddenly say this sentence. Li Dong was even more furious when he was shocked. He pointed at Ziming and said, Ziming, you ... do you know what you are talking about? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming smiled disdainfully and said, why don't I know, Dong Li, don't you just want me to help you buy the stock you sold out? But Dong Li, don't you think your request is funny? I asked you to don't buy in stocks. But Dong Li, you don't listen. Now you find that your money has been ensnared, and you remember that you want to withdraw it. So I will help you to continue. I said, Dong Li, you don't realize your thoughts are a bit too much. Are you innocent? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming paused deliberately when he said that, and finally asked Li Dong again, if you change to Li Dong, would you like to do this? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Li Dong was speechless by Ziming's questioning. Ziming didn't mean to continue to chase him. He just leaned on a chair meaninglessly and said, in fact, Li Dong, if you want to withdraw funds, you just withdraw. You don't have to discuss with me. After all, our Nanjiang stock market is a very open market. Ziming said deliberately and added, of course the premise is that you can leave. Li Dong frowned slightly. So what? Consultant Zhu said. What does it mean? Ziming did not answer him directly, but instead asked, Dong Li, don't you think that you are the only one to invite me to dinner today? There are no mistakes and many words. After hearing this sentence, Li asked rhetorically. Dong stood up. Ziming, did you say there are other people? But I only held a meeting for them today, and they all made a statement. I'm afraid it is the result of your meeting, Ziming said. Dong Li, you can do the first year of junior high school. They can also do the 15th, but their movements are faster than Li Dong Yu. Ziming stood up. Dong Li, let me give you some advice. Do what you do quickly, so as not to have any problems when you want to regret it. After saying that, Ziming took Luo Han and his wife and left the box. After walking out of the box, Ziming let out a sigh of relief, and he patted Luo Han's shoulder. He said relaxedly, Mr. Luo, let's go. We can finally have a good meal for this last meal. Luo Han was already speechless at this time, because he already understood Ziming's layout and absolutely let him unexpectedly generous. And this last meal is the key to the mystery. Chapter 255 Financial Back Carbine. Ziming and Luo Han drove all the way along Nangang Avenue in an Audi car, and soon arrived at the Nanu Hotel. Luohan was very quiet along the way and did not say anything to Ziming as usual. This is not Luohan's turn for the temperament. For Ziming's only 2 meals, the people in Bnhai had to pinch themselves. Luo Han was actually quite shocked in his heart. Ziming finally told him in front of Dong Li that there were other people from Bnhai who had invited him to dinner. The actual reason was to create contradictions within them, but the most important thing was that Ziming did not fabricate it randomly, but it was true, as long as Dong Li was willing. Check it, and he can definitely find out Ziming's honesty with his ability. The reason why Feng is great is that there is only one Feng. For those people in Bnhai who are pregnant with ghosts, they must only think about whether they can get out of the stock market. As for the others, let them die. Well, now I know that someone inside is engaged in small actions. When Li Dong finds it out, he will definitely have to move. Or if he has a darker heart, he can even start to divest without checking. And once someone starts this, other people you can only learn something. Speaking of which, once these Bnhai bosses start to withdraw their capital, It will be a huge blow to the Nanjian stock market. You must know that Lin Muking had already withdrawn the funds from the port city first, and then spread news through Luoyang to let ordinary investors. They have also dumped their stocks one after another. It can be said that the Nanjian stock market is now supported by Banhai's funds. Now they are required to withdraw their capital. Isn't this a disaster? I'm afraid it is just any stockholder who randomly pulls out from the stock exchange. He understands that this will definitely cause the stock market to plummet. Isn't this what Ziming was trying to avoid? But now it became the situation he hoped to see, and the reason was the last dinner at the Nanu Hotel tonight. Boss, Nanu Hotel will be here soon, I will get off first. The voice of the bodyguard in front of him came, pulling Liu Yuan's thoughts back. He knew that the police was assigned by the state to protect Ziming, but in order to hide his identity, when there are other people around, the is called Boss Ziming. Liu Han turned his head and looked out the window, and he saw the Nanu Hotel as expected. The car stopped steadily at the door of the hotel. Ziming and Liu Han got off, and someone was waiting at the door to greet him. It is a great honor for Advisor Zhu to come. It is not the first time that I have met with Advisor Zhu, so I don't need to introduce ourselves. A lot of words. Lin Dong are already waiting in the box. Please ask Advisor Zhu to follow me upstairs. Of course this person Ziming knows. Not only Ziming knows, but Liu Han also knows. He is Gangqing Simon Investment Company General Manager Dai Tingwei. And Lin Dong in his mouth is undoubtedly the only Hong Kong businessman Lin Muking. Ziming nodded to indicate Dai Tingwei to lead the way, and then they followed Dai Tingwei all the way to the luxurious box of the hotel. Pushing open the door of the box, Lin Muking was waiting in the box. She was wearing a purple dress today, with a wavy hair perm, and a light makeup on her face. She was so beautiful, even though Liu Yuan hadn't seen her before. But now suddenly when he saw it, he could feel his heart beating a few times suddenly, and sigh that this was indeed a celebrity from Hong Kong City. Lin Muking invited Ziming and the others into the box to sit down. Compared with the previous bosses in Banhai, Ziming praised Lin Muking for being beautiful this time, and then sat down with Lin Muking. Thank you very much Lin Dong for cooperating with my plan and returning from Hong Kong City, Ziming said first. This is indeed the case. After the initial divestment in Hong Kong City, Lin Muking also went back to Hong Kong City with him. Ziming and Liu Han went to see off in person, but now it seems that it is a play ready. According to Zhao's plan, the money on Nanjian has not yet been earned. I won't be so anxious to leave. You know that capitalists are always greedy. Lin Muking joked. She smiled like it was in the spring. In the breeze, it was Ziming who was very familiar with her, and his heart beat fiercely. Then Ziming shrugged and said, in fact, greed is the driving force for human progress, isn't it? And Lin Dong is not greedy either. I asked Lin Dong to come back to make the last Ding Haishan's a needle for the Nanjian stock market. Hearing Ziming's words, Lin Muking put away her smile, and asked Ziming sternly, you have been to the people's dinner in Banhai, and they all told me did you say that they want to withdraw their capital from Nanjian? It is true, but unfortunately I did not agree, because now not only Lin Dong, your capital is not there, but most of the ordinary investors' capital has been withdrawn from the stock market. How can such a big hole be filled? Since I can't fill it in, how can I let them go so easily? Ziming continued, but in the end I told Li Dong that his partners wanted to withdraw their capital, so I guess they would definitely rush to sell their own stocks. I hope they can get out, but in the current situation of the Nanjian stock market, how can there be conditions for them to get out? After all, the stock market is a trading market, and the stocks must be sold before they can be exchanged for money, otherwise it will be temporarily unable to get money. It's just a shareholder certificate. Lin Muking took over Ziming's words and said, but now the situation of the Nanjian stock market, coupled with Zhu Advisor's previous publicity, as long as they start to sell, it will cause a stock market crash. State, everyone is selling stocks, will buy into, they are in any case get the money, which means that their funds destined quilt inside, who should throw after throw who did not use. Here Lin Muking glanced at Liu Han, then turned to ask Ziming, "But I have heard that at this stage, the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee and even the central government are not willing to see the stock market crash." Advisor Zhu, as an Nanjing development consultant, "Are you sure? Is it okay to do this?" "Nothing is wrong." Without skipping words, Ziming also glanced at Liu Han and said, "Of course there are problems, but to solve the problems step by step, you can't always think about reaching the sky step by step." And this is also an important reason why I asked Lin Dong to come back. Facing Ziming, Liu Han felt very depressed when he sang and made peace with Lin Muking, because they just looked at him by himself and made it clear that these words were deliberately told to himself. But he was not a spy sent by the municipal party committee and the municipal government. As if do you defend yourself like this? Liu Han was depressed, but he did not show it. First, he did not dare to face Ziming and Lin Muking, and second, he wanted to hear the content of the mystery revealed later. Ziming poured a cup of tea for Lin Muking and said to her, "Dong Lin, please take action at an appropriate time to help stabilize the situation in the stock market." It was just a sentence, but Liu Han felt very excited when he heard it, because this was the answer to the mystery he was waiting for. Although he had already guessed Ziming's arrangement when he heard that the last meal was with Lin Muking before, but now hearing Ziming's personal statement of this request still made him feel boiling, as if his whole person was about to burn. After all, Ziming's arrangement is just one sentence: financial returns to the carbine, and one count deducts one count. First, Ziming deliberately urged Dong Li to take the initiative to invest in the Nanjing stock market. However, when they invested, Ziming instead promoted unfavorable news about the stock market. Not only did Lin Muking withdraw the Hong Kong City funds from the stock market, but also let the most investors have begun to sell stocks. High bosses Li Dong and Wang Dong are not fools. When they react, they naturally want to leave the stock market. But at this time, let alone Ziming intends to cheat them, even if Ziming wants to let them go, there is no chance. Once they start to sell stocks, it will trigger a stock market crash. Perhaps in a mature securities market, some people would think about reverse investment at this time, but in the current situation of the Nanjing stock market, ordinary stockholders can't accept even a little loss, and they desperately want to throw away when they see the stock falling. Stocks. Why would anyone think about reverse investment? And when everyone in a market is going to take out but no one buys it, it's useless for you to jump off the building and vomit blood. For other people, the plot should end here, but under Ziming's arrangement, the plot is developed here, but it's not until now. Because Ziming really wanted to panic about these coastal speculators, not the stock market, and he didn't want the Nanjing stock market to really collapse, so he retrieved Lin Muking for the purpose of when the Nanjing stock market fell to a bottom, buy the stock back again to stabilize the stock market. These coastal speculators, they bought the stocks when the Nanjing stock market reached its peak, but then threw them away when the stock fell to the bottom. They obviously lost money. Even if there was a bubble before the Nanjing stock market, it exploded this time. After that, the stability can be restored for a period of time. Actually speaking, if PNHI is smart, don't want a group of people to sell stocks all at once. Instead, they should find ways to continue to stabilize the situation, find ways to maintain an intermediate stage, and wait for someone to take over. After all, most retail investors are following the situation. As long as the people on the coastal side have enough patience, they can wait until they all get rid of their hands. But unfortunately, after Ziming's 2 dinners, the people in Bnai didn't trust each other, so naturally they couldn't do it. It's just this time that Lin Dong can't drive up the stock price. You have to hold it for a long time. But please don't worry, Lin Dong, our Nanjing stock market will continue to develop, Ziming said. Lin Muking shook her head and said, in fact, Consultant Zhu just didn't say that we are planning to hold some stocks for a long time this time, because I have discussed with the board of directors and they all think Nanjing is a city with great potential for development. Several companies are also very promising, especially the South Development Bank. It can be foreseen that he will create greater value in the near future. So, Lin Muking said at last. Our board of directors collectively believes that in the long term it will be more beneficial to hold. That's fine, Ziming said, raising the glass. On behalf of Nanjian stock market, I would like to thank Lin Dong for our cooperation. Lin Muking picked up her teacup and said, for cooperate toast. But I don't know how to drink. I will use tea instead of wine today. Cheers. Chapter 256. Want to pull it back? Huh? Mr. Luo, please go back first. Lin Dong, I'll take her here. At their door of Nanu Hotel, Ziming said this and said goodbye to Luo Han. Luo Han looked at the back of Ziming and Lin Muking in the car. In fact, he had already seen that there might be some relationship between them. And Luan just chose very cleverly to pretend not to know. At best, Luo Han would only occasionally think about it in private. Advisor Zhu is indeed Advisor Zhu. He already has a beautiful and smart woman like Su Han by his side. He can still be favored by Lin Dong from Hong Kong, but he doesn't know Lin Dong. Do you know the relationship between Su Han and Advisor Zhu? If you want Lin Dong's cleverness, you must know it. So now that she knows that, she can still accept it. Advisor Zhu is so happy. To be a man is to be like Advisor Zhu. Luo Han didn't know. In fact, there was Dai Tingwei who had the same idea as him. He even knew Lin Muking better than Luo Han as the general manager of Siming Investment Company. He knew that Lin Muking had a better understanding of Zhu. Ming is so passionate, that when Ziming has any request, she will unconditionally agree. This is the case in Hangzhou. And it is still the same now in Nanjian. Fortunately, Ziming did not let Lin Muking and Gangqing Company suffer to satisfy his personal desires. Otherwise, he would really have to fight against the traitor, and he would have to go beyond Lin Muking to appeal to the board of directors and demand restrictions on Lin Muking's power behavior. When Ziming and Lin Muking got in the car, Lin Muking hugged Ziming and bit on his shoulder, saying, Ziming, you are such a bastard. Ziming took a deep breath because of Lin Muking's bite. It's really cruel, but Ziming doesn't blame her. Ziming understands that this is her true feelings. In fact, in the hotel box just now, she has already felt her thoughts on herself, but because of Luan's presence, she was forced to hold it back. And now she was in the car, of course she couldn't help it. Of course, due to the driver and bodyguard in front, she didn't make much movement. She missed herself, but because of Su Han's existence and the last time she committed suicide, she hated herself again. So she took such a bite when she got in the car. Sister Muking, I'm just a bastard. If you don't let your breath go, just take a few more bites, Ziming said. Listening to Ziming's words, Lin Muking waved her powder fist and slapped Ziming twice and muttered, idiot. Ziming didn't know how to answer the conversation. Although he has been a human for 2 lives, he is in a woman's place. The aspect is still very inexperienced. Lin Muking also loves and hates Ziming, who hates Zimingda, and doesn't know how to coax her. She also loves Zimingda, not a playboy. Ziming, are you and Xiuan? Lin Muking didn't know how to ask when she asked, because some things were obvious, and her question hadn't been asked yet. And she had the answer in her heart. And she can't blame Ziming for this. After all, they knew first. When she and Ziming were in Hong Kong, they were too reserved. Obviously there were several opportunities, and she knew what Ziming wanted. Sister Muking, I'm sorry, Ziming wanted to apologize to Lin Muking, but he couldn't say anything when the words came to his lips. He didn't know where to apologize because he didn't understand the woman's heart. So here is what he said. It's over. This made Lin Muking so angry that she regretted that when she bit him just now, why didn't she really bite him off? This guy is so angry. Pride and reservedness are indeed a hotbed of mistakes. So do you want to miss such a good man? Lin Muking looked at Ziming's resolute face and made a firm determination in her heart. No. Although I don't expect any vigorous Yakutha, at least I can't miss the right person. And he is not married yet, he still has a choice, and he doesn't have a moral burden, doesn't he? There is nothing to be sorry for, Ziming, you did nothing wrong. What was wrong is the fate between us. After Lin Muking finished speaking, She suddenly looked at Ziming. Ziming was shocked when she didn't understand what Lin Muking was going to do. Like a prisoner, waiting tremblingly for Lin Muking to pronounce the sentence. But Lin Muking stopped here. It seemed that she was hesitating. After a long time, she said, Ziming, as long as you remember one sentence, no matter what happens, I will stand firmly on your side. Whenever you encounter any difficulties, I will help you unconditionally. Ziming looked at Lin Muking and did not respond immediately. Although Ziming did not understand women's minds that much, he could understand Lin Muking behind these words at this time. The true meaning of. So Ziming looked at Lin Muking with a smile. Lin Muking seemed to have expected something. Suddenly, she dodged her eyes. She didn't dare to look at Ziming's eyes. Finally, Ziming took Lin Muking's hand and said to her, Sister Muking, I certainly believe. Then you should also believe in yourself and believe in me. Lin Muking nodded blankly, her heartbeat accelerated, and two blushes appeared on her pretty face. At this moment, she was not a strong female Hong Kong businessman, but a little woman poisoned by a man. Ziming's car took Lin Muking back to the hotel after a lap outside. In fact, it was back to the original Nanu Hotel. This is because it is not convenient for them to do something. Second, Luo Han sent one. Called over very anxiously. Lin Dong, please go back to your room and rest first. I will call you again if there is anything. At the entrance of Nanu Hotel, Ziming said to Lin Muking after getting off the car. Lin Muking smiled and nodded and said okay, and then went straight upstairs. Ziming asked Luo Han, what important news did Mr. Luo receive when he was so eager to find me? Important news. Of course there is very important news. Luo Han replied with a feeling of waking up from a dream. Said that he really just came back to his senses, because Lin Muking just glanced at him before leaving. Luo Han could see her grievances from that look. Luo Han knew that he might be a good thing to disturb them, if possible. I'm afraid Lin Muking wants to tear herself up, right? There are a lot of words without mistakes, but I can't help it. Counselor Zhu, you just left here just now. I saw Li Dong Wang Dong from Banhai come to Nanu Hotel together. Luo Han said the news in one breath. Ziming raised his eyebrows. Obviously the news was a bit unexpected. Luo Han was worried. Counselor Zhu, you said they will come to Nanu Hotel to meet now. Will they? Luo Han did not finish. However, the meaning of his next words was quite clear. Ziming helped him and said, they finally met together. It would be abnormal if they didn't exchange opinions on the stock market. Then it seems that these Banhai bosses are not stupid. Well, our plan doesn't seem to be that simple anymore. Ziming's tone was relaxed. But Luo Han heard Ziming's confirmation and became more nervous. It's over, if they talk to each other now. If we continue to hold on to the stock market, ordinary investors may not really know the situation and jump in. Then they will find other ways to withdraw, and the mess will return to our hands. Luo Han said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu, why not discuss with Lin Dong and see if she can save the market again? There are no mistakes and many words. Compared with Luo Han's nervousness, Ziming is quite calm. I'm not in a hurry to do this now. After all, I'm a businessman and saving the market at a loss is not what I want. Ziming said, looking up at the tall Nanu Hotel, and then said, now they are just getting together, and they may not be united. Even if they can unite, they may not be able to interpret the scripts that will save the market at a loss, and I haven't tried hard. They want to get it back? Ha ha. At the same time, in the luxurious box of Nanu Hotel, Li Dong, Wang Dong and several other entrepreneurs from the coast are sitting here. Although the table is full of exquisite dishes, no one moves. With chopsticks, everyone is thinking about things individually, which makes the atmosphere in the box become a little dignified. As the leader of all the entrepreneurs in Banhai, Li Dong sat in the upper seat. He turned the cup in front of him, his eyes flickering, obviously thinking about something. After a while, Dong Li finally raised his head and said, okay, since we are all sitting here, no matter who invited or said something, don't talk about it anymore. The immediate goal is to get out of the Nanjian stock market. First of all, we must unite as one. If Ziming is here, he will definitely give Li Dong a compliment, because he first listened to Ziming's words. I didn't mess up my position, and went back to disregard the withdrawal of capital. Instead, I found Wang Dong and the others who had dinner with Ziming and made an appointment. Now I directly skipped them privately and Ziming. Negotiations only mean that they have to stand on the same line. Such a statement will make people feel that he is very majestic and will involuntarily trust him. On the contrary, if he comes in and scolds everyone, I am afraid that a word will turn his face. After Li Dong looked around, he saw that the muscles on Wang Dong and their faces were not so tight and serious. Then Li Dong said, Ziming is a very powerful character. We all underestimated him before. Now that we are in this situation, I have to take the lead, and I want to say sorry to everyone. Dong Li was about to stand up and bow to Dong Wang, and Dong Wang immediately stood up and stopped Li Dong and said, Li, don't be like this, Dong. In fact, we all have a great responsibility. If we want to say sorry, we should say it. Li Dong didn't write more on this issue, but waved his hand decisively and said, in this case, let's not talk about it, let's talk about the current situation. Li Dong said and waved everyone to sit down. Then he said, everyone, Ziming's current purpose is to make us mess our feet, because as long as we get confused and scramble to sell each other's stocks, causing the stock market to crash, then we will really want to. We are stuck in the stock market. Then if we want to break the situation now, we must do the opposite. Try to continue to stabilize the stock market, promote more good news on the stock exchange, and let more retail investors follow. When the right time comes, we will find a way to get out of the sale and return the mess to Ziming. Li Dong said. Wang Dong applauded and said, Li Dong said too well. Ziming, that guy is too insidious. We almost got fooled, but fortunately, if you have Li Dong here, we will just do what you said. Wang Dong said, speaking of support, but in fact he was a little drumming in his heart. Chapter 257, Who is spreading the rumors? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lao Yang came to the stock exchange as always. It was his job for him to come to the stock exchange to watch the stock market. But that was also the past. After Yang met Ziming on the stock exchange and talked with him, coming to the stock exchange every trading day has become his belief. I am working to develop and defend the Nanjian stock market. Hey Yang, this is today's newspaper to you. Today you can come a little late. Exchanges have been opened for a moment, and today the stock market really has gone up. Not going to buy it? When the voice came, Lao Yang knew it was the newsstand owner at the door without looking at it. He said with some discomfort, from the analysis of the stock market situation in the past, now Nanjiang's stock market has reached a peak, and the next step is definitely to go. It has fallen. I know now that this is the case. I still buy in. I am not a fool. And you should not always promote these rumors. Beware that someone will make trouble for you if you lose it. Newsstand owner harder laughing. I said, Lao Yang, are you stupid by reading the newspaper? You are also on the stock exchange these few trading days. Can't you see that the stock market is constantly rising every trading day? Understand how you can say such a thing. Lao Yang wanted to say something, but at this time another person came over and said, Boss, today I have something to do a little bit late. How is the situation in the stock market now? Of course it is very good. All the stocks will open. They are all rising, and the momentum cannot be stopped. Fortunately, you have listened to me and bought a lot, or you will lose a lot in this bull market. I don't know if the current market is so good. It means that it is going to fall. Yes. The newsstand boss deliberately glanced at Lao Yang with a very provocative look. Lao Yang understood that this person was the one who bought the stocks after believing the newsstand boss. The most important thing is that the stocks are rising now, and he made a profit. Money. Lao Yang wanted to say that the newsstand owner was misleading the investors, but now he couldn't come up with something convincing. So Lao Yang finally sighed and shook his head, turned and entered the stock exchange. Before I left, I heard the boss of the newsstand say, have you seen it? That is the famous old Yang from our stock exchange. Now I don't know where to get the gossip that the stock market will not rise. and after throwing all the stocks, I missed it. This wave of bull market. Lao Yang walked into the stock exchange. He looked up at the market, and it turned out to be a beaming red, proving that the newsstand owner did not lie. Lao Yang went upstairs to the familiar office. He still remembers being here a few days ago. It was advisors who told him that the stock market was bound to fall and asked him to spread it out. When he got here, Zuming and Luo Han were already waiting here. Seeing Lao Yang coming in, Zuming immediately beckoned him to go and sit down. Old Yang Yan went to sit down, and Zuming asked him, "Comrade Lao Yang, today why did you come up to see me and Mr. Luo?" "It's not because I saw the situation on the market and felt that the information I gave you last time was wrong." "Have you come to us for an explanation?" Although I understand that Zuming is somewhat, I asked him jokingly, but Lao Yang still shook his head nervously and said, "Advisor Zhu, I didn't think so. I believe Advisor Zhu's judgment. I also believe that Nanjiang's stock market has reached a peak now and will fall next." Yes. Ziming did not answer, but looked at him meaningfully, which made Lao Yang feel this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page immediately. He had no choice but to confess. Counselor Zhu is like this. When I came just now, the following newsstand owner was still spreading bull market rumors and encouraged other people to buy more into the stock. Then Lao Yang told Zhu Ming what he had just said at the door of the stock exchange. "Consultant Zhu, I naturally trust you completely, but he is also too hateful. I clearly know that he is receiving the money of those bad guys, was deliberately helping other people spread rumors, to seduce ordinary retail investors to re-enter the stock market. And then they let the stock market crash to make money for ordinary investors. I know it, but I can't refute it." Zuming looking at Lao Yang depressed and asked him, "Do you really want to slap the newsstand boss so that all investors can get free?" "Of course, that guy is simply too damnable," Lao Yang subconsciously said. He thought of something and immediately asked, "Counselor Zhu, is there any change in the stock market?" Zuming nodded and said, "Of course there was a change, otherwise the stock market would have begun to fall today. But this it doesn't matter, because although some people have to struggle, it's just a struggle after all. It's impossible to change anything." "Comrade Yang, if you are still willing to believe me, you can now go out and let everyone get out of the stock market as much as possible. At most no more than noon. The stock market will fall." Hearing this answer, Lao Yang immediately stood up excitedly. "Believe? Of course I believe. I will go down to help the advisor to spread the news for you," Lao Yang said. Running out of the office, Zuming and Luo Han watched him leave. Then they came to the window and soon saw Lao Yang in the trading floor. The trading floor was already very noisy, and the office itself had some soundproofing effects. So Zuming and Luo Han were on the second floor and couldn't hear what Lao Yang was talking about, but since everyone had gathered around him, as you can guess, he must be spreading news that the stock market is about to fall. However, the news has spread, but due to the current rise in the stock market, many people do not believe Lao Yang's words. They sneered and shook their heads. Even though they could not hear the sound, Zuming and Luo Han could still feel the same way. And more. Some people they are hesitating. After all, the situation in the stock market is rising. You said it will fall soon. It's hard to believe, especially since Lao Yang said this here a few days ago. In the case of this old comrade, Yang has also tried his best. The current situation is a bit complicated. He can believe and support us so unconditionally, which has made me respect him. Luo Han said. "So you still think that what I told you yesterday was a bit too much?" Zuming asked. Facing Zuming's question at this time, Luo Han felt a little hot on his face. He shook his head and said, "Counselor Zhu, this matter is still not long enough for me. The people in Bnai will definitely not succeed." Luo Han picked up the phone in the office and dialed out, while Zhu Ming was still looking through the window, watching the situation in the trading floor below, with a raised smile. In the trading floor that Zhu Ming saw but couldn't hear, Lao Yang insisted, "Please believe me, our Nanjian stock market has gone up for 2 years, which is beyond our stock market's tolerance ability. Now it has exceeded." To be finished in this chapter. Please turn the page and has passed a rising limit, and then it will only fall. And now there are speculators coming from other places, and they are also maliciously pushing the high stock prices to continue the illusion of prosperity in the stock market, so that we can all buy stocks so that they can take the opportunity to make our money. Now the stock market bubble, these speculators are also fully responsible. Liang said diligently. So now we all must not buy stocks anymore. If you hold stocks, please sell them. Although Liang said very hard, he did not get much support. On the contrary, there was a lot of cynicism. Liang, you are still making the rumor that the stock market will collapse. Are you tired? Didn't you see the red on the market? Or do you not understand what that red means? I can teach you that it is rising. Meaning, fortunately, I did not listen to you a few days ago to throw away the stocks in my hands. Otherwise I would miss this bull market. Can you replenish the money I lost? Liang, what are you? Where did you hear this news? Did the consultants tell you? Didn't you always believe in your own judgment? Why do you believe this gossip this time? I think you and Kong Yaji are only 50. Every step of the way is laughing. In their face of these people's ridicule, Liang still firmly said, this news is true. I have made this judgment after studying the situation of our Nanjian stock market in the past 2 years. Liang said it was said that immediately someone laughed and then ridiculed, but some people said to him, Liang, your judgment is reasonable. But now the situation of the market is here. It is not 1 hour or 2 hours, but continuous. It's been several days, which is enough to explain the current stock market situation. Some people persuaded Liang to say, Liang, I'm willing to believe your judgment, but it's also true that the market is rising now, or you can just throw it away in a hurry. Now that the market is rising, you quickly buy stocks. And when the market fluctuates, don't you just throw them away? Liang shook his head and said, it's impossible, because I've just said it. Now the value of Nanjiang's stock market is it has exceeded the actual real value. Once there is any fluctuation, it will definitely be an avalanche plunge. It will be impossible to sell the stock at that time, and I expect that the stock will start to fall before the market is closed at the latest in the morning. Yes. How can you still buy in this situation? Following Liang's words, there was a burst of laughter right next to him. Someone took out the stock certificate they had just acquired and said to Liang, Liang, did you see that? What is this? This is the stock I just bought. Would you like to take a closer look? Or help me calculate how much money I can make before the lunch break? It just seems that the morning's rise is not high, only 1 to 2 percentage points. You can earn 1 or 200 in an hour. It's a pity. If you buy now, it means that your stock has no chance to sell. You can only smash it in your hands. Old Yang said regretfully. Many people ridiculed Lao Yang's regrets. They pointed to Lao Yang and said, Lao Yang, do you really know how to tell jokes? Or do you want to curse others here? This is not a good habit. But these people immediately, the ridicule can't be said anymore. Because someone rushed into the stock market and said, it's not good. Just now, Nanjian Development Bank reported that their internal bank accounts were wrong, and they might lose tens of millions of dollars. This chapter end. Chapter 258 Dead Taoist is not dead? This shout is like a blockbuster. His unparalleled impact immediately shocked everyone in the trading floor. It was noisy just now. The trading floor fell silent for the first time in an instant, especially those around Liang. They were all sneered at Liang's judgment just now, but they were all dumbfounded when they heard the news. Nanjian Development Bank's internal accounts are wrong and may lose tens of millions of funds. Is this news true? How did that happen? Most of the investors here are old investors. Of course, they all understand what the news means. Even if there are some new investors who don't understand, they will ask the old investors next to them. In the stock market, such unfavorable news will undoubtedly directly affect the stock market, leading to the collapse of the Nanjian Development stock market. If there are problems with the Nanjian stock market, it will be an avalanche plunge. At this time, Liang also grew cold. Although he understood that he should not think like this now, He was always very excited in his heart. Even thinking about the questioning and ridicule that he faced almost everyone just now, he was very excited. I feel like crying. Of course, he didn't feel that he was wronged. He was just embarrassing Ziming over this matter. After all, he had listened to Ziming's words to help all stockholders so that they could avoid losses caused by future stock market fluctuations. But I told them by myself. Not only were they not grateful, but they were still ridiculing one by one here. How could this not make Lao Yang feel heartbroken? However, in the face of these questioning investors, Lao Yang understood how great Ziming was. Because this was just some cynicism, it made him feel wronged and wanted to cry. What about Ziming? I am afraid he will endure more misunderstandings and doubts, and this is still what he knows. So what about places he doesn't know? How much wind and rain did Ziming help Nanjian stock market? Lao Yang thought so, then looked up at the office on the second floor, his eyes full of respect for Ziming. Then Lao Yang walked to the seats in the hall, and the people in front of him consciously separated to make way for him. The people who were in the seats also consciously gave up their seats to him. These are everyone's subconscious reactions. The reason is his accurate prediction of the stock market. It can be said that Lao Yang insisted on telling them that the stock market would fall 1 second before, and the news came the next second. How could this not make everyone feel shocked, in awe of him? Of course, not everyone is willing to accept this reality, and there are always people who feel that they can't help but be tough. Who knows if this news is true or false? Even if it is true, what can it explain? At most, a stock of South Development Bank has fallen. The entire market is not only a stock of South Development. As long as the overall situation is good, it is very different. Okay, nothing is wrong without skipping words. Some people insisted. Lao Yang just smiled at this. He leaned back in his chair and asked, "Do you really feel that way? If you really think so, please sit down and wait. Let's see what the stock market will do to this news." Reaction. Faced with Lao Yang's words, the man hesitated. Not only him, but other people also hesitated. Looking at the situation, Lao Yang decided to burn them more. Lao Yang patted the seat next to him very indifferently and said, "You are welcome. Sit down and wait slowly. Don't worry." Anyway, I had expected this to happen in the stock market. I didn't worry about buying any stocks. Yes, I believe you don't have to worry, because you all believe that the stock market will not fall, and all of you think I'm farting, right? Nothing wrong, no skipping. Lao Yang's words were like the sound of a starting gun. When his words fell, someone immediately turned and walked towards the counter without saying a word. I couldn't stop this kind of thing after the first one. Someone immediately followed and left a sentence. I remembered that I bought the shares of Nan Development. I had to throw the shares out quickly, or else I would suffer this. The impact of the news. If you lose it, you will be in trouble. In the office on the second floor, Ziming and Luo Han were standing by the window, and they had a panoramic view of the situation below, watching the scene of the people flocking to the counter. Luo Han said to Ziming, "It seems that this news is still very effective. These investors all understand the evil results of this news, but they don't know if they can get out of the stock market. Now, it must be too late now," Ziming said. Luo Han looked at Ziming with a little surprise, because the news from the South Development Bank was deliberately spread by him on the trading floor. In fact, there was no such thing. The purpose of this was to create a panic for ordinary investors. As long as they follow the news blindly to sell, it will drive a chain reaction in the market, and the stock market will really start to fall. If this is not enough, Ziming will use the media to expose the news. Such a big news is enough for the stock market to respond. This is Ziming's method. Luo Han still remembers what Ziming said at the time. He said, "The current Nanjian stock market is like a dilapidated and crumbling house. It hasn't yet. What they have to do now is to push the house down at a safe time and artificially push the house down first, lest the house suddenly falls and hurts more people." This is not true. As long as the news is released, it can have a decisive impact on the stock market. Moreover, as long as the situation of the Nanjian stock market starts to fall, it will be like a domino that cannot stop. Of course, in order to guarantee the reputation of the South Development Bank, it would be good to come forward to refute the rumors after the event and hold the rumors accountable. Anyway, the stock market's plunge cannot be stopped. Everything looks very good. But Luo Han is still a little worried. Counselor Zhu, you said that in case Mnhai, they will still bear the pressure, still invest in it, and are determined to regain this share and continue to maintain the stock market rising momentum. What can we do? Luo Han's worries are not groundless. After all, Dong Li took the initiative to gather other coastal enterprises for dinner last night, which has made it clear that he is also a personal character and will not be obediently arrested, in case they make up their minds to keep injecting capital. In order to maintain the upward trend of the stock market, it is really difficult to let the shares of South Development Bank fall. But Ziming was not in a hurry. He turned his head and glanced at Luo Han, and asked him meaningfully, "Do you really think they will be so united?" Counselor Zhu, what do you mean by that? Luo Han asked in a daze. Ziming smiled and then said, Mr. Luo, you said that if it were you, you would insist on knowing that the stock market in Nanjian would definitely collapse, and even ordinary investors are starting to withdraw from the stock market gradually. Continue to buck the trend and invest in the stock market? Of course not, Luo Han blurted out, but Consultant Zhu, they have no choice now. Ziming shook his head. He didn't explain much but asked Luo Han again, so what do you think they are doing now? Is it a great thing, or is it something they are going to do that can get them great rewards? No mistakes, no skips. Luo Han was stunned and seemed to understand something. Ziming went on to say, we have all seen Bnai's Li Dong gather other Bnai bosses for dinner, and we can also think that they must be discussing the future of the stock market. As long as Dong Li is not an idiot, he will definitely find a way to stabilize the emotions of other people and let them continue to maintain a united front. Ziming said this suddenly and then said, but President Luo, have you ever thought about it? Is their problem something that can be solved by a few words with a meal? It's all real benefits. So Consultant Zhu, you mean that even with yesterday's meal, they still seem to be divorced? Once if there are disturbances, someone should withdraw or they will withdraw. Luo Han said, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid the actual situation will be more exciting than you think. Maybe yesterday's dinner was really a game. After all, selling teammates is sometimes a technical job. Ziming said. Luo took a deep breath. He was about to say something when he heard a noise coming from the trading floor. Although due to the distance and the soundproofing of the office, he could not hear clearly what was going on, but he could guess it. It must be related to the stock market. Suddenly, the phone on the office desk rang, and Luo Han hurriedly picked up and connected. There was a report from the staff. Immediately, Mr. Luo, just now, a stock of about 20 million was sold. Luo Han was at the time. I was stunned, and Ziming also said at this time, is there a large sum of money to be withdrawn from the stock market? Right? It seems that I haven't taken a good look at a lot of words. Bnai Li Dong's hands are still very fast. Counselor Zhu, you are really amazing. You know them so much. Luo Han gave Ziming a thumbs up. Ziming shook his head and said, it's not that I know them, but that human nature is like this. If it can hurt others and benefit themselves, who wants to suffer? At the same time, outside the stock exchange, the newsstand boss hurriedly ran out of the stock exchange. So, ran to a Santana sedan parked on the side of the road. Seeing the newsstand owner running over, the window of the car was rolled down, and Dong Li from Bnai was sitting in the car. The newsstand owner ran over to take a rest and then said to him, someone shouted at the South Development Bank that there was an accounting problem. Many people were selling stocks, and immediately the stocks began to plummet. Li Dong nodded and took out. Give him $200. The newsstand owner said thank you for the money and then retired. Li Dong looked up at the stock exchange's sign and said, unexpectedly, in order to make the stock market fall, even such a method was used, but thank you too. If it weren't for this news as a cover, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to evacuate so easily. Li Dong leaned on the chair and rolled the car window. It's just guys, I'm sorry. You guys, I'll take a step first, you can slowly figure out a way. After all, a dead fellow is not to puay. Li Dong showed a successful conspiracy smile. He asked the driver to drive, but he didn't know that he was not far away. There was also a Santana, which was also parked there, and the newsstand owner hurriedly ran there. Chapter 259 is about to go Part 1. Secretary, this time the situation is special. After 2 years of continuous rise in Nanjing's stock market, it has surpassed the upper limit of the stock market. It should fall. It is only because of the obstruction of people from Banhai that it will keep rising. The situation. But this is not in line with the laws of the market. I know that they are planning to find time to sell the stocks in their hands. Therefore, before they do anything, I first pick out the bubble in the stock market. Ziming used the simplest and clearest way. He explained that he was in the office of the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee building, and the object of his explanation was Chen Yunfei, the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee. Chen Yunfei sat opposite Ziming and waved his hand after hearing what Ziming said. Ziming, in fact, you don't need to explain to me at all, because you have already told me before. And I am not wrong. People who understand the financial economy are only those who grew up in China, and you must be very clear that many things in China cannot be explained by a right or wrong sentence. Chen Yunfei stretched out 5 fingers again. 5 days ago, it was you who encouraged you. Luo Han released the negative news that the South Development Bank had an account problem and lost tens of millions of dollars. The news caused the stock market to plummet. Although this method is very disgraceful, I am not opposed to it. After all, it can never cause a catastrophe. As of today, our Nanjing stock market has plummeted for a week in a row. This is no way to explain it. Chen Yunfei finally asked Ziming, do you know why I called you to my office today? Skip the word. Does the provincial government or the central government have opinions on me? Ziming asked tentatively. Chen Yunfei sighed heavily and said, the province and the central government have opinions on you, especially the central government. I think with your cleverness, you should understand why. Ziming nodded and said, the Banhai faction has entered the central government. When our stock exchange started up, the boss over there was dissatisfied, and so many entrepreneurs were sent here for the purpose of disrupting our market. Now, no matter what the reason, their goal is to achieve, then I must be sued by the central government for the black status of the Nanjing Stock Exchange. That's it. The result of the central discussion is to ask Nanjing to restore the stock market to normal in the shortest possible time. Chen Yunfei's tone was also very helpless. Ziming also understood his helplessness. After all, in order to train younger successors and to give young cadres some opportunities, Lao Yang and Chairman Du were already retreating to the second line, so this time the situation in the Nanjing stock market. They didn't express any opinions to have such a result. Otherwise, with the attitudes of Lao Yang and Chairman Du to them, why would they be so serious? There are many words without mistakes. Secretary, how long is the shortest time? Ziming grasped a key point and asked. In 3 days. Chen Yunfei replied. Secretary, it's impossible at this time. Let the central government arrest me on the charge of disrupting the market. Ziming said as he leaned on the sofa and put on a posture that dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. However, Chen Yunfei understood very well that Ziming's actions were not entirely a rogue in front of him. After all, Ziming had always hoped to bring the stock market back to its most normal state. However, based on the stock market's limit fall system, it took only 1 week to complete. Not enough, so Ziming wanted to drag it. It won't be enough to catch it, but you, Nanjing's development consultant, will definitely have to be eliminated in the future, Chen Yunfei said. Hearing this, Ziming came to his spirit. The secretary, you said you don't want me to be a development consultant anymore, right? That's great. Ziming's statement made Chen Yunfei very depressed, because if other businessmen are eager to be in the party and government as many positions in the organization as possible, it is not anxious to take back his position. Only Ziming not only doesn't worry at all, but is also happy. Is this government position that makes you so irritable? Why do you feel embarrassed by your appointment as a development consultant? Ziming also knew that his performance was a bit overdone. He then said to Chen Yunfei, "Secretary, I didn't mean that. I just want to say that when things come out, someone needs to stand up and take responsibility, and Nanjian stock market is so big. It's the best thing for me, a development consultant, to be thrown out to the United States. Besides, I was going to take the team to the United States. It's not a big deal to be kicked to the United States." Originally, Chen Yunfei wanted to say something. When he heard Zhu Ming's last words, he immediately changed his mind. "Well, you've already thought about these scripts for your relationship. But it's not that I want to take advantage of you. It's just that some things always need people to complete." Zhu Ming nodded hurriedly and said, "Of course, otherwise, with such an excellent leader as the secretary, how could you make such a decision?" Glib. Chen Yunfei did not. Zhu Ming scolded Zhu Ming angrily, and Zhu Ming laughed carelessly at this. Chen Yunfei knew that Zhu Ming had been to North Russia and had single-handedly met the presidents of North Russia and the Soviet Union, as well as financial warfare experts in the United States. He, the executive vice governor and the secretary of the municipal party committee, could not hold back the grandson monkey Zhu Ming. In the end, Chen Yunfei could only shook his head helplessly, but still sternly said, "Zhu Ming, I know you really want your stock market to return to a normal level. I also hope that is the case, but many things are not just what you want." "What's the matter? We are the people's government. We need to be responsible to the people. We can't let the stock market plummet indefinitely." "Zhu Ming, you see, many stockholders are using their own savings in stocks. Not all of them are sinister speculators. They just want to help them live a better life through the stock market, and we should defend their interests," Chen Yunfei said. Zhu Ming also got serious and said, "Please don't worry, Secretary, I have a sense of measure. This time, before I planned the stock market decline, I let people publicize the news that the stock market would fall on the stock exchange, and I also contacted Hong Kong. When the business comes over, they will help stabilize the stock market by investing in investment at an appropriate time. I will strive to let the losses caused by the stock market fall as much as possible on the speculators in Bnhai." Chen Yunfei nodded and said that. "Okay." Then Chen Yunfei gave Zhu Ming a few more words and let Zhu Ming leave. Zhu Ming walked out of Chen Yunfei's office. He habitually took out his mobile phone and turned on the voice. There was a number that suddenly called. Zhu Ming couldn't even check the number to connect immediately, so he cried out over there immediately, "Counselors are great, I can count as getting through your phone." Zhu Ming was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. "Listen to your voice. Are you Li Dong? I was surprised that I was able to receive your call without any errors. I don't know if Li Dong called me. What happened? No mistakes, no skipping." "Counselor Zhu, please help me, and help me untie my funds in the stock market," Li Dong said. Zhu Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he was usually so proud, even if it was Dong Li, who was holding a shelf the last time he invited himself to dinner. He was not only indifferent to his ridicule today, but he also asked for his help. "Come, think about it, there must be really no way." "I said Dong Li, you said that your funds are all covered. What does it matter to me?" Zhu Ming said pointlessly. "Don't be like this with advisors, Zhu. I know that I was a bastard in the past. What I should never do is that I shouldn't want to do things in the stock market. Now I am in such a dilemma. It's because I am not a thing. Please forgive me a lot from Mr. Zhu." Li Dong said again. His tone was very anxious, and he seemed to cry when he heard his voice. Zhu Ming can imagine that if he can force a proud Bnhai state-owned enterprise chairman into this, something must have happened, but this is not what Zhu Ming is willing to take care of. "Dong Li, you are not a bastard, and I am not someone who has a large number of big people. Don't be presumptuous and don't wear high hats on me. As for the stock market, there is a system, and I don't have the power to help you out. It's useless if you ask me." Before Zhu Ming's words were finished, Li Dong gritted his teeth and said, "Zhu Ming, are you really trying to drive me to a dead end?" "Nothing is wrong, No words. Listening to Li Dong's words, Ziming said, "I'm driving you to a dead end?" Li Dong, you can really joke. If I remember correctly, I kept you from entering the stock market at first, but you wanted to come in. As a result, now that I'm covered, do you blame me? Counselor Zhu, I know I shouldn't be. This time Ziming interrupted Li Dong's words. Li Dong, I think you and I know what happened at the beginning, so I won't say more. There is nothing you should or shouldn't, since you chose to think about yin at the beginning. In thinking about pitting me on the Nanjian stock market. Then you should expect the result of today, and be upright like a man. Don't play this kind of rascal to me, it's boring to slap and roll. Also, Ziming said after thinking of something, I am not a weekly consultant anymore, because I just came out of Secretary Chen Yanfei's office and I was relieved of my position. From now on, Nanjian stock market will have nothing to do with me. Goodbye. After saying that, Ziming hung up the phone directly, not wanting to say a word, but Ziming just hung up the phone, and the phone rang again. When Ziming hesitated to connect, a voice suddenly came from behind him, saying, Counselor Zhu is really busy. One call after another. Let me guess. The call just now was from Li Dong, then now this one should be from another Wang Dong. Ziming turned around and saw Chen Yanfei's secretary Peng Shengyu walking out. Ziming apologized and said, Director Peng is very sorry, I didn't want to answer the phone here. I will go out immediately, and I am not as a consultant anymore. Others don't know it, but you do. Peng Shengyu shook his head and said, Counselor Zhu, you will always be an Nanjiang development consultant, even for some reason. You have been fired, but your role and influence have always been unmatched. Ziming waved his hand and looked at Peng Shengyu and asked, Director Peng, wouldn't you just say this to me when you came out? There are no mistakes. Peng Shengyu smiled embarrassedly. I heard Consultant Zhu you call here just now. I said this on a whim. Of course, I didn't mean to say this. I have something else to say to Consultant Zhu. Did you bring it for Secretary Chen? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Ziming asked. Peng Shengyu smiled without saying a word. Ziming nodded. I understand. There are some things that can't be said. Let's find a place to talk together. Chapter 260 is about to go part 2. Peng Shengyu sent Ziming to the door of the Municipal Party Committee building and said to Ziming, Counselor Zhu walks slowly, I am looking forward to your performance abroad, and I will always remember that you are proud of going out from Nanjian. Ziming also said to Ziming. Peng Shengyu waved his hand. This scene surprised the guard at the door. After all, Ziming's identity is not known to everyone, but Peng Shengyu, the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, is known to every guard. Everyone is in a mixed system. Yes, it is natural to understand that this position means that now the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee actually sent people to the gate, and the meaning behind this cannot but make people think about it. Before these guards digested their previous surprise, other things happened shortly afterwards. When Ziming came to the door, someone immediately greeted him. If there are only 1 or 2 people, these guards will certainly not be surprised. In fact, it is not easy for a person who can let the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee personally arrange the delivery. It is normal for someone to wait outside, and he may not come to the Municipal Party building to help. Others have something to do. But there is not only one person here, but a group of 20 or so. With so many people at the entrance of the Municipal Party Committee building, these guards have to be nervous. The masses attacked the Municipal Party Committee. No matter where they were placed, this would definitely be a major event that would bring down provincial cadres, but Ziming was obviously not. The leader of these people was Liu Han, and the students behind him were all finance students. When they learned that Ziming was invited by Chen Yanfei to talk to the Municipal Party Committee, they seemed to have expected something. After all, Nanjiang's stock market is very bad now. Ziming, who is Nanjiang development consultant, will take the blame, and then they all spontaneously followed. Here, Counselor Zhu, is there any arrangement for Secretary Chen to come to you this time? Counselor Zhu, You have successfully avoided the stock market from being manipulated by speculators from Brunei. You must have been praised. There are no mistakes in many words, Luo Han asked cautiously. Ziming smiled and said to Luo Han, I wouldn't be surprised if my students told me that. But now Mr. Luo, you are also saying the same. Is it a bit too deliberate? Hearing Ziming's words, the finance class, the expressions of the students changed suddenly, and the monitor Chen Xiu immediately asked, Teacher, does Secretary Chen really want to punish you? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chen Xiu asked very seriously. Not only Chen Xiu, but also the deputy squad leader Li Yang and the group secretary Yi Ning, all looked at Ziming seriously. This made it impossible for Ziming to give a joke and answer easily. Ziming thought for a while and had to say, in fact, there is no disciplinary action. Do you remember what I told you at the beginning? Now I am no longer an Anjian development consultant. A stone caused 1,000 waves. Ziming has already. It was easy enough to say, but when Chen Xiu and the others heard it, they were still agitated at the time. Teacher, have you been dismissed from your post? Because of this, the teacher did this to save the Nanjian stock market, and to punish you. We are here now. We are going to petition Secretary Chen for you. This is not fair. This is too unfair. Li Yang shouted immediately, and under Li Yang's leadership, the other students were also motivated, raising their fists high and shouting to petition the municipal party committee. There were more than 20 people. The power shocked the guards at the entrance of the municipal party committee. They hurriedly looked at this side vigilantly. Even a guard's hand was placed on the phone in front of him. He planned to call the police if there was any trouble. Everyone is messing around, Ziming said, although his voice was not loud, as if it were just such a light and fluttering sentence. The students in the finance class stopped. Li Yang immediately protested to Ziming that he was serious and wasn't messing around, but Ziming didn't seem to hear it, and continued, you guys also think about it. I can say that the decline in the stock market was planned by me alone. I'm just an ordinary speculator, and I have to be responsible. Not to mention that I'm still Nanjian's development consultant. I'm a guard and steel. If you don't give me a punishment, wouldn't it be a bad start? If Liu Yuan comes out today and Li Yang comes out again tomorrow, won't our Nanjian stock market become a paradise for careerists? This is against the original intention of the stock market, so it must be blocked at the source. Also it's me. Ziming looked around and said, you still have to petition me now. Isn't this a mess? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. The students in the finance class were speechless. Only Li Yang was still trying to argue. But teacher, you did this to ensure the fairness of the Nanjian stock market. You have to do this as a last resort. Ziming shook his head and said, there is no last resort. Wrong is wrong. You can't make excuses, because if you make excuses today, he can also make excuses tomorrow. In the end, the system will be given excuses one by one. It's broken. At their end, Ziming thought about it and continued. And the most important point, have you forgotten? We have planned to go to the United States a long time ago. Is it possible that you want to work for the Nanjian Stock Exchange for a lifetime? No mistakes, no skipping. In fact, there is nothing bad about working here. It is to contribute to the construction of the country's stock market and to serve the people. This was the first reaction of all the finance students when they heard Ziming's last words. But none of them said it. The reason is simple. They have been following Ziming for so long, and they have a balance in their hearts and can understand the priorities. Now they are in the Nanjian Stock Exchange, and they are nothing more than an accountant. Not even a trader. Even if they have a certain understanding of the financial system, they are only at the theoretical stage and have no practice at all. Now they are just speculators from Brunei, can force them to be helpless. What if one day hot money from abroad comes in? Wouldn't it eat up the domestic economy with no bones left? This is what they don't want to see, and if they want to defend the country's stock market and financial system, they must first study abroad. Study the advanced financial knowledge of foreign countries to arm themselves, and learn from the barbarians to control the barbarians. Only by learning the essence of finance can we guarantee that this time will not happen. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu said to Ziming, "Teacher is very sorry, but we are too impulsive. Our task now is to study hard. Please rest assured, teacher. One day we will return from overseas. We will not. I will let this happen again." Ziming smiled. If they continue to persist, Ziming will definitely get angry. But now that they react, Ziming is very happy. "That's right. But you guys are also. There is no need to blame yourself too much. After all, everyone is a young man. Isn't it a young man who is not passionate or young?" Liu Han looked at Ziming, who was less than 30 years old, and said such mature words, but he did not feel at all inconsistent, as if Ziming had the capital to say. This felt very strange, but Liu Han really felt this feeling. On Nangang Avenue, a man came to the gate of the stock exchange on a bicycle. He parked his car in the carport, and immediately someone surrounded him and asked him, "How is the situation in the stock market today?" "Now the stock market in Nanjing, it has been down for so many days. Should we go up again?" There are no mistakes in many words. This person is Lao Yang. Since the last time the South Development Bank's news caused the stock market to plummet, he was originally a celebrity on the stock exchange. He, among other investors, his popularity and influence suddenly became unparalleled. Now he has just arrived at the door of the stock exchange, and the car has not been locked, so he has come around to ask questions and ask questions. Helpless. The stock market will surely stabilize one day. It may be today or tomorrow. In short, everyone should pay more attention. Lao Yang used this sentence to get rid of other people. This sentence sounds very nonsense, but because it is from what Lao Yang said in his mouth became a famous saying in other people's ears. Out of the carport, Lao Yang came to the door of the stock exchange. He went to the newsstand and bought the 2 newspapers from yesterday and today as usual. "Lao Yang, this is the newspaper for you." "Someone asked you again, right? It seems that you are really the Dinghai Shenzhen of our stock exchange now. Everyone believes what you said," the newsstand boss told him. "Say, after buying newspapers here for 2 years, Lao Yang and the newsstand boss are also old acquaintances. Although the boss made the wrong rumors in the last incident, Lao Yang and his relationship are still good. But now the newsstand boss face seems to be more. It swelled a lot before, and the reason is self-evident." Lao Yang said to him, "Boss, what you said is not right. I just said something that should be said and believed the person who should be believed." "Boss, as long as you don't take other people's ignorance money in the future and don't help others to promote those rumors, to believe that many people are willing to believe in you. After all, you are here every day, and your understanding of the stock market is no less than that of some professional investors." After a few words of relief to the newsstand boss, Lao Yang walked into the stock exchange. He walked through the gate and immediately stopped because he felt a very different atmosphere. Lao Yang is now the most well-known person in the stock exchange, so when he came, someone came over and said to him, "Lao Yang, you are here. Why are you standing here? Did you also feel that the atmosphere in the trading floor is not right?" "In fact, I saw this kind of atmosphere early in the morning when I came over today. I just didn't understand what was going on." Lao Yang raised his head and glanced at the market. The man was still earnestly saying to him, "I've seen the situation of the market, and it's the same as yesterday. The same is still plummeting, but the decline is much smaller than yesterday. I thought that the market is about to rebound, but I didn't expect that the market is basically not moving much now. It seems to be tied up by a rope and suspended above this number. It seems that this stock market is revealing a sad mood." Old Yang murmured. His words shocked the man. "The stock market reveals a sad situation?" "Lao Yang, what do you mean by this? Is it possible that the stock market still has emotions and desires?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Yang shook his head and said, "The things I do not know, we are unable to give you an answer, but now the mood I too can relate to. Anyway, I went to the Luo always ask about the job." Having Lao Yang walked up and walked into the familiar office on the 2nd floor, but when he came in, Luo Han was the only one in the office. Lao Yang asked him straightforwardly, Mr. Luo, today's consultants haven't come here yet. I feel that the situation on the market and the situation in the trading floor are a bit weird, as if with a sad mood. Luo Han just looked at the situation in the trading floor downstairs and answered Lao Yang at the same time. Lao Yang, your feeling is not wrong, because just yesterday, Advisor Zhu was dismissed from his position. He is no longer our development consultant in Nanjing. Lao Yang was shocked immediately, and he muttered, Advisor Zhu, why was he dismissed? He is a good leader of our stock market, and we can't do without him in Nanjing stock market. Luo Han shook his head and said, if you can't live without it, you have to leave. Advisor Zhu is destined to fly in the sky all the time. The eagle, our Nanjing stock market, simply cannot tolerate him, so he should go to the United States to continue his studies. At this time, Lao Yang also changed his words. It turns out that this is the case. Then I believe in Consultant Zhu. Since he is leaving, I will believe that his future will be better. I will always support Consultant Zhu, whether at home or abroad. Chapter 261 The Legend of Nanjing? Nanu Port, the first mainland port in China, is as busy as ever. Although it may not seem conspicuous, it is the most important way to connect Hong Kong City and the mainland. In the current international environment, the most important window for domestic and international exchanges, there are countless merchants, travelers and others who come and go through Nanu Port every day. It is precisely because the Nanu Port is so important that in order to ensure the smoothness of the Nanu Port, not only a police station is specially set up here, but there are many police officers here, and even armed police soldiers with live ammunition are arranged to guard here. But today, the Nanu Port is on the Nanjing side. But the control was suddenly put in place, which made many people dumbfounded. Everyone gathered around the gate of the border checkpoint building and faced the armed police soldiers who were blocking them with, "What's the situation? Why control? Is it because some counter-revolutionaries want to abscond from abroad? Or are there any central leaders who want to go abroad secretly to visit?" Someone deliberately asked this, and immediately caused a burst of laughter, because everyone understood this. I'm just joking when I say it, because if some counter-revolutionaries want to abscond from abroad, they must be smuggled directly. How dare you go to any port in such a fair way? Isn't this waiting to be arrested? As for the secret visits of the central leaders abroad, it is also unreliable. You must know that the central leaders all have special planes. Isn't it good to go directly from the capital or an international metropolis like Shanghai? Why do you need to go to Hong Kong City by land port for transit? This does not require airlines. Faced with such a question, these armed police soldiers did not know how to answer. They could only stand silently but firmly, letting the crowd push me. Let me say that some equipment inside must be broken. Our domestic products are like this. They are of poor quality and have a short lifespan. If you just use them, they will be broken and need to be repaired. Unlike foreign products, that are really good things. When did you see Hong Kong City being controlled? Someone was talking loudly about his guess, but this time, the facts quickly slapped him, and he finished speaking, and someone next to him immediately shouted, "Look at someone crossing the border over there." Listen. At this shout, everyone looked at the bridge and saw someone crossing the bridge. What's going on? To say that they were only surprised and dumbfounded when they heard the news of the control. Then they were under control at the moment, but seeing someone else was crossing the bridge, it should have surprised them that their jaws were about to fall. Why can't you live it by yourself and let them pass it first? The counter-revolutionaries are too late to catch them. Obviously, there will be no armed police to protect them from leaving the country. Are they really important people? But the people who crossed the border looked very young. Almost all in their 20s. If one or two people of this age can understand, but so many people leave the country together, it is completely unpredictable. Suddenly someone shouted, "Then I know the young man in front, and he is the fourth one in front. He is Li Yang, the lobby manager of Ango Securities. I bought stocks from him, and I was lucky enough to have him eat it. Rice, so I won't admit it. It turns out that important people in the stock market are going to leave the country. No wonder they will need to be so ceremoniously protected. They are all national treasures in China, but I didn't expect them to be so young. Speaking of which, in emerging industries like stocks, only these young people can play, right? There are no mistakes and many words. But it's not right. You said Li Yang is so good. Who would be the three people who walked in front of him? I ask myself. I know very well about the Nanjian stock market, except for the director of the Shenzhen Stock Exchange and Cao Jianing, the chairman of the South Development Bank, who has not seen the end. I also know Liu Han, the founder of the stock market, and Zhang Heng, the deputy director of the office of the leading group of securities market. But not at all. Why are they qualified to walk in front of Li Yang? When everyone was wondering, a calm voice suddenly sounded, that may be a legend belonging to the Nanjian stock market. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. You may not have heard it before, but you can think about why our Nanjian stock market can be made from scratch. Is it just Liuan? I admit that Liuan is the pride of our South River, but also he created the South River stock market. After all, he is just a bureaucrat. To do things step by step he can, but if the other is probably a bit harder. After all, the stock market is different from other projects, cannot smooth sailing. The words reminded others that no one has been in Nanjian for a day or two. Who does not know that there have been several major accidents in the Nanjian stock market, which were all ups and downs in the stock market? But in the end there seemed to be no consequences. Just a while ago, I heard that speculators from other places came to Nanjian. Originally they wanted to mess up Nanjian's stock market, but the stock market fell. But they were also caught in the stock market, but they rescued ordinary investors. If you say that these things were done by Luan or someone in the Nanjian city government, they would not believe that they were killed. First of all, the officials in the agency were originally disciplined and could not interfere with the economic market, let alone manipulate, and Liu Han doesn't believe he has this ability. Since the public won't do this and Liu Han doesn't have the ability, then it seems that there can only be a mysterious person who runs through the development of the Nanjian stock market and helps the Nanjian stock market to solve all the problems. Could it be that person? He is the legend of the Nanjian stock market, said the calm voice. Before he had been protecting the Nanjian stock market. Just a while ago, he invited Hong Kong businessmen to invest and blocked the attacks of other speculators. He saved the money made by ordinary investors, and he can let the stock market survive any disaster. Even financial experts in Hong Kong and abroad praised him, especially his spirit. No one dared to pick him up. Everyone fell silent, but after a while, someone suddenly said, "Oh my God, you are the old Yang of the stock exchange." It was the one who perfectly predicted the stock market and helped thousands of investors escape this time. Lao Yang, the stock god of the stock market crash. Yes, I am Lao Yang. Lao Yang confessed without evasiveness, and when he heard of Lao Yang's identity, everyone around him gave him very surprised gazes. But Lao Yang didn't care about this, he just looked at those people who passed by on the Anu Bridge, especially the leading Nanjian legend. His eyes were full of worship. In fact, I want to say that the reason why I have helped thousands of investors to avoid the stock market crash this time is entirely the legend of Nanjian. He let me spread these news on the stock exchange. If it weren't for him, I would never know all of this. You call me a stock god, I really feel ashamed, because I don't deserve this title at all. Only him, old Yang said firmly. Lao Yang's emotions infected other people, making them all look at the Nanu Bridge one by one, watching the legend cross the bridge. You will always be the legend of Nanjian, and we Nanjian people will always remember you. Lao Yang suddenly shouted. Under his leadership, other people rushed to the bridge and shouted the same words. Legend of Nanjian, we will always remember you. The Nanjian legend in Lao Yang's mouth is naturally Ziming. This time, the Nanu port control is to allow Ziming and the others to go to Hong Kong more smoothly, and then transit through Hong Kong City and then go United States. In fact, for Ziming, He did not want to engage in port control. It would be best if he could go to Hong Kong City through the port in a local manner. However, Ziming must apply for a passport and visa to leave Nanjing. As the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, Chen Yunfei, he is sure will know. After dismissing Ziming's position as Nanjing development consultant, Chen Yunfei must be very sorry. After all, Ziming was trying to blame for the stock market's mistakes. After all, the stock market has risen or fallen, who doesn't know? And Nanjing's stock market has been in 2 years. The inside is only rising and not falling. This is part of Nanjing's rapid development. Several listed companies have achieved good results. But more often, it is the result of the city government's indulgence. Otherwise, just adjust and control it casually. Chen Yunfei didn't control it because of his political achievements, but he suffered from Ziming. And Chen Yunfei wanted to give him a privilege before Ziming left, which was a peace of mind. This behavior is said to be the exercise of privileges, but from another aspect, being Ziming's identity is not considered reckless. Chen Yunfei. After all, Ziming is a super-rich man who has earned trillions of dollars in North Russia. The financial class, that is the country's financial hope in the future. It is not too much to open the back door to them. It is for these reasons that today's scene has emerged. When Peng Shengyu, the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, personally sent Ziming to the Nanu port, temporary control was immediately carried out and everyone was prohibited from passing. After Ziming and the others had passed through the port city for an hour, the port will reopen. Ziming is not a hypocritical person. Since you, Secretary Chen Yunfei, want to grant this privilege, you can accept it yourself. Anyway, there are a lot of flesh on your own body, and you have the privilege to pass through the port alone to your classmates. Our safety is also guaranteed to a certain extent. After all, they have all interned in the stock exchange and Anglo Securities Company, and some people know them. Suddenly, Ziming heard the call from the port. Ziming turned his head and looked around. He saw many people shouting toward this side at the gate of the border checkpoint building. The legend of Nanjing. Is this me calling? Ziming was a little surprised, but then the students in the finance class around him looked at him with firmer eyes, and undoubtedly told him with certainty that this legend refers to you, the teacher. Ziming smiled. He stretched out his hand and waved it casually over there, and suddenly there was an exclamation. And even many people jumped up with excitement, just like the star chasers of later generations. On the other side of the border checkpoint square, Suhan cried with joy when she saw this scene. Although she could not go abroad with Ziming for some reasons, she was very happy about Ziming's affairs. The direction of Nanu Bridge murmured, "Did you see and hear Ziming? This is your incomparable charm. The things you do, the thoughts you have, can be admired." Suhan paused. "Look." Ziming looked lopsided figure. She finally said, "Ziming, you'll break another piece of day in a foreign country. He'll be waiting for you at the Proyang, forever." 260th Chapter 2 is betting on the dignity of the royal police. The Nanu Bridge is only 32 meters long, and ordinary people just ran past. Ziming and the students from the finance class quickly walked across the bridge. There is a border checkpoint for Nanjing on the Nanu Bridge, and there is also a border checkpoint on the opposite side of Gangqing. As soon as Ziming and the others walked off the bridge, they saw many policemen standing at the exit here. One of the police officers saw Ziming and the others came down and took the initiative to salute them and said, "Hello sir. Please and the people behind you come with me to do a registration check. Nothing is wrong, no skipping." Since it is a border crossing, it is a routine procedure to undergo inspections when crossing the border, but the police officer's tone is very respectful. He wanted to see the control situation at the Nanu port opposite, which made him think that Ziming was something extraordinary. Ziming didn't bother to explain anything about it. He just nodded slightly, followed them to the office next to him, took out his passport and visa and gave them to them for inspection. The police officer looked at Ziming's passport and was stunned at the time. He asked in an unbelievable way, "Is your name Mr. Ziming, right? You are a university teacher. This time you brought these students to study abroad?" Ziming nodded and said, Yes, but to be precise, I am not a real teacher. I am more like a class counselor. This answer immediately messed up the police officer. He couldn't imagine an ordinary class counselor. How can employees get that kind of treatment? The mainland is not a feudal hierarchical society, and is power only open to those high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen? With this thought in mind, the police officer read Ziming's passport and visa several times, but still did not find any problems. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Of course, Ziming understood what the police officer was thinking. However, based on the principle that more is worse than less, Ziming just asked him, "Police officer, have you checked? Can I go now?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. "Are you really students and counselors? Are you studying abroad?" The police officer almost blurted out regret this sentence, but when he said this sentence, the police officer did it. He subconsciously looked aside and saw that his subordinates were all looking at him. He suddenly remembering that he had just boasted that he had come to Haiku and said that it must be someone from the mainland, which made him suddenly feel that he couldn't hold back his face. "Yes, I think it has been written in detail on my visa," Ziming said. Originally, the police officer was thinking about how he should come back. When he heard Ziming's words, he pointed to the port and asked, "What's going on at the Nanu port?" Ziming spread his hands. "I'm sorry, I don't know about that." "You fart." The police officer stood up and said, slapped the table, "You inland guys are so dishonest. I think you are a spy sent by the inland government, under the guise of an overseas student. I want to catch you and give it to my boss." Ziming frowned. He didn't want to have any conflict with the police officer here, but the police officer's aggressiveness over and over again really made him very much annoyed. "Mr. Police Officer, I think what my identity is, it has nothing to do with you. I have entered the country through a formal channel, and it has been clearly written on my visa. I am a teacher. Students studying abroad." The police officer raised his brows and said with a meaningful smile, "Yeah, you are still paying attention. Do you think you are in the mainland? Tell you this is in Hong Kong City. No matter what your status is in the mainland, you are here to be honest with Lao Tzu. Tell me what you ask. Don't play tricks with me, otherwise you will be hacked to death if you leave this border checkpoint. Is it?" Nothing is wrong without skipping words. After speaking, the police officer sat back in his seat and said, "So now I suspect that you are a spy from the mainland. For the sake of the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong City, I decided to detain you temporarily." The police officer took his handcuffs and walked around. Ziming had to be handcuffed to the table, but Ziming shook his head and said, "If I were you, I would not do this." "So you won't be me, mainlander. I will teach you to treat Hong Kong people today. Respect is necessary," the police officer said very arrogantly, but his words came to an abrupt end here, because he only walked to Ziming's body, and his hands were protruding like lightning, and he directly grabbed his hands. The person who shot is naturally Ziming's bodyguard. Since he has always been taciturn and does not have a high sense of presence, the police officer's attention has always been on Ziming, and he ignored him, and the police followed Ziming. Come in together and see the police officer coming to handcuff Ziming. He can't help but take action. Are you still daring to do it? It seems that something happened today. It seems that you don't want to show you some inland guys. You really think that the people in Hong Kong are really bullied? The police officer said. He called people over. Facing the policeman approaching him, Ziming didn't panic. He just raised his head and gave him a glance, and then nodded slightly at him. Ziming knew that he was telling himself that there was no problem. So Ziming said to him, "Don't hurt people, they are the Hong Kong City Police after all." It sounds like an impossible task to solve the few strong policemen who come around without hurting people, but for the police, it is easy to do. He has too many ways to make people lose their mobility without hurting people. But these gang city policemen didn't know, especially the police officer. He was even more furious when he heard Ziming's words. This made it clear that he didn't put them in his eyes, so he yelled and took the lead and threw his fist towards, slapped on the face, but his fist was caught by the in midair, and then grabbed his hand back and handcuffed him to the table easily. The police officer was resolved. and other policemen arrived. They all rushed towards the police, but the police just took action without a hassle. He grabbed the hand of the policeman in the front and removed his arm with one push and pull, then he reached out and pinched the chin of the policeman next to him, and with a clever effort, his jaw was dislocated. Suddenly, there was a strong wind whistling in his ears. It turned out that a policeman used a truncheon to hit him on the back of the head while he was solving this. Without looking at the back, he bends over to avoid the blow, and then turned around with a whip leg tucked in his knees, causing him to kneel on the ground. After solving these four, they looked back confidently. The last three people were stared by him, and immediately stopped in place and did not dare to move. Obviously, was shocked by the action of solving the four people in an instant. Others may not know, but as colleagues, they know very well that the police officer is a master of the police force. He was sent here only because of his bad temper, but he is still very capable. At least none of these 6 people had ever beaten him, but in front of the young man, he was resolved after one face-to-face encounter. There are 3 other people. They don't say how powerful they are, at least they are about the same as themselves. They also meet each other. Then, doesn't going up by themselves mean giving away their heads? At this moment, the police officer suddenly shouted, "Imgrass! What are you guys doing in a daze? Don't you have guns?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Following the police officer's shout, the 3 policemen did not react, but they moved first. He strode forward and directly grabbed the first policeman's gun, and the second policeman subconsciously wanted to draw his gun, but he didn't know how much faster he was. His hand touched the holster, and his foot kicked over. He only heard a scream and his hand was dislocated. When the last policeman saw this, he didn't even dare to take the gun, so he directly raised his hand and surrendered. Seeing this, the police officer beat the floor with anger. "You guys really lose the face of our Hong Kong City Police." Ziming relieved him and said, "Actually, I think your brothers have done a good job. After all, my friend's skill is not ordinary. It's not that I look down on him. As far as you are in the Hong Kong City Police Force, I'm afraid that no one is his opponent." Ziming stood up while talking, and he walked to the police officer. He squatted down and said to him, "To be honest, I really don't understand why you want to do this. My passport and visa are obviously normal, or do you think we were so grand when we came from the Nanu port? So I just boasted that we must have some identity in Haiku, but now we don't have any. You think you've lost your face." Before Ziming's words were finished, the police officer interrupted him and said, "Fart, let me tell you, I just feel like it. You must have a problem. And you are definitely not. Teachers and students, I will not let you have the opportunity to do anything that endangers Hong Kong City. I want to be worthy of my title of Royal Police." The police officer stretched out his hand to go, caught Ziming, but his hands were handcuffed. It was impossible to touch Ziming. Ziming stood up and shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that you are a police officer with a sense of justice. But it is a pity that you seem to be a little delusional. This is a disease that needs to be cured. I will also tell you that I am really the university counselor. This time I really want to take my students from Hong Kong to study abroad." "You fart." The police officer still insisted, "You mainlander, I tell you not to be arrogant. This is Hong Kong City, and there are many righteous royal police like me. No matter what conspiracy you have, we will definitely fight you. In the end, even if you bet on the dignity of our royal police, wait for it." Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was opened and a few people in police uniforms walked in. The police officer immediately became happy when he saw the leader. "Inspector Wang, here? Great. We will arrest all these mainlanders. They are too arrogant, they dare to attack the police here, and the methods are extremely rude and cruel. They must be crimes sent by the mainland elements." Then the police officer turned to Ziming and said, "I don't care who you are from the mainland and what your purpose is. But as long as Inspector Wang comes, you will be dead, because he is the commander-in-chief of this border checkpoint. We have hundreds of police officers. I don't believe you are all-powerful. If we have tens of thousands of hot-blooded police officers in Hong Kong City, Your conspiracy will not succeed. Ziming frowned, and he said to the police officer who came in, "You are Inspector Wang." "There are no mistakes." "Hello, I am Ziming from China." Ziming originally wanted to explain to Inspector Wang. After all, the situation in the house is too violent. It was the crime scene, but only when Ziming said what he said, Inspector Wang gestured to him not to say it. Inspector Wang walked towards Ziming, but he walked directly, and finally walked in front of the police officer, raised his hand and slapped him with a loud slap, and cursed, "Look at what you have done!" Chapter 263 is prosperous on Hong Kong Island. Inspector Wang's slap directly slapped the police officer. He stared at Inspector Wang and couldn't say a word. He couldn't believe that Inspector Wang would fight himself. He doesn't even understand what this is for. Obviously it was the mainland guy who attacked the police, but instead of arresting him, he came to beat himself. Not only the police officer, but the other police officers were also blinded. They all forgot the pain of dislocation on their own body at the moment, but stared at Inspector Wang blankly, and their minds were in confusion. Ziming didn't expect this for the first time, but when he saw Lin Muking and Li Cheng coming in behind, he immediately understood. "Sister Cheng Muking, thank you." Ziming nodded and thanked them. Li Cheng smiled and said a gesture of effort, while Lin Muking came over with concern and asked, "Ziming, are you okay? I heard that you were brought over for special interrogation." So Dong Li asked him to call Inspector Wang. They didn't. "How is it to you? Are you not injured?" "There are no mistakes in many words." "My okay Sister Muking, they are here to protect me. Unless they plant a bomb here, no one can hurt me." Ziming say. Lin Muking saw 6 people kneeling or lying on the ground, and she was relieved. "That's good. But how can there be such a police officer at the checkpoint here? Why does he want to target you like this?" Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, "I don't know, but I think it's the police officer who thinks I should be a person of identity. As a result, he guessed wrong and felt that I couldn't hold on to the face, so he wanted to keep me here to ask more questions." Click it. Lin Muking asked suspiciously, "Is that really the case?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." "That must be the case." Ziming said affirmatively. "Do you know who this person is?" "He is a good friend of Mr. Li Cheng and Miss Lin Muking, and a very influential figure in the mainland." "You dare to stab him privately? Do you want our entire police force to suffer with you?" "I still want to shoot." "Who gave you the power? Do you want to rebel or something?" "From today on, you have suspended me at home for reflection." Inspector Wang scolded the police officer severely, and then glancing at the police officer who was completely dislocated next to him and said, "Get out of here, all of you. Don't be ashamed here." When Inspector Wang was scolded, all the police officers endured the pain and went out. Inspector Wang came to Zhu Ming said with a smile on his face in front of Ming, "Mr. Li, Miss Lin, and Mr. Ziming from the mainland, I am very sorry that I didn't discipline my subordinates and made you laugh." "Mr. Ziming, are you okay?" "There are no mistakes." Before Ziming had spoken, Lin Muking was not happy. "Inspector Wang, what do you mean by laughing? These people under your hand have detained my friend for no reason. You heard the situation just now, and they would still draw their guns. If it weren't for me, my friend is protected." "Is it about to be killed here? Are you a royal police or a bandit den?" "I will definitely complain to your chief superintendent of this matter." Hearing what Lin Muking said, Inspector Wang he became nervous, because he knew that Lin Muking could really do this, so he immediately pleaded with Li Cheng and said, "Mr. Li, you see this is really just an accident and it did not cause any loss. I think he will let him give it to him." "Mr. Ziming, please apologize." Li Cheng shook his head and said, "This is no good. This incident shows that there is a big problem in your police force. It is necessary to lodge a complaint with the chief superintendent." Inspector Wang was stunned. He had no idea that this would be the result, because in his impression, Li Cheng has always been a good person, and he would not care too much about ordinary things. So he was the first after Lin Muking said that he would complain to the chief superintendent. When I thought of looking for him for a while, I just hoped that he could come out and say something for himself, or just let the matter go. But he didn't expect that Li Cheng, who was always good at talking, would not be good at talking this time. He helped Ziming to seek justice. This situation made Inspector Wang dumbfounded. Although he had already guessed that Ziming's identity was not simple when Li Cheng and Lin Muking found him, but now he realized that he still underestimated Ziming and made Lin Muking do this. Nervous, let Li Cheng speak for him like this identity. Inspector Wang thought so. But the development of the next thing broke his imagination once again. Ziming said to Li Cheng and Lin Muking, "Sister Cheng Muking, since this Inspector Wang said so, let's be the case for today. Anyway, I'm fine, there is no need to make a lot of trouble." Here Ziming said that Li Cheng and Lin Muking, who were still insisting just now, changed their words immediately, but Lin Muking still warned him, "Inspector Wang, now that Mr. Ziming said this, I will not complain to the chief superintendent. But what happened today, you must conduct a thorough investigation, and the responsible person must also be punished the most severely. If I know that you are cheating for personal gains, I still have to lodge a complaint with the chief superintendent." Inspector Wang nodded hurriedly. "Miss Lin, please rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory account." Inspector Wang felt fortunate, and at the same time felt even more afraid of Ziming's identity, because he knew Li Cheng Lin Muking is a human. They are all wealthy members of the upper class in Hong Kong. They are qualified to have dinner with the governor. Now they come to pick up Ziming on their own initiative. It is Ziming's word. They will forget it, even though they are there. Give Ziming face. But on the other hand, if Ziming himself is not capable, where would he find this face? Compared with Inspector Wang, the police officer comrade who was still handcuffed there was completely stunned at this time. He wanted to slap himself a few more times at this time, and only hated that his IQ was not enough. After talking to Inspector Wang, Ziming and Lin Muking and Li Cheng walked out of the inquiry room. The students of the finance class outside were at the door. Seeing Ziming came out, they all surrounded them. The expressions on their faces were very worried. They obviously heard them. The fighting in the interrogation room just now. The concern of these students made Ziming feel very warm. He said to these students, "Don't worry, everyone, I'm fine." Just a short sentence. The students below immediately cheered, and at this time Inspector Wang also walked out. In the inquiry room, Ziming asked him, "Do these students who inspected mine still need to be checked?" Inspector Wang shook his head hurriedly. "Of course not. You are all approved for entry with all your documents. You can leave at any time now." The students below cheered happily again. Such cheers were undoubtedly heard in Inspector Wang's ears. His face. But at this time he can only suffer. Ziming took the classmates to leave with Lin Muking and Li Cheng. Outside the border checkpoint, Lin Muking prepared a bus for Ziming and them. Ziming and his classmates got on the bus together, and Lin Muking and Li Cheng also sat with them. Bus. This situation stunned Chen Yanning and the finance class students, because from the situation at the border checkpoint just now, Lin Muking and Li Cheng, who came to pick them up, are obviously in a good position here in Hong Kong. Not only that, according to the teacher, even if the teacher wants to take the bus, they will also take the bus together. And they definitely didn't plan to take the bus. Otherwise, there would be no need for 3 or 2 Lincoln cars outside the bus. Li Yang, who spoke the fastest, couldn't help but said to Ziming, "Teacher, it turns out that people who are really good are good everywhere. I didn't expect you to be so influential here in Hong Kong. You deserve to be our teacher." Ziming smiled helplessly at this. After all, there are some things that are not good to tell them. Actually, it is not how influential she is, but Lin Muking's feelings for herself. She will not let herself take the bus and go to the car. Then Lin Muking on the bus. How could Li Cheng go to the car by himself? He was not such an arrogant person, so Li Cheng finally sat down with him. After getting in the car, Lin Muking said to Ziming, "I booked you the plane for tomorrow. Let's take a day off in Hong Kong City today. I booked the Peninsula Hotel for you." Ziming nodded and said, "Then first, take the students to the hotel to divide the room first, and then have a meal. In the afternoon, take them around Central and visit the Hong Kong city. Finally, you can also arrange a barbecue at the beach in the evening, and all seafood can be taken on a yacht by yourself. It's pretty good to go fishing at sea, Li Cheng suggested after taking the conversation. Ziming and Lin Muking did not deliberately avoid them when they were talking. The classmates heard their arrangement and immediately cheered and thanked Li Cheng and Lin Muking. There are 30 to 40 kilometers from the border checkpoint to Central itself. In addition, they have allocated rooms at the Peninsula Hotel. Although the rooms are booked in advance, there are also hotel attendants to help carry and put the luggage, but it still takes a lot of time, and didn't get to Central until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The CMB was driving slowly on the road in Central. The students in the finance class saw the bustling scene in Central and immediately couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! Is this the Hong Kong city? It's really prosperous everywhere. It's a high-rise building, and it feels like we are walking in the jungle of steel." Looking at the surprised expressions of his classmates, Ziming remembered the first time he and Lin Muking came to Central in Hong Kong, not because of the prosperity here. Excited, Ziming glanced at Lin Muking subconsciously and found that Lin Muking was also smiling at herself. It was obviously the performance of her classmates, which reminded her of how she was when she first came to Hong Kong City. At this time, the classmates' exclamation stopped, and Yi Ning said to Ziming, "Teacher, I'm sorry, we were ashamed of you just now." Ziming was surprised. He looked at the other classmates and saw that their faces were also with a guilty expression. This made Ziming a little bit dumbfounded. Maybe it was his nostalgic expression that made them misunderstood. Ziming shook his head and said to them, "Classmates, you don't have to apologize at all, because you are not wrong. Lag behind Hong Kong City, it's normal for you to be surprised when you first come here. Let's not tell you, even when I first arrived, my performance was similar to yours." Ziming's words sounded very contemptuous to Lin Muking, because Ziming had just arrived in Hong Kong. "The city is really good, and I took her to bet on stone again, and I bet with Wang Yanlong to buy stock indexes, and bought a fund company." Even Li Cheng took the initiative to inject capital. "I am afraid that no one can beat him." Okay, but now in front of the classmates, Lin Muking didn't say much. "And this Central is the political and commercial center of the entire Hong Kong city." Ziming drew a circle to introduce the students. "Government, multinational banks and other financial institutions are here. There are countless markets and shopping malls, so all we saw were skyscrapers. If you want to say that the people of Hong Kong City are proud of it, this is what we're talking about." Ziming's words fell here, and Li Yang immediately stood up and said, "Teacher, I believe that our domestic cities will catch up here one day, or even surpass here. So you need to work hard." Ziming said with a smile, "The so-called stock market and securities, their biggest role is actually it's not as simple as making money in stocks. The most important thing is to stimulate the economy, optimize the allocation of resources, and make the entire market more active." Teacher, please rest assured, when we go abroad, we must study hard and not let the teacher down. All students said in unison. Ziming smiled and nodded and said, "I believe in you, and I will also wait to see your performance." The reason for the morning of chapter 264. Bao thanks for the monthly pass of Sang Yuanzai and Fengshen Yu shall stand by. Repulse Bay is a crescent-shaped bay in the south of Hong Kong Island. The water is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is a very famous bay in Hong Kong. It even has the reputation of being the best bay in the world and Hawaii in the east. It can be said to be a harbor, one of the best resorts in town. Of course, there are many villas in such a good place, and Li Cheng's villa is here in Repulse Bay. However, Li Cheng is not the Li Cheng 10 years later. He is not yet the richest man in China. The richest Chinese man is still Zheng Haolong, the king of the ship. Therefore, the best villa here in Repulse Bay is where Zheng Haolong lives, followed by the second ship Wang Tonggang. In addition, Li Cheng's nature was kind and he started very late, so he only managed to get a middle-level villa, which was later snatched from the hands of a ruined rich man. The best villas are directly facing the sea, and there is a sandy beach for themselves, but Li Cheng's villa does not have this treatment, and can only use the sandy beach dedicated to the villain area. In the evening, on the beach of Repulse Bay, several bonfires were lighted up, and a barbecue party was going on here. Many people gathered together to eat and drink, talking and laughing. Wow! I didn't expect that Mr. Lee would still grill, and the squid that you grilled would be so delicious. If you hadn't known that you were a famous entrepreneur in Hong Kong, I would have thought you were a super chef, someone exclaimed. Here it was the beach barbecue conducted by Li Cheng, Ziming, Lin Muking, and the students in the finance class. Li Cheng also showed a hand, but Ziming and Lin Muking were not on the beach, but came to a small pavilion behind. Ziming, did you deliberately arrange to go to Central this afternoon? Lin Muking asked. Yes and no, Ziming said. Central is the political and economic center of Hong Kong City. Since I decided to stay here for one night when I came to Hong Kong City, then Central is definitely going to go. There is no intention to talk about it, just a word. When I come back, I really hope that the students can take a look at the Central in Hong Kong City. Why? Is it to stimulate their motivation? Lin Muking asked. Ziming nodded and said, yes, if you don't see some things with your own eyes, it's hard to feel that kind of penetration into your heart. Moreover, foreign countries are a colorful world. Some things will only be sought after they have been experienced. These students are carefully selected by the country, and they are all talented. Lin Muking understood this. She knew very well that many things, no matter how good they said, were not so impactful before they saw it in person. Actually, bringing these students to Central today also reminds me of the first time we came to Hong Kong City. Lin Muking said. Ziming turned her head and looked at Lin Muking. Her eyes were bright and she seemed to remember something. Ziming also smiled and said, yes. At that time, I remember Sister Muking, you looked at such a prosperous Hong Kong City. I'm afraid, I have to hold my hand to dare to leave. Before Ziming finished speaking, she felt her ribs were pinched. Lin Muking said with a shy face and anxiously, what is my hand holding? I dared to leave. It was obviously you guy who wanted to hold my hand. What do you think? I don't know yet. But think about it, when we stayed in a hotel in Central for more than 100 Hong Kong dollars a day, I felt so distressed. After all, one day the room rate is my 1 month's salary. But it's fine now. Let alone a room of more than 100 Hong Kong dollars a day. It is 10,000 or even 100,000 Hong Kong dollars a day. Comfortable, Ziming said jokingly. Lin Muking slapped Ziming irritably, gave Ziming a dissatisfied look, and then said, at that time, you said you wanted to open a futures account for the Hong Kong Stock Index. I didn't understand all of it. I could only believe it with you. Although every day, I am worried, I still have a very fulfilling life. This is awesome, Muking sister, you have trusted me home, otherwise you don't understand these things. I just fool you and you don't know anything. Ziming said jokingly. But you won't do this, because I know Ziming, you are a big person who wants to do big things. It is impossible to do such nasty things. Having said that, Lin Muking suddenly turned her head and looked at Ziming and asked, this morning you at the border checkpoint, do you really think that the police officer deliberately detained you in the inquiry room? But did he have to save himself? Ziming was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Muking's turn to be so sudden, and there was no sign at all. Yes, suddenly jumped from recollection to an irrelevant question. Sister Muking, do you think that police officer is trying to save herself? Or is there some other reason? Is this important? Or is there any benefit if we figure it out? Or Zheng Banqiao's words, life is alive, it's rare to be confused. After all, we are not big people yet. Even at the stage where Li Cheng is now, don't we still pretend to be confused about many things? Ziming said. So Ziming has seen the problem a long time ago, and thinks that the police officer detained you was a problem? Lin Muking asked again. Ziming nodded. How could there be no problem? I have no grudges with him in this life. Why did he aim at me like this? and it was still on the premise that he saw the opposite and knew that I might have an unusual identity. Isn't he making trouble for himself? If you say that he is a teenage middle school student, I believe it, but he is in his 30s, right? It makes no sense to be so impulsive. Since you know that the police officer has another question. He wants to make trouble for you on purpose. Why don't you tell me in advance? Don't you know my contact information? Lin Muking interrupted Zuming with staring eyes, and Zuming understood how Lin Muking could think so. Jumping. In fact, she was caring about herself. Zuming took Lin Muking's hand and said to her gently, Sister Muking is okay, isn't he? It okay with me? You know, it's okay to have her by my side. He is the king of the capital garrison, and he is a first-class expert in both guns and close combat. But no matter how you can risk yourself, Lin Muking said, Ziming, you need to know that you are not the same as you 2 years ago. You gave me my company. There is also the company of Xiaoan's sister in China, and your business in North Russia. All of this needs you. Lin Muking's words were full of right. My own concern made Zuming feel very warm, but Zuming still interrupted her and said to her, Sister Muking, in fact, my biggest reliance is that the other party just wants to teach me a lesson, but doesn't want to be true. What happened? The reason, Muking, you just said, I have so many careers. It's not the time that a random street bastard can hack me to death 2 years ago. Lin Muking was still dissatisfied. But that police officer is really hateful. Maybe I still can't find the person behind the ghost, but the police officer who dares to find you fault, I must make him look good. Ziming smiled and waved to her and said, I don't think this is necessary anymore. I'm afraid someone will do this. Is it Inspector Wang? I honestly don't believe that person. Lin Muking said. Ziming shook her head and pointed her finger at it. Lin Muking was stunned for a moment, and was about to ask Ziming, but then suddenly a student shouted, Here, Teacher Muking's sister. Li Yang said he is going to jump in a grass skirt here. Woo, come here. And the scallops and abalones that Yining grilled for you, I ate a little bit of it. It was delicious. Oh, Yining, don't beat me. I really didn't mean to steal it on purpose. I just can't bear it. Lived. Ziming and Lin Muking both laughed at the movement over there. Ziming said to Lin Muking, Sister Muking, let me watch the morning's matter pass. So let's not worry about it anymore. It's better to focus on the present and the future. Let's play with the classmates first. Ziming took Lin Muking's hand and walked down the beach to join the barbecue party. When the barbecue party on the Repulse Bay was getting into trouble, in Yanjing Zongnanhai, more than 2,000 kilometers away, Chairman Du Zong turned out to be in Yang Dingguo's room. Mr. Yang was now leaning on a recliner and closing his eyes, listening. When he arrived at Du Zong Yiyuan, he immediately opened his eyes, beckoned to Du Zong Yiyuan to come and sit down, and then asked, Comrade Zong Yiyuan, you are still here at this late hour. You must have some news about Ziming, right? Did you leave for the United States? Du Zong Yiyuan smiled embarrassedly and said, I can't hide anything from Mr. Yang. It is true that there is news from Zuming to report to you, but it is not the news of his going to the United States. He is today. When I arrived in Hong Kong City, the plan was to stay in Hong Kong City for a day and then go to the United States tomorrow. That is, what trouble did he encounter when he arrived in Hong Kong City? Yang Dingo asked guessingly. Du Zong Yiyuan nodded and said, this morning Ziming and the students from the finance class went to Hong Kong through the Nanu port. Ziming clashed with the Hong Kong police at the Hong Kong border crossing station. The police were in the inquiry room with the Hong Kong City. The police from Hong Kong started. Yang Dingo was a little surprised. Is there something like this? What's the reason? It is said that the police officer over there is deliberately making things difficult for Ziming and wanting to detain Ziming for a period of time. Du Zong Yiyuan replied. Yang Dingguo's brows frowned at the time. He looked at Du Zong Yiyuan but didn't say anything, because they were all old partners. Yang Dingo knew very well that Du Zong Yiyuan was not the kind of person who would come to report some half-hearted news. So Yang Dingo did, waiting for his next words. Sure enough, Du Zong Yiyuan quickly went on to say, Chen Yunfei of Nanjing received the news when this incident happened. He also sent people to investigate and found that it might involve Bnhai. Sure enough, it was them who missed Ziming in Nanjing a hand, without success. Now I want to get sick when he goes to Hong Kong City. It's really useless. Yang Dingo first commented disdainfully, and then thought about it seriously. Central Plains, you go call Comrade Lin Zikang. No matter whether he knows it or not, there are some things we have to accept, and we can't let them go too far. After all, we're still here. Du Zongyuan nodded and said, okay, Mr. Yang, I'll notify you right away. Comrade Zikang, behind the takeoff of Chapter 265. Bao thanks for the monthly ticket support of domineering Tangtan. Hong Kong International Airport is a very interesting airport. It is not located in the suburbs like other airports. It is located in a noisy downtown area, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only one runway extending to the sea. At the other end of the runway are mountains and residential buildings. Every takeoff and landing of a plane is completed on top of the mountains and residential buildings, so here it is also known as the most dangerous airport in the world. But the irony is that precisely because of the danger of the airport, this is also the airport with the least air crash in the world, and the flights of Ziming and the finance class will take off from here. Hello. Pan Am Flight A6384 to Brighton, Massachusetts. It is now allowed to enter the runway and take off. Pretty and elegant lady at the tower. Flight A6384 has been received, and it has entered the runway and is ready to depart. With the tower and the flight pilot's dialogue, a Boeing 747 large passenger plane slowly lifted off from the runway of the airport. After flying to the sea, it turned around in a sharp turn, continuously climbed altitude, and flew toward the United States over mountains and residential buildings. Below the airport, a black Lincoln sedan was parked outside the airport. The door opened, and a very beautiful woman was standing at the door. She was wearing sunglasses, looking up at the flight slowly leaving the port against the sunset. In her heart with infinite emotion, she murmured, Ziming, you must work hard in the United States. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely be able to break out another world there. I will work hard in Hong Kong City. This woman, it was Lin Muking, who was blessing Ziming, and Ziming and all the students in the finance class were on the flight A6384 that took off. As the flight took off, all the students in the finance class became nervous. Of course, this was not the first time they were nervous on a plane, but the first time they went abroad. After all, going abroad in this era is not as simple as later generations, especially these students are talented. Around the age of 20, they are going to study and live in a completely unfamiliar country for a few years. The tension and fear or excitement in their hearts are inevitable. In response, Ziming smiled and said to them, it takes nearly 30 hours to travel from Hong Kong City to Brighton, including transit. The time difference between Brighton and Hong Kong City is still 12 hours. Jet lag. Everyone should take a break on the plane. Otherwise, you will have no energy when you arrive in Brighton, and you will lose people abroad. Don't say that you are from China. That should be, how do you say it? Deputy Squad Leader Li Yang asked subconsciously. Just say you are Japanese. Needless to say, just one sentence of 8 teeth. Ziming's answer made everyone laugh. This laughter also dilutes their nervousness and excitement when they get on the plane. After a while, everyone gradually calmed down. When the lights in the cabin dimmed, everyone fell asleep. Ziming looked at the dark night sky outside, thinking that although he was not going abroad for the first time, but compared to the time I went to North Russia, this time seems more critical. Ziming then thought, and compared to that time, it looks like he was kicked out of the country this time when he went abroad, but in fact it should have affected a lot of things, right? There are many words without mistakes. When Ziming thought about it this way, Lin Zikang was accepting criticism from Yang La and Du Zongyuan in the Xuan room in the capital Yanjing. Comrade Zikang, I think I came to you today because of what happened. You already know it in your heart. There are no mistakes, many words? Yang Dingo asked, although Mr. Yang's tone is just normal chat, but listen, it was extremely sharp in Lin Zikang's ears, when Lin Zikang felt a cool breath coming up from his back. In front of Mr. Yang, Lin Zikang didn't dare to pretend to be stupid. He could only say honestly, "Old Mr. Yang is very sorry. I just got news about the incident in Hong Kong City. I will conduct a thorough investigation on the matter immediately. I will definitely punish the responsible person." Yang Dingo glanced at Lin Zikang and said, "I don't care if you just got it or whatever, but you guys on the coast, this time you did a little too much. Do you know that Iron Chairman Do is still here? What do you want to rebel? Or do you think that you are now the president of the country and you can do whatever you want? You want to buy the police officer from Hong Kong City to target Ziming? You are too lawless." Yang Dingo said a sentence was more serious than a sentence. In the end, he couldn't help but take a few shots on the chair. Yang Dingo's shots were not heavy, but all of them seemed to be shot directly on his heart, making him frightened. However, Lin Zikang still bowed his head and said, "Old Yang, I'm very sorry, and I didn't expect anyone to do this kind of thing." "I didn't expect it," Yang Dingo said. "That's the person under your hand. You say it's you. If they can't hold back the people under their hands, they will do things on their own, or is it such a lawless thing?" "Nothing is wrong, no words." Lao Yang's retort made Lin Zikang sweat, and he immediately said, "It's not like that. I will definitely find out who is behind the scenes and assure you that this kind of thing will never happen again." Yang Dingo stretched out his hand. He clicked Lin Zikang and said, "I hope you can do what you say. This country has finally achieved what it is today. I will never hand him over to someone who can't afford the responsibility." Yang Dingo didn't give it to him. When Lin Zikang had the opportunity to speak, he waved his hand to let Lin Zikang go back first, and after Lin Zikang left, Du Zongyuan spoke to him and asked him, "How?" "It's definitely not him. After all, he is the successor I like, and he won't arrange this kind of small belly chicken intestines, but he must know in advance," Yang Dingo said, "but now I am vaccinated for him. His character will definitely be investigated carefully when he goes back, and he can handle as much as he can. It's a wake-up call for him and those people." Yang Dingo paused when he said that, and then asked Du Zongyuan, "It's just now. Ming's flight to the United States has already taken off. How are the arrangements there?" "Lao Yang, don't worry, they have already been arranged," Du Zongyuan said. "Moreover, there is no problem with the news from the United States." Yang Dingo breathed a sigh of relief. "That's all right. Our country has gone through ups and downs for so many years, and there have been many scumbags who are obsessed with power or crazy subverting, but they are more for the hero of the motherland, Comrade Central Plains. We are all old, we can see that the future is an era of great change, but we are a bit unable to keep up with the rhythm. So what we can do is take care of these heroes who can lead the times." If Ziming knew you for this evaluation of him, he must be flattered, Du Zongyuan said. Yang Dingo shook his head and said, "I don't think he will necessarily. Just when Ziming's Pan Am Flight A6384 took off from Hong Kong, far away on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, the White House received the news. At this time, the newly elected U.S. President Walsh was eating breakfast with his wife in the White House's own dining room. He received the news and immediately put down the bread and milk, and hurriedly left the restaurant, so hurried that he forgot to wipe his mouth. In the office next to the restaurant, a tall, middle-aged man has been waiting here. This man is named Brent, who is the assistant to the President for National Security Affairs of the United States. Seeing President Walsh coming in, Brent immediately stepped forward to report to him, but Walsh waved his hand and said, "I already know that the flight from China Ziming has already departed from Hong Kong. It is Brighton, Massachusetts. There are more than 20 Chinese-selected students on the plane. They are going to Harvard University to study financial knowledge." Walsh paused at this point. He raised his head and asked Brent, "Mr. Brent, do you think he is a dangerous man?" "At least not a friend," Brent said. Mr. President, remember the knife tower plan laid down by the predecessor President Logan? The original plan was to launch a financial war against the Soviet Union and take advantage of the disintegration of the Soviet Union to plunder at least $20 trillion in assets from there, but it was because of Zeming's suddenness. The break-in caused the plan that had been prepared for 15 years to go bankrupt. Not only did the assets decrease a lot, but even Mr. Matar also rebelled. Walsh nodded. As the President of the United States, he must understand this matter, especially when the financial war broke out when he just took office. Indeed, if this money can be earned back, then our country will be much better now, and there will not be so many fiscal deficits. Walsh took a deep breath, suppressing some of the irritability in his heart, and he again asked Brent, but after all, Zeming is a person protected by the Chinese authorities. It is not particularly good to do what he has to do rashly. What about? Is there any news? They are all opposed to allowing Zeming to enter the country, especially the William family. They even advocated shooting Zeming, Brent said. Walsh was a bit annoyed. These greedy coyotes, the biggest beneficiaries of this financial war are them. Of course, they want Zeming to look good. Especially this old William. It is not enough for him to control the Fed. He still wants to get involved. All the banks. I don't want to think about how China will react. Facing Walsh's anger, Brent just stood there quietly, as if he hadn't heard it, and Walsh burst into flames. After calming down again, he raised his head and asked Brent, "You are my national security assistant. What about your suggestion?" "My suggestion is that other international students from China can be admitted to Harvard University, but this Zeming must control it. When he gets off the plane at the airport, he must control it. It can be based on identification issues or other issues, and must not be released." Brent thought about it and added, "I heard that Zeming has a bodyguard around him. Specially trained agents need to be sent." Walsh nodded and was about to say something. But then his secretary ran in and handed him a phone call. When Walsh received the call, his face immediately changed. Up, he nodded and gave the phone back to the secretary. He turned around and sat in a chair silently. This surprised Brent. Brent asked, "What happened to Mr. President?" "For Zeming, we still don't move for the time being. If he wants to come to the United States, he will come to the United States, and if he wants to enter Harvard, he will enter Harvard. In short, everything is done according to the procedures," Walsh said. Brent was even more surprised, but he suddenly thought of the phone call just now, which made him lost in thought. Chapter 266. Is it Mr. Zeming? Hello, Brighton Tower. This is Pan Am Flight A6384. The flight has arrived over the airport and request a landing. Hello, Pan Am Flight A6384. The tower agrees to your landing request. Please land from runway H. Now the wind direction at the airport is northwest wind. Wind speed is level 3. Please remember that you only have 20 minutes to land, otherwise there will be another plane kicking your ass. Flight A6384 received. Old man, I think this 20 minutes is enough time for me to have a cup of coffee at the airport. As the conversation between the flight and the tower ended, a large Boeing 747 slowly descended from the sky, and finally landed at Brighton Airport. Zeming took the the classmates lined up to follow the passenger flow and get off the plane. Among a bunch of Western people with blonde hair and blue eyes and high-nose bridge, Zeming and the others looked very different. They followed along in the exit passage, and some people asked curiously, "Hello Asians, so many of you are coming from Japan, group, or the foreign students from over there?" Zeming had made up for English before he went abroad. As a college student of this era, Zeming's learning ability is still very good. You can become English proficiency without speaking, but at least average. Everyday language is no longer a problem. As for other English, you can only rely on the students in these finance classes to translate. They are all highly qualified students carefully selected from all over the country. They are just in English, and they are not troubled at all. Zeming understood this question. He shook his head firmly and said, No, we are Chinese. Ziming's answer made these Americans even more surprised. My God, Chinese? Are you kidding me? I'm sorry I didn't look down on you, but aren't you very poor and backward? How can you be rich? How about coming to the United States by plane? And the braids behind your head? Shouldn't you be wearing that kind of weird costume, like crawling out of a movie decades ago? Nothing is wrong. No words. Not only the Americans in front of them, but other people beside them all echoed, Chinese. I know that you all have 12 character beards, are all insidious, cunning, selfish and ignorant, are all opium smokers. They are still cowardly and timid. Even if their wives are raped, they will only shout cheer by the side. Oh my God, how can you be allowed to enter? Are those guys from the Department of Homeland Security sleeping? That's really a bunch of taxpayers. A bastard who raises people's money but doesn't do it. Ziming was still listening to Yining's translation, and Li Yang couldn't help yelling in English, shut up, all of you. China people are not like what you said. We are smart, hardworking and brave, many times better than you. Don't know. I think you are selfish, ignorant and cowardly people. Li Yang's words drew boos from all around, and there was another one. The tall and strong black man stood up disdainfully. Hey, I say, the yellow-skinned man, you say I am cowardly and cowardly, otherwise we will have a fair duel. I promise you will never forget it. I am afraid that you will cry. Call mother. There, black man said and laughed. Li Yang stood up and wanted to say something, but Ziming pulled it back. Ziming stood up and said, we are Chinese, and we can tell clearly. China is a very beautiful and great country. It's not like what you imagine or the propaganda you have heard. As long as you have really been there. We are very poor now, but as long as 10 or 20 years, we will definitely be able to stand on the top of the world and become the world's 3 largest economies. Ziming's words are sonorous and powerful, especially the firm belief revealed in the words, which can infect people and make everyone stunned at the time. It was just a moment of stunner, and then everyone including the tall black man burst into laughter, and someone pointed to Ziming and said, oh my dear yellow man, your words are like Oersh's promise is not credible at all. Even your words are like a tornado in my hometown. They can blow me 10 miles away anytime, anywhere, and let me take a free shuttle bus. That tall. The black man also made a grimace and mocked, I am a yellow-skinned man. Do you mean what you say? Who do you think you are? Are you the Emperor of China? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Only when the black man finished speaking, 2 police officers over there opened the side door and came to the exit, shouting in very bad Chinese with loudspeakers, Mr. Ziming, may I ask which one is Mr. Ziming from China? It made Ziming very surprised to hear his name. After all, Ziming can be sure that this is definitely the first time he has come to the United States. Why would anyone look for him? And still through the American police. If you say that you have destroyed the Dota project and caused the US government to lose trillions, it is impossible for the US government to grasp its own whereabouts. It is impossible for the US government to catch itself. Not to mention that Mr. Yang said that he had achieved something through diplomatic channels before he came. Just say that the US government really wants to do it. It should also send federal agents on the plane or after staying in a hotel. Why shouldn't it be at the airport and ask 2 policemen to talk like this? There are many words without mistakes. With this thought, Ziming walked over and said in English, hello, Mr. Police, I am Ziming, may I ask if you have anything to do with me? Nothing is wrong, no words are skipped. Before the 2 policemen shouted in Chinese, no one except Ziming could understand them, but now that Ziming spoke English, they immediately understood. The black man said to the policeman, this brother in uniform, I will tell you. Don't look for him. This Chinese is the Emperor of China. Seeing the tall black man, a policeman took out his baton and pointed at the black man and said, turn around, don't come over. A word was shocked. The black man immediately raised his hands and stood on the spot. Another policeman came over and looked at Ziming a few times. Then he looked behind Ziming and asked in English, are you Chinese, Ziming? Are you bringing students here? Studying here? Ziming nodded and said yes. The policeman nodded and said, "Someone is picking you up at the door. Please follow me out from here." "Are you from the consulate?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Ziming asked. The police said number. Ziming said, "Then I'm sorry, please go back and tell me that someone from my side is already picking up and the consulate is waiting for me at the door. If he has anything to do, he can come to the house. Look for me at the exit." After leaving this sentence to the police, Ziming took the classmates and walked forward, leaving the two policemen in place for a while and didn't know what to say. Ziming took the classmates out of the exit. From a distance, he saw someone holding a sign with his name. It was a few Chinese in suits. Ziming took the initiative to walk over. A middle-aged man in the lead also saw Ziming. He immediately came over to shake hands with Ziming and said in Chinese, "Hello Comrade Ziming. I am glad to meet you. I am the Consul General of the Chinese Consulate in New York, and my name is Cheng Jun." Hearing Cheng Jun's position, I was surprised by all the students in the finance class. Everyone thought it was a little weird. It was actually a Consul General who came to pick them up in person. Isn't this a good deal? There are many words that are correct. Then they all turned their attention to Ziming, thinking that they are indeed their teacher. Except for the high-ranking officials of the central government who visit abroad, he is the only one who can get this treatment, right? There are many words that are correct. Compared with the surprise of the classmates, Ziming is very calm. After all, when he was in North Russia, he was received by an ambassador personally, and he was received by Mr. Yang in China. Now he is only a consul general in New York, and he has not even the rank of ambassador. So he is naturally calm. "Hello Consul Cheng, thank you very much for coming to meet us at the airport," Ziming said. Comrade Ziming and his classmates came to Brighton to study for the rise of China. "If I didn't come to pick up, I would be too sorry for my position as Consul General," Cheng Jun said. Here Ziming and Cheng Jun talked politely, but at this moment someone came by holding a sign next to them. "Is it Mr. Ziming?" "Hello. I am Pilson in the office of the president. I was ordered to pick up Mr. Ziming. I wonder if Mr. Ziming would like to go to the White House with me." There was a burst of very bad Chinese, which surprised the students in the finance class again, because before Cheng Jun, as a consul, may have been ordered by the central government to pick him up, but this time, how can someone from the office of the President of the United States come to pick him up? It is impossible for a teacher to have an intersection with the President of the United States. Ziming turned his head and saw a very capable white man. Ziming asked curiously in English, "Mr. Bilson, are you sure you are asking me to go to the White House? But I have not received any invitation notice in advance." Bilson smiled slightly and handed out a document to Ziming. "Please don't doubt my identity, Mr. Ziming." Ziming took the document and took a look. Actually Ziming didn't know what the document was for working in the White House. Yes, but since he dared to take it out in public, he might be able to prove that the certificate is okay. Of course, Ziming didn't intend to doubt his identity. After all, a stranger on the other side of the ocean could know his flight. There must be a problem. Thinking of this, Ziming glanced at Cheng Jun. Cheng Jun shook his head and said that he had no idea. Ziming had to say to Bilson, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bilson." But Ziming only spoke and heard another crappy coming from the side. Chinese. "Is this Mr. Ziming?" "Hello. I belong to the National Banking Club. Our club sends you a sincere invitation. I have already prepared a car for you outside the airport. You can go to New York at any time." "Banking Club?" Ziming said with wide-eyed eyes, which really makes him very puzzling. To say that Pilson, who came from the White House, may be the President of the United States because of Dota's plan to find himself, it is excusable, but this bank club is again. What's going on? I absolutely have nothing to do with this. But before Ziming could respond, several people came over with a sign separately. "Is it Mr. Ziming? We are here to pick you up." Ziming realized that he had been held up. The people who came to pick him up with the sign were surrounded. At this moment, Ziming and all the finance class students were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Ziming couldn't figure out how so many people would come to pick him up, and all the students in the finance class felt that the teacher was worthy of being a teacher, and he was well known and respected in China. And he was still the same when he came to the United States. First time. Of course, this situation was also seen by the travelers who came out together. Everyone, including the tall black man, was shocked, and even the black man murmured, "I squandered an old grandmother, this Chinese. He wouldn't really be the emperor of China." There are many words without mistakes. Chapter 267, The Untouchable World? In the end, Ziming chose to get on the consulate car. The reason is very simple. Ziming came here. The plan is that people from the consulate will pick up the plane. In a foreign country, you still have to trust your own consulate. Now even the Consul General Cheng Jun has come in person. It would be too shameful if you don't go with him. How can you say that if you are in the United States in the future, if you have any trouble, you still need the help of the embassy or consulate? On the other hand, the other few who came to pick up the airport didn't know one of them, and of course they wouldn't go even if they knew each other. The consulate arranged a minibus for Ziming, and Ziming and other students in the finance class would take the minibus to Brighton. In the car, Cheng Jun gave Ziming a thumbs up and said, "Comrade Ziming is indeed an outstanding young man walking in the forefront of the world. And he is so popular in the United States." Ziming knew that Cheng Jun was talking about it just now. At the exit of the airport, there were so many people coming to pick him up. Ziming smiled helplessly. "Consul Cheng, don't make fun of me." I didn't even think that Consul Cheng would come in person. How would you think of this? Once it came out, let's talk about it again. I'm so popular, I look like it's just blocking me. At this point Ziming paused and asked, "No, the consul, just those who came to pick me up." Institutions, have you ever heard of it? Nothing is wrong, no words are skipped. Cheng Jun nodded. I have basically heard of them. They are all very powerful organizations in the United States. Of course, some of them are not open to the public. I don't know, and it's not surprising. But judging from today's performance, I believe you. I will definitely know them in the future. It is precisely because of this that I will say that, Comrade Ziming, you are a great outstanding young man, and you are at the forefront of the world. Otherwise they will not extend an olive branch to you together. It's just that I don't know if it's true or not, Ziming said, shaking his head. I think this shouldn't be fake, because if it weren't for the intelligence of these organizations, I don't think most people would know which flight you came from. After all, Brighton is one of the busiest airports in the world. It is impossible to be so precise. Cheng Jun analyzed. In fact, Ziming himself thought about the things that Cheng Jun analyzed, but today he suddenly ran into these organizations and sent people to pick him up. It really felt a little weird. Thinking of this, Ziming suddenly asked, Consul Cheng, since you came to pick up the plane in person, then you must know about my stay in North Russia, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Cheng Jun first nodded and said yes, but he immediately reacted. Come over. Are you worried that these organizations came to you because of that? I can't think of any other reasons. Ziming spread his hands and said. Cheng Jun thought for a while and said, it must have something to do with that. The news from the embassy said that your name has been in the White House and was placed in the two presidents of the United States before and after Logan and Walsh. It's on the desk, but I think they are just curious about you and don't want to disadvantage you. Thank you, Consul Cheng and all the comrades on the American diplomatic front for their work. Otherwise I don't think I will get off the plane until I get to the United States. I'm going to be arrested, Ziming said. Cheng Jun said, in fact, the work we do is very limited. Ziming, you can be here smoothly. Even these organizations dare not take advantage of you. There are other reasons. It's just this or these reasons. I don't see it is convenient to tell you, or I know very little. But I believe that with Comrade Ziming's ability, you will definitely know about it in the future. Cheng Jun's answer surprised Ziming. He originally thought the central government agreed to allow him to go to the United States. This is because the central government and the US government have reached an agreement. But it doesn't sound like that now. It seems that something else happened in the middle that I didn't understand. Inconvenient to tell now? The subtext of this sentence is obviously that I have not reached that height yet. This made Zuming a little depressed, but it also made Zuming understand that although he had been to North Russia and participated in the disintegration of the Soviet Union, he also instigated the American financial warfare expert Meta, and was received by Liao Yang and Chairman Du Zongyuan, but his qualifications are still too thin after all. Simply put, in the eyes of many people, he is a small nouveau riche. Cheng Jun looked at Ziming's face and said to him, "Comrade Ziming, in fact, you are already amazing now. If I were your age, there are many things that I would not dare to think about, let alone what you have achieved today." Ziming shook his head and interrupted Cheng Jun. Ziming knew that the reason why Cheng Jun said this was because he was afraid that he could not think about it. But it was true. If you want to change to a more radical thinking, you really can't accept it. With Mr. Matar, with such a large sum of money in his hands, is he still a nouveau riche like a joke? However, Ziming, who has been a human for 2 lives, didn't have so many boring thoughts, because Ziming himself did think so. Isn't there a saying? It is to become rich. Many people only need to be smart and work hard for a lifetime. But to become rich and aristocratic, it takes several generations of hard work. In fact, this is the truth. The so-called rich family is not only the precipitation of wealth, but more importantly the precipitation of social connections, otherwise it will be like the current situation of oneself. Although he has been interviewed by Yang Lao and Du Zongyuan, participated in the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and has seen North Russia, the president and all the rich. But so what? This is just a matter of seeing it. It's not my own contacts at all, or it's a coincidence that I will let myself see it. All in all, my current situation is that I have nothing except money, but I have long heard that some American giants can work together to manipulate the US president, some particularly powerful world giants, and their resources can even be comparable to world powers. Then as far as his own money is concerned, it can only be regarded as a joke in the eyes of the real world giants. Thinking of the last, Ziming let out a sigh of relief, and said with a wry smile, "Consul Cheng, you don't need to say any more. In fact, I understand some things. Otherwise, I won't lead the team to the United States. What I plan to do is to improve myself even further, whether it's about financial and other knowledge, or expand my own knowledge and horizons, or else I'll stay in China and be my rich man. I think the money I earn now will be enough for my family to spend a few lifetimes." Ziming's remarks were very direct, but Cheng Jun's eyes lit up. He looked at Ziming in surprise, and he didn't expect Ziming to have this insight, because as far as the average young people are concerned, they are very unsurpassable, especially those who succeeded like Ziming. Not only did they succeed a little bit, they even surpassed the success of others in a few lifetimes, so they should be very boastful. The Cox floats so high that he can fly into the sky, but he is not. On the contrary, he is very humble and calm, able to proceed from reality in everything, and see the reality in which he is in. This is amazing. Cheng Jun thought that even if he is himself, now that he has this achievement, I am afraid that he will be a little uncontrollable, but he can, and it is definitely not accidental and luck to see that he can achieve this achievement. And he also thought about it, since Ziming could have this insight at such a young age, what about his future? Cheng Jun thought about this and said with emotion, "Comrade Ziming, it's no wonder that the country will protect you like this. Talents like you are definitely a rare treasure of the country." As the Consul General of China in New York, Cheng Jun is also knowledgeable, and naturally not. I will entangle more on this issue, and immediately change the subject and say, let's tell Comrade Ziming first to tell you about today's arrangements. I know that you have all been on the plane for more than 30 hours, and Brighton and Hong Kong City there is a time difference of 13 hours, so I will arrange for you to go to the hotel to rest first, and then report to the school when your mental condition is better. I have communicated with the school about enrollment, and you only need to go through some simple procedures. That's it. Cheng Jun paused when he said that, and he introduced Ziming to the young man sitting on the other side of the car. This is Huang Yi. He is the chairman of the Brighton Chinese Students Association. He is usually responsible for some related affairs of all Chinese international students in Brighton. He is also an international student of Harvard University. He has a better understanding of things in Harvard University and can make you familiar with it as soon as possible. You are the head teacher of the finance class? I am very happy to meet you. I have heard of your deeds. Whether you are in North Russia or in China, I did not expect that you are still so young. I am very happy to meet you. I adore you. Hearing Cheng Jun introduced himself, Huang Yi shook hands with Ziming enthusiastically, and Ziming also replied politely and was very happy to meet him. When the minibus arranged by Cheng Jun drove towards the city of Brighton, another car drove to the outskirts of Brighton, and finally stopped in front of a small wooden house and the door opened. A tall black man got out of the car. If Ziming was here, he would have recognized that this black man was the black man who met the Chinese who mocked the Chinese when he got off the plane. Compared to the time when he was at the airport, the black man was not so funny. He looked around vigilantly before walking straight to the cabin. When he reached the door, he didn't rush to push the door, but rather rhythmically knocked on the door, opened the door and walked in after hearing the sound inside. Entering the cabin is a small restaurant, where a dining table is placed, and a white man sits on a chair, but the light in the cabin is not very good, and it is difficult to see clearly, but the black man can recognize the person at a glance. He came to the table and said, "Hello, Mr. Brent, I am back. When I was at the airport, I got off the plane with Ziming. When I left the airport, the Consul General Cheng Jun of the Chinese consulate personally greeted me. It seems that Ziming of China is really important." Brent murmured evaluation of the sentence. "But Mr. Brent, there is one more thing I need to report to you," the black man said again. It was during the export. In addition to the Chinese consulate, many other organizations came to greet Ziming. "This is my record." The names of all the organizations that came down. As the black man conjured up a note and put it on the table, Brent took the note and took a look at it and said, "You did a good job, go out." The black man left the cabin without hesitation, and after the black man left, Brent took out a lighter to burn the note. Chapter 268, Are you Ziming from China? The next day Ziming woke up early, although it has been almost 20 hours since I slept yesterday, but due to the time difference adjustment, it still makes people feel that there is no energy. But fortunately the body is young. If you change the one before rebirth uncle looks like, I'm afraid it won't be adjusted for 3 or 4 days. Ziming came to the bathroom to Washington. He lived in a standard room of a 3-star hotel. It was neither good nor bad. It was a modest arrangement. If Ziming himself or the Hilton Hotel could live in the same way. He thought this was the consulate. This is the only way to arrange for this. You can't let the consulate spend the country's money to find yourself a 5-star hotel. He is not a leader of the country, so there is no reason to ask for so much. After washing up, Ziming went out and went downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast. When he arrived, Ziming found that Huang Yi, who had been arranged for him by Consul Cheng Jun, and other finance students were already here. Ziming was not aware of his feelings. The body is young, but the spirit is still so old. Huang Yi beckoned Ziming to sit down for breakfast, and said to him, "Miss Zhu, I will take you to Harvard University to register today, but now Harvard has a few days to start, and our things will be stored in the hotel first. Wait until it is fully arranged before moving over. Do you think this is okay?" "Nothing is wrong. No skipping." Ziming waved his hand. "I don't have any comments. You are more familiar than us here. Just follow your arrangements." Huang Yi nodded and said, "Okay, then I will call Consul Cheng and ask him to renew your room fee for teachers." As the Consul General of China in New York, Cheng Jun, in an infinitely prosperous place like New York, there must be a lot of things to be busy at ordinary times. It is impossible for him to stay with him all the time. Especially yesterday, he and his classmates slept for almost a day. After he sent himself to the hotel, he went back, but the minibus and driver that transported himself and the finance class students still stayed, otherwise it would be troublesome to go to Harvard University from the hotel. Of course, Ziming did not ask Huang Yi to call. After all, he is so rich. There is no need to bother the consulate for this room. If you are not about Cheng Jun's opinion, even Ziming can take all his classmates to live there. Star-rated hotels are as they were in Hong Kong City. After breakfast, they should report to Harvard according to Huang Yi's arrangement. Huang Yi suddenly asked Ziming secretly, "Miss Zhu, I heard that you fought a financial war with the United States when you were in North Russia. In the past, Harvard, didn't it matter? There were no mistakes and many words. Don't worry, it's okay. The country has solved it for me a long time ago. You can lead the way and help us with the procedures," Ziming said. There is a reason for Ziming to say this, but it has not been solved. On the contrary, after getting on the plane in Hong Kong City, the police felt that someone was staring at them. It was the tall black man. I told Ziming about this, but Ziming was not surprised at all. How can I say that he also smashed the Dota plan, and also instigated the chief financial warfare expert in the United States, causing the United States to directly lose $1 trillion US. The indirect losses of his assets are countless. Now that he comes to the United States so swaggeringly, it is strange that he does not send anyone to stare at him. Knowing who he was sent to stare at him, Ziming would stand up for the first time to stop Li Yang from continuing to say. After all, Ziming was not sure what the US government's attitude towards him was at that time. Just in case. Now it is fine, but pick up at the pile of organizations from at the airport exit, as well as at the news brought from the Cheng at the consulate embassy. Although but it is impossible to completely at the US government and determine what other organizations are thinking, at least they can ensure that they are now it's safe and sound. Hearing what Ziming said, Huang Yi also let go. He took Ziming and other finance class students, and everyone set off with their important belongings. Along the way, Huang Yi gave Ziming and the finance class students a general introduction to Brighton and Harvard University. Although most people know Brighton more in the NBA's Best Celtics team, in fact, as long as you have a little understanding of the United States, you will definitely know Brighton. This is the place where the first shot of the American Revolutionary War was fired. It is the oldest and most culturally valuable city in the United States. In addition to history, Brighton's most famous is education. This is the most educated city in the United States. There are also two world-renowned top universities. One is Harvard University, where Ziming and the others are going to go. The other is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. There is basically no need to say more about Harvard University. As long as you mention the name, everyone in the car will know that it is the world's top university. Not only has there been 6 US presidents, but also hundreds of Nobel Prize winners. As for the Harvard Business School they are going to, it is even more remarkable, because there is such a saying in the United States that Harvard University is the crown of all universities in the United States. Then the most dazzling jewel in the crown is Harvard Business School. Even Harvard Business School once became a myth. People believe that as long as they can get admitted here, they will be the president of a large company in the future, with a monthly salary of tens of thousands. This is indeed the case. Among the top executives of the 500 largest companies in the United States, more than 20% are graduates of Harvard Business School. This is evident in the training ability of Harvard University. The financial economy that students in the finance class want to study is in Harvard Business School. In fact, according to the rules of Harvard University, it is impossible to recruit more than 20 Chinese students at one time. After all, Harvard University has to guarantee its own sign, but God knows what agreement the two governments have reached, or for what reason, Harvard University broke in this case. Of course, there is also the reason why the students in the finance class are indeed excellent, but Ziming also thought of another aspect, that is, these students. Because Ziming remembered that in his previous life, he had never heard of such a finance class. and even the vast majority of people in the class had never heard of it. You must know that your previous life also paid more attention to the economic field, if there is such a in the finance class. They all graduated from Harvard smoothly. 20 years have passed. They are in their 40s when they are in their prime. It is impossible not to know it. Unless something happened, or many of them chose to stay in the United States. Just like many people who studied abroad in previous lives. Ziming didn't know what was going on, but Ziming could know that since he came to Harvard University with a finance class in this life, he would definitely not let history repeat itself. These students of his own must be the pillars of the country. Only, will no longer be obscured. It was about 10 kilometers drive from the hotel to Harvard. After more than half an hour, Ziming and the others arrived at their destination. We arrived at Harvard University, but this is the main campus, and the business school is on the south bank of the Charles River. According to Consul Cheng, we need to go to the main campus to find the principal to complete a special procedure before going to the business school to report. Huang Yi tells Ziming. Ziming expressed his understanding of this arrangement. Although Ziming didn't know if all the students from the business school came to the main campus to complete the formalities, at least those who entered the school with special needs would definitely need special formalities. Just to go through the formalities, there was no need for so many people to come together. It was just that Ziming took Yining and followed Huang Yi. Of course, to be on the safe side, Ziming left a mobile phone there, so he could make a call directly if he had something to do. Ziming and the others came to a 4-story red brick house. Huang Yi told Ziming that this was the principal's building. The principal and senior management staff of the school lived and worked here, but when Huang Yi brought Ziming and Yi Wenning was about to go in, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. "I'm sorry, this is the administrative center of Harvard. It's not that related personnel are not allowed to enter. The classroom and the library are in the opposite direction." The security guard returned to Ziming. With a sign of please, Huang Yi stepped forward and told him, "Hello, we are from China. We are here to go to Mr. Principal to complete the enrollment procedures." The security personnel looked up and down Ziming, Huang Yi and Yining. The bodyguard who had been following Ziming took a few glances and then asked, "Just the 4 of you?" "No. Besides us there are 24 classmates of mine." Yining stood up and replied that she was watching the security guard. It was very uncomfortable to look at it with the same eyes. When the security guard heard this, he laughed. "There are 24 classmates? Are you kidding me?" But this joke is not clever at all. Chinese. You can think of coming to Harvard to prove that you are self-motivated, but you chose the wrong method. This is not a place where you can walk randomly. Please leave. This time Ziming stepped forward and said, "My friend, I'm really here to complete the enrollment procedures." "Yes, if you don't believe it, you can contact your superior or the principal first. I think it will be clear soon." But the security guard didn't listen at all. He just waved his hand at Ziming impatiently. "I'll say it one last time, please leave immediately. If you are really here for the admission procedures, please go to the opposite office building and don't bother here. Today I feel very bad, and you do not want these people to talk too much yellow, or blame me rude to you." Ziming frowned. "Friend, how would you like to believe I do?" "I don't believe you, despicable yellow-skinned man." The security officer took out a rubber stick from his waist and waved at Ziming and said, "Hurry up and get out of here, before I am not angry. Otherwise, beware of your ass blooming, little yellow-skinned bitches." "You are a despicable and cunning bitch." Huang Yi could not stand the insult of the security guard and retorted. The security officer grinned after hearing this. "Little yellow-skinned bitch. It seems that you really do not want your ass." When he said that, he waved a rubber stick to hit Huang Yi, but his reaction was very quick. A stride stepped forward and grabbed the rubber stick. The security officer cursed, and then hit the gun with an uppercut, but where he is the opponent of the gun, he didn't wait for his fist to come out. He kicked him in the crotch, and a howl like a pig suddenly uttered. When these security personnel fell to his knees in pain from time to time, an angry female voice came from the inside. "Mr. Smith, I once again remind you to be quiet. Mr. Principals and others need to rest. Oh my God. Address professionally. The woman in formal wear came out and screamed when he saw the security guards and Zhu Ming who were kneeling on the ground. Smith stretched out his hand when someone came out and said to the woman with difficulty, "Hurry up, Ems. Lily, call the police, it's a thug." But their next scene made Smith stunned, because the woman who came out pointed at Zhu Ming and said, "Zhu Ming, you are Zhu Ming from China." Chapter 269 Discrimination? Bow. Thanks to Nano Honda 753 inches for your support. With Miss Lily's shout, everyone was stunned, including the security guard named Smith. He was still kneeling on the ground, but he was no longer there at the moment I called, as if I had forgotten the pain. Smith widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him incredibly. He couldn't believe his eyes at all. He couldn't figure out why Miss Lily knew the Chinese. Did they really come to Mr. Principal to complete the enrollment procedures? But even so, Miss Lily shouldn't know each other, right? There are a lot of words to know that there are so many people who come to Harvard to enroll every year. If she had to know everyone, then her head would have exploded long ago. In fact, not only Smith couldn't figure it out, even Zhu Ming and the others didn't expect it. Zhu Ming looked at her in surprise and asked, Zhu Ming, this Miss Lily, do you know me? Yes, Mr. Zhu Ming, you are a distinguished guest specially confessed by Mr. Principal. He said that you might be coming these few days. I was also fortunate to see your photo at Mr. Principal. Originally, I was going to go to the hotel to meet you, but I did not expect you to come so early. Here, sorry. Miss Lily replied apologetically. At this time, she had recovered from her initial surprise. She also found Smith kneeling on the ground. She asked in surprise, Mr. Zhu Ming, what happened? Nothing, it's just a little misunderstanding. It's okay, I don't mind. Zhu Ming said to the security personnel on the ground, Mr. Smith, am I right? No mistakes, no skipping. Smith was about to refute, but he saw the look in Miss Lily's eyes, and immediately nodded and said, yes, Miss Lily, I just had a misunderstanding with Mr. Zhu Ming. It's great if Mr. Zhu Ming would mind. Please take him to see Mr. Principal. If something is delayed because of me, then I will go to hell. Miss Lily's eyes were puzzled, and she didn't believe even a punctuation mark for their words. But there was a word Smith said. By the way, it's more important to take Zhu Ming to see Mr. Principal now. So she didn't worry about these things and said to Zhu Ming, please Mr. Zhu Ming, come with me. Lily said. She took Zhu Ming and the others into the principal's building, and watching them walk into the principal's building, Smith slowly got up from the ground, and muttered badly, what's the matter? These damn yellow-skinned people, they only deserve to eat poop. Why? Are they qualified to meet the principal? These yellow-skinned little bitches, they must have used some shameful means. They are just so bad. Smith's mouth was very unclean and he was grinning, and he couldn't help but cursing, because the situation just now showed that he was injured, but he still had to put on a smiling face to thank Zhu Ming for not minding, as if it was something to him. The gift of greatness is average, how can this not annoy him? But when he was cursing, he felt a sudden piercing pain coming from his lower body. As if in revenge, he immediately stretched out his hand and covered it underneath. Damn yellow-skinned bitch, do not let me see you again next time, otherwise I must push you into the Charles River to feed the fish. Oh grass, it hurts me to death, my eggs. When Smith worried about himself at the door when they were still humane, Zhu Ming and the others had followed Miss Lily to the principal's office. Miss Lily first knocked on the door and reported the situation. After a while, she came out and asked Zhu Ming to go in. Zhu Ming nodded and thanked her. Push the door in. According to the information obtained in advance, the current president of Harvard University is named Lawrence. From 70 to the present, he has served as the president of Harvard for 20 years. Perhaps because of his background in history, this old president will be a little serious and rigid. The principal's desk was not facing the door, but was separated by a shelf into two inside and outside. Ziming followed Miss Lily around the shelf before he walked into the principal's office. Lawrence was sitting behind his desk. He was short and chubby and didn't wear glasses. He saw Ziming coming in behind Miss Lily and asked, "You are Chinese, Ziming, right? What about your students?" "As far as I know, you should still have 25 students." Ziming understands that Lawrence deserves to be a veteran of the history department, and it is as serious and rigid as the rumors. A faint smile, "Even asking myself to sit down, I owe it, of course. This is also because I don't have any identity in front of him." Ziming will think that this is not dissatisfaction with Lawrence's performance, but has been in the business world for a long time. Ziming has become accustomed to adopting different language methods according to the personality of the other party, so that it is less likely to cause misunderstandings. "Hello, Principal Lawrence, this is Ziming. I did bring 25 students here, but considering the inconvenience, I let them stay outside." Ziming replied concisely. "But if you don't bring it, how do I know how many students you have to go through?" Lawrence asked. Ziming shrugged and said, "Okay, if you insist, Mr. Lawrence, I can call all my students over, but I don't recommend this because the people who come and go are not good to you, Mr. Lawrence. So I would rather, Mr. Lawrence, you criticize me for being ignorant." Lawrence thought for a while and said, "Since it's inconvenient, I believe you." From Lawrence's words, Ziming had a bottom line. Ziming just learned from Lawrence. If an invitation is not enough, it is guessed that Lawrence is a very powerful person, and he can only go with this kind of person, but if he doesn't follow his wishes, he will be very unhappy. "Thank you very much for Mr. Lawrence's trust," Ziming said. Lawrence then took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Ziming, saying, "This is your enrollment document, which was signed by President Walsh himself." "What? The enrollment document signed by President Walsh himself? Is it enrolled in Harvard? Do you still need Mr. President's approval?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Although he has experienced a lot of surprises since he arrived in the United States, Ziming was still surprised this time. "This is indeed a document signed by Mr. President, because our Harvard University has always been very strict in admissions. I am sorry to say that we have never admitted more than 5 Chinese at the same time, so this time your country sent 26 at once. So, if it weren't for Mr. President to sign the order in person, I think neither I nor the board of directors would allow it." Lawrence paused here and said, "Of course I need to remind you, I don't know what yours is. What kind of dirty bargain did the country make with the White House in order to send you to the White House? But Harvard is a sacred university and a place to study. We will give Mr. President face, but if you do not perform well at any point, or your studies are very good if you are unqualified, the school still has the right to expel you at any time." After Lawrence finished speaking, Ziming did not answer the conversation immediately, but paused for a while before saying, "Please rest assured, Mr. Lawrence, we will not let you down." "Yes, then let's say goodbye first." After Ziming took up the document signed by the President of the United States on the desktop, Lawrence said again when he was about to leave, "One more thing. According to the order of Mr. President, our Harvard University only accepts 26 Chinese students. If you exceed this number, I'm sorry, I will drive you all out, so please don't play any tricks." Regarding the last warning Lawrence gave, Ziming still said, "Please rest assured, Mr. Lawrence, we will not let you down." Answer. Walking out of the principal's building, the security guard named Smith was nowhere to be seen, but no one cared. Huang Yi was more concerned about the document in Ziming's hand. He excitedly said, "It's incredible. I came to the principal's building here to get a document signed by Mr. President himself. This is amazing. You are considered a specially approved Harvard." Ziming glanced at him, but didn't reply to him. He asked Yining on the other side, "What do you think?" Yining gently shook his head and said, "This principal, the principal, really looks down upon people." What he said at the end was basically discriminating against us. saying that we would take advantage of the loopholes. It seems like how rare we are. What Yining said was actually what Ziming thought in his heart. Just now, when Lawrence said the first sentence of admission is strict, every sentence of his words annoyed Ziming. What does it mean to never admit more than 5 Chinese people? What does it mean to give face to Mr. President? What is a dirty political deal? There is also the sentence that you have the right to expel at any time. Isn't every sentence in this sentence discriminating against the Chinese? Just like Smith at the door. It's just that Lawrence, as the principal of Harvard, speaks more tactfully and nicely than Smith. But in the final analysis, discrimination is discrimination. Huang Yi also heard the anger of Ziming and Yining. He sighed and said, "Teacher Zhu, classmate Yining, there is no way to discriminate." Hearing what Huang Yi said, Ziming and Yining turned their heads to look at him. Huang Yi then he said, "After all, the United States is the most powerful country in the world, and Harvard University is the world's top university. Now the world's top knowledge is in the hands of Westerners, and our China's propaganda power is barbaric. It is normal for ignorance, poverty and backwardness to discriminate against us. We are behind now. Will we be behind for the rest of our lives?" Yining said immediately. Ziming raised his hand to tell Yining not to say, because Ziming heard the helplessness in Huang Yi's tone. Ziming said to him, "It seems that you and our Chinese compatriots are not in a good situation here, but just like what Yining said, we are behind now, but we will not be behind forever. We are here now to strive for self-reliance, to catch up with or even surpass these Western countries, so that they no longer dare to discriminate against us. Are you willing to work hard to get there? Make no mistakes without skipping words." Ziming stretched out his hand to Huang Yi. Huang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then he firmly held Ziming's hand and nodded and said, "Yes." Huang Yi's positive attitude made Ziming very happy, but Ziming was at this moment, unexpectedly, the goal they had just established would encounter a major blow shortly afterwards. Chapter 270. Is this a small problem? Back on the bus, Ziming did not tell all his classmates about the principal building, because it was unnecessary. He just mentioned euphemistically that the Americans were not very friendly to them from poor China. It was a shot. However, compared with this news, they got the order document signed by the President of the United States personally. This is even more exciting to them. If it is not for the fact that this is on the Harvard campus and they still have to maintain the image of the Chinese, they will be howling on the spot. Cried. But no matter how restrained, they finally got on the bus, and after the bus started moving, they still sang the song of the Communist Youth League together. In the cheerful singing, the minibus drove across the Anderson Memorial Bridge and crossed the Charles River to Harvard Business School on the opposite bank. There is the Academic Affairs building of the business school. We used to go through the admission procedures over there. Huang Yi said to Ziming. The Academic Affairs building of Harvard Business School is a red brick building with ordinary appearance. Ziming and the others parked their cars in a special parking space and then went to the Academic Affairs building to complete the procedures. All the 25 students from the finance class passed by. Of course, there was a problem. They were stopped by the security guards when they arrived at the door. "I'm sorry that this is the Dean of Harvard Business School. Please visit other places." The security personnel apparently regarded them as tourists. Ziming was not surprised by this. He explained to the security personnel, "We are here to go through the enrollment procedures and have obtained the consent of Mr. Lawrence and Mr. President. This is a written document," Ziming said and took out the document. Placed in front of him, the security guard looked at it, and it turned out that there were autographs by Principal Lawrence and President Walsh. Although he had not seen the signature of the president, he knew the signature of Lawrence. So the signature of the president seems to be also. There is no doubt. But it was for this reason that surprised him, and a damned expression cried out, "My God, I didn't read it wrong. You guys actually got the authorization of the principal and the president. This is incredible." The security staff's surprise made other finance classmates proudly raise their heads, but Ziming was unwilling to talk nonsense with him and asked him, Then, can we go in now? Nothing is wrong. The security guard nodded hurriedly. Of course it can. But are you so many? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The approval on the document is for 26 people to sign up, and there are 2 accompanying friends. Do you want to carefully count the number of people according to the document? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming frowned and asked. Ziming's voice was gentle, but listening ears in that security personnel let his heart gratuitous jump. He immediately shook head and said, "Of course not, you please." Security personnel said Ziming, "Please." They entered the Senate floor, and then it all American came out. He frowned when he saw the situation at the door and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" "This is the Academic Affairs building, which is not a tourist attraction. Please immediately. These unrelated personnel leave here, otherwise, Mr. Security, I will ask you to leave here." "Mr. Dean Pete, you are misunderstood. These are not tourists. They are here to complete the enrollment procedures. They also have Mr. Principal and Mr. President's authorized," the security officer explained. But Dean Pete didn't believe it. He said, "Do you think I will believe your explanation? Don't you know that what these Chinese people are best at is to secretly play some tricks, or fake things to deceive you? They are such a kind of person." After Peter finished speaking, the security personnel had not had time to reply, and Li Yang couldn't help but say, "The Dean Pete, we are indeed here to complete the enrollment procedures." Coming from the principal's building, "We do have the documents signed by the principal and the president. We have not forged or deceived." "Why do you say that to us?" Li Yang said a lot, but Pete just instead emphasized to Li Yang, "Since you are Chinese, I can forgive your ignorance, but next time, please call me Mr. Pete Dean." Li Yang was annoyed and wanted to say something, but this time Ziming stood up first. He took the document and put it in front of Pete's eyes and asked, "This is our document. Please check it carefully." Pete opened Ziming's hand. "This thing is unconvincing. I said it might be you. Fake it. You Chinese like to do it, don't you?" "Nothing wrong, no skipping." "Well, Mr. Pete Dean," Ziming said helplessly, "if you have to say that we are playing tricks or forging things to deceive you, then we can leave immediately, and we will go to Principal Lawrence." "Sir, and we'll go to Mr. President through our embassy and consulate to return the documents we have. Because he is considered to be a forgery, we need more authentic proof." Pete's face was blue and white. Obviously Ziming's remarks made him very uncomfortable. He didn't like being threatened like this, but he didn't dare to let them go, because if they really went to the President Lawrence or even the President, they would have to resign from the post of provost. Pete was very impulsive, but he held it back, and finally just suppressed his anger and said, "Well, I believe you, but I don't have time to accompany you now. My assistant will guide you through the enrollment procedures." Then he turned around and explained a few words to his assistant before he walked out of the door. His assistant didn't know Ziming, but just dropped the sentence, then turned and walked towards the Academic Affairs Hall. Faced with such an attitude, the students in the finance class were very angry. Li Yang immediately said, "Damn. Are these Americans of such an attitude? We are also specially approved by the President of the United States. What are you doing? This is educational affairs." "Lou, please be quiet, otherwise I will ask you to go out." At this time, the dean's assistant in front turned around and warned Li Yang that because Li Yang was speaking Chinese just now, he didn't understand it, so he could only say that. Ziming patted Li Yang on the shoulder to keep him from getting excited, and then followed with all the finance class students. After about an hour and a half, Ziming and the others completed the admission procedures and were assigned to the dormitory. Together, they took a bus to Harvard Garden, where most of the student dormitories of Harvard University are located. The dormitory assigned to Ziming and the others is by the Charles River. It is a villa-styled dormitory that can live in a total of more than 30 people. Ziming and all the finance class students including Yi Ning live here. Not all universities in the United States allow mixed gender, but Harvard does, and for Ziming, after seeing the arrogance of the Americans, he also that if Yi Ning's girls were to live alone in the girls' dormitory, they would be bullied, just live here together. However, taking into account the issues of men and women, Ziming specially designated all the rooms on one side for them to ensure that girls have their own small world and will not be disturbed by male students. Of course, in fact, according to the layout of the Harvard dormitory with independent toilets and study rooms, even if there is only one room, it is enough. After all the students had seen their rooms, Ziming summoned everyone to the lobby on the first floor. Ziming said, "Okay, we have now moved into Harvard, and we will go to the Department of Economics tomorrow to take our with all the textbooks received. We will officially become Harvard students." Following Ziming's words, all the finance students cheered, but then they heard the beeper on Huang Yi's body sound, and Ziming took it out. "My mobile phone said to Huang Yi, since I arrived at Harvard, I heard your pager rang several times. It rang in the principal building, it rang in the car, and it rang in the academic affairs building. There must be something important. There are a lot of words, right?" Huang Yi originally wanted to say no, but looking at Ziming's eyes, he couldn't say anything. Finally, he took the phone and dialed out. Huang Yi came back after making the call in less than a minute. He returned his phone to Ziming and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zhu. There is something wrong with the association." Ziming took a look at Huang Yi before taking the phone, and then Ziming called Chen Xiu, the monitor, and told him to take the classmates back to the hotel to pack things, prepare to move to the dormitory, and arrange the students in the finance class. Ziming asked Huang Yi to go with him. Huang Yi said to Ziming, "Teacher Zhu, a small problem from the association. You don't have to go there together, right? There are many words that are correct. You see, there are so many students who need your care. They just go back to the hotel, whether I have questions or not." "Not big." Ziming looked into Huang Yi's eyes and asked, "It's just that you are really a small problem with the association?" Ziming face questioning, Huang Yi, how can not point the head, and finally he could not carry Ziming to bring his pressure had said, "Association is indeed an old problem, but this seems difficult task. Since the problem it's hard to do, you also called me a teacher. We are all Chinese, so take me over and have a look," Ziming said. Huang Yi still smiled and said to Ziming, "Teacher Zhu, I don't think you need to go. You still have things here. My problems are old problems. If I can solve them by myself, there is no need to trouble Zhu." "Thank you, teacher." "Really? I know it must be an old problem, and it is still an incurable disease. But I have asked my classmates to drive back in the minibus. I always have to go back by car, right? There are no mistakes. Anyway, you are going to take a taxi now, so we'll take your ride. By the way, I can help you pay for it." Ziming said that. Huang Yi wanted to say something, but Ziming had already taken it. After walking with him, they took a taxi to the seat of the Brighton Chinese Students Association. They got off the car when they reached their destination. Ziming couldn't walk anymore. He questioned Huang Yi, "Is this the old problem you said you can solve?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Huang Yi lowered his head and couldn't speak. In front of them was a row of ordinary bungalows. It could be seen that this place should be a row of shops. The Brighton Chinese Students Association rented 2 of them, but now it is here. But none of the shops are open. All the rolling shutters are closed there. They are spray painted with a variety of graffiti. The content is very insulting, such as "Try yellow bitch" and "Chinese bugs get out of America." The words, and those graffiti paintings that are unsightly. Chapter 271 Mutual Aid for International Students Association. Huang Yi, Chairman Huang, you are finally back. This is great. With 2 excited shouts, 2 young students wearing glasses were seen running away from the house rented by the Brighton Chinese Students Association. When they came out, they looked very embarrassed. Not only were their clothes tattered, but one of them was still red. They ran to Huang Yi and said, "Chairman Huang, where did you go? Why are you coming back now? I have called you several times. Is it inconvenient to return? It's the consulate. Is there anything else I want you to help? Can you talk to us?" Huang Yi said, "Well, you guys, aren't those guys here again? Look at you. Are you Chinese? Have you joined? Doesn't this organization have this consciousness? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Hearing what Huang Yi said, the two young students were a little stunned, but then they saw Ziming standing next to Huang Yi, so they immediately asked, "Chairman Huang, who is this from our consulate, come to help? Did we solve the problem?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. When they asked, Huang Yi suddenly became a little confused. He turned his head and glanced at Ziming. He hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Ziming smiled and took the initiative to help him answer. "Sorry classmates, answer you may be a little disappointed because I am not from the consulate, but you can tell me your questions, and maybe I can help you." Both young students were disappointed with Ziming's answer, but they still said, "Thank you very much. I think we can solve the problem by ourselves, and you should come to Brighton to study at such a young age. If you have any trouble, you can come to us at any time." After talking about what they wanted to say to Huang Yi, but then Huang Yi first taught them, "What kind of attitude do you have? Do you know who this is? He is Teacher Ziming from China, and he is leading the National People's Congress." The financial class who came to Harvard to study abroad. The Consul General Cheng Jun of the New York consulate personally picked him up at the airport, and the US President personally authorized him. Huang Yi's words made them a little dazed, and they asked in a daze, "Huang Chairman, which Ziming are you talking about?" This rhetorical question made Huang Yi even more popular. He said loudly, "Of course it is the teacher Ziming that I often mention to you, and there are other Ziming teachers. Is it? No mistakes. No skipping." Although Huang Yi's remarks were very reprimanding, it made the eyes of the two young students lit up. One of them looked at Ziming in surprise and said, "Teacher Ziming, you are the one who single-handedly worked in North Russia." Stop. The hero of the US who planned the financial war for nearly half a century? "We have heard of you a long time ago. It is great to see you here. We all admire you." Another said, "I heard that Chairman Huang Yi said that when you came, our Consul General personally picked you up at the airport, and the authorization given to you by the President of the United States. You are really amazing." There. Two young students were about to shake hands with Ziming, but when they stretched out their hands, they realized that their hands were dirty. Just when they were hesitant, Ziming took the initiative to hold their hands and smiled and said to them, "I am also very happy to meet you." Even though they were only hesitant, Ziming took the initiative to hold their hands. An attitude, but Ziming can shake hands with Ziming, or Ziming doesn't care about their dirty hands, which makes them very moved, so excited that their bodies can't stop shaking. In response to this, Ziming still smiled and said, "Well, I think now we can find a place to sit for a while, and then carefully talk about what happened here, such as in your association." Then Ziming couldn't help but say, "I took them into the room of the Brighton Chinese Students Association, but when I walked into the room, I found that it was worse than expected. The desks and chairs were swaying, the contents in the drawers and some documents were thrown everywhere, as if it was like a robber. Paint was splashed on the walls and chairs in the house, and even a lot of these paints flowed to the ground, and the air was filled with a pungent smell." Looking at the situation in the room, Huang Yi and the two young students were very embarrassed. Huang Yi also suggested to Ziming, "Miss Zhu, or let's go outside and find a place to sit down and say it." "It doesn't matter, I don't think the doorway is quite clean," Ziming said, pulling a chair next to it that was not stained with paint and sitting down, and Huang Yi and the two young students saw that Ziming had done this, so they had no choice but to do so. "I got a few pieces of paper and wiped the chair, and then I put something on it and sat on it." After everyone sat down, Ziming first said, "Since they are all sitting down, then I need someone to tell me what happened here." After Ziming finished looking at the three of Huang Yi, they all lowered their heads, as if it was difficult. Ziming had no choice but to call his name, "Huang Yi, isn't it convenient to tell me? Anyway, we will also be Harvard classmates in the future." Huang Yi, who was named by Ziming, was taken aback first, and he hesitated. At the end of the meeting, he made up his mind and said, "Miss Zhu, There is actually no convenience or inconvenience. This is originally every student who comes to Brighton to study abroad. We will tell him, and he is in trouble. I will try my best to help him, but Teacher Zhu, you make us a little embarrassed to speak. Ziming just smiled at this, did not say anything, and quietly listened to him. Huang Yi sighed and said, Miss Zhu, you know that our association is now called Brighton Chinese Students Association, but he was not called by that name when it was founded. He was called Brighton Chinese Students Mutual Aid Association. Mutual assistance? Ziming asked with a frown, keenly thinking of something. Huang Yi nodded and said, it means mutual assistance, which means to help each other. It means China in English. However, for some reasons, I could only change back to Brighton Chinese Students Association. Ziming noticed what Huang Yi used here. The help word is aid instead of the common help. Although Ziming knows that aid is more formal than help when used in associations, if it is not necessary, Huang Yi shouldn't emphasize the English expression, because in English in the idiom, help is just ordinary help, but aid is more of a kind of important support and assistance. More importantly, there is no problem with the name of this association. Why should we remove the word mutual aid in the end? The original intention of the establishment of this mutual aid association was the discrimination that our Chinese students face in the United States. Huang Yi said, in fact, the issue of discrimination is not only for our international students, but also exists in all parts of the United States. Ziming nodded. Ziming expressed his understanding of what Huang Yi had said. In just a few hours from the principal building to the academic administration building, from black security personnel to academic assistant dean and principal, how much has he experienced? Being discriminated against is still in Harvard University, where there are senior intellectuals such as the provost and the president who have obtained doctoral degrees, and they still come with documents signed by the president himself. But the result is still the same. You can imagine what the situation of Chinese students in other places will be like. I don't know if you have heard of that word, Teacher Zhu. Huang Yi fingered a graffiti on the wall next to it. It is literally translated as King Chong. The King Chong is very representative of the existence of the United States a long time ago. In the eyes of those Americans, whether it is compatriots in Chinatown or us international students, they are the same, as long as we are Chinese. In fact, our association is not the first as it was made today. This is the second time. They just wanted to bully us further. Even the Mutual Aid Association itself can't help, so they can talk about mutual help. Huang Yi said helplessly, and the two students next to him bowed their heads. Then you don't call the police? Their behavior should be considered a crime, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Although I don't think there will be a completely free, equal and rule of law country in the world, at least the United States advertises it as such. Here, do the police care about this matter? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Ziming asked. Hearing Ziming's question, Huang Yi immediately laughed bitterly, and the two young students next to him immediately said in indignation, what kind of bullshit? Policeman is simply a bunch of robbers. Huang Yi said to Ziming, in fact, when our association still had the word aid, something like this happened. At that time, the location of the association was still in the center of the Harvard campus. At that time, the founder of the association was still in Harvard. The campus is more influential. At that time, the first violent incident occurred, and the first chairman of the association chose to call the police. The result is that our association was forced to cancel the word aid and targeted the association. There are more and more violent incidents. There were still many foreign students fighting together in the past, but now there are only 3 of us. The association has also moved from the center of the campus to this completely marginal area. We moved because we interfered with the normal campus order. Huang Yi smiled helplessly. This reason is really irrefutable. Poor here. You may be sentenced to racial discrimination if you curse a nigger. But it doesn't matter anyway to scold the Chinese, as if our status here is worse than that of blacks. Listening to Huang Yi's narration, Ziming felt very heavy and depressed. Ziming never thought he was an angry youth. In fact, because of his 50-year-old mentality for his 2 lives, he could not become angry. But when Ziming heard all this, Huang Yi said, and saw the tragic situation of the Brighton Chinese Students Association from now on, an uncontrollable anger still rose in my heart. Ziming actually understands that what Huang Yi said is so simple, but in fact there must be a lot of things that he can't imagine. For example, when the first violent incident occurred when it was called the Mutual Aid Association, the police was forced to change the name instead. There must be stories of humiliation and helplessness in it, so that later violence became more and more rampant and lawless, and the association had no choice but to move out step by step, and finally came to this place almost bordering the factory. All Chinese students did not dare to come to the association even if they joined up. The status is inferior to that of the blacks. Ziming knows that Huang Yi's words are not really better than status. He is more of a kind of helplessness of submission. Ziming thought of what he was about to say here, so he heard a shout from outside. Hey my yellow-skinned bitches, get out of here. Chapter 272 The Scum of Harvard? The atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Now the sudden shout outside shocked Huang Yi and his 2 classmates. One of them yelled, "Oh my God, why are they here again?" So they haven't? Are you leaving? Or did they see Chairman Huang Yi coming back? Ziming raised his eyebrows and asked, It should be the group of people who came here just now. They are a group of gangsters nearby. They drank and fight together when they were okay. Huang Yi said, Miss Zhu, they must be here for me. You go from the back door first. Although they don't like Chinese, they don't bully when they meet one casually. Yes, Teacher Zhu, you will definitely be fine if you walk through the back door. Okay, since classmate Huang Yi said that, then I will take a step first. Ziming stood up and walked towards the door. Go, but his direction was not the back door that Huang Yi was pointing at, but the front door, which made Huang Yi unresponsive. Miss Zhu, you are going in the opposite direction. However, Ziming smiled and turned his head and told him, yes, this is where I am going. Ziming knew that he was not an angry youth. In fact, it was difficult for him to be emotional at his 50-year-old mental age, but at this time, he was abroad and just met. After hearing about the discrimination and bullying of compatriots here, there are still people bullying to the door of the house. A student like Huang Yi knows to stand in front and let himself go first. If he really left like this, wouldn't he have you become the weakest coward? A big man can bend and stretch. But now Ziming doesn't think it's time to admit counseling. On the contrary, if he really leaves, he will despise himself for the rest of his life. It's hard to be reborn this time. If I can't be vigorous and continue to be a dog, then I'm really blinded this time. In rebirth, I don't even dare to face this bit of trouble. So how can I continue to mess around in this country of discrimination? Go on. What else to talk about becoming a business tycoon? It's better to go back and sell stinky tofu earlier. After talking about Ziming, he walked out of the main entrance. The bodyguards followed Ziming all the time, while Huang Yi stood there in a daze and watched Ziming leave. It was not until the 2 classmates of the association called him to react to him. Even though Ziming only said such a sentence, he seemed to have full confidence, as if there were no difficulties in front of him. Chairman Huang Chi, he really do? We'd better get out of here. That group of people who are scum, unreasonable, cannot let you disadvantage. Great fight with them. Both students said this to Huang Yi, and then Huang Yi led them out immediately. In the open space at the door, Ziming and the group were confronting each other. There were 9 people in the group, 5 whites and 4 strong blacks. They rode 3 modified motorcycles and drove a similarly modified Chevrolet. They looked like a violent blockbuster in the movie. It is hard to imagine that you can see it in Brighton, the most educated city in the United States, and near Harvard, the world's top university, but the facts are in sight. Are you the thugs who attacked the association just now? Ziming asked, frowning. As Ziming asked, he was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Everyone said, each and every one of you. Hey Louis, did you hear that? He actually called us a mob. Speaking of us, we too. It is indeed a thug. I am sorry to mess up your association room. I should say sorry to you, and I should also confess to God, because I should blow him up directly to the boom." There was a scolding, mocking sound. In the movie, a young man in a white suit got out of the car. He leaned against the car while lighting a cigarette and said to Ziming, "Chinese, are you a new overseas student? It is disgusting to be deceived and brought in to participate. The association, although I hate you yellow-skinned craps, I am in a good mood today. As long as you disappear from my eyes within a minute, the innocents will not be affected." He finished speaking, and someone behind him yelled, "Fortunately well, you new yellow-skinned bitch. Hurry up and live on the same land as you, it's really disgusting." Huang Yi had already walked out of the door at this time. He quickly walked over to Zuming and introduced him. "The person who spoke just now is called Brooke, a famous scum from Harvard University. His father is a very influential participant in the state congressman. He is also the chairman of the Massachusetts social newspaper." After hearing Huang Yi's explanation, Zuming immediately understood that this is a standard rich second-generation story, relying on his father's influence and financial resources in Massachusetts. Brooke was arrogant and domineering on the campus, as he didn't do anything too big. The school closed one eye. Originally young people were pursuing novelty, stimulus, and the school's indulgence also made Brooke even more unscrupulous. It sounds novel, but it's not surprising to think about it. First of all, Harvard is a private university. No matter how famous it is and how good its teaching resources are, it cannot conceal the fact that its biggest income comes from private donations. So since income depends on private donations, it is reasonable for the school to give face to donors and accept some students who do not meet the admission requirements in accordance with the principle of courtesy. In fact, not only private universities, but also in famous universities around the world, there is a bipolar phenomenon where top students and such special students coexist. Even in Beacon Country, even Harvard University, the world's #1 university, still can't get out of this circle. While Huang Yizing and Zuming were explaining Brooke's identity here, Brooke suddenly said, "1 minute is up, it seems you have chosen to stay." He finished, and a classmate here immediately retorted, "Brooke, you bullshit, it's obviously less than half a minute now." Brooke grinned over there, threw away the cigarette in his hand and said, "Is it less than half a minute? But it's obviously already 2 minutes with me." "Louis, go help me educate these yellow-skinned bitches. What is the concept of time? I am willing to work for you." A black man stepped off the motorcycle in response, making Huang Yi and the others subconsciously take a step back, because the black man it was 2 meters high and was full of knotted muscles. It walked over like a human-shaped armored car, which was daunting. Seeing this black man coming over, a young student said to Ziming, "Teacher Zhu, go ahead." "This guy is not a human at all. I saw him twist a steel bar into a twist. He was just covered in human skin." "The wild beast, we will help you, stop you from leaving." Ziming was not moved. Huang Yi was also anxious at this time. He also said to Ziming, "He was right. Teacher Zhu, we all know that you are very brave, you are a very amazing person. There is nothing that cannot be solved in front of you. After learning about your deeds, we all admire you, but the situation is different now. We are coming to Japan for a long time. Teacher Zhu, you go first." "Wait. When we have a chance in the future, we will find Brooke revenge." Ziming still stood there like a benchmark, and said to Huang Yi and the others, "Do you think I am here to be strong? Then you are wrong, because I know this Louis can't be hurt." "Me." As Ziming finished speaking, the police came out and stood in front of Zuming. This made Huang Yi and the others stunned. Is it possible that Teacher Zhu intends to let this brother stop Louis? However, he looked at most 1.75 meters tall, and his figure was very strong, but he was still a little too thin compared to Louis' monster body. Ziming saw Huang Yi and their doubts, so he said to them, "Fights are not something that can be won by someone who is strong. Our brother, he has at least 100 ways to kill that stupid man." Louis came to looked at condescendingly. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. He said to, "Hey, yellow dog, Are you here to challenge me? I think it would be better to go with 5 worms together. Anyway, you yellow dogs are all the same skinny, like bitches who take money. You can fuck whatever you want. Behind Lewis. The other blacks also booed. Hey, I said Lewis. They are not the Chinese female dogs in Chinatown. They are all male dogs. You wouldn't have sex with them. There are no mistakes. Clamp. Tighten your dung-spitting mouth, bastard. Lewis said, I certainly don't have any sexual interest in them, but I would like to see the scenes of these yellow-skinned male dogs stabbing each other behind each other, and it will definitely become the hottest man in the next issue. Cover. After Lewis finished talking there, they burst into laughter. But Huang Yi and the others clenched their fists. Obviously Lewis' insulting language made them angry, but they also knew that they would be pinched to death like a chick when they went up. If it's okay if you die, you'll be alive if you're afraid you won't be able to beat it, and you'll suffer more humiliation. At this moment, Huang Yi and the others were really desperate. Although they were all high-achieving students admitted to Harvard on their own ability, they had no idea what to do with this situation at this moment. But at this moment, they suddenly turned around and asked Ziming, Boss Zhu, can I have a word with the idiot opposite? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course, I and these 3 classmates can help you translate, Ziming said. That's good. A finger across the Lewis said, help me to tell him. I the now knelt down to apologize to all the Chinese people, or it'll make him regret it came to this world. Such isn't it more to irritate that Lewis? While Huang Yi and his 2 classmates were still wondering, Ziming had already translated it for the, and Brooke laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Brooke was still smiling, said to Lewis, it seems that you are not in their eyes, or Lewis, you should apologize to them first, lest they really have to do it to you. Lewis said with a grinning grin, okay, you little bitch, it seems that if I do not break your arm today, you will not have an unforgettable memory. Lewis said, he reached out and grabbed it, and acted as Lewis' hand. Only when he touched the collar of the, immediately grabbed Lewis' wrist, and then the whole body suddenly exerted force, directly over the shoulder and threw Lewis out. Chapter 273 Meet me, my name is Ziming. With the sound of a heavy object landing, Lewis, who was tall, was thrown to the ground. Everyone was shocked except Ziming. Everyone was incredible. Watching this scene, the eyes are going to stare out of the eyes. As for Ziming, although he had already expected this result, he saw a man with a normal body of 1.75 meters, throwing out a large man who was more than 2 meters tall and weighed more than 250 kilograms. The scene is still very shocking. Suddenly there was a deadly silence, as if the air had stagnated at this moment, but this was just a moment, and then there was a wave of abuse from Brooke. They waved their arms and shouted, hey, Lewis. Big guy, did not you eat today, or did you soften your legs on which bitch yesterday? It seems that you are quite capable, but now it is really a shame for us. Even though Lewis was smashed without preparation. Basu, but these ridiculous words reached his ears, which still made him feel humiliated, so Lewis slapped himself severely, and then sat up. At this time, the opposite China said a word he did not understand. Then Ziming translated, if you just lie down, then you will not continue to be beaten. This sentence made Lewis vomit blood. He immediately stood up and roared at there, it's you yellow-skinned bitch who should lie down. Lewis roared like a thunder. While roaring, he rushed towards there, raised his fist to hit the on the head. But with the skills of a soldier king, don't say that he has seen through his offensive line a long time ago, even a temporary reaction will not let him hit. Then he saw that the light side of his body had passed Lewis' fist. At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward and hit Lewis with 3 punches. This is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, even if it is as strong as Lewis, it can't be practiced. After 3 punches, he immediately felt a piercing pain, which made him scream. But Lewis is a strong black man after all. He quickly resisted the pain, bowed his head and said to, damn, you damn yellow bastard, I must catch you and kill you. I will knock you off." The bones of his whole body make him only a useless person in this life, Lewis said. He stretched out his hand again to grab then looked up and smiled to him and said, "Do you really think so? Then I will let you catch it, and see if you can do what you want." After all, I didn't evade. Let Lewis' hand grab him, and Lewis grinned and said to him, "You slippery bastard, this time I can't run away at last. The next one is to greet you. Painful time, I will make you regret coming to this world." Seeing this, Huang Yi and two classmates were shocked. Why were they so flexible just now that they were caught? But they didn't have time to worry, so they listened to the said, "It's really painful time next, but it's really yours." Speaking of putting their hands on Lewis' hands, before Lewis reacted, suddenly exerted force on his legs and waist, he lifted his body, and finally bent his legs in midair and kicked under Lewis violently. Watching this scene, everyone's minds rang out in unison, making everyone who saw it felt a bit tight. Looking at the person concerned, the black comrade Lewis' face was already distorted. But it was not over yet, and then the feet exerted force again, dragging Lewis' arms back, and when Lewis was about to fall to the ground, kicked his chin fiercely. After hearing the saw bone cracking sound, Lewis fell to the ground and made no more sound. The scene fell into a weird silence again. From the 3 of Huang Yi to the 8 of Brooks, they all watched this scene blankly. The tall and sturdy Lewis was simply killed. God, who can tell me what happened? Lewis is lying here. Is there any magic for that Chinese, or is he a believer in Satan? This must be the most disgusting nightmare. It's possible. Hey, Lewis. It's not time to go to bed now. You are so quick to get up and break the bones of that Chinese man. Isn't that your favorite thing to do? Nothing wrong, no words. The people behind Brooke murmured one by one that compared to Huang Yi's trio, this scene shocked them even more, because they all knew that Lewis didn't just look long and strong. He was dug up by Brooke from an underground wrestling ring. Lewis was the bodyguard of the wrestling ring at that time, but he actually went off and played several games. No one was his opponent. Later, he went to several wrestling rings in Massachusetts. No one was his opponent. He was knocked out soon after taking the stage, no matter how strong the opponent was, even once the opponent was a heavyweight Japanese sumo wrestler. Later Lewis went to their group, and they took Lewis to fight. Every time he could easily ravage each other, so that no one would dare to mess with Brooke for a long time. Everyone would hate to avoid Lewis when they saw Lewis. He goes. But it was this Lewis, in front of the Chinese. He was killed almost without the power to fight back, and they couldn't find any other explanation except for the nightmare. At this moment, took another step forward. He stretched his finger to Brooke and hooked his finger provocatively. This action couldn't be understood without any translation. If it was just now that they had wanted to do this, Brooke and the others would have been clamoring, but they had just witnessed how they quickly knocked down Lewis. They would not dare to pass. On the contrary, they are still under the awe of. All of them retreated subconsciously. Seeing their movements, said a waste of disdain. According to the introverted temper of the past, he would not say that, but just now he saw the appearance of this association and heard about the Americans bullying their compatriots. He is already very angry. Now these guys are no longer. Once a bully comes to the door, how can I make the not angry? But before Brooke had a reaction, he put a hand on the arm of the fuck and let him withdraw it. The person who can do this is naturally only Ziming. Ziming smiled consciously stepped aside, and then Ziming stood up and said, "This classmate Brooke, right? There are no mistakes. Let me know a lot of words first. My name is Ziming, and I am a new Chinese to study at Harvard. There are also 25 Chinese students here with me. After all, Brooke is a rich second generation who has seen big scenes." After the shock, he first calmed down. Seeing Ziming coming out to speak, he also said, "Hello, classmate Ziming, you said that you came to Harvard to study with 25 Chinese students. I'm sorry that this kind of illogical lie cannot be convinced. I'm sorry, I didn't say to make you believe, and I don't need to make you believe. Anyway, My classmates and I are already here, Ziming said. These words made Brook vomit blood with depression, but given that the horrible sex was still around, he could only hold back this tone and said, then put this matter aside for the time being, but this friend of yours killed my friend on the spot. No one can get rid of this matter. Ziming glanced at him, and said a few words to Ziming. Then Ziming said, don't worry, classmate Brook, your friend just passed out. There will be no life-threatening. At this point, Ziming paused and then said, actually, I only want to say one thing, that is, I know that Americans have a bit of opinion about us Chinese. Even Brook classmate you have. It's a deep prejudice. This idea itself is very stupid, and Brook, you have also risen to a level of discrimination, and you want to come here to destroy our association. Do you think we Chinese are easy to bully? Ziming became more excited as he spoke, and almost shouted at the end, I can forget the past, but since today, since I am here, I will not allow any discrimination against Chinese people. Ziming said. Pointing at Brook, he said, classmate Brook, don't blame me for not reminding you. If I see something like today again in the future, your black friend will be your fate, and you will only be worse. I don't care if your father is a senator or the chairman of the newspaper. I do what I say. Please believe me. Brook was almost mad at Ziming's words at this time. He has grown up and hasn't been killed yet. He threatened like this, but he didn't know that Ziming's words were not over yet. Finally, Ziming said, also, since you made the association so messy and dirty today, then I would trouble you to clean it up. Are you okay? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. At this moment Brook clenched his fists. He really wanted to rush out and smash his fist on Ziming's face, but when he saw the gangster who was walking towards them, he suddenly had courage and courage. The temper is gone. Even if the sex is only 1.75 meters tall, the things about Louis just now are still vivid, so they can't help but be afraid. So in the end they could only walk into the association's room one by one with their heads down and hurriedly tidy up. Of course, it's impossible for them to clean up in the room honestly. When they all entered the room, someone said to Brook, Master, that Ziming is really hateful. You actually let Master you clean up here, too. Why can't we swallow this breath? In their face of them, Brook also said impatiently, you don't talk nonsense. If you can't swallow this breath, can I swallow it? I tell you, I will definitely do it. I asked them to breathe back. Brook's decision made everyone else curious, and someone immediately asked him, then Brook, what do you decide to do? The bodyguard next to him is too good at fighting. Judging from Louis' situation, I guess only a few of us are not enough for him to warm up. Then I have to trouble Louis. Brook smiled evilly, wait for me, Ziming, I will make you regret the trouble of me. Second chapter 174 Familiar Causes? While Brooks in the house were cursing and planning something, Louis, who was lying on the ground outside the house, woke up at this time, but when he first woke up, he was obviously a little confused and stared. The eyes murmured, a group of sad little bitches, look at your grandfather Black's hanging, enjoy the insults under meet your heart's content. Louis was finished, and he slapped him with a slap in the past. Louis immediately yelled and cursed, which bitch is the one who dares to beat me? Don't kill me. Louis' words came to an abrupt end here, because he saw the person who beat him, and suddenly a spirit sat up, stepped back a few steps, hugging her knees like a bullied daughter-in-law. Her eyes panicked and looked at and said, you don't come over, you devil. To his behavior, I didn't care, just asked him, is the jaw pain no longer, so this mouth is starting to be nasty again? After speaking, smiled. Although Louis could not understand, he could understand S smile, but this smile seemed to him to be a devil's smile, which made him feel aroused and suddenly remembered after the nightmare-like scene before, especially the pain that made him faint at that moment and into the bone marrow. He tremblingly said, you don't hit me. Ziming also walked over at this moment. Say to him in English, don't worry, we Chinese don't like violence, as long as you don't insult China, don't bully other Chinese, and apologize to the Chinese. Louis nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, to promise that I won't insult you again in the future and I will never bully other Chinese. If I can't do it, I will be sent to hell. I apologize to you. I really shouldn't do that before. I shouldn't insult you. I ask you to forgive me. Okay, I really know it is wrong. Ziming nodded in satisfaction. He pointed his finger at the association room at the back and asked him, "You guys came and messed up over there, right? There are a lot of words. You know what to do. What did you do? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." "Of course I understand. I'll clean up the room right away," Louis said, and immediately got up and ran towards the room, but his lower body was still aching, so he ran with his waist deep and 1 foot shallow. It looks very funny. As Louis ran into the room, Huang Yi recovered from the sluggishness just now. He was so excited that he jumped up and said, "That's great. Teacher Zhu and brother, you are really amazing. I'm here already. Years. I never thought that these proud Americans would bow their heads and confess their mistakes to us. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see it now." Huang Yi almost cried at the end. Huang Yi, I was really too excited, especially when I saw that the powerful Louis was knocked down by the police twice. After he got up, he was afraid and desperately apologized to Ziming. It really made him feel very proud. The 2 classmates of Huang Yi also said, "Yes, Teacher Zhu, you and Big Brother are really our great saviors. If it weren't for you, we might be bullied by them. Today is our first time for Americans. Victory." The 2 classmates raised their arms excitedly as they spoke, which made Ziming feel a little sad, because it was nothing to say, and the association's office was also smashed and splashed so much paint. Even if they are asked to clean up now, I'm afraid they can't clean up, so it's coming to Ziming himself. He must find a chance to avenge this grudge, but for Huang Yi and the others, this is already a victory worthy of their celebration, so it is conceivable that what they have had in the past is what kind of day. Ziming patted Huang Yi's shoulder comfortingly, and asked him after he calmed down, "What's the matter with that Brook? Why did he target you so much, and smashed your association's office like this? If it's just pure discrimination, he shouldn't have done so excessively, right? There are a lot of words without mistakes." Hearing Ziming's question, Huang Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Of course it's not pure discrimination. In fact, at the very beginning, Brook, even though it was very arrogant at Harvard University, but it was not as arrogant as it is now, and we are at peace with our Chinese Students Association, and it is very helpless to say that it is because he did not take us seriously for this situation." Ziming not surprised. In fact, this should be the most normal situation, so Ziming asked, "Then what happened afterwards?" In fact, it's embarrassing to say that this happened because of a female classmate, Huang Yi said. This answer surprised Ziming. Could it be a bloody love triangle? Ziming didn't know, so he could only wait for Huang Yi to reveal the answer by himself. Then Huang Yi went on to say, "A year ago Brook talked about a girlfriend. It was our Chinese student named Zhu Yao. Later they talked for half a year and Zhu Yao was about to break up with him. But Brook was unwilling and said Zhu Yao lied to him. It is to defraud the citizenship in the United States." Ziming is also familiar with this bridge section. In fact, there are indeed many ways that girls think of in order to obtain official status in the United States. And there are many flash marriages. And this Zhu Yao also used this method. Of course, she was looking for Brook. Brook used his family relationship to accomplish this thing more easily than other methods. After Zhu Yao got what she wanted, she would break up with Brook. Of course, no one knows if the specific matter is as simple as that. After coming to Brook to react, "I feel that I am unwilling to lose." Zhu Yao approached our China International Students Association for help. Huang Yi said, "I was in charge of helping her mediate at the time, but the Brook didn't listen at all. I asked him how he wanted to solve it, and he didn't say anything, so he insulted us. Finally, we had to fight Zhu Yao in front of us. We were out of anger and we fought with him. At that time, we were crowded and taught him a severe lesson." Huang Yi paused and said, "From then on, the next day, He brought people to the office of the association and injured several classmates, but he was still dissatisfied and has been targeting the association until now. We have reported to the police since the first time, but because of him father's influence in Massachusetts, the police only came here once and did a routine investigation and never came again. It turned out to be like this. Ziming said to Huang Yi, "You did this thing right. If I were you, I would do the same." Of course, Ziming wanted to support his compatriots, although he could not understand those women who asked Americans to marry or talk about friends in order to obtain US citizenship, but then everyone broke up, and you feel that you have lost. You can go to the court to sue her for fraud or something, but like Brooke, he not only insulted all the Chinese, but even beat Zhu Yao in the end. I want teachers to deal with it. You will definitely not have these troubles. It seems that my ability is still not at home. Huang Yi sighed. What do you want? Ziming said. Huang Yi, if you can enter Harvard, it is enough to prove your ability. It's just that the resources around you are different from mine. Think about it. If you are here, wouldn't the result today be the same as yours? And the first time you played against Brooke, you won by your own ability. Huang Yi nodded, and he said to Ziming, Miss Zhu, you are really a good teacher. I really envy Yining and they can have a teacher like you. Huang Yi's words made Ziming a little embarrassed, because Ziming's words just now came from the heart. He believes that Huang Yi must be better than himself in terms of ability, but he is still young now, and many things lack this kind of experience, and I have been in my 50s in my 2 lives. How can I compare it? It's just that he couldn't explain this clearly to him, so he naively thought that he was simply enlightening him. Well, Huang Yi, since you are the chairman of the Chinese Students Association, you must be strong in the face of these things, Ziming said and then continued. But this matter still needs to be resolved, so let's go back to you today. Take me to find that Zhu Yao and see what happened. Huang Yi firmly agreed to Ziming and said yes, and then Ziming and the others left soon. They can't really let Brooke and the others go. Clean up the office of the association. In fact, it is the same as the office of the association. It is still painted everywhere. It is impossible to clean it. Let them clean. In fact, it is for them. Be a gesture. Teach them a lesson, and use facts to tell them that Chinese people are not easy to bully. After Ziming and the others were gone, Brooke and the 9 of them sat back next to the car and complained one by one. Those yellow-skinned bitches are really too much. They actually want us to clean the office. God is like a pig's nest. I think the slums in India are 10 million times better than there. Some people blamed Louis. You are so damn big. How can you not even win against such a small man? Is it Bai Chang? I was forced to come in and work together. I am ashamed of you. Someone said to Brooke, Master, we are bullied by those yellow-skinned bitches. We cannot just let it go. Listen, when these people said what you said to me, Brooke couldn't help yelling, shut up. This roar made everyone else subconsciously shut their mouths. Brooke looked around and said, what are you all arguing about? Do you think I just want to work for these yellow-skinned bastards? It's still in such a dirty place. I have the heart to kill him now. So how can I let them go? Then young master, what are you going to do? Shall we find more people to teach them a lesson? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. A black man asked Brooke. This is not a good way. Brooke turned his head and glanced at the black Louis, and then said, the Chinese knows how to martial arts. Can you beat Bruce Lee if you have met a dozen people? And this is Brighton, on the Harvard campus. Do you think it is in a violent neighborhood? We bullying the Chinese in groups like this is already the bottom line. If we develop to the point of fighting with the Chinese, we will all be driven out of Harvard. Master, what should we do? Everyone asked in unison. Brooke said to Louis. I said, this matter depends on our Louis. We are all civilized people in the United States. We cannot be the same as those yellow-skinned bastards. We have to use a civilized method to make my father and the Harvard School can't fault it. Chapter 275 The Wicked complained first. After arranging for all the students to carry their luggage to the dormitory, Zhu Ming and Huang Yi drove to the center of Brighton, Chinatown. This is the third largest Chinatown in the United States, and Zhu Yao lives here. The car Zhu Ming and the others drove was just an ordinary Buick sedan, which was bought for the convenience of traveling in the United States. Before going abroad, the country specially issued an American driver's license for him, so it is still driving, even if the driving habits of the United States and China are the same. A plaque was erected at the gate of Chinatown. The front and the back of it were written in traditional Chinese characters for the public: courtesy, justice, and shame. It is also very Chinese. When I drive in, I look at the shops with Chinese characters on both sides. It also gives people a sense of time and space. Staggered, as if returning to the domestic illusion, Zhu Ming drove the car into a small alley. Huang Yi led Zhu Ming to find Zhu Yao's home in a dilapidated building. Zhu Yao could guess Zhu Ming and Huang Yi's intentions, and took them to the door of the alley. In the tea house, they just sat down and ordered tea and refreshments respectively. Zhu Yao took the initiative to say, "I'm sorry, I don't want my parents to know about me, so I brought you out to talk." Zhu Ming nodded and said, "I understand. We didn't mean to blame you at all." "Then I think you can guess some of the purpose of our coming to find you. It's about you and Brooke. Although time has passed, it's been a long time, but Brooke hasn't stopped. Just today, he led someone to smash the office of Huang Yi's Chinese Students Association, and both of his classmates were injured." Hearing Zhu Ming's statement, Zhu Yao depressed. He ended his head. "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble." Huang Yi said hurriedly, "It doesn't matter. Our Chinese Students Association is determined to help every compatriot solve the trouble." But before Huang Yi finished, Zhu Ming, "But here," he said, "there must be some trouble. But what is before us now? I don't think it is an apology. In fact, we don't need you to apologize. We just want to solve this trouble." Zhu Yao raised up. I turned my head, opened my eyes and looked at Zhu Ming with some surprise. I can't help saying that Zhu Yao is indeed a bit charming, plus she was admitted to Harvard by her own ability, and if she graduated successfully, she would be a desirable professional beauty manager. But now, because of Brooke's affairs, she hardly dared to go to school, and the course was delayed because of this. If this goes on, the rare opportunity will be ruined. But Brooke's father is a state senator. If he doesn't want to solve it by himself, it will be difficult. Zhu Yao sadly. Zhu Ming shook his head and said, "This is nothing. As long as we think of a solution, there is no problem that can't be solved." Huang Yi also said to Zhu Ming next to him, "Zhu Yao, have you forgotten what I just introduced to you? Zhu, teacher. He is a very powerful person. As long as he helps, there will be no problems that cannot be solved." Zhu Yao nodded in disbelief, and Zhu Ming asked her, "I am a more direct person. Just pick the key points." The reason Brooke was angry is that he said that you were deceiving him, saying that you were trying to trick him into helping you get the status of a US citizen. Is that right? Nothing wrong, no skipping. No, he's a liar. He's lying. Zhu Yao said angrily, "I didn't ask him to do any citizenship for me at all. He insisted on doing it for me. He even said that he could do it for me. I want me to follow him for the rest of my life and be his lover. I just don't want to turn my feelings into a dirty deal, and because of this, I have to break up with him." After seeing his disgusting face, Zhu Ming raised his brows. The main answer surprised him, but it seemed reasonable. Zhu Ming carefully recalled that from just now to now, Zhu Yao didn't want her parents to know the worry, and later took the initiative to apologize and worry about solving the trouble. Zhu Ming could see that she was not deliberately artificial, and this series of performances show that she is a very kind girl. This kindness shows that she will not be so utilitarian. This is not to say that the utilitarian girl is not kind, but that there will be another approach. And in Zhu Yao's words, Zhu Ming also noticed that she paused when she talked about being his lover, and her face turned red. There must be something more demanding, so Zhu Yao would break up with Brooke later. So now things are easy to understand. That is, Brooke likes Zhu Yao, wants to get Zhu Yao's heart by helping Zhu Yao obtain citizenship, and even asks Zhu Yao to do something very excessive, but Zhu Yao is not willing to sell herself to break up with Brooke. Brooke couldn't accept it. He thought Zhu Yao was playing tricks on him, so he spread rumors and slandered Zhu Yao without limit, and even finally vented his anger to the Chinese Students Association who helped Zhu Yao. Thinking of this, Zhu Ming nodded gently. I see, thanks Zhu Yao. I will help you solve this matter. Zhu Yao said embarrassedly, I really want to say that you don't need to trouble teacher Zhu. But I also really want to go back to school. I want to graduate from Harvard. Zhu Ming gave Zhu Yao a relieved smile. Don't worry, everything will be solved. Zhu Yao stared at Zhu Ming blankly, as if Zhu Ming there is something magical about Zhu Ming's smile. Seeing Zhu Ming's smile, Zhu Yao seemed to really have a feeling that nothing was a big deal in front of Zhu Ming. After bidding farewell to Zhu Yao, Zhu Ming and Huang Yi drove back to Harvard. But only when they got on the Harvard Highway, there were police cars roaring, overtaking and stopping in front. This police car came with us deliberately. What should we do? Turned around and asked Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming was a little surprised. He knew that the police were very observant. He said that the police car came with them, and it must have been. But Zhu Ming thought about it and didn't commit anything. If the US government wants it, you shouldn't wait until now to catch yourself. As for the association's office, it's not the first time that it has been smashed. There was no one to take care of it before. It did not exist. If they didn't understand, Zhu Ming told the police, we are now in the United States. If they are really American police, we should cooperate a little bit better. There. Police said he understood. He drove the car and slowly stopped in front of the police car. There were two black men. The policeman walked over and said, Hey, Chinese, get out of the car slowly and let me see your hands. Don't think about any tricks. Zhu Ming knew that the United States allows the sale of guns, so the police would say this to ensure their own safety. Zhu Ming and Huang Yi both opened their hands and got out of the car. The two black policemen looked at Zhu Ming and they immediately took out the walkie-talkie to inform that the suspect had been found. This made Zhu Ming frown subconsciously. Even though he had felt wrong when he heard the police car followed, it felt even more wrong at this time. About 10 minutes later, a few more police cars drove along. There was also a familiar Chevrolet that belonged to Brooke. When he saw this car, Zhu Ming suddenly understood who was doing all this. Brooke jumped out of the car, and when he saw Zhu Ming, he pointed at him and said, This is the Chinese, who is racist against my black friends today. He also abused and beat my black friends. As you all know, these Chinese people, they are unreasonable bastards. They can also work hard, knocking my friend to the ground and unable to get up for a long time. Pity my brother. Such a big man. When Brooke said so, the black Louis followed him off. Watching Louis follow behind Brooke with the appearance of an aggrieved little daughter-in-law like Louis, it is undoubtedly very comedic. But at this time Zhu Ming can't laugh at all, and there is just endless anger. This Brooke is lying. Huang Yi couldn't help but exclaimed, Obviously they came to smash the office of our Chinese Students Association. We are just defending. And we have not abused Louis. He is beating us and discriminating against us in China. People. Louis, why do you want the wicked to sue first? The wicked sue first? This is what only you Chinese can say. You are such a rogue. Brooke said. Zhu Ming stood up and said, Hello police officers, we have not had any conflicts. If there is any, they should take you to the place where the incident happened. I think of the place where the incident happened. You can find out who is right and who is wrong. There. The police officer heard this hesitated, but Brooke once said, You have heard the police officers. These Chinese people is so shameless. They always want to find every possible excuse to justify themselves. They're such a group of cunning thugs. If you don't catch them all today, I will definitely complain to you. Listening to Brooke's words, the police officer who led the team stood up and said, Chinese, you all take your hands out and put your hands on your heads. Come and follow us back, otherwise I won't have that good patience. After talking, a few police officers took handcuffs and walked towards Zhu Ming, subconsciously blocking in front of Zhu Ming. Perhaps it was because they felt the sturdy atmosphere on the body. The policemen immediately took out their guns and pointed it at and said, What do you want to do? Put your hand on your head. Ziming asked to get out of the way. He come out and say, "Police officer, we are really wronged. Even if you want to arrest us, I think I have the right to hire a lawyer now. There are no mistakes and many words. That's after you went to the police station. Now, please raise your hands. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude," said the police officer who led the team. At this time, Huang Yi stood up and stood in front of Ziming and said, "Police officer, I did this thing. I discriminated against Louis and I beat him. I did everything and it had nothing to do with them. They all entered the country yesterday. You can check the records at the airport." These police officers hesitated when they heard this, and Huang Yi continued to curse, "Hey, you damn niggers. You should be slaves when you are born. See you. I seem to have seen the dirtiest thing in the world." Following Huang Yi's scolding, the black policeman over there was instantly angry. They immediately rushed over and slammed Huang Yi to the ground, pointed a gun at him, and said, "I'm warning you to shut up. You have to dare say one more sentence, I must knock your teeth off, you yellow bastard." Chapter 276 Presidential Attorney Allen? With the stern sound of sirens, several police cars whizzed away, and finally Huang Yi was taken away. In fact, Brooke wanted to take Ziming and the police together. However, because the police officer saw Ziming's special document approved by Mr. President, he knew that it would be tricky if Ziming was taken away. Only Huang Yi was taken away, and of course all the guilt was assigned to him alone. Seeing the shadow of the police car going away, the police suddenly said, "Ziming, if you can contact the consulate and send people back to China safely, I am at least 90% sure that Huang Yi can be brought out of the police station intact." "Not going to go to prison raids, right?" asked Ziming surprised. "If there is only this way, I will choose to try," replied. Ziming shook his head helplessly. It's not that he was talking about the tales of the military, because other people didn't know it, but Ziming knew that the military definitely had this ability. When he was in the country, he could be from the army camp with live ammunition. He ran out and exchanged fire with hundreds of armed policemen on Dongdan Street for a few hours without losing sight. There was even a comment later that as long as he was supplied with enough ammunition, he might be able to counterkill a reinforced company. Since the armed police with live ammunition and the regular troops have no choice but to use special forces like police, let alone ordinary police, Ziming doesn't believe that American police are all superheroes in Hollywood movies. However, Ziming finally shook his head. After all, we still have to study and live here. If we rip our faces with the American police now and get out of prison, it will not be a good thing for us in the future. Damn, these Americans are really too much. What kind of shit and free country is really a lie? They clenched his fists angrily. Although he doesn't think the United States is a good country, at least it is still here. It's relatively fair, but I didn't think that my compatriots lived here like this, and they were bullied in this way every day, and their status was not as good as that of black people. Today, Huang Yi was arrested in front of him. How can this not be allowed? People feel angry. It's inevitable in a foreign country. Ziming patted the on the shoulder to comfort him. Then Ziming let get in the car, asked Ziming in surprise. Ziming told him, of course it is to rescue him. Our compatriots. Getting in the car immediately after hearing this, they were originally going to go directly to the Consulate General in New York to find Cheng Jun, but instead of formulating Jun's answer that he would mediate, Ziming gave up the idea of going to New York. These bureaucrats are really hateful. Hately smashed the steering wheel, and then he said to Ziming, or I should go to the police station to rob and jail. I will definitely not reveal my identity. Even more, it won't hurt you. Ziming smiled. Why would I be afraid of you being involved? I thought I was involved in such things as the superpower's national coup in North Russia, and we also passed through the layers of the military. There is something I dare not do, but this kind of thing is the method when there is no other way. S eyes lit up. That said, Ziming, do you still have a way? I dare not say that there is a way. How good, at least I'm sure I can solve this matter. After saying that, Ziming asked the police to drive back to Chinatown. Ziming knocked on the door of Zuyao's house. Zuyao opened the door and saw Ziming and looked a little surprised. Teacher Zu, do you have anything else to do? Ziming glanced at Zuyao's back and saw that her parents were not at the door, and then said to her, "It's about classmate Huang Yi. We went back to Harvard just now and he was arrested on the way." In the police station, Brooke falsely accused him of discriminating against and beating black people. "Oh my God, how could this happen? Brooke is too much. It's all bad for me. If it wasn't for me, there would be no such things." "Yes, I'm sorry for you," Zuyao said with some guilt. "Actually, it doesn't matter if I am sorry. The most important thing now is to find a way to rescue Huang Yi first, but I am not familiar with it. Do you know any good law firms here, Zuyao?" Ziming asked. Zuyao immediately nodded and said, "I know that there is a very famous law firm across from Chinatown. Many wealthy people in Brighton directly hire lawyers there, and the lawyers there are also very powerful, but the cost there is also very high. Don't worry, money is not a problem with me." Ziming said so, and then took Zuyao into the car and let her take them to the law firm. This law firm is located in the heart of Brighton, surrounded by bank buildings. This financial strength is enough to illustrate the ability of this law firm. Ziming was very satisfied with this place, but Zuyao hesitated when he arrived at the door. "Should we really go in?" Ziming replied of course, and then walked into the law firm first, and Zuyao had to follow. They only came in, and the receptionist at the law firm's door asked cordially, "Hello, sirs and ladies. Do you have an appointment with a lawyer?" Ziming shook his head and said, "No, it's just one of mine. My friend was arrested in the police station. I need a lawyer to help me release him on bail." The lady at the front desk looked at Zuyao up and down and said, "I'm sorry, we are a gold-qualified law firm here, and we don't provide any form. If you need legal aid services, please call the public advocate's office in Brighton." The lady at the front desk frowned. Ziming. Obviously, she was treating them as a free law. Discriminate against them by assisting. So Ziming said to her, "But I'm here to find a lawyer, not a free public defender." "Okay, the lawyer fees here generally range from $200 to $700 per hour. Please fill out this form and pay a deposit of $3,000. Our law firm will arrange for you the most suitable lawyer based on your situation." The lady at the front desk said very politely, but Zuyao unconsciously took a breath of air when she heard about the lawyer's fees, because the price was far beyond her expectation. She wanted to suggest to Ziming whether to change to a cheaper lawyer office, but Ziming directly handed out $10,000 to the front desk lady and said, "I will pay $10,000 first, but I need your best lawyer here." There. Front desk lady was a little surprised. Obviously she did not expect Ziming to meet. She took out $10,000 without blinking her eyes. "You must know that many so-called middle-class people can't make so much money in a month, and ordinary people can't even make half of it. That's why she just said it was a deposit of $3,000. The purpose is to let the other party get out of trouble." But she didn't expect that the ordinary Chinese in front of her could actually come up with so much money at once. Chinese people are not all very poor and caress about spending money. Can't you just break $1 into 3 and spend it? How can they be so generous? The lady at the front desk did not understand this, but she could understand that the guests in front of me need to be treated well. She immediately took the money from Ziming and said, "Okay sir, could you please tell me what you need? A lawyer? Or if you have any special requirements, I can arrange an appointment for you." "What I am looking for is a lawyer on racial discrimination and criminal fighting. Now I want to release my friend from the police station on bail. The others only require the lawyers I hire, and they must be good enough." Ziming said, "Don't worry, the lawyers in our law firm are very good." The lady at the front desk said, "Please wait a moment, I will arrange an appointment for the lawyer you need right away." There. Lady at the front desk started. I searched her record book and searched for the corresponding lawyer at the right time for Ziming. At this time, Zuyao took Ziming to the side and whispered, "Teacher Zu, or let's change place. I know there is a comparison in Chinatown too. A good law firm. It's too expensive here, $200 an hour, which is too unacceptable. It's okay, you get what you pay for. Since he dare to ask for such a high price, the lawyers here must have his skills, and as you said, this is the best law firm in Brighton. If we can complain to her for price fraud, I don't think she would do it. As for money, it's useless to keep it. If I really want to make money, I can make more at any time. Now we have to solve it first. Yes, we should bring the people out of the police station. Ziming said to Zhu Yao that his words just fell off, and he heard someone applauding next to him. Ziming and the others turned their heads and saw a white man with sparse hair walking in. He said to Ziming, "If you want to make money, you can earn it at any time. This gentleman speaks so domineering." Ziming looked at the lady at the front desk with a puzzled look before Ziming asked. The lady at the front desk answered very cleverly, "This is Mr. Allen, the barrister of my law firm. His area of expertise is criminal procedure law." Hearing the name Allen, Ziming frowned, as if he felt that the name seemed to have been heard before, but I won't remember it for a while. But Zhu Yao called out in surprise at this time and reminded Ziming, "Miss Zhu, I know this Allen. He is a famous barrister in Brighton. He was once employed in the White House. I helped a senior official in a lawsuit. It's very powerful." Hearing Zhu Yao's explanation, Ziming suddenly remembered that this Allen is the White House legal advisor 20 years later, also known as the president's lawyer. No wonder he feels familiar. I must have heard or seen it on some news. It turned out to be Lawyer Allen. "Hello, I am Ziming. My friend was arrested in the police station. I hope to release him on bail. I wonder if Lawyer Allen is willing to help me," Ziming said to Allen. For Ziming, since he met such a good lawyer, there is no reason to let it go. Since he is the presidential lawyer 20 years from now, there must be his uniqueness. Allen smiled and nodded. "I am very willing to help you, dear Mr. China." Chapter 277 Needs an Amnesty? Mr. Allen, Mr. Dennis has arrived at your office. He made an appointment yesterday. Are you really sure you want to accept this Chinese Mr. Zhao's entrustment? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The lady at the front desk over there reminded Allen, surprised Zhu Yao who was here, and made her take a breath of air conditioning. Ziming looked at her questioningly. Zhu Yao explained to Ziming, "Mr. Zhu, this Mr. Dennis is a well-known real estate tycoon. He owns many shops nearby, including Chinatown." He did not expect that he actually made an appointment with attorney Allen first. "I think we must change lawyers." Ziming thought for a while and said, "I don't think it's necessary to change. I think this lawyer Allen is pretty good. Of course, if he can allocate time, let's see how he chooses." Ziming's words are not problematic. You can listen to Zhu Yao. Coming is like a fantasy, because even people like Dennis have to make an appointment with Allen in advance. It can be seen that this lawyer is a famous lawyer, so how can he be if Dennis has made an appointment in advance, then turn around and accept a commission from a Chinese who has never known each other? Therefore, in Zhu Yao's opinion, it would be better for them to leave directly, but Ziming still had to wait for Allen's choice. Zhu Yao thought so. She subconsciously glanced at Allen, but saw that Allen was also looking here. He curiously asked, "I have been reserved for me today. Are you not going to leave? You have promised me, haven't you?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming spread his hands and replied as expected, "Of course I don't think I will be more important than Mr. Dennis, but I have to wait for you to make a choice first. Attorney Allen, what do you think?" Allen up and down Ziming looked glances, Ziming to evaluate if any Chinese people, and then said to the receptionist, "Do as I say, so arrange it. I would go over there, Mr. Dennis and his communication." Then Ziming and the others followed Allen to his office. As expected, someone was already waiting here. 2 black bodyguards stood at the door wearing sunglasses. Allen went in and didn't know what he had said inside, but it took a while. A little white man walked out. He stopped when he went out, looked up and down Ziming a few times before leaving. Ziming and the others can only step into Allen's office. It is a very ordinary office with a desk, 2 rows of bookshelves, and a sofa for hosting guests. Behind is a floor-to-ceiling window, which can directly see the busiest street in Brighton city centre. These layout displays are more like the office of the president of a certain group, but this also directly illustrates Alan's fame. Come in and sit down. Alan beckons Ziming and the others to come in, drink coffee or juice. It's not necessary. Let's talk about the case first. This matter is more urgent, Ziming said. Alan nodded and sat down and said, according to habit, I should tell you that my commission fee is $600 an hour. Of course, I will provide you with the most detailed and professional legal services in the shortest time possible. However, Chinese, you make me very curious, so I want to listen to your case first, and then I will think about how I should charge. Are you planning to slaughter a client? You are still a gold medal lawyer here. You are simply it's the ugliest vampire. Zuyao scolded. Alan was not angry at all. He just explained to Zuyao calmly, Sack guest, I think you must have misunderstood me, this lady. As a professional lawyer, I would not do such shameless things. Because once you complain to me, I will probably lose my credibility. This is the most terrible thing for me, so my expenses will definitely satisfy you. Alan looked at Ziming and waited. Ziming's answer. Ziming nodded and said, I believe that lawyer Alan will not do this kind of self-smashing signs. Then Ziming told Alan about Huang Yi's affairs. After hearing this, Lun only thought for a while and said, this case does not sound complicated. It is a typical case of defamation. There is no problem with Huang Yi being released on bail. You only need to pay a certain amount of bail, but the key is that the public prosecutor's office will prosecute Huang Yi in the future. This is a bit tricky. First, Louis did have injuries. Besides, the client also scolded niggers in front of so many police officers. You may not know that racial discrimination is in court. It's the most difficult thing to do. Ziming didn't say anything about this, but first asked Alan, then do you think there is a good way? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. I can find evidence to prove that Louis' injuries have nothing to do with Huang Yi, but as for racial discrimination, it is very difficult to deal with, but we can use cultural differences to explain, or we can tell him that they are treating China, the threat of violence by the International Student Association. Alan said, this is my idea. Although there are still many specific details that are still worth discussing, the general arrangement is like this. According to this case, my fee is $400 1 hour, the court and other expenses are calculated separately. What do you think? A reasonable fee? Ziming nodded, but then asked, it's just lawyer Alan. I don't understand one thing. According to your method, in the end, Huang Yi will still go to jail. Right? Yes, sir, because he made a very wrong decision to scold nigger in front of the police. God, unless we can overthrow the confessions of these policemen, he will definitely be charged with racial discrimination. Although it is certain to prove that the injury to Louis was not caused by Mr. Huang Yi, but it is impossible to persuade the jury completely. But I will try my best to help him out of crime. Alan said. Ziming shook his head and said, then I'm sorry Mr. Allen. What I need is to get my friend out of jail, not just release him on bail and wait for the next time to be locked in. Exempt from jail? What if Huang Yi didn't scold the nigger in front of the police? I'm pretty sure, but some things are inevitable when he scolded. But I can reduce his sentence as much as possible. Alan said, if it's just a reduction of sentence, I don't think I need to entrust Alan's lawyer to you. What I need is to keep him out of jail. Ziming said. Alan frowned, and he emphasized it again. Mr. Ziming, I think I have made it very clear just now. Now all the evidence is very detrimental to Mr. Huang Yi. It is impossible not to go to jail. Unless you can destroy all the evidence, or you can find Mr. President's amnesty, no lawyer in the world can do anything when he comes. Please trust my professionalism. Ziming nodded and said, okay, I understand. Attorney Alan will trouble you to help me release Huang Yi on bail. As long as Huang Yi comes out, we can settle the remuneration. After Alan heard this, his brow furrowed deeper, and he asked Ziming, you still want to completely exonerate Mr. Huang Yi, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course, this is my plan. because he is innocent. Since Mr. Allen has nothing to do with you, I have to figure it out by myself. Ziming said. Then I refuse to accept the commission, because you are an insult to my profession. Allen stood up angrily and said, Mr. Allen, please don't get excited. Ziming said, I don't mean to doubt your ability and professionalism. It's just that you didn't say it just now. As long as you get a pardon from Mr. President, you can exonerate my friend. Already? Then I think I don't need to entrust you to Mr. Allen anymore. Right? There are no mistakes in many words. This answer made Allen stunned at the time. He looked at Ziming in a daze, and the first reaction was himself. I heard it wrong, Mr. Ziming. I think this joke is out of date. I'm not telling a joke, I'm serious, Ziming said. If it was the first time I heard Ziming's answer, that only surprised Allen. Then hearing Ziming's words again now immediately gave him the illusion that he and Ziming are not in the same world. Allen stared at Ziming in a daze. He was very sure that he was talking about the president's amnesty, not going to the supermarket downstairs to buy a bottle of Coke. He didn't understand why Ziming was so relaxed, even though in the United States, the president's amnesty orders are not uncommon. In recent years, many presidents have signed amnesty orders, but they are all out of political needs. Now the president is required to sign an amnesty order to pardon an unrelated Huang Yi. Isn't this a fantasy? Excuse me for being blunt, Mr. Ziming. Which political group do you belong to? Allen asked. It is normal for Allen to ask this. After all, no matter how close the president is to the people, he is the head of state, and if it is not for some important political groups, I am afraid that even the news will not be passed to the president, let alone ask the president to sign an amnesty. Ordered. I don't belong to any political group. I'm just confident that I can get the president's amnesty. That's all. Ziming said. Well, Attorney Allen, I don't think the dialogue between us should be on this. I think your next job is to release my friend on bail. However, Allen did not answer immediately. Instead, he glared at Ziming and asked, Mr. Ziming, are you kidding me? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. No, I just want to choose the most convenient thing for you, Lawyer Allen. Ziming was interrupted by Allen before he finished saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, I don't believe you can get the president. Mr.'s amnesty. If you can get it, I will choose not to charge you any commission fees, and I will also help you out of the firm's fees including possible future bail. Ziming looked at Allen at last said, well, if you insist on Lawyer Allen. Ziming said, picking up his mobile phone and dialing a number. After a while, the phone was connected. Ziming said directly, Karnina, Ziming, are you on Mr. Matter's side now? I have something here that I need you to help arrange. I need to contact Mr. Nikolaevich. There is something I need to rely on him more. A North Russian country, the influence of the people. Karolina replied with almost no consideration, no problem, I'll contact you right away. Then Ziming hung up the phone and said to Allen, that's fine. As long as my friend helped me get in touch with Mr. Nikolaevich. I believe that with the help of North Russia's diplomatic pressure, it should be okay to ask for an amnesty for me, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Chapter 278 Presidential Amnesty? Bow thanks to Feng Shenyu Xiao for his support and monthly ticket support. At noon, at the gate of the Massachusetts Circuit Court of Appeals, a grand press conference is being held, and countless reporters are holding cameras and video cameras frantically shooting. Amidst the click of a spotlight, a small white man confronted it boldly. He said to all reporters, this time, I can regain my interests from Anel, the big shark, and I can win this lawsuit. Thanks to the help of Attorney Allen, during this time, he was helping me collect various information and evidence, and finally persuaded the judge and jury to make the most correct verdict on this lawsuit. The little white man pushed out a middle-aged man with thin hair next to him. This man was Allen, a very famous barrister in Brighton. Mr. Dennis, your excessive praise will make me unaffordable. What I have made is the lawyer's most correct decision. This time I am very happy to help Mr. Dennis recover your losses. This is my respect for my profession. and more respect for federal laws. I am very fortunate to be able to live in this free land, not in those countries that allow me to have the opportunity to do such a just thing. Alan said loudly, citing came to watch the reporter's very irritable shooting, and some even cheered for his speech on the spot. But none of these people noticed that Alan paused unnaturally when talking about the country. In fact, Alan wanted to talk about China at this time, but he suddenly remembered the Ziming he saw yesterday. The word China couldn't be said. Attorney Alan, thank you very much this time. It is you who helped me recover at least $30 million in loss. I don't think it is too much to give you a villa. I am going to California for vacation recently. Attorney Alan are you interested in traveling together? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Dennis' question brought Alan back to his senses. Alan said to him, I'm sorry, Mr. Dennis, I still have something very important to do recently, so I'm afraid I don't have time to accept such a grand invitation from you. But I will be sincere. I wish you a pleasant journey, Mr. Dennis. Alan's refusal surprised Dennis, because he remembered that Alan hadn't made arrangements recently. Could it be the Chinese from that day? This idea made Dennis couldn't help but laugh. How can I say that Alan is a very famous barrister in Brighton and even the entire state of Massachusetts? How could he take the affairs of a Chinese person so important? Aren't the Chinese people all selfish and despicable poor ghosts? What case can they have that Attorney Alan value so much? This must be a new and important case he has taken. Dennis thought so, but he didn't know that he had actually guessed it correctly. Alan would refuse his invitation, really because of the Chinese he had seen last time. Since the other party didn't have time, Dennis was also a person with status, so naturally they wouldn't force them to stay. They said a few more words to the reporter before letting Alan leave. After coming out of the State Circuit Court of Appeals, Alan went back to the law firm as soon as possible. The lady at the front desk congratulated him on winning another lawsuit. Alan just nodded and smiled and said thank you, without saying more, and then went straight back in his office. He sat down on his office chair. On the desk in front of Alan, there is an archived document, which is the file about Huang Yi's case. Alan reached out and picked up the file stall and opened it on his desk. In fact, the file of this case is not thick, just a few poor pieces of paper. In fact, this case is not complicated. It is nothing more than racial discrimination and intentional wounding. Even if it is not a professional lawyer, it can be understood at a glance. But now in front of Alan, the famous barrister in all of Massachusetts, it makes him feel a little puzzled. The person involved in the case, Huang Yi, was released on bail on the same day. It was Alan who followed Zuming to the police station for bail. This is not a problem. Bail is everyone's right, no matter how vicious criminals are. Huang Yi is just racial discrimination, just wasted a bit more tongue. This kind of bail work is done by all lawyers. But what makes Alan feel puzzling is the presidential pardon that Ziming said he wanted. The so-called president's amnesty, as the name suggests, is the supreme head of state's executive order signed by the president for criminals to special pardon criminals for all crimes. Although the United States has always advertised the supremacy of the legal system, the amnesty order still exists, which is obviously against the spirit of the law. If other people were killed, Alan would not believe it, but Ziming, a Chinese, made him unable to see through. There was always a feeling in his heart that he could do it, especially after Ziming beat it. After the phone call, Alan is not a person who likes to delve into world politics very much, but from the 2 words of Mr. Nikolaevich and the national influence of North Russia this time, Alan can easily guess that Ziming is going to contact North Russia, which has inherited the mantle of the Soviet Union, to put pressure on the US president. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the superpower of that year ceased to exist, but no matter how bad it is still very hopeful that the President of the United States will ask for an amnesty. But the question is, why did the President of North Russia help him? It is impossible for Alan's reason to analyze this, but at the same time, his subconsciousness hints that Ziming can do it. I still remember that the first time I walked into a law firm, I felt that this Chinese was very uncomfortable. Especially the sentence he heard was useless. If you really want to make money, you can definitely make more. These words sounded very domineering to Alan. Many people would say these words, but they have never seen someone as domineering as Ziming. It was because of curiosity that he took the initiative to talk to Ziming and said that he could help him, and Ziming immediately said that he entrusted the case to himself. It sounds like there is no problem with the procedure. How can I say that I am also one of the top lawyers in the law firm, and he is well known throughout Massachusetts? It is normal for Ziming to hear that he wants to entrust the case to himself. But Ziming, it seems that I don't know myself, and I seem to know myself very well. This statement is very contradictory, but in Alan's view, it looks like this. As a well-known barrister, Alan is very confident in his judgment. Later, when Miss Xiantai said that Dennis was already waiting in the office, Alan deliberately did not speak. He just wanted to see what choice Ziming would make. But he was stunned because Ziming was waiting for himself as a matter of course. Replies. This made Alan almost want to vomit blood. He wanted to grab Ziming by the collar and shout at Ziming, I'm a famous barrister in Massachusetts. Dennis is a famous real estate tycoon in Brighton. Now you and his time are in conflict. Why can't you have a normal reaction? What does your indifferent and determined expression mean? Alan was already a little crazy at this moment, and at the end Ziming said that he would wait for the president's amnesty, and Alan was already convinced that he and Ziming were going crazy. When Barrister Alan was freaking out in his office, and at the same time as far away as the president's office in the White House in the capital of the United States, President Walsh bitterly dropped his phone. Lent stood in front of Walsh. He didn't say a word in the face of this situation, but silently picked up the phone and put it in place. Walsh turned back and looked up and said, "Assistant Brent, do you know where the call was made just now? What is it for?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Brent shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. President, I have no way of guessing about this. But I don't think it's a pleasant thing." "It's not just unpleasant, it's terrible," Walsh said. "I'm telling you that this call was made by the newly appointed president of North Russia, Nikolaevich, who threatened me on the phone that he would sign an amnesty for immediate release to a Chinese in Brighton." "What a bastard." As he said that, Walsh beat his desk to show his anger. Brent thought for a moment and said, "Mr. President, this call is too strange. Why did the president of North Russia help him? A Chinese in Brighton signed an amnesty? Is this Chinese because he has personal acquaintances, or the Chinese was originally a spy for North Russia? No matter what, we should send him back to the country as soon as possible." Here Brent slightly paused, and then he went on to say, "Mr. President, yesterday I received the Chinese embassy beliefs. They also hope that we can intervene in cases of racial discrimination with Brighton among their fertile urge." Was angry just now, but now that he heard Brent's explanation, he was at a loss again and said, "The Chinese embassy will help me. I can understand, but the North Russian side is coming to join in the excitement. It is impossible for Ziming, what kind of hidden super character. So the two big countries will help him like this. Nothing is wrong, no words." Walsh didn't understand the inside story. Brent asked him, "Mr. President, my suggestion is to ignore this. After all, this thing is really weird. We need to find out the identity of the Chinese first. If we rush away, if we threaten our country, our tune, in the future, then we want to deal with it again. Then it will be very troublesome." Walsh also nodded and said, "Mr. Assistant, did you say that?" "Wrong. We, the United States, is the most powerful country in the world, and it will never be allowed to be insulted like this." But Walsh's words fell, and the phone on his desk rang again, and Walsh subconsciously took it. Picking up the microphone, "Hello, may I ask whose phone number you are looking for?" Walsh said. But his words suddenly stopped here. Brent looked at him suspiciously, listening to Walsh nodding his head after a long pause and saying, "Okay, I get it." After finishing Walsh's words, he nodded. He even hung up the phone, then picked up the paper and pen on the desk, put it on the desk, and drafted a temporary amnesty document, signed his name at the end, and gave it to the cloth. Lunt said, This is what I have just assigned presidential pardon, Pardon Brighton, a man named Huang Yi, a student at Harvard University student. He is guilty of racial discrimination and allegations of intentional wounding too. Pick after the amnesty order, Brent's mind couldn't turn around. He didn't understand why Mr. President, who was still outraged just now, signed now. What was said in the call just now, and not only this time, but also in these several meetings, it seems that there will be such a mysterious call. Is it possible that it is Ziming's relative in the United States? It must be someone with status to get in here. Chapter 279 Prosecution in Advance? An ordinary Buick car drove out of Chinatown in the center of Brighton, with Ziming and Huang Yi Zuyao in the car. Thank you very much, Teacher Zhu and classmate Zuyao, for taking me to the medicine hall for treatment. Huang Yi said with a wry smile, but I think I will go in again soon, and the current treatment will not be much effect. Ziming and Zuyao brought Huang Yi to the treatment just now, because Huang Yi was arrested in the police station before and was beaten and tortured inside. There were internal injuries in many parts of his body, and it is difficult to cure it in the hospital. Only use traditional Chinese medicine conditioning. Although Zuyao didn't come to the United States for a long time, she was very familiar with it because she lived in Chinatown for a long time, so she volunteered to bring them here. In the end, Zuyao took Huang Yi to a place called Chenhang. This is a century-old store. It shares the same origin with Chenhang, the oldest pharmaceutical company in the Guinness Book of World Records. Therefore, the medicines and prescriptions here, there is no problem with the child. Just like Huang Yi had a bit of pain in his body before he came, but after a massage and a decoction, he didn't have any major problems when he came out. Hearing what Huang Yi said, Zuyao stopped doing it at the time. Chairman Huang, what do you say? Didn't you say that Chinese students should help each other abroad? And you are in trouble because of me? If I don't help you, am I still a human being? Ziming said to him, Student Huang Yi, no matter what you are injured, you must be treated. As for Brooke, don't worry, I will find a way to help you. You will not be caught in jail. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhu. You are indeed a good teacher. But although I am not a law student, I also understand that since I directly scolded a nigger in front of the police, I have been convicted of racial discrimination. Racial discrimination is true, so Louis' injury is difficult to justify. Even if you hire a very powerful lawyer for me, Teacher Zhu, it will not help. Huang Yi said. Of course it won't help if you are just a lawyer, but my method can guarantee that you will definitely get acquitted. Ziming said. Guaranteed to be exonerated? Huang Yi looked at Ziming blankly. He didn't understand where Ziming's confidence came from. The legal consciousness in the United States is very strong, no matter how powerful lawyers are. They can't reverse this. For exoneration, unless there is an amnesty order from the president. Why did the president grant me an amnesty? I am afraid that the president of the United States and I may not have intersections in this life. Ziming said, that's not necessarily. As a Harvard University student, I think Huang Yi, you must know the famous six-person communication theory. Anyone can get to know each other through the relationship of six people. So why can't you and Mr. President have some intersection? Huang Yi was stunned. Hearing what Ziming said, he seemed to understand something, but before he could say anything, the policeman driving in front said, be careful, everyone, there is a car in front of us blocking us. Everyone followed the words of the police. Looking ahead, a Chevrolet sedan stopped in front of them as expected. Damn it, this car must be Brooke's damn guy again. It's really lingering. Huang Yi recognized the car's appearance at first glance, and said with gritted teeth. Ziming and their car parked in front of the Chevrolet car. Ziming and the others got off the car. At this time Brooke and his friends including the Black Louis were already waiting in front. Ziming got out of the car and asked them, Brooke, you come here specially. Is there anything wrong with blocking our car? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Brooke stepped forward and said, I'm sorry this Chinese gentleman, I'm fine, I just came to help the police find you. To help the police? What does it mean? When Ziming and the others were puzzled, Brooke over the said to Zhu Yao, "Dear Sister Zhu Yao, it's so disappointing that you are with these people. Don't you know that these guys are very dangerous? Cunning villain, especially this Chinese who has racial discrimination and violent tendencies. He is about to be prosecuted and imprisoned. The cunning villain who should go to jail is obviously you." Zhu Yao said, "You are the one who takes the people. You smashed the Chinese Students Association. You framed Chairman Huang. I tell you that with the help of Teacher Zhu, Chairman Huang will not go to jail." "Women are stupid," Brooke said. China Zhu Yao, "I don't know. How did you invite Attorney Allen to come forward? But I can tell you very clearly that even if you have Attorney Allen to help you, you will definitely not win this lawsuit. I think you are a high-profile student of Harvard Law School. I should understand better than me. Who made that idiot say those things in front of the police? He deserves it." "Who said that we only have Barrister Allen?" Zhu Yao wanted to say something, but Zhu Ming gave him a hand. Holding it, Zhu Ming shook her head slightly to Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao, who could be admitted to Harvard, was not a fool. She reacted immediately and shut up. When Brooke saw Zhu Yao's reaction, he said meaningfully, "It seems that you are preparing something. Not only you have hired Barrister Allen, I will say, how can you report with Mr. President's documents? And how can you please come to Barrister Allen? You think very well, but unfortunately, I am one step faster than you. No matter what you are preparing, you will lose everything in the end." Zhu Yao was shocked. "Brooke, have you already? The court has submitted litigation documents. You want to file a criminal private prosecution?" Criminal private prosecution is a special method that exists in some countries such as the United States. As the name implies, it is the symmetry of public prosecution cases. In some cases, the victim can bypass the prosecution and directly file a lawsuit in the court. The crimes of racial discrimination and intentional injury are insults and intentional injuries. It happens to be the scope of cases where private prosecution is allowed. Yes, I did ask Louis to directly file a private prosecution with the court. No way, the prosecution's efficiency is too low, so we have to come by ourselves. Brooke said, "Of course, you don't worry. The police will come right away." "No, our classmate Huang Yi needs to follow the legal procedures and go to the cell again to wait for my court time." "Brooke, you bastard, you are too despicable," Zhu Yao cursed. Brooke laughed and said, "Mean, Sister Zhu Yao, your sexy lips don't just lick eggs, but you can also tell jokes. I just helped Louis exercise his rights as a victim." "Why are you mean?" "What? No way. It's really Huang Yi who has done too much, so that my brother can't bear the pain of waiting for the court." Brooke pointed his finger at Zhu Yao and said loudly, "Like you, who only knows how to open your mouth. People don't understand our black friends, what kind of humiliation they endured in the past. Do you want them to remember it again now?" "No mistakes, no words." Brooke's expression was triumphant, but Zhu Yao was trembling with anger. Brooke was on purpose. Because generally speaking, although there is a private prosecution law, no victim will file a private prosecution once a case involving the procuratorial organ is involved. This means that both litigation and attorney fees need to be borne by themselves. On the other hand, there is a lack of participation by the procuratorial organ. Under the premise, it is difficult for individuals to grasp how conclusive evidence for the defendant to plead guilty, which will turn the lawsuit into a long marathon, and the overall gains outweigh the losses. But now Louis directly filed a private prosecution regardless of the cost and evidence. Obviously, Brooke thought of something, so he wanted to judge the case as soon as possible. Zhu Ming frowned. Brooke's plan can be understood at a glance, but there is no way to solve it, because he only talked with Nikolaevich on the phone for a short time. Even if the president of North Russia is very faceless, immediately start to help yourself ask for an amnesty order, and it is impossible to get it so soon. First of all, the President of the United States will be proud of himself for a while. Add a little stunt. This time maybe a few days or half a month. In Zhu Ming's original plan, due to the troublesome pre-trial procedures of the U.S. Prosecutor's Agency, it may have been delayed for half a month. When the presidential amnesty order came down, I was not afraid of it, but I didn't expect this guy like Brooke. It bypassed the procuratorial organs and directly filed a private prosecution with the court, so that it would be too late even if it was too soon. Is it really necessary to bring Huang Yi to Brooke to court? With the ability of Barrister Allen, this judgment should be prolonged until the presidential pardon is issued, but the key is that Huang Yi is to be detained again. This is the real point that Ziming didn't want to see. The reason lies with Huang Yi. He suffered so many injuries during his detention before. If he is detained again now, I am afraid it will be worsened, and these are all internal injuries, which cannot be detected at all under the current conditions, or even if they are detected. It can also be transferred to other detainees, and there is no way to pursue it afterwards. Ziming thought of this and immediately turned his head and said, Huang Yi Zhu Yao, let's get in the car first. Regardless of Brooke, Huang Yi and Zhu Yao are not stupid. They immediately understood what Ziming meant and got on the car. See you, Brooke. Ziming and the others were not in a hurry to get in the car. They smiled and said, want to run? This is a good idea, but it's too late, because the bailiff who came to catch Huang Yi has already arrived. As Brooke's voice fell for a while, the sirens came from far away, and after a while, 3 police cars belonging to the Brighton court roared and surrounded Ziming and the others. Catch them quickly. These Chinese are very cunning. They want to run. Fortunately, I am here to intercept them. I want to protest against Huang Yi's bail on behalf of my friend Louis. I think such people should keep him locked up. He has no good intentions, Brooke yelled from the side. The 6 bailiffs got out of the car. Of course, they would not obey Brooke's command. However, their professionalism still allowed them to approach Ziming and Huang Yi carefully. At the same time, they said, please keep calm. We need to ask Mr. Huang Yi is ready to go back to court at any time. If you try to escape or hurt, we will take coercive measures. Damn, there is no way. I can only fight. Ziming yelled so in his heart, then stepped forward and stopped in front of Huang Yi. Mr. Bailiffs, I don't want to excuse my friend, but I want to say that we have received a pardon from Mr. President and he can be exempted from it. Prosecute, so you don't have the right to detain him. Ziming also pointed his finger at Brooke beside him, and Mr. Brooke, neither you nor Mr. Lewis have the right to sue Huang Yi. Chapter 280 is here for the amnesty order. Following Ziming's words, the noisy scene just now quieted down instantly. Both Brooke and the bailiffs who came to imprison Huang Yi were stunned. They both stared at Ziming and looked surprised. For everyone, the amnesty from the president only exists in the legend. Everyone has heard of it, but no one has seen it, and more importantly, the thing behind this amnesty. No matter how a country advertises freedom and equality, as long as it is a human society, there will be a hierarchical system, even if it is a beacon country in the world like the United States. So speaking of this, do these Chinese have anything to do with President Walsh? Or does he come from a certain wealthy family, on which interest organization? This is not because Ziming will abuse his public power by using his relationship. In fact, a person who has a lot of social resources has too many ways to stand on the moral high ground within the framework of the law. It was for these reasons that when Ziming called out that he had received an amnesty from the president and that they had no right to prosecute and detain Huang Yi, the scene was immediately put under control. The so-called full set of acting and acting. Ziming is very clear about the reason for hitting the iron while the iron is hot. Therefore, after the scene was suppressed, Ziming turned around and went back to the car with Huang Yi and Zhu Yao. He started the car, and Ziming rolled down the window and asked. The bailiff leading the team said, "What's your name, officer?" The bailiff was asked by Ziming and immediately saluted. "My name is Liu Ode, sir." Ziming nodded slightly and said, "Very good. My police officer, your behavior just now is an act of maintaining the dignity of the law. Your work is very serious and responsible, but I have something to leave immediately. You see? There is no problem, sir, you can leave at any time." The bailiff replied loudly, "Thank you very much. I hope you can do your job so well in the future, Officer Rod, and I will be proud of you." Ziming rolled down the window after he finished speaking. and then stepped on the accelerator. The car crashed immediately. When going out, Officer Liu brought the other bailiffs to stand and salute Ziming's car. Brooke looked at all this in a daze. He felt as if something was wrong, and there seemed to be nothing wrong, until Ziming's car was about to disappear at the end of the road. He suddenly reacted, and he angrily walked to Officer Liu and said, "Liu, German police officer, you actually let go of a criminal like this. You are negligent. I want to complain to your superiors." The bailiff also said displeasedly, "Please pay attention to your wording, Mr. I2. You can be prosecuted for libel at any time." Brooke was taken aback by Officer Rhodes' tone, but he still said, "But Officer Rhodes, that guy doesn't have any presidential pardons at all. He is fooling us." Brooke's words were like a blockbuster that gave Officer Rhodes Law a kind of enlightenment. He suddenly remembered that from just now to the present, he had indeed not seen any presidential amnesty orders. It was just a shame to listen to that Chinese person's words. Up, get in the car and pass, and smash that damn Chinese man. There! Rhodes' law officer shouted angrily. Although the other bailiffs were surprised by their orders, the quality of their usual training made them subconsciously get in the car to chase Ziming. At this moment, Officer Rhodes' Law was so embarrassed that he could not plunge into the ground. In fact, Officer Rhodes' Law could not tell why he was. He just listened to Ziming's words with a majesty that people could not resist, and then he believed him that much. In the end, even the amnesty decree didn't even ask him to see it. After he said it, he assumed that he had it, but he didn't really conduct a detailed investigation. Several bailiff cars were chasing Ziming's car frantically under the leadership of Rhodes' bailiff police officer. In the car, Zhu Yao, who had been insecure, suddenly screamed after seeing the situation behind him, "Miss Zhu is not well. Those bailiffs are chasing over. What should we do?" "You speed up, we have to pass behind, and they can't let them catch us." Ziming also glanced behind him, and it turned out that the few bailiff cars were behind. Reluctant to give up, turned around and asked Ziming if he needed to speed up and get rid of them. Ziming is much colder than Lulu. He just sighed and said no, because Ziming knew very well that now speeding up and getting rid of those bailiff cars and not saying whether he can do it, there is no way to get temporary peace even if he is thrown away. On the contrary, it will attract more chase, and the gain is not worth the loss. Soon the bailiff's cars quickly overtook in front of Ziming and stopped their car. The officer Odd and the other bailiffs got out of the car and surrounded them. Looking at the marshals surrounding him, Ziming didn't panic either. He just rolled the window and explained indifferently, "Inspector Rod, what do you want to do?" "Huang Yi has received the president's amnesty document. You are still chasing like this? Do you still have legal awareness?" "I think it is you who do not have legal awareness, Chinese." Officer Odd roared at Ziming, "You said you got the president's amnesty documents, then please show me the documents." Ziming frowned. "Police officer, do you not believe me? Or do you not believe in Mr. President?" "No one believes me in particular." Police officer Rode yelled with a sound. He took out his baton and banged Ziming's car and pointed at Ziming. "Now, you Chinese, get off the car immediately, or show me the president's amnesty, and I will let you go, or I will take Huang Yi away. If you want to resist, I have the right to take coercive measures." Ziming looked up at Officer Rhodes. After a while, he said, "Okay, Officer Rhodes, I will definitely show you the president's amnesty, but not now." "When is that going?" Liu, the German police officer, asked subconsciously. "I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer on this point," Ziming said. "After all, Officer Rhodes, this is the United States. Even Mr. President needs to go through legal procedures. Therefore, it will take a while from the White House to hear. I promise, as long as I get the amnesty, I will show it to you as soon as possible." Officer Liu hesitated, but then a voice suddenly intervened and said, "I object." Ziming followed the sound source and looked at Brooke's car. When he drove over, he was getting out of the car and approaching them while saying, "Inspector Rod, I am very opposed to what he said just now, because if he said today that he has an amnesty order and can wait for a while, then is it right for me to say the same tomorrow? So if I keep on saying this, can the case be dragged on indefinitely? What do we have to do with the law in the long run? And there is a more important point, that is, we are newly appointed. Mr. Walsh, the President of the United States, he is a president who respects the law very much. How could he do something that violates the basic principles of the law before he took office? Brooke finally pointed his finger at Ziming and said, so I doubt this Mr. Ziming. He doesn't have any presidential pardons at all. This is a lie at all. They are the best lie used by the Chinese. After Brooke said, Zhu Yao immediately retorted, this is not a lie. Mr. Zhu, he really has a president. The amnesty order. Before Zhu Yao finished speaking, Brooke immediately interrupted her, then please take it out. If you really have the president's amnesty order, why can't you get it out? If you can't take it out, it means it is. No. These words made Zhu Yao feel very aggrieved because she accompanied Ziming to the law firm and witnessed Ziming calling North Russia. She also believed that the presidential pardon would definitely come down. She took it out now, it was really impossible, but such an explanation really seemed too pale and weak in his aggressive situation. Seeing Zhu Yao's words, Brooke held up his head and said, Inspector Rod, I think the facts are now very clear, that they're lying. They have now been exposed by me, and my private prosecution has been scheduled in the court, to hope that Officer Rhodes can perform his duties and do not have any dereliction of duty, otherwise I will definitely complain to you. This is the third time Brooke has threatened to file a complaint, and Officer Rhodes feels very upset. But he is upset. There is no way. It is indeed his duty to take Huang Yi away. In addition, he was scared by Ziming's presidential amnesty and it really made him feel very shameless. It is not a question of whether to catch or not to catch. Okay, Mr. China, this is the end of our intimidation game. Please put away your boring set of presidential pardons. I really want to believe you. But I'm sorry, I have a responsibility. Officer Rhodes. While talking and leading people to Ziming's car, Zhu Yao stood up and said, Officer Rod, we have an amnesty order. As long as you can give us some time, please. Zhu Yao said. They went up to try to stop Officer Luo, but Officer Luo and the other bailiffs ignored them. They just pulled Zhu Yao aside, and then walked towards Ziming. At this time, the police also stood up and stood in front of them, and unlike Zhu Yao, because the police had a murderous intent, the bailiffs in Road immediately felt that they had stopped, and then they all drew their guns and aimed them at the police. What do you want to do? Do you want to attack the police and violently obstruct law enforcement? Officer Rod asked. Violent resistance? Of course Ziming didn't want to do this. After all, he had only arrived in the United States and he had not done anything before, so he had to work with the state apparatus. This is not a good thing. But if just like this let these bailiffs catch Huang Yi back to the prison, Ziming would be unwilling again. Hateful. It would be great if I could give more time. I have already figured out a way to make the presidential amnesty order come down faster. That damn Brooke. He could actually think of speeding up the case with a private prosecution. And he couldn't scare the Officer Rhodes. Damn, is it really only the violent resistance to the law that is the only way to wait for the president now? Is the amnesty decreed this way? Sergeant Rod, if I were you, I would definitely not want to do this, Ziming said. Officer Luo smiled and shook his head. Mr. China, don't you think it is naive to say this now? I don't think so. Suddenly a voice came, and Officer Ziming and Officer Luo turned their heads subconsciously. I saw a car with a consulate license plate parked not far away. A middle-aged Chinese got out of the car. He held up a document and said, I am the Chinese Consul General in New York, Cheng Jun. It is an amnesty decree signed by the President of the United States himself. This amnesty decree finally arrived at the last juncture. Chapter 281. Is it a pity a Chinese? Cheng Jun's sudden remark was like a blockbuster. When he said it, everyone was shocked on the spot, making everyone's mind blank. No idea at all. Everyone also subconsciously cast their gazes on Ziming, his eyes full of weirdness. Just now I heard Ziming said that they had an amnesty from the president. In fact, No one believed it. Even Zhu Yao and Huang Yi finally became Liu O. When the German police officers brought people over, their confidence had already shaken, and they were very desperate for their future. They may still be willing to believe in Zhu Ming and believe that he can get the amnesty order, but they don't believe that the amnesty order will arrive so soon. But now the amnesty order has actually arrived. Zhu Ming, this is really not an ordinary character. This is what everyone thinks at this moment, and Zhu Ming is the first to come back at this time. He walks towards Cheng Jun while everyone is watching. Consul Cheng, thank you very much for bringing the amnesty for me. Cheng Jun just smiled and didn't say much about it. Zhu Ming also understood that it was not the time to be sentimental. He took the amnesty order from Cheng Jun and then came to Police Officer Liu and showed him the amnesty order. Inspector Rhodes, this is the President's amnesty order. It was brought by our country's Consul General in New York, Mr. Cheng Jun, from the White House for us. Are there any questions? Before Officer Rhodes had time to speak, Brooke took the lead at this time to react and say, Inspector Rhodes, he is still lying. This presidential amnesty must be false. You must not believe that these despicable Chinese people lie just like to do these disgusting things. After he said that, when he saw that Officer Rod did not move, he immediately went on anxiously and said, Inspector Rod, what are you waiting for? Are you trying to shelter these nasty Chinese people? I will definitely complain to you if you are like this. Originally, Police Officer Liu was only suspecting the authenticity of Zhu Ming and their amnesty. After all, the presidential amnesty was not seen by every policeman, even if he is a sergeant now. He was just a sheriff, so he was still very unfamiliar. He also needed to find a way to prove the authenticity of this thing. But now that he heard Brooke once again say that he wanted to complain to him, Officer Rhodes was immediately on fire. Then please complain to me right away. Officer Rhodes said, but I have to remind you in advance that according to federal law, the presidential amnesty has the supreme prerogative to pardon all crimes. If you disagree, you can file a lawsuit in the federal court, as long as the federal court supports you to prove that this presidential amnesty is wrong. I will obey the command of the law, but before that, please don't question the presidential amnesty. Hearing what Police Officer Rhodes said, Brooke immediately reflected himself. What he said just now was a bit extreme, but he was asked to apologize to Officer Rod again in a low voice, especially in front of so many people. He really didn't know how to speak. But Brooke was entangled, but others did not, especially Officer Rhodes. When he turned his head and said to Zhu Ming, Mr. Zhu Ming is very sorry. I am not questioning the president's amnesty, but I, as the sheriff. You must first see the amnesty order to make a decision. Otherwise, if everyone holds the amnesty order as a token, many laws will not be enforced at all. Zhu Ming shook his head and said to Officer Liu, it doesn't matter. I don't blame Sergeant Rhodes for what you mean. But I think Sergeant Rhodes can still think about it the next time you make a decision. After all, many things are not as we usually think. Yes, I also feel that I sometimes do things too impulsively. Officer Rod said, as if accepting the lesson humbly. It's not entirely polite that Officer Rod would say this, because in Zhu Ming's body, he could indeed feel an aura belonging to the superior. Otherwise, when Zhu Ming said that he had a presidential amnesty order to leave, he wouldn't let him go so cooperatively. Looking back now, he may be able to find some traces of performance in him, but that kind of aura from the inside out is impossible to perform. The thing about momentum is illusory, but in practice it is a manifestation of self-confidence, and self-confidence is generally matched with strong strength. If there is no strong strength behind the back, self-confidence is impossible to talk about, and it is self-confidence. After all, it is very imaginary. Zhu Ming patted Officer Liu on the shoulder and said, okay, Chief Liu, you have done nothing wrong. Since you are the police chief, you should uphold the dignity of the law. But now that I have read my amnesty order, I am all right. Officer Rod immediately shook his head and said, of course it's okay. As the Sheriff of Brighton and the representative of the law, of course I will unconditionally uphold the authority of the law. Since, sir, you can get the president's pardon, it means that at least there was a misjudgment in this matter. Then, as the sheriff, I must support the highest ruling of the Federation anyway. Very well, Officer Rod. I have a police officer like you in Brighton. Rest assured, this is our greatest blessing. Ziming finally left the sentence, and then let the police drive away. Officer Luo stood straight and saluted the back of Ziming's departure until Ziming's car disappeared at the end of the road. Officer Odes' mood on this matter is very complicated, because he has not been able to judge whether the presidential amnesty order is true or not. If he really wants to judge according to the procedure, he must bring the presidential amnesty order back to the police station. A decision could only be made after consulting the superior for identification, but he did not do so in the end. On the one hand, Brooke aroused him, and on the other hand, it was because of Ziming. Because in this matter, Officer Rod was very clear that his earlier style of handling affairs was very aggressive, but Ziming was not only not angry, but he also praised him for doing so as upholding the dignity of the law. This is undoubtedly able to look at the problem from a very high angle. It is a style of a rich man, and it makes oneself involuntarily follow his thinking. Brooke once again aroused him to make him spring, but Ziming said these words again, but he was subdued. Officer Rhodes never thought he was a very discerning person, but when he saw Ziming today, he could feel that he was a very capable, courageous and wise person, otherwise he would not be able to get the president's amnesty. Ling, just. It would be better if he was not Chinese. It's a pity, with such a high level of political wisdom. If he runs for the president, I will definitely vote for him. It's a pity that the Chinese police officer sighed and said, there is never any way to go further. Ziming had already left a long way at this time, and if he heard it, it would definitely affect his excitement at the moment. Ziming and Cheng Jun went to the tea house in Chinatown. Huang Yi first stood up and bowed to Cheng Jun excitedly. Thank you very much, Consul Cheng. If it weren't for you, I would be arrested. Zhu Yao he also took over his words and said, it is indeed Consul Cheng, you are our timely rein. When the police officer Rhodes had taken people to stop us, if it were not for you to come so temporarily, I am afraid that even me and they will all be arrested too. Consul Cheng, although Huang Yi and Zhu Yao are emotionally agitated, they still have no problem with what they said. The fact is, Ziming said in the end. He shook his head and said, Ziming and these two classmates, thank you for your compliments, but this is not the case. I am indeed here today to rescue you from Officer Rhodes, but the person who revealed the news about me, he is what you really should pay attention to. Because he gave me the confidence and he called me to come. If Ziming's words were only a surprise to everyone before, then the current sentence shocked everyone. People. Cheng Jun having suddenly remembered something, said, Ziming, I know what you're thinking, but I can tell you, I did not flicker in you. Because he has come, said a prophecy. Here when Cheng Jun's words fell, the door of the tea room over there was opened, and a strange Chinese man opened the door and walked in. He entered the room and ignored other people, so he walked directly to Ziming and said, hello, I know you may not know me, but I am very familiar with you, so we have been observing you for a long time. Ziming at that time, I was stunned. Who are you? What do you mean by observing? The man laughed, and he told Ziming, observation is actually a literal meaning. I have been observing your every move. When I move, it doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that I invite you to a very important dinner. Someone wants to see you. Who wants to see me? Ziming said unclearly. What is the reason? It doesn't matter who wants to see you. The important thing is that you have to get past Ziming. The man said. Ziming looked back at Cheng Jun and saw that Cheng Jun did not respond. Ziming smiled and said to the man, if this is the case, I don't think I need to go there. Please go back. The man was stunned at the time. After being there, Ziming seemed to be at a loss. Ziming went on to say to him, this friend, I don't know who you are, and I don't care what your identity is, but when you come, let me eat with you. It doesn't seem to make sense, right? You don't know what's good or bad. The man scolded Ziming, and Ziming smiled and ignored him. Cheng Jun stood up and said, Mr. Ziming, his attitude is not good. Please understand. Because he is a person with his own identity, and he also has very important things. It is also very important to see Ziming. You will definitely want to meet. Ziming was a little surprised, and Cheng Jun went on to say, Ziming, you encountered so many things when you came to the United States. Did you somewhat subvert your original outlook on the world and life? You know many secrets that were impossible to know before. Now is the best opportunity for you to know, because the person who wants to see you is another person in a different world from you. The person also continued, Ziming sir, if there is a problem with my attitude, I can apologize, but maybe there is only one chance to see this person. Ziming thought about it for a moment, and finally nodded and said, I understand, you can lead the way. 200 Chapter 82 This is what you want? I'm very sorry for the recent update of the small square film. I have recently fallen ill, acute enteritis, and diarrhea for 3 days. I only got a little better today. Ziming followed the man out of the tea house. Chatting along the way, Ziming learned that the man's name was Hoover, the president of the Brighton branch of China Banking Corporation, and an extended Lincoln sedan was waiting at the door, and they got in the car and left together. The place we are going to is still some distance from Chinatown. It is in Lexington. I think you must have heard of this place, right? Hoover said to Ziming. Ziming said with a smile, I think anyone who understands American history doesn't know about Lexington, because the independence of the United States began here. I went to college and read this history in textbooks. In the chat Ziming and Hoover, the car starts slowly, before reaching the Lexington might be about 1 hour later. Lexington is located in the northwest of Harvard University. It is a very quiet rural town. It may be due to the excellent cultural environment here, or it may be due to the preservation of the original history here. In short, nothing has been done here for more than 200 years. Industrial development. Precisely because there is no industrial pollution, this has become a concentration of Brighton's villas, and many wealthy people like to build their own private villas here. Ziming's destination is a very Chinese-style villa. This villa is not just a house, but is composed of 3 very Lingnan-style houses. At the door of the house is a very spectacular archway. Finally, the extended Lincoln sedan that Ziming took entered the archway and stopped at the door of a side building. Ziming didn't get in immediately after getting off the car. Instead, he looked back at the main building before entering. Regardless of China and foreign countries, if you want to receive important guests, they must be arranged in the main building. Now that I am only a side building, it means I am not that important. Although Ziming is not a very conceited person, he can understand that he is just a young man in his 20s. Although he has done some earth-shattering things at home and abroad, he was not only received by the president of the country, but even participated. After the destruction of a superpower, and a 20 trillion turret plan, there is indeed a cost to attract the attention of those super families or certain groups, but this cost is not enough. But knowing and understanding are one thing, whether you can accept it or not is another matter. After all, being on call and arranging an interview in a partial building is very uncomfortable. Ziming doesn't know who the person who wants to see him is, but he can let a consul general based in New York bring him news, and let a bank branch president pick him up. The importance of his identity is obvious. To be replaced by other people, to be able to be received by people with such a heavy status must be surging, but Ziming would not think so. He would only feel that this was a contempt and insult to himself. Wait, one day, I will live in a better villa than this, and stand at a higher position than the person who invited me this time. Ziming secretly swears in his heart. Ziming followed Hoover through a long corridor, bypassing a screen, and finally came to the piano hall. The decoration of this hall is like the whole villa, very Lingnan style. There is a table in the middle of the hall. An old man is sitting there drinking tea. He is wearing a yellow mandarin jacket and a melon hat on his head. He looks like a fairy tale. There was no one else in this hall except this old man. This situation made Ziming feel a little surprised. Ziming didn't understand whether they had such confidence in themselves, or the old man himself had strong strength. Or is there any agency here? Otherwise, no matter how much they trust themselves, they should also bring a bodyguard here. These people can let the consul general in New York bring news. Ziming doesn't believe that the affairs of the military can be hidden from them. So in this situation, what if you want to do something bad, or have any bad ideas? Seeing Ziming coming in, he didn't raise his head. He just held the tea bowl in one hand and the bowl cover in the other, indicating that he was sitting on the opposite side. When Ziming heard the words, he first waved his hand to make the police stand aside, and then sat in front of the old man and said, "Hello Uncle Tiger, I am Ziming, I am here." This opening sentence was what Buddhism and Ziming said when Ziming came in. After hearing Ziming's words, the old man nodded expressionlessly, then put down his teacup and asked, "How did Huang Yi deal with the matter?" "Now that you are here with me, the president's amnesty order must have been delivered on time?" Ziming nodded cautiously and said, "Yes, Uncle Tiger, that important amnesty order came very timely. I am very grateful to Uncle Tiger for helping me at such a critical time." There, old man reached out and interrupted Ziming. "I don't want to say too much about this matter. I just want to ask you, in your opinion, what does a superpower president's amnesty decree mean?" There, old man asked this question very broadly. Ziming, after thinking about it for a while, I replied, "I think the president's amnesty is a very important administrative document, and it can even be named the ultimate administrative document." Is it the ultimate administrative document? It seems to be true. After all, having the president's amnesty is equivalent to taking a gold medal for exemption from death, or more powerful than the exemption from death gold medal, because it can pardon all crimes. There, old man paused here and then said, "Then since this is the case, an important administrative document, so why don't you wait until the most critical time to take it out, but do all kinds of means to fight for a student? Do you think you can get it any time?" "Uncle Tiger, of course I not think so," Ziming said. "I also understand the important presidential amnesty, but now if there is no amnesty, I have no other way." "Do you think Brook was very powerful? Put all your ode, are they all blocked?" the old man asked again. "Of course not," Ziming said. "You tell me, Uncle Tiger, for this Brook, I don't know how much influence his family has in Brighton and the entire state of Massachusetts, but it's just from him. Judging from the performance of this incident, at least the resources he can mobilize are not too many." As Ziming's voice fell, the old man immediately said, "But it's such a person, but he forced out your whole cards." "That's it." Ziming suddenly felt shocked, because the old man said this sentence to his heart, and this president's amnesty was indeed his trump card at the bottom of the box. You should know that when you first arrived in the United States, it has almost nothing to do. If you say that you can affect it, you can only rely on external forces. And the external force you can borrow is only 1 trillion yuan, which is very important for the president. North Russia has been affected. But even if he can rely on North Russia to influence the White House, he can't do it again and again, not to mention whether President Nikolaevich of North Russia will keep buying his own account and wiping these ass for himself. It is said that after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, how much influence can this new, terrible North Russia have on the United States? For the first time, it can ensure that the President of the United States gives face. But can this face be given every day? Imagine that the President of the United States helps a foreigner to sign an amnesty every day. I'm afraid that as soon as the news comes out, the entire United States will be boiling, and the President will soon step down. Only idiots will do this. It is for these reasons that, even if everyone else thinks that he can get the presidential amnesty, it is very good. But in fact, Ziming himself knows better that he has played a hole card that cannot be copied. Most people's hole cards are only used when they are at the end of their lives, but now I only met an American rich second generation, and I was forced out of the hole cards. Isn't this a shame? Of course, Ziming had indeed just arrived in the United States. He had not had any chance of development, and he had directly encountered a wave of team battles. How could he not turn in the summoner skills? But these are not excuses. Being forced out of the hole card is forced out of the hole card. There is no explanation, Uncle Who, but I don't regret being forced out of the trump card by a street boy, because I am a Chinese. I can't tolerate my compatriots being bullied like that in front of me, but I am indifferent, Ziming said. The old man raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. He looked up and down Ziming with a few eyes and gently shook his head. But you have to know that what you see is happening in this country every day, and it's a little bit better than you. It's too much. Don't you have to take care of it every time you see it? But the president's amnesty order will not have another time. Uncle Tiger, I understand. Actually, the first day from my arrival at Harvard I already understand it. But I don't think it conflicts with my care, Ziming said. What do you say? The old man asked meaningfully. Uncle Tiger, I think I have just said that I cannot tolerate my compatriots being bullied in front of me, because this is something I can do. As for other things that happen in other places, or happen in front of me, for other things, I can only say sorry. It's not right to be a strong man, and I can't help myself, Ziming said. If I didn't see you with my own eyes, I would really hardly believe that you are only in your 20s. There. Old man sighed with emotion. After all, face and self-esteem are two insurmountable gaps. The old man has not seen anyone in the United States for half his life. Very ethnic Chinese, but they are often impulsive. Even if they encounter someone who can look at things sensibly, they will make some wrong judgments because of their own face and self-esteem. However, Ziming is very being able to face reality. His attitude is also the most practical. You can maintain an objective mood, which surprised me, but this alone is far from enough. The old man said. The words of the old man stopped here. Ziming took the conversation very sensibly and said, so I need to develop and strengthen my own capital and strength to ensure that this kind of thing will happen again in the future. I will not be forced to be so simple. Playing the trump card, at least I can think of other solutions, Ziming said, turning the front line sharply. Uncle Who, I think this is what you want me to say? Uncle Who was stunned on the spot. Chapter 283 Ordinary Class Meetings and Special Reports. The old man was stunned at the time. His eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Ziming like an eagle, not at all like an elderly man. The old man made Ziming suddenly feel a chill. At the same time, Ziming heard the friction of his footsteps. It was his bodyguard who subconsciously took 2 steps forward. Even his body made a move, which shows the oppression of the old man. How strong is the sense? However, in just a moment, Uncle Hu's eyes closed and softened again. He smiled and asked Ziming, tell me why you think this way. It's not that I think this way, but Uncle Tiger, you should have planned this way. Otherwise you would not have tried so hard to call me here, or it should be from this side of the building, not just to inspire me. Are you eager to win and nationalism? Make no mistakes and skip the words, Ziming asked rhetorically. The smile on the old man's face increased. He slowly took a sip of tea before continuing to say, do you know that the younger generation? Someone said this in front of me before, but then I made them speechless in the future. I do not know. But I totally believe you have the ability to. Uncle Tiger. Ziming turned the topic of conversation added, but I believe Uncle Tiger and you will not do it. Your self-confidence is to coming here? The old man asked curiously. Intuition. Ziming's answer was simple and clear. The old man laughed this time. He pointed to Ziming and said, you are really interesting as a young boy. You are right. I really won't move you now. On the contrary, I still need you to come help me. Of course, this is also helping yourself. Uncle Who, please say, if it is within my ability, I have no choice but to define it, Ziming said firmly. Actually, it's the same as you guessed it. The old man said to Ziming, I hope you can establish an influential organization here in Brighton, whether it is a consortium or any other organization. I don't care about it. Just like the same thing you did in North Russia. You can influence a superpower, and now it's just a city. I don't think you will have any problems. After speaking The old man thought about it and added, "But there is a little bit of me. I need to remind you that what I need is an independent organization, not a breastfeeding child, so I will not give you much help. On the contrary, if you take the wrong steps, you will be out of control. I will take the initiative to cooperate with the US government to take action against you." Did you hear what I said clearly? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Ziming nodded to express his understanding, but he then asked, "Uncle Tiger, I have other questions. I don't understand why you did this." "Uncle Tiger, do you think I will always listen to you?" Word. "No, on the contrary, I still think that you might not listen to me from the beginning." The old man said, "In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang said that Wei Yan had a bone in the back of his head, so he had to cut it when he saw the first side. It's not Zhuge Liang, and I'm not saying that Wei Yan as the offspring. I just want to say that you're not the kind of person who lives willingly. You may be dormant for a while, but one day you will fly into the sky." "There," old man said at last, "so in order to avoid possible contradictions between us, it is better not to do some things or not to do it." Uncle Tiger is indeed a person who has seen many things thoroughly, but I have a question that I don't know whether to ask or not. After getting the old man's signal, Ziming continued, "I want to know the purpose of Uncle Has doing this." Facing Ziming's question, the old man remained silent for a while before saying, "The purpose is actually very simple. But now is not the time for you to know. On with your current status and status, even if I tell you, you still can't understand." Ziming was also silent, and he finally said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Tiger, to think I understand what you mean, so I decided to follow your arrangements. Although your answer is within my expectations, I still want to say thank you, and I will wait for you in the future." "The good news is," the old man said. Ziming just smiled at this and turned and left the room. Hoover immediately followed after he asked for instructions. Ziming was brought by him, so he naturally had to send Ziming back. Hoover put Ziming in the car and directly back to the Harvard campus. During his trip to Lexington, the meal in Chinatown was obviously over. "I will send you here. Since you have promised Uncle Tiger just now, I can only cheer you up. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties, it is better to have financial difficulties. You can come to me. As long as the amount is not too large, I can call the shots for you. I only hope that you can succeed as soon as possible." "That's fine. Some things won't happen again." Hoover patted his chest as a guarantee to Ziming, in the end holding Ziming's hand tightly. Ziming frowned, not understanding some of the key points. But Hoover left without saying much. Looking at the back of Hoover's extended Lincoln sedan, suddenly said, "The man named Uncle Tiger is not easy." Ziming was thinking about something at this time, but he heard the voice of Ziming immediately stared at him in surprise. Even his eyes popped out. Ziming didn't know how to look and look angry, but he could also understand that the guy named Uncle Tiger was definitely not a general, but even he was. In this way, Ziming would still be surprised. The reason is very simple. Has been with him for a long time, has always been silent, so that many readers have forgotten that there is such a person. But in fact, as an elite soldier, a peerless soldier in Kyoto, perhaps he really doesn't understand financial and economic issues, but he simply doesn't take a lot of things into his eyes. There was an aura of disdainfulness all over his body. And now he actually took the initiative to evaluate the man named Uncle Tiger. How could this not surprise Ziming? Actually, when I went in, I already felt that I didn't have any energy, because there was only Uncle Who in the room. Ziming said, "I thought it was weird at the time, but now I listen to you say that." "Understood. I'm afraid this guy, you are not sure that you can win?" "Nothing wrong, no skipping." Ziming words to stimulate, he immediately said, "I admit that I can feel he is very powerful, but as long as he is not in an ambush outside the others, I have 70% certainty can catch him." Said after, he said with emotion, "This Uncle Tiger was not a gangster, right?" There are no mistakes in a lot of words. Otherwise, a person of such an age, it is really emotional to have such a performance. "Listen," Ziming laughed, "in fact, there is nothing to sigh. because that person is not the owner of the villa at all, but it is very likely that he is the security of the owner of the villa, or a master of raising, so he will be so confident. Then he slapped his forehead and said, "So that's the case. I just said how could he have such a strong person?" At the end, I was confused again. In fact, there is nothing to be surprised. The reason why Uncle Who came forward was that I guessed he was the housekeeper of the villa, so he was in a very good state of mind, but he still had to look for it in the end. The owners of the villa report the situation, and I also believe they will have confidence in us. When Ziming and were speaking at the door, they happened to ran into Chen Yining and sent Huang Yi and Zhu Yao out of the dormitory of the finance class. They came out and saw Ziming and they immediately gathered around. "Teacher Zhu, you are coming back so soon? I thought there was no way to say goodbye to you this time. Thank you so much." "Teacher, I heard from Consul Cheng. The person who invited you was a very powerful person. What did he say to you? Could it be convenient to tell us?" We asked Consul Cheng why he refused to tell us. Huang Yi asked. "Actually, there is nothing to tell or not to tell, because I originally came back to convene a meeting of the finance class," Ziming said. Ziming's words caused Chen Xiu and Yining to blow up. Perhaps class meetings are common in other classes, but they are extremely rare in their finance class, and every time Ziming convenes them to hold a class meeting. At the time, they all said that they were going to do a big thing. Although Ziming did not say clearly, the students in the finance class were carefully selected and very smart. Therefore, when Ziming said that the class meeting, they immediately cheered. "Teacher, is there something we are going to do again? What can we do for you?" Yining first asked Ziming. Ziming smiled slightly at this. "I really can't disclose this now. Let's go back to the dormitory first, and wait until all the students have arrived in the hall before we talk about it." Chen Xiu and Yining agreed, and then immediately ran in to help Ziming summon the classmates. As for Huang Yi and Zhu Yao, they actually wanted to hear what was going on, but it was embarrassing to think of their identity. But Ziming didn't think, "Don't get discouraged either, because I will definitely deal with you in the future, and you will know what is wrong with me. But thinking about us, it is better to think about the Uncle Tiger and his next report," Ziming said. In a word, when Ziming was discussing with others on the Harvard campus, in the Chinese-style villa in Lexington, Uncle Who has gotten up. He walked to the side and picked up a mobile phone placed on the desk, dialed a number, and after the call was connected, Uncle Who immediately said, "Hello sir, I am Ao. Press you. I have just met Ziming. According to my judgment, he is indeed special, but his potential may not meet the high requirements of your husband. Even his age and some of his thinking and ideas will give sir, causing trouble." Uncle Who paused for a while, but he nodded and said yes. Finally, he said, "Please don't worry, sir. I have asked Hoover to send him back." 284th Jang Harvard's opening ceremony. Bow thanks to Book Friends 14,016,955 inches and Book Friends 5,827,326 inches for their support. A very ordinary Chevrolet car is driving on the 2A highway to the Harvard campus, with a fat car sitting in the car. "One thin two people." The thin man hurriedly said to the fat man angrily, "Oh damn fat pig, I told you to be ready to go so long ago, but you bastard is going to be with that little red-haired bitch. Let me talk more about the conversation. If I miss it, I will kick you off the Charles River, I swear." There. Fat man spread his hands needlessly and said, "Hey, I said thin monkey, I think your reaction is a bit too excited now. Isn't it just the opening ceremony of Harvard University, we go to observe every year, which year is not the same thing, and now many people above will send people to observe on the spot, rarely need us to explore anything." God, I really want to kill your fat pig. Are all your pigs pretending to be strippers? There. Thin man said grumpily, "I tell you, this time Harvard's opening ceremony is different from the past. because from China, it is the red china that your grandma always used to scare you to sleep. More than 20 people have been sent to Harvard to study there. They are still approved by the president. It is said that these red Chinese people are extremely arrogant, and they have already met Brooke had a fight. It was the son of the irritable congressman. Isn't this true? How come I haven't heard of such a big thing? And Brighton has no reaction. The fat man cried out. Of course you haven't heard, because God knows what you are thinking in your head, and the red Chinese seem to have used some means, so Brooke didn't make a big fuss back. Thin said. The fat man suddenly realized, it turns out that this is the case, so it seems that the red China is really the country where Satan lives. Otherwise how can they do such a thing? There. Thin man slapped the fat man on the head with dissatisfaction and said, okay, fat pig, don't scream here, so we must go to see this opening ceremony. I have a hunch that it will be very interesting. If we miss this, then our organization can really be dissolved. Following the thin man's words, the fat man stepped on the accelerator fiercely, and the originally slow Chevrolet suddenly rushed up to the Harvard campus. When they arrived at the Harvard campus, it was when the new students entered. When the bell of the memorial church rang, all the new students entered under the welcome of the old students and took their seats in the campus theater. After the students are seated, they will be given a welcome speech by the director of the freshman discipline, followed by a prayer from the pastor of the memorial church. Watching this scene, the fat man gradually lost his curiosity. Look, it doesn't seem to be special. It's the same as in previous years. There. Thin man held his camera while cursing. Damn you, shut up. Stand there honestly. Didn't you see that President Lawrence is about to take the stage? There. Thin man here cursed, and a short and chubby man over there stepped onto the podium. He is the world famous Harvard Lawrence, the president of the university. Skinny hurriedly gave him a close-up. Lawrence stepped onto the stage. He was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he sorted out his speech and said, hello, classmates of the 90th class. I am your principal Lawrence. I am very happy to be with you all this afternoon. So, attending the opening ceremony of Harvard University. The temperature outside is very low, but I am sweating hot here. I believe this is all because of everyone's enthusiasm. This year we have enrolled a total of 1,000 students, from 50 states in the United States, and elites from 43 different countries around the world. You come from different places, and your education or living habits and ways of thinking must be the same. Each is different. But you came here today and became a part of Harvard University. I ask you to treat this as your home. Other classmates are your brothers and sisters. Lawrence said, the pastor said we all are children of God. We are all equal before God. I also want to say that you are equal on the Harvard campus, whether you were in a luxury villa in Lexington or in a slum in Zimbabwe, Africa. As long as you stand here today, under our common Harvard blue sky, we are equal. I always say that Harvard can only work hard without accidents, but I need to tell you an unexpected situation today. That is, this session is in our. Among all the lovely freshmen there were 26 more students from Red China. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. When Lawrence said this, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone whispered, although some of them were students. I already knew the news. But now I heard the news from the principal. It is still unavoidable to surprise people. Oh my God, how could this happen? In the past, Harvard accepted foreign students with quota restrictions. Even if not, apart from scientific research, Harvard has never received so many students from a country at once. If it is a Commonwealth country it's okay. But why can these Chinese people come in so many at once? There must be a conspiracy in it. Just now, President Lawrence said that everyone is equal, which is simply a lie. The students below, you just glance at me. They were all expressing their own dissatisfaction, and the students standing next to Ziming were even more exaggerated, and even pointed their fingers to their faces. Principal Lawrence stood calmly on the podium, and just let the students below continue to scream so passionately. And it took a long time to raise his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. The students below certainly expressed dissatisfaction with the news, but the principal is ultimately the principal, or the old principal of Harvard for nearly 30 years. His prestige is beyond doubt, so the dissatisfaction of these students quickly calmed down. Lawrence was very satisfied with the effect. He went on to say, "This time, the situation is definitely a bit special. But please believe that these Chinese students themselves are very good and meet the admission requirements of the school." Then we will ask the representative of Chinese students came to the stage and asked him to be the representative of our freshmen at the opening ceremony of Harvard University. Let me tell you a few words. Everyone welcomes applause. As Lawrence finished speaking, there was applause below. In the applause, he has been paying attention to this. The fat man at the opening ceremony clapped his hands excitedly. "This is great." The old guy Lawrence was clearly on purpose. Now those Chinese are the bison running in the front, and there is no turning back. Their thin man nodded and said, "It is true. This is the case. Whoever can be admitted to Harvard is not an elite." Now Lawrence singles out those red Chinese by name and surname. This shows that people are going to oppose him. It seems that these red Chinese people, it's indeed a bit of an inside story to be able to come to Harvard. Otherwise, why would Lawrence, who has always been a dead face, play with such cleverness today? It is a very unscientific thing for those stupid Chinese to come to Harvard. Over there, it's just a closed and barbaric country. Is it hard to tell the difference between 1 and 2? And you have to go to Harvard? There, fat man said unscrupulously and laughed. But the thin man raised his eyebrows, and the camera in his hand was subconsciously aimed at the crowd. Among the 26 Chinese students in the area, because he has a strong feeling, it seems that these Chinese students will give different surprises. Teacher, how could this be? We asked the student union before. Didn't we say that the representative of the new students is an American? How could we suddenly call our name? We were not prepared at all, Chen Xiu said very worriedly, and other finance students also. They are all looking like 6 gods and no masters. Only Ziming is very calm. Ziming said to everyone, in fact, everyone is the same, and you don't think that President Lawrence gave us this opportunity. But our opportunity, you see, everyone around us looks down on us and feels that our arrival is an insult to them. If there is no chance for the freshman representative to speak, then we will always be different. Ziming asked at the end, "You forgot. Did I hold the class meeting for you a week ago?" Facing Ziming's question, all the students in the finance class fell into silence. The reason was simple. Every word and sentence of Ziming at that class meeting was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. At this time, Ziming's tone softened and continued, "My classmates, our motherland is very poor and backward. As a result, we, as Chinese, will be bullied abroad. I believe you have already seen the previous things. Whatever you want. Anyone who jumps out can insult and beat us at will. The American police will only help them but not us. Then we have come to Harvard now, and we come here to study abroad, not to revitalize the motherland and let our compatriots in the future. Can we stand tall in foreign countries without being bullied? So now, just let us come to power as representatives of new students. Do we have to back down? How can we change ourselves and change our motherland? Our changes, starting from today, we still have a lot of tasks," Ziming said. The students in the finance class are all elites selected from across the country. They naturally understand what Ziming said, but they understand that it is on one side, and whether they can accept it or not is on the other side. Don't worry, since President Lawrence has given us this opportunity, then I will take it well. This time Harvard's freshman representative, I will come. Ziming left such a sentence, and then strode towards the rostrum. Go with. Ziming standing up attracted everyone's attention, but because everyone was watching Ziming, almost no one noticed that behind Ziming, the financial class students who were still at a loss were at Ziming. After Ming's words, he suddenly became firm, as if suddenly made up his mind. As the focus of the audience, Ziming naturally attracted the attention of the thin man. He was stunned when he saw Ziming, and then murmured, "No, it's this guy. What is his name?" "Ming's. He's a very powerful person." Hearing the thin man's voice, the fat man turned his head curiously and said, What Ziming? What a great person. I said you don't always talk to yourself in there alone. Okay. The Chinese King's Sword. Chapter 285, The New Life Speech. Ziming stepped onto the rostrum, and the principal Lawrence took the initiative to shake hands with Ziming and said, "Student Ziming, this is a rare opportunity. I hope you will perform well." Lawrence walked off the rostrum after speaking, although his face was still the expression of that dead mother, but as long as you pay attention, you can still find a trace of drama and pride in your eyes. Ziming didn't say much about this, but silently nodded his head and thanked him, and then stood on the podium. Ziming was questioned by members of the Harvard Board of Directors when he could see Lawrence step down. Obviously, the people on the Harvard Board of Directors were very unhappy with his arrangement. Satisfaction. No wonder, after all, this school opening ceremony can be regarded as a face-saving project of Harvard. How can Lawrence be so arrogant? In fact, all the members of the board of directors have very big opinions about the 26 Chinese who Ziming enters Harvard. They can only be their opinions, and they can't make fun of the opening ceremony. Even if the opening ceremony is not open to the outside world, many media have sent reporters to the scene to interview. If the Chinese make something ugly at the opening ceremony, it is not the Chinese who are lost, but the people from Harvard University. Because no matter what, even if these Chinese have signed up as Harvard University students, his words and deeds are representative of Harvard University, especially he is also the student representative personally named by Lawrence, the president of Harvard. Lawrence, are you confused after being the principal for nearly 30 years? Actually made such a headstrong decision? This is what every school manager wants to ask Lawrence. In fact, Ziming had doubts about this. But what Lawrence thinks is not what Ziming cares about, because for him now, how to live, this level is the most important right now. Ziming stood on the rostrum and took a deep breath. He looked at more than 1,000 faces with different skin tones below. Ziming knew very well that his speech today would largely determine himself in the finance class. 25 students, and possibly even other Chinese students, will be treated on the Harvard campus in the future. These thoughts undoubtedly made Ziming feel a tremendous amount of pressure, but Ziming would not back down. Instead, he picked up the microphone on the rostrum and said, "Dear Harvard directors and fellow students, I am from China. Ziming, an international student from China. I am very happy to speak here as a representative of freshmen, wishing each other and looking forward to our future." When Ziming's words came to this point, there was a burst of boos from the audience. Many people gave Ziming a thumbs up, and they desperately yelled to Ziming, "The Chinese who play tricks and tricks, get out. Get out of Harvard. We don't want to show the future with the despicable Chinese. Go ahead. There is no place for you here, and Harvard does not welcome you." Ziming was not scared by these boos, or said these. The boos was exactly what Ziming expected. He went on to say, "Whether everyone welcomes me or not, I am standing here today, and as you can see, I am a Chinese." After Ziming finished speaking, the fat man who came with Wang Jian immediately shouted, "This Chinese is crazy, doesn't he know that everyone is opposing him now because of this?" Finally, he had a chance to speak, but to say these bullshit, it is better to just go dingy without saying a word. Then everyone might laugh at them for a while, and now he is arousing public outrage. There. Fat man turned his head and looked at Wang Jian. Then he said, "Wang, it seems that Chinese people born in Red China are amazing stupid pigs. Fortunately, you were born in a great federation. At least you are very smart." Wang Jian did not think that the fat man was complimenting him by saying this, but Wang Jian didn't say much, just looking at Ziming. He could feel that Ziming's momentum seemed to have just begun. Speaking of my motherland, there are actually many disasters. 150 years ago, in 1840 AD, on a warship named Kanghu Ali, China was forced to sign the first unequal Nanjing. The treaty not only required compensation for a large amount of money, but also ceded the city of Hong Kong, which has not been recovered until 150 years later. After the Nanjing Treaty, A series of extremely unequal treaties such as the Wangshaw Treaty and the Accenture Treaty followed one after another. Then, China plunged into poverty for a long time. 350 years ago, when Harvard University was founded with the generous donation of Harvard pastors, my country was fighting, and when Harvard University had already stepped out of the President of the United States at the time, my country and my compatriots were hungry. When Harvard University has become the world's top university, my country has just been established, or it is being invaded by you. Ziming's sonorous words are here. Flying in the theater, all the students below were dumbfounded. In fact, when Ziming stepped onto the stage, the following students would guess in their minds what Ziming would say, but they never imagined that Ziming would actually tell this way when he came up, and take China from more than 100 years. I've been talking about it until now. I talked about a lot of wars and unequal treaties, and no one knew what Ziming was going to talk about. Poverty and backwardness, these are the pronouns of my country, from more than 100 years ago to the present. Ziming emphasized, I heard a lot of boos just now. It was everyone to me or to all of us in China. People's boos. As for the reason, I think it's just because I have 25 Chinese classmates who got the chance to enroll in Harvard. Because of poverty and backwardness, they are looked down upon by others, so they are treated specially. In fact, this is not in itself. What's the problem? After all, advanced races should have the best social resources, whether it is education or medical care, or other aspects. Only in this way can the dominant position of the race be ensured and the elite education of a first-class university can be ensured. Ziming said, when I arrived here, I changed the conversation violently, and then said, but is this South Africa or Rwanda? As far as I know, it is called Harvard. It is a university founded by a priest of God's people, Harvard 300 years ago. A school that promotes freedom and democracy. I used to yearn for Harvard very much. In my imagination, this place should be a place full of freedom, peace and vigor. After all the elites in the United States and the world who can go to school here should be all our polite gentlemen, but now, you guys in the audience gave me a big slap in the face, educating me with facts. And my thoughts are really just unnecessary and ignorant fantasies. Ziming said loudly. As I said, I became more and more emotional, and in the end I roared, I don't understand why this place is full of rotten and disgusting Nazism. I was rejected and opposed by you just because I was a Chinese. Even when I speak on stage, I can only get endless boos. Is this the freedom, democracy, openness and tolerance that you advertise? I just want to say that you are a group of disgusting bugs in the sun. Ziming's speech is like a single. The blockbuster exploded in the entire theater. Everyone felt that their chest was severely beaten, and Ziming's words seemed to be powerful enough to overwhelm them. I know what you are thinking, and I also admit that we are not the Harvard that came in through the most formal way. But what about it? I have already come in. This is an irreversible fact, and one more important thing is that we have all passed the Harvard entrance exam. We are eligible to enter Harvard. Do you hope that you can artificially set up a barrier for us to carry Nazism to the end? Ziming's question hit everyone's heart, making everyone bow their heads in shame. My God. Isn't this true? It's true that there are many words in this Chinese speech. He actually conquered everyone. It's incredible. Someone subconsciously exclaimed, standing next to the principal Lawrence. As a school manager, he is better than the following students in life experience. So he was not simply conquered by Ziming's speech, but even so, when he watched all the freshmen in the audience bow their heads there, the appearance still made him feel astonished as never before. The school director turned his head and said to Lawrence, "Old man, it seems that your abacus is wrong. These Chinese people are not so easy to mess with, just like what they did in Chenjin Lake and Shanganling. They are very tenacious. Can always find his own way in desperate situations." Lawrence also glanced at him, but did not speak. Lawrence also knew what was happening today, even though those standing below were only freshmen who were going to enroll this year. But those are all the elites who rushed out of the mathematics. Judging from the boos just now, they all have strong self-esteem. Such people, even if the President of the United States comes over, they will still debate if you are not convinced. But now, these are these people. After listening to Ziming's speech, they are like turkeys that have been defeated. They are standing there, their heads downcast. Lawrence looked up at Ziming, who was still standing on the stage. Ziming still had a straight waist, like a javelin. It seemed that nothing could bend him. Lawrence just looked at him. There was no expression on his face. No one looked. No idea what he was thinking. On the other side, the thin Wang Jian and his partner Fatty were also dumbfounded by Ziming's speech. Oh my God! I'm not dreaming. How could there be such a powerful speech that convinced all freshmen with just one mouth? This is incredible. It is simply a freshman speech that can be recorded in the annals of history. If it weren't for my own eyes. What I saw, I couldn't believe it. Is that guy really a freshman in this year's school? How do I think he came and pretended like the Emperor of Red China? There. Fat Man was talking endlessly, while Wang Jian said nothing. His eyes fixed on Ziming on the rostrum, as if he was about to eat Ziming. Wang Jian thought in his heart, Ziming, he really is the same Ziming, and he hasn't changed at all. No wonder the teacher is so optimistic about him. A person can conquer all Harvard freshmen by giving a speech. But if you want to survive in Harvard, it's not just a mouthful. Chapter 286. Will he be arrogant? Once, Liang Seeking, Zukezan and many other seniors studied at Harvard. They relied on their own ingenuity to absorb the advanced knowledge here and gained the respect of many people, and today, my classmates and I are also following in the footsteps of our predecessors. When we come here, we are full of longing for knowledge and culture. We will also prove that we are as good as our predecessors. We will prove that we Chinese are not worse than anyone else. We will also prove that whether we have white, yellow or black hands, they can all be held together tightly. Following Ziming's last impassioned speech, the Harvard Theater immediately greeted the warmest applause. All the students spontaneously stood up and applauded Ziming while applauding. This is really an eye-opening speech. On the side of the podium is the position of the school board and the heads of key departments. They all stood up with the students and applauded Ziming's speech. Dong sighed. He turned his head and said to Lawrence, "Old man, as for you to call those Chinese as representatives of new students to do this new student representative speech, I think I can have reservations now. I know he treats you. It may not be so acceptable, but for Harvard, it is very exciting. I believe that in tomorrow's newspaper, Harvard's opening ceremony will occupy the front page." What a nostalgic feeling! Principal Lawrence just smiled casually at the feelings of the school manager. Perhaps, but I don't regret my decision. Ziming didn't know the brief conversation between Lawrence and the school manager, but even if he did, it was useless. At this moment, he was walking off the podium amid the applause of more than 1,000 Harvard students. Chinese, you are right. Since we have come to Harvard, since we are in this free and democratic country, we should tolerate and understand each other. As the elites of the world, we must set an example of our elites. Come, it can't be the same as the super wall in South Africa. It's a huge insult to us, Chinese. I can accept your admission, but you will never be better than us. My motherland is the world now. The most powerful country in China is enough to prove our excellence. Today, you Chinese are the representatives of freshmen. But you should not be happy too early. We still have 4 years of campus life. By the graduation ceremony in 1994, we will tell you who is the winner. The students of all skin colors in the audience are saying to Ziming one by one, although some of the words are provocative, but their emotions are not as excited anymore. Everyone is more of a joke. At the same time, in the last row of the stands, the fat man also felt incredible. This is a miracle. I never thought that this Chinese was so inciting. Hey King, it seems that your coming here is really sending an elite this time. Come here, just like you did 100 years ago. There, Fat Man said and turned his head, but he just happened to see Wang Jian packing things. He was surprised. I said, Wang, are you doing this? Leave here. With this speech, we no longer need to listen to it later. We must report this news back to the organization as soon as possible. Wang Jian said, "Okay, you have the final say." The fat man stretched out his hands helplessly. It's just that the old man Lawrence wanted to humiliate the Chinese, but on the contrary, he made the red Chinese wonderful. If I can, I want to go to that old man. Look at the wonderful expression on his face in front of you. In the audience, Ziming returned to the area where the finance class was located. It has to be said that these Harvard students, even though they are just freshmen, have shown the qualities of elites selected from all over the world. They all stood up as Ziming. They cheered and cheered for the speech just now, but they just stood firmly in their position, leaving Ziming away for him to pass. It is precisely because other Harvard freshmen are so qualified, Monitor Chen Xiu and others don't need to come out to meet them, and they also need to better show their qualities. Back to the area where the finance class was located, Ziming saw the eager and excited eyes of all the finance class students. Ziming said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint everyone." Just a soft sentence, but let all the finance class students burst into tears, because everyone knew that Ziming was forcibly named as a representative of freshmen under circumstances, and how he was unprepared to give a speech amid the boos of all the freshmen at Harvard. Conquer these 1,000 elite students from all over the world, and let them applaud themselves convincingly. Chen Xiu, take everyone to thank other students for their support. Sit down. Don't lose our people here, Ziming said. Perhaps the financial class in the United States has to be disrupted and reallocated, but for this small group, the original class members are still very prestigious. So Chen Xiu took all the 25 students from the finance class, bowed deeply to all the other Harvard freshmen, and then sat down together without any muddles. This action also left another impression on everyone. By the end of the ceremony at 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone still remembered, these people from Red China are not easy to mess with. Hey Chinese, are you really from that Red China? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you by saying this. I just want to be friends with you. God, I want to show you to my father. He would definitely not believe it. You are really amazing. Chinese, which college are you going to go to? Was it the economics department of the business school? That's a shame. I originally wanted to say I could do it with you, classmates, but so many of you are studying economics together. I think this year the economics department will definitely be very lively. China Week. Don't you plan to participate in the student union? I believe that with your eloquence, you can definitely become the little president who manages the 6,000 students of Harvard University, and will be the first Chinese president. In their evening, the opening ceremony after it was over, when Ziming left the theater with the finance class, the surrounding students were free from the shackles of the ceremony, and they were finally able to talk to them without any scruples. Regarding such a scene, Ziming was okay. He had some experience in business and was easy to deal with, but other finance class students were very embarrassed. Therefore, it was almost an hour later that Ziming and the others were cleaned up. Looking at the dark night sky, Ziming said to his classmates, "What happened today is an accident, but as the saying goes, there must be a way to the mountain. When you go back, you can think about today's gains and losses. And since we all entered the business school of Harvard University must learn to think with a broader mind, so we can think more about how to maximize the benefits." Chen Xiu and everyone nodded to express their understanding. Only Yining, after hearing the smell, she asked, "Teacher, did you have anything else to do when you let us go back?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Ziming didn't expect Yining to ask questions suddenly, but he also didn't intend to conceal from them. He replied, "I do have something else." Chen Xiu, you take the classmates back first. Chen Xiu nodded and said yes. Yining still did. Asked Ziming, "Teacher, can I be with you?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming originally wanted to refuse, but Ziming looked at Yining's hopeful eyes, and did not want to disappoint his female students, so he nodded in agreement. Then Chen Xiu took other finance class students back to the dormitory, and Zhu Ming took Yi Ning back. There are bodyguards going to the other side. Walking on the road, Yi Ning whispered to Zhu Ming, "Teacher, thank you for taking me." These words surprised Zhu Ming, but when Zhu Ming turned his head to look at Yi Ning, he immediately understood, because Yi Ning at this time, his face was flushed, and his eyes were afraid to look at Zhu Ming. Obviously there was a kind of girl's secret joy. Zhu Ming has a headache. This is not Yi Ning's long ugliness. In fact, Yi Ning is also pretty. Especially she has the innocence that is unique to this era. But the key is her female student, even if she shows her age now. He is only in his early 20s, but his actual psychological age is 50. If you really want to think about Yi Ning, he is a beast at all. It's just that Zhu Ming was originally not good at handling the relationship with the girl, let alone this kind of taboo relationship. In the previous life, Zhu Ming had also watched some films about teachers and students, but they were all island styles, more beasts than beasts, and it was impossible to come in handy. Zhu Ming could only be the first two big ones. But fortunately, Yi Ning was very sensible and didn't let this embarrassing atmosphere last long. She quickly changed the subject and asked Zhu Ming, "Teacher, please forgive me for saying more." Just after the opening ceremony, "Where are you going?" "Go to the Principal Lawrence's office, I want to thank him." Zhu Ming replied, "Teacher, I heard you right. Did you say that you are going to Principal Lawrence? What is this for? And you are doing it at this time?" "Okay." There are a lot of words, right? Yi Ning was extremely surprised. In fact, the problem is Yi Ning asked casually, but Zhu Ming's answer was something she couldn't think of, because now the opening ceremony is over, and President Lawrence was slapped by Zhu Ming's practical actions. He will visit now, no matter how Lawrence is. The president of Harvard has such a bad relationship with President Lawrence. What about their living and studying here in the next 4 years? From Yi Ning's expression, Zhu Ming could fully guess what she was thinking at the moment. So Zhu Ming immediately explained, "Don't look at me with such an expression. I really want to thank him, not to ridicule." "Teacher, I know you are a very stable person, not a person who knows how to do things. I can understand that you will definitely not make a special trip to humiliate someone for such a small matter, but I still don't understand. You want to thank Principal Lawrence. Do we have to thank him?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped," Yi Ning asked curiously. "Exactly," Zhu Ming said, but when he saw Yi Ning's face still full of incomprehension, he had to ask her, "Yi Ning, let me ask you, do you think such a person can be the principal of Harvard?" Yi Ning didn't understand Zhu Ming's thoughts. She tried to think for a while before answering. "Should be a respected educator." "Do you think such a person is just a teacher and doesn't know how to deal with others? No political mind?" Zhu Ming asked again. "It's impossible," Yi Ning said immediately. "If you can only be a teacher, you are just a teacher. You can't become a principal at all. To become a principal of Harvard, besides having a good educational ability, I think it is more important. It is necessary to be able to manage and to have the brains of the president in order to manage the major and minor matters in the school in an orderly manner. It also needs to coordinate some internal contradictions and emergencies, etc." Finally, Yi Ning concluded, "Such a person is even a person. It's okay to be the president of a big company. It's impossible to be politically savvy." Zhu Ming nodded and said, "Indeed. He can be selected as the president of his alma mater from countless Harvard University graduates. This person must have extraordinary ability. He must be politically savvy. So for such a person, do you think he will be willful to the point of arrogance? No mistakes, no skips." Chapter 287. Do people have dreams? Zhu Ming's words reminded Yi Ning and made her react. "You must know that Lawrence is the president of Harvard University, or the old president of Harvard for 30 years. Well, such a person, not to mention how powerful he is, or even a person who can run for the president, but at least he is certainly not a mediocre who disregards the overall situation and will make blind decisions according to his own ideas. But today is such a character. He would actually directly change the opening ceremony process without notifying anyone in advance, or even discussing with anyone, by replacing the new speech students without authorization. and directly pushing the Chinese freshman to the forefront. No matter how you look at it, this is a ridiculous act made by a casually rich second generation, and it is extremely incompatible with a steady 30-year-old principal. Because not to mention that Ziming and all the finance students gave him a lot of face. Even if he lost his face, it made him have an embarrassing experience. But he was all studying at Harvard, and he couldn't be more angry. There are at least 100 ways to retaliate. Why don't you need to make a fuss at the opening ceremony? There are many words without mistakes. You must know that this opening ceremony represents the face of Harvard University. Errors are absolutely not allowed. How can it be so casual? Could it be that this old principal is always confused and sincerely feels that he has been the principal for 30 years and the Harvard School Board will not expel him? It is said that people are old and fine. If Lawrence is a bit dementia or not in a good mental state, this is possible, but under the premise of such a full mental state, it is impossible at all. So since the impossible thing happened no matter how logically inferred, then obviously there will be other explanations. Just now, Teacher Zhu said that he was going to thank Principal Lawrence. Could it be that Teacher Zhu had reached an agreement with Principal Lawrence in advance? Principal Lawrence did this deliberately today. This idea also gave Yining a sense of fantasy. Although she admired Zhu Ming very much, she believed that as long as Zhu Ming came out to give a speech, she would definitely be able to suppress the audience. But the key was that she could not figure it out anyway before she came to the United States. What kind of bargaining chip Zhu Ming can use to make a deal with Lawrence? Let him risk his 30 years of Harvard president's reputation ruined to push an unknown Chinese. But if these are not, why is this? Yining felt that what was before him was a chain of unsolvable problems, which made people crazy. Zhu Ming saw the doubt on Yining's face. He rubbed Yining's head and said, "Okay, don't think too much about it. I think there are some questions when we get to the destination, and there may be answers." Yining's Hong nodded heavily. She was very thankful that she had made the decision to follow Zhu Ming. Otherwise she might not understand why this was for the rest of her life. Zhu Ming and Yining got on his Buick and soon arrived at the principal's building. Lawrence lived here. Zhu Ming and the others arrived at the door. But they saw the lady Lili they met when they first came over and was waiting at the door. After seeing Zhu Ming and the others getting out of the car, she stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhu Ming. Mr. Principal is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." Miss Lili's words were very unexpected. Yining was immediately surprised. "Miss Lily, you said Mr. Lawrence, he knew we were coming, so he was waiting for us in the office?" Yining couldn't help but be surprised, because she came with Zhu Ming. She knew very well that Zhu Ming had come directly without making any appointment with Principal Lawrence in advance. So how did Lawrence know that Zhu Ming would come? Could it be an unknown prophet? This is a bit incredible. Zhu Ming also frowned. He also expressed that he did not understand this, but at the same time he was still thinking that Lawrence, as the president of Harvard, suddenly made such a wayward change of freshman representative to speak on stage at the opening ceremony of Harvard. Didn't the school manager ask him to investigate what happened? He still has time to wait for himself here. Despite the doubts in his heart, Zhu Ming didn't say even a word. After seeing Zhu Ming and Yining, Miss Lili said, "Of course, but Mr. Principal hosted the day's opening ceremony today, and she is already very tired. So if you want to see Mr. Principal, please do it as soon as possible." Zhu Ming nodded after saying yes, and Yining followed Miss Lily to Lawrence's office. This time, they did not inform, but went directly to the principal's office inside. Lawrence was here, but this time he was not sitting at the desk like before. Later, he sat on the sofa in the front reception area, with a set of tea sets and a pot of steaming black tea in front of him, and Lawrence was drinking tea with a small teacup. Zhu Ming came in no hurry to speak, because he understood that people like Lawrence could not do useless work. Since he was waiting here, he must have something to say to himself, so why should he be so anxious? Lawrence was a little surprised to see that Zhu Ming could bear it so much, but he only raised his eyebrows, and then gestured to Zhu Ming and the others to sit down. Zhu Ming took Yining and sat in front of Lawrence, while the bodyguard stood vigilantly behind Ziming. Although this was in the Harvard president's office and only President Lawrence was in front of him, it was his duty to be vigilant. Tea is a special product of China. It is said to be a kind of plant leaf, but it is refreshing when it is soaked. It is a very healthy drink. In Europe hundreds of years ago, nobles were even willing to use the same volume of gold in exchange. The so-called Opium War was actually the dumping of tea in China, which the British could not afford, so they had to use drugs to redeem their trade deficit, because if they let it go, the British will probably do it again in a few years. There is no silver to pay, even if the British claim that the sun never sets at the time. Lawrence said while drinking tea, "This shows that the Chinese are very powerful. If it were not for the incompetence of your ruler at the time, you would rely on it. A small amount of tea can knock the indomitable British people into trouble." Tea is indeed a very good commodity, but if there is no corresponding means, it will not be invincible. It started with the Opium War, and then later, after the British brought tea-making technology to India, Chinese tea has gone all the way down, and it no longer has the original competitiveness. Ziming said. Lawrence looked at Ziming and smiled suddenly. He gave Ziming a thumbs up and said inexplicably, "The way of thinking of classmate Ziming is really special, not at all like the other Chinese I met." Ziming waited for Lawrence's next sentence, but Lawrence only said one sentence without beginning and ending, and then changed the subject. He then asked Ziming, "I can guess the purpose of your coming here. I want to know why I want to change you Chinese. Or more directly, you will be the representative of the freshmen who will speak on stage, right?" There are no mistakes in many words. Ziming didn't expect Lawrence to be so straightforward, but he nodded very directly and said, "Yes, Mr. Lawrence, I have no intention of offending. I am very grateful that you have given me such a chance to speak on stage, so that I can have the opportunity to prove that we Chinese are equally good. But I can't understand why you want to do this. If you say it's just self-willed, then I will have nothing to say." Lawrence smiled happily. "Of course I will not be willful for a while, but please give up the idea of arranging my words, because I will not tell you for specific reasons." "Why can't you tell me?" Ziming was surprised. "Although it is very bad for you to say that, I still want to say that you are not qualified for that right now. Can you understand if I say this?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped," Lawrence said. Ziming nodded silently, but Lawrence said in a relaxed tone, "But classmate Ziming, perhaps the most important thing I can't tell you, but I can tell you that I will do this today because it is completely entrusted." Here Lawrence thought for a moment, then asked, "I want to have a nickname Tiger. You should call Uncle Tiger of people, you've seen it a lot. A very free word. Uncle Tiger." Here the name Ziming immediately became serious, because Ziming still deeply remembered the pressure he was under in front of Uncle Tiger, and remembered that even the soldier king who was invincible on the battlefield was afraid of him. If it's Uncle Ziming, it's relieved, because this person or the forces behind him can even influence the President of the United States. It couldn't be easy to ask a Harvard principal to help him. Although this favor may drag him down, if there is enough exchange of benefits is not impossible to consider. But the question now is who this Uncle Tiger is, what is the power behind him, and why he keeps influencing himself in this way. These problems made Ziming feel like he was in the United States, as if he was covered by a huge net. Although so far this unknowing force is helping himself, it is controlled by others and completely controlled. The feeling of not understanding the other party's purpose made Ziming feel extremely aggrieved. "Damn, I'm not Anun's puppet, I have to control my affairs." Ziming clenched his fists and made such a cry in his heart. Lawrence looked at Ziming and enlightened him and said, "Student Ziming, in fact, some things are a good thing if you don't know it. Don't you have a saying in China that ignorance is blessing?" Ziming laughed. "It is true that ignorance is a blessing. At each stage, a person should only know what he should know at that stage. It is better not to understand other things. Not to mention the understanding or not, Even if you understand it, it may not be a good thing. No wonder Tiger will look for you. You are indeed an interesting little guy. I look forward to your study and life at Harvard. Lawrence said, I am also very grateful to Mr. Lawrence for being able to say this to me. If Mr. Lawrence has nothing else to say, I think I will leave and not disturb Mr. Lawrence's rest. But maybe I can say something to Mr. Lawrence here. People are always climbing upwards. One day, I will stand on the mountain that I know enough about. Ziming said. You are a man of dreams, Lawrence said jokingly. Ziming said solemnly, I don't know if Mr. Lawrence has ever heard a sentence, people have to have dreams, if one day they come true. On the contrary, if people don't have dreams, they have something to do with a salted fish. What's the difference? Chapter 288 requires incomprehensibility. Chapter 288 requires incomprehension. If a person loses his dream, what is the difference with a salted fish? Teacher Zhu, what you said is so good. Yining vigorously waved her little fan fist and said excitedly, as if she wanted the whole world to know about it. She also said to Ziming, Teacher Zhu, I believe you are just because you have been unremittingly chasing your dreams. That's why there is such a great achievement today, right? Of course, people still have to insist a little bit on their own sometimes, otherwise they will become duckweed drifting with the crowd, and don't know what they are going to do. Burning there. Origin of this article. First published. Ziming answered Yining with a smile, but in fact Ziming wanted to answer other answers. Others didn't know, but Ziming himself knew very well that he was not a fairy tale. The protagonist, if there is no rebirth, he insists on how to have dreams, how to not want to be a salted fish, whether he can change his fate against the sky. Ziming doesn't know, but it will definitely be very different from the current state. However, Ziming faced Yining's hopeful eyes, and it was too cruel to say something that shocked her at this time. Ziming thought he couldn't do such a thing. So Yining, you and the students in the finance class also need to have your own dreams, so that you can radiate your light to the fullest. Ziming said. Yining nodded desperately. Teacher Zhu, don't worry, the students in our finance class will not let you down. I believe it completely. Ziming said. He took Yining into the car and they went back together. In the dormitory, Ziming was already lying on the bed in his room an hour later. Throwing the towel for wiping his hair aside, Ziming looked at the ceiling. Suddenly his mobile phone rang on his bedside table. Ziming was connected. It was a call from Li Cheng from Hong Kong, the future Chinese richest man. He got on the phone and complimented Ziming. Brother Ziming, you guys are really restless wherever you go. Tell me, how long have you been to the United States? The congressman's son fights ethnic discrimination, and even the president's amnesty has been moved out. Remember that the place you go is Harvard, Massachusetts, not those African countries that fight every day. Ziming said with a smile. I said, brother, your news is not clear this time. Just today, at the opening ceremony of Harvard University, I was on stage as a freshman representative. There is this thing, but if I remember correctly, this time the freshman representative should be an American, right? Li Cheng said, his tone a little puzzled. Ziming replied, I didn't fool you as a brother. At today's Harvard opening ceremony, what I did was indeed the speech I gave. Brother Ziming, you can really toss you. Even though Harvard University is not without it. Chinese representatives have spoken, but the number of people is indeed rare. What have you tossed about to get this place? Li Cheng said helplessly. He himself does not believe in such absurd things intellectually, but subconsciously he does not believe in such absurd things. I also felt that it was impossible for Ziming to seem to have nothing. After all, Harvard's freshman representatives, although they have no practical significance, also represent the school's affirmation of this student, which means that such students can gain greater advantages in all aspects in the school. Brother Cheng, I don't like you talking like that. I didn't have to worry about it this time. It was Mr. Lawrence, the president of Harvard, who said he wanted the Chinese to come on stage as a new student representative. I went to the finance class on behalf of him. Ziming said. What the hell is going on? Li Cheng asked uncomprehendingly. Facing Li Cheng's question, Ziming didn't answer the question at the first time. Instead, he thought about it before asking him. Brother Cheng, let me ask you first, have you heard of Uncle Hu? His nickname, the Americans call him Ma. Before Ziming had finished saying this, Li Cheng immediately called out, Ah, my God, what did you do, Brother Ziming, and why did you provoke him? Yes. Hearing what Li Cheng said, Ziming's spirit was immediately lifted, but he still said first, Brother Cheng, don't worry, I did not provoke him. On the contrary, since I arrived in the United States, there have been people staring at me from behind, even helped me a lot. Just a few days ago, this person also met me personally. Today's school opening ceremony, I just came out from Principal Lawrence, and he told me that he would also be with this person. R is related. Unbelievable. R would do this to you. It's incredible. Li Cheng murmured over the phone. He spoke in the same tone as what he said. He couldn't believe it, but despite in this way, Ziming still heard the key. Brother Cheng, listen to your tone. Do you know this Mr. R? Ziming asked. Li Cheng took a deep breath before answering. I am not qualified to know this Mr. R. I just know some things. Nothing more. What's the matter? Ziming asked immediately. Li Cheng did not answer immediately. He thought about it for a while and said, Brother Ziming, are you sure you really want to know? If it is someone else, the rhetorical question facing Li Cheng must be just one sentence. Why don't you want to know? But Ziming did not ask, because Li Cheng's words reminded him of his own identity and where he is now. To put it simply, just as the Consul General in New York Cheng Jun, the president of the Brighton branch of China Banking Corporation Hoover, and the president of Harvard Lawrence did not tell themselves, it is their current height that is not enough to know this. Perhaps for some people, knowing it doesn't seem to be a big deal, but in fact, a person knows things that are much higher than oneself, and there will be no other results except for adding trouble to oneself. This is like a spoiler that everyone hates, and it's more annoying than spoiler, because if the other party is an existence that you can't imagine now, the result of knowing in advance will be a blow to your confidence. Therefore, for Ziming on the other hand, he hopes that he can uncover these things with his own hands. Whether it is the Uncle Tiger or the force behind him, he hopes to uncover these things bit by bit, rather than through the spoilers of others, until I finally climbed to the same height as them, or even higher than them. Thank you very much, Brother Cheng, for reminding me at this time, Ziming said. Li Cheng smiled on the phone. He said, in fact, I don't remind you that you will remind yourself, because I can see that you are not the kind of short-sighted person, and your ambitions are very ambitious. Brother Cheng, you praise me too much when you say that. I don't have the kind of ability you said. I just suddenly remembered a story you once told me, a story about knowing what you know, not knowing what you don't know. So I think that since I shouldn't know some things, especially if you reminded me of change, of course I will rein in the brink. Ziming said. That's not always true. I think people who really have great achievements are not necessarily the kind of people with strong ability. Most of them can control themselves and others. This is a rare great ability. After all, the power of a person it's always limited. No matter how strong your ability is, it's best to achieve a big cause by bringing all the capable people together. Li Cheng said, like me, I am so stupid, even if my father is a teacher, but I still haven't learned a little learning method. He, at himself laughed. Cheng Li in the back to the then turned at the topic at the subject and have said, little the brother Ziming, Mr. R values operating since you so much. Not only have he met you personally, but also at the amnesty and at the opening ceremony have helped you. I'm afraid he didn't do it because of boredom, did he? Actually, you are dissatisfied with change. I think Mr. R is really because of boredom. Ziming said. The words made Li Cheng somewhat unexpected, because Mr. R asked me to establish a consortium with sufficient influence in Brighton before I graduated from Harvard University. This request left Li Cheng speechless for a while, and after a while he said, Little brother Ziming, does this Mr. R not know you well? There is a reason why Li Chengyue asked this. This requirement is to allow a student to establish an influential consortium in his city before graduation. And this influence is certainly not just as simple as being on the cover of a newspaper or magazine. At least it must be able to influence the political situation in Leiden, and even the entire state of Massachusetts can even influence the election of the governor. This is not to say that it is so simple. Just imagine how a college student in China can build a big company that affects the secretary of the provincial party committee without any background. This request is no different from a fantasy for others, but for Ziming, who is already full of miracles, it is normal. Li Cheng also knows that Ziming's original purpose of going to the United States is here, and even more than this. Hi. Then, doesn't Mr. R's request become very boring? Ziming smiled bitterly on the phone and shook his head and said, I don't know about this, but judging from his knowledge of the amnesty order and the things affecting the opening ceremony of Harvard, he and the forces behind him shouldn't have done anything against me. Investigation fishes, he still has only this requirement. It is hard to understand. It is indeed puzzling, Cheng Li said. So how are you going to do? How to do, but also how to do, at least from his judging from my request. He will not only not cause me trouble, but also help me solve it when I encounter trouble. With such a good platform, why should I not work hard? Ziming said. After listening to Ziming's words, Li Cheng thought about it for a while and said, in that case, I will tell you a little too. Perhaps what I am going to say next will be nonsense for you. This Mr. R is not like you think. The United States or the world is not what we see on the surface. The world you are in contact with is the world you have been looking for. Brother Cheng, what you said is really nonsense, because two have guessed it. Ziming said with a laugh, but I am still very grateful to Cheng, because you have confirmed my thoughts. Next I can only say, good luck. If you need help, please feel free to call me. Li Cheng said. Chapter 289, Milord's Revenge Part 1. In the morning, Ziming was awakened by the knock on the door downstairs. After waking up, Ziming realized that he was sitting in bed with the alarm clock on the other side. On her bedside table, she was quiet like a lady waiting for her first love. And she did not look like a shrew who disturbed her dreams early in the morning. Ziming rubbed his head and smiled helplessly. It seems that he fell asleep thinking about the problem last night, and even forgot to set the alarm clock. However, the information I got last night is indeed worth thinking about myself. After all, the finance students I brought know to work hard. Not to mention that I originally came to the United States and did not intend to settle down in Harvard University. After 4 years of study, I got a Harvard degree. I planned to enrich myself while studying at Harvard, while trying to find a way to build a base in the United States. And through some analysis of the situation yesterday and before, Ziming knew that a very large force was paying attention to him, and even asked him to establish a consortium with sufficient influence in Brighton. Ziming didn't know whether the huge power was a first-class consortium family or something, nor did he know what his purpose was for him to establish a consortium, let alone what kind of connection this power had with the United States and China. In short, Ziming felt that after arriving in the United States, he was surrounded by a series of questions. And Ziming was very clear about these questions. He couldn't find the answers for the time being. To understand, he had to climb up step by step. After reaching a sufficient height, these questions would naturally be solved. Boom boom boom. Ziming's door was knocked, and Yi Ning's voice came from outside. Teacher, are you up? Senior Huang Yi and Senior Sister Zhu Yao brought us breakfast. They brought us the same breakfast from Chinatown as in China. I come and invite you down for breakfast. I see, thank you. You can go down and eat first, I'll come right away. Ziming agreed, then shook his head, and threw those unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. After all, no matter how many problems he has in front of him, they are not urgently needed to be solved right now. On the contrary, the best thing to do is to get up and eat early. Otherwise, today, As the first day of Harvard's official school day, it's impossible to just sleep in the room and let all the students wait for themselves. With this thought, Ziming got out of bed quickly, washed up as quickly as possible, and changed his clothes before going out. Ziming's dormitory is not a kind of group dormitory, but a dormitory similar to a castle. There is a hall in the middle of the dormitory and each dormitory is surrounded by each other. When Ziming came downstairs to the hall of the dormitory, all the students in the finance class were waiting here. There were steaming porridge, soy milk, steamed buns, tea, eggs and so on several dining tables, but no one moved. This surprised Ziming, but then Yi Ning's sentence gave Ziming the best explanation. Teacher, just wait for you to come down to eat. It turns out that they were waiting for themselves to eat together, even though Ziming was watching. After arriving at this scene, I had already guessed the possibility, but now I heard Yi Ning say this answer, but Ziming was still very moved. In fact, to Ziming, it doesn't matter who eats first and who eats later, and it is true that he has slept, and finally got down so late, let alone eat it last, even if they ate all breakfast. But this is not the case for these finance students. In their opinion, if Ziming does not come, they eat first. That is the greatest disrespect to the teacher, so they all wait for Ziming to come down. Just eat. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This may seem like a trivial matter, but it can most directly reflect the respect the students have for Ziming. I think that Ziming doesn't use ink here. After all, at this time, saying anything sensational or accusing the students of being ignorant would be too cliched and hurt the students' hearts, so Ziming would definitely not do it. He followed Yi Ning to his seat and sat down and said to everyone, "Okay, I'm already down. Let's eat, everyone. Today is our first day to go to school, but we can't be late." Ziming was the first one to start. When the classmates saw that Ziming had started, they also started one after another. After about a quarter of an hour, everyone had their breakfast and went out. After all, this is a luxurious dormitory specially selected by Ziming. There will be dedicated cleaning staff to clean it during class time, so don't worry. Generally in universities, all the dormitories ride bicycles and walk to class. Ziming and the others choose to walk to the Department of Economics. In Harvard University, there are usually many small groups in one dormitory. Therefore, it is quite rare for a group of nearly 30 people like Ziming and others to go to school together. Other Harvard students passing by were very surprised by Ziming and the group, and they also commented on them. Look, are they the new Chinese? There are so many people who damn them. So many people go to class together. Is it really going to class? God, I really worry about their teachers. But these Chinese are really amazing. But I heard that at the opening ceremony, the representatives of the new students are selected from them. Facing the surrounding fingers pointing, all Chinese students straightened their backs proudly, for fear that they would shame Ziming. But Ziming himself didn't care. He just walked with Huang Yi. Huang Yi introduced Ziming to study. Suddenly he pointed his finger to the front and said, "Teacher, the White House by the river in front is the Department of Economics. It used to be the International Relations Building. It was changed to the Economics Building in the recent school reform, but the name of the building has not been changed." Looking in the direction he was pointing, Ziming saw a building, the White Building, but at this moment, a group of white people blocked their way. The white people who took the lead came out and looked at Ziming and their team disdainfully and said, Yo, Chinese, is your team with so many people going to practice rugby games?" After the white people, they just ha with a smile. This situation made Ziming frown, because this white Ziming knew him. His name was Millard, the son of the governor of Massachusetts where Harvard was located. Not only did his father re-elected as governor, he even had a car company under his control. He grew up in a spacious villa, which can be said to be a standard American elite. But the most important thing is this Millard, who was originally the representative of the freshmen at Harvard's opening ceremony. "Hello, classmate Millard, it's fate to meet you on the road. I don't know if classmate Millard can advise you," Ziming said politely. Faced with Ziming's question, Millard shook his head and said, I think you made a mistake. We didn't run into luck. I was waiting for you here. Our freshmen at Harvard represent China. Ziming. Millard said Ziming's name very loudly, and immediately caused an uproar in the surroundings. Everyone looked at you and whispered, "Is that the Chinese Ziming?" He doesn't really have any background. This Chinese loves to talk about pomp, but it's just going to school, and there are so many people to accompany and serve. It really is a feudal backward country. Although this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Ming is in the speech at the opening ceremony was brilliant, but because foreigners see Chinese people as having face blindness and feel that everyone is the same, not everyone remembers Ziming's appearance. So when Millard said loudly, everyone was surprised that Ziming's name came out. Ziming's brows became more frowning. He looked around and asked Millard, "I am Ziming, may I ask what is wrong with you?" Millard shook his head again and said, "No, classmate Ziming. You are mistaken. I have come to congratulate you sincerely, because your speech at the opening ceremony was so wonderful. Even though I helped my father to participate in the re-election campaign for my father last year." Speech, but this time your speech still opened my eyes. At this point, Millard suddenly changed the subject and said, "But Ziming, your thoughts disappointed me too much." "How could you think that way?" "I said that I came to trouble you." "I think it is meaningless for me to call you a bastard right now." At last Millard sighed. "You have a saying in China called you have a villain in your heart." In the belly of a jealous gentleman, it seems that our respected old principal sometimes has a moment of missteps. Millard deliberately said it loudly, so that everyone around him would point to Ziming after hearing it. "This Chinese is too much." How can he say Millard like that? He is just a new student representative, but Mirad is the governor's son. It seems that the Chinese are Chinese, a group of selfish mobs, who will use their most sinister intentions to speculate on others. If Millard is the new representative, then this group of Chinese are rent people going to enter school with a submachine gun. Huang Yi stood up and pointed at Millard in response to the pointing around. "Millard, what are you talking about?" Just now, classmate Ziming clearly didn't have it saying those things. He was just asking what's wrong with you. Millard backed up 2 steps, raised his hand in a surrender gesture and said, "Oh okay, what you said he said. He said what he said. Just please don't do it. I know that you Chinese are all kung fu, but I'm not a strong man like Louis, and he'll die." Following Millard's words, the whispered pointing around suddenly grew tabooed. The Chinese are really savages of mean character. Can't it be changed after entering the Harvard campus? Millard just said a few words. "Are you going to kill people with your hard work?" "You don't talk about it." "Reason, there is no law in my eyes. Total thugs." "No, it's not like that." "You listen to my explanation." "I don't have the meaning he just said. I just want to argue with him, and I don't know how to work." Huang Yi, the rush to explain, but people did not listen to him, so he asked him for Millard him. "Why do you want to frame me? I do not understand what you're saying." "I do not." "Should we tell the truth on the Harvard campus under the shining of God?" Millard pretended to be innocent, but the pride and drama in his eyes could not be concealed. "But you are not telling the truth. You are obviously lying. You are a liar." Huang Yi yelled at Millard. Huang Yi had never been so angry before, and when he was angry, he was more aggrieved, because obviously he and Ziming didn't do anything, and didn't say those things. Millard framed them for everything. But why is no one believes them? This made Huang Yi feel so wronged that he wanted to cry, and he wanted to punch Millard by the collar and punch him in the face. But then suddenly a hand stretched out and grabbed him. Huang Yi turned his head back. It was Ziming grabbed him. End of this chapter. Chapter 290 Millard's Revenge Part 2. Huang Yi once thought he was strong and could carry the banner of mutual aid among Chinese students by himself, but after Brooks' affairs, Huang Yi realized the gap in his ability, and now it's been framed by Millard again. It's hard to say. It is precisely for these reasons that when Ziming stretched out his hand to hold him, and when Huang Yi looked back to see Ziming, His aggrieved tears suddenly wetted his eyes. Milord certainly wouldn't give up such an opportunity for mockery. He immediately said, "Oh, why are you Chinese crying? Do you want to go home to eat your mother's milk? You Chinese should be like this, cowardly and incompetent. Go back to China. This is not a place where you can stay if you want." Huang Yi turned a deaf ear to Milord's mockery. He just pointed to Milord and said to Ziming, "Teacher, this American." Ziming smiled and enlightened him and said, "Don't worry about him. You have to understand that even in the United States, even at Harvard, there are still many unbred wild dogs. You can't just spit at you because you run into a wild dog on the road. You want to throw it back at him. Are you right?" Huang Yi nodded vigorously, but Milord stopped doing it. He pointed to Ziming and said, "Chinese, who are you calling a wild dog?" "Zimingle," he said. "Whoever promised me is naturally scolding someone. Why?" "Classmate Milord, are you going to consciously check yourself in the seat?" "You." Milord pointed at Ziming and couldn't tell you for a long time. Because of this, he was obviously irritated by Ziming, and it took a while before he came back. He gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, "Okay, you Chinese, your mouth is really good at talking, but your tongue is also good. I can only help you here. No matter how clever you are, there are some things that you can't change." Milord then pulled over a middle-sized classmate and said to him, "Senior William, you see, this is the representative of the freshmen of our business school. God bless, their quality is so low that they are horribly low, like a slum. Like the bugs, people can't believe that they are Harvard students. This is a shame to Harvard University. The student union of our business school must not let such people in." Milord finished. He brought in a classmate. William immediately nodded and said, "As Milord said, I also fully see the quality of this classmate Ziming. It is really sad. In view of this, I am the chairman of the Harvard Business School Student Union, announcing that Ziming would never be accepted into the student union." William's words brought about a round of applause. "William, you are really a good chairman. These Chinese people have such a despicable quality. If they are admitted to the student union, it will be a business. The disaster of the college." These words made Li Yang of the finance class retort loudly, "We never thought about entering the student union. What are you doing?" Li Yang's retort only drew a ridicule. "Did you hear that?" This Chinese actually said that they had never thought about entering the student union. This is really a very ambitious Chinese student, which makes people awe-inspiring. Don't you know? These Chinese people just it's all this virtue. They both care about their faces, just like what shape of stool they pulled this morning. Now William has announced that they will not be accepted into the student union. Of course they want to say what they want to say. It's just it seems a bit too late to say it now. Why not say it earlier? These ridicules also made Li Yang and the other financial classes so upset. Why? Obviously we didn't want to enter the student union. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Ziming turned his head and smiled at Li Yang and others and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." It was just a simple sentence, but all the students in the finance class were all quieted down, because they were all incomparable. Trust Ziming. Of course, Ziming would not let them down. Ziming said to William, "I heard Milord's introduction just now. Your name is William, the senior of our Harvard Business School and the chairman of the student council, right?" "I have heard what you said. I don't want to make any comments on your words. I just want to say ... whatever you want, as long as you are happy." Ziming's words also drew a boo. "Go back Chinese, you guys. Face-conscious bastards." These boos annoyed Ziming and all the finance class students, but they all remained restrained and waited for Ziming's solution. Ziming looked at Milord on the opposite side. The matter was here. Ziming had already fully understood. This incident was planned by Milord alone, in order to infinitely devalue himself and save him face. Recalling from the first sentence after the meeting, he was constantly teasing himself and the students in the finance class. He pressed on step by step to make the students feel wronged and unable to bear it, and finally fell into the trap he prepared. This Millard deserves to be the governor of Massachusetts in the future, and even a big figure who once participated in the US presidential election. Sure enough, there are 2 times. This rhythm is flying, regardless of whether he actually said it or not. But the students around him believed in himself. Yes, I said it. Ziming chewed on the name Millard in the anti-corruption campaign, and finally remembered his identity, the American presidential candidate 20 years later. As the son of a governor, Millard can also participate in future presidential elections, which shows that he is quite conceited and will not be subordinate to others. He also understands that he is going to save him from being a freshman at the opening ceremony through today's events. The face lost by the representative, although he does not think that his speech will be better than Ziming, but as long as he speaks, it is better than Ziming, so he wants revenge. Ziming sighed helplessly in his heart. Why is it so difficult to think about studying at Harvard? Is it possible that on the first day of school today, do you really want to do something? Ziming is really helpless, but he also understands that it is inevitable. No matter what the purpose of Principal Lawrence's replacement of freshman representatives is, his temporary replacement will definitely have side effects. Of course, it can also be said that he brought his own finance class. In the future, the United States will inevitably face these fucking things. Ziming thought about this, and then he heard a voice from the side. Hello, China Ziming. I am Danny, the chairman of the Harvard Student Union. I sincerely invite you to join my student union. This voice is very strong. It was light and peaceful, but at this time, it exploded like a blockbuster. Everyone including Millard and William looked back and saw a tall and handsome boy gone. Coming over, stretched out his hand to Ziming. This scene stunned everyone, like a very illogical movie. It subverted their ideas and made them unable to figure out how a Chinese who was just rejected by William could make a school student. The chairman of the General Assembly came to invite in person. You should know that although there are many student associations at Harvard, the student union is definitely the most important one, because through the student union, the school can more directly manage students and understand the status of students. In addition, most of the students who can join the student union are also outstanding students. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page, and they can get more resources because of the close relationship with the school leaders. In addition, because the student union will often organize activities, it is easy for the members of the student union to get training, and the easier it is for companies to select people from the student union when they graduate, which is also of great benefit to graduate employment. For these reasons, there are many people joining the student union every year, even if they squeeze their heads. So people in the student union are generally very arrogant. Maybe they will invite some very good students to come in and decorate their own appearance. But it is totally unheard of to be invited by the chairman of the student union like Ziming. Not only Huang Yi but also the students around him were unheard of. Even Millard and William had a blank face for them. What Danny said to Ziming just now was nothing less than a slap in their faces. Slapped. Why did I finally ask the student council of the business school to announce that it would never accept people, but your student council took the initiative to invite them? But before Millard and William came back from the shock of the student union of the school, several groups came over and extended their hands to Ziming. Hello, may I ask you to be the representative of the freshmen who spoke at the opening ceremony? Classmate Ziming, in the Harvard Joint Society, in the Olive Vine Society, and in the Financial Research Society. We sincerely invite you to join. If Danny, the former chairman of the student council, just exploded the blockbuster, then the invitations of these community organizations will be a complete explosion. Oh my God. That is actually the Harvard United Association. It is a club that can fight against the school's student union. What's even more powerful than the student association is that the United Association has connections with large companies and consortia outside. Joining the United Association is more than the student association. There are so many job opportunities. But aren't they more proud than the student union? Why did you invite that Chinese person today? There is also the Olive Vine Association, which is Harvard's oldest society association. It has developed his influence over the past 300 years. It's no less powerful than the Student Union and the United Association. Even in the hearts of the students, being able to join the Olive Vine Association is the most glorious thing. Will he also invite that Chinese Financial Research Institute? My God, this is incredible. Then however, the association that directly connects with the outside consortium is a place for the consortium to train elites. Anyone who is selected by them can at least be a bank manager. The surprises of the students around him came one after another. For them, it was the place in front of them. The scene has completely exceeded their cognition. Their words made the students in the finance class straighten their backs unconsciously, because this is something they are proud of. How? You Millard colluded with the business school student union and announced that we would never accept our teacher Mingzu, but he is excellent, you do not accept it, and some other organizations that are better than you accept it. This only shows that you have no vision and are careful. As for Millard and William, the surprising discussions around them and the proud eyes of the Chinese facing them were no longer a matter of slapping their faces, but of how swollen their faces were. At this moment, they wish they could not immediately kneel down and knock a hole in the ground, and then bury their heads in, because they had no face to see people. But next, Ziming's words sprinkled a handful of salt on their already swollen faces. I'm sorry everyone, I know that you are all very good associations, but it is a pity that I have already joined an association. It is not good to join other associations, Ziming said. End of this chapter. Chapter 291, Tutor's Ira? Sorry, not joining. Ziming's words were like releasing a 12th level super hurricane, messing everyone's thoughts, as if they were drifting in the raging waves, and everyone looked at Ziming like a lunatic. For these group members, they couldn't believe it, because in the past, others begged them to come in, but now they take the initiative to invite some people to refuse them. For the other onlookers, they were thinking at this time, is this Chinese crazy? Others are desperately trying to join these clubs, but these clubs are limited in number and are selected for admission. Therefore, many people have no chance to join after graduation. Now the clubs have taken the initiative to invite you. You actually did this posture. This pretense is a bit too much. Are you not afraid of being struck by lightning? It was Danny, the chairman of the student union, who reacted first, and he asked Ziming, you said that the reason you rejected us is that you have joined an association. I don't know which association is so popular with you. Chinese students studying abroad. The association is an association created by my compatriots. You may have heard of it, and my classmates have also joined this association. Ziming replied. Danny looked up in surprise at all the finance class students behind Ziming. They all nodded firmly, and even one of them said proudly, we are proud Chinese. The association that Ziming has joined is us. Participate in the association. Although Danny had already guessed it when he heard Ziming's answer, when he saw these finance class students really show their attitude, it still made him feel unbelievable. These Chinese people are too united. A little. If he didn't know that they were all Harvard University students, he would really suspect that these finance classmates were Ziming's subordinates. Otherwise, why would they be so loyal to Ziming? But now is not the time to think about this issue, so Danny stretched out his hands and said with regret, this is a shame. Of course I will respect your freedom. Although I hope you can come to the student union, because I believe that it's not difficult for your ability to sit in my position and become the first Harvard student if China's little president. Danny turned and left after speaking, passing by the Harvard Business School's student council chairman William. William asked him, why did you come over and invite Ziming to join the student union? Of course it is because Ziming is a very powerful classmate with great potential. Danny replied. Hearing this answer, William wished he could slap himself severely, because the answer was basically slapped him in the face. You must know that he just criticized Ziming's quality and refused to accept Ziming into the student union, but the chairman of the student union of the school could not be accepted. There are several other very prestigious clubs who have invited Ziming. Ziming also refused the invitation of these clubs in front of so many people, so that his posture just now would not be as funny as a clown. Yet, in fact, before asking, William had already guessed the result, but he still asked, "Isn't this so cheap, William? I don't know what happened just now, but I think you, as the chairman of the student council of the business school, should use your own eyes to see things more, rather than hearsay, let alone be manipulated." Danny finally gave William dropped this sentence and left. Of course, William understood what Danny meant. He immediately said to Millard, "I remembered that I still have something to do, so I will leave first." After that, William also left. When Danny and William left one after another, others such as the Harvard United Society and the Olive Vine Association also left after greeting Ziming. When they all left, only Ziming and Millard were left on the scene, with big eyes and small eyes. Ziming smiled and asked him, "Are you not going to leave?" "My classmates and I are going to class. You know, it's not easy for us Chinese to get into Harvard, especially with so many of us. Today is our first day in class, and I don't want to be late." After talking about Ziming, he took all the students from the finance class to the economics department, but he couldn't accept what Ziming did. Millard questioned Ziming angrily, "Are you planning to leave like this?" Ziming turned his head and said meaningfully, "Otherwise, what do you plan to do? Let me scold you, and then press your head again. Beat it up in the toilet until your mother can't recognize you?" Ziming paused on purpose and said, "Do you think that you are so cheap?" Ziming's words drew a while. He laughed, but Millard himself collapsed at this moment. The laughter around him was like steel needles, fiercely inserted into his heart, because he really thought that way. For Millard, no matter how Ziming humiliated or ridiculed him or even beat him, this can be said to be his price as a loser, Ziming's revenge. But now Ziming doesn't care at all and just goes to class, which shows that Ziming didn't take him to heart at all. This feeling of ignorance made Millard so angry that he was crazy. Ziming shook his head helplessly and smiled and said to him, "Millard, you are a very capable classmate, and you also have a governor father. I am very confident that you will become a governor in the future, even you may still have a chance to run for the president. Come on." Millard stared at Ziming in a daze. "Why can you say these things so calmly?" Ziming did not answer this, but just patted the rice lightly. Rad's shoulder turned and left. Millard looked at Ziming's back and said loudly, "You yellow-skinned bastard, I won't let you go." As a result, Millard's shout only drew boos from the round. Ziming did not want to care about him, no matter what his future achievements, but at least now he is only a standard second-year young man. Today he was caught off guard, but he is not without a countermeasure. He dared to come again. He really wanted to show him some color. "When I came to the economics department building, I found my class. This is a large classroom. When Ziming and the others came in, there were already a dozen students sitting here. They saw Ziming, a huge group of people coming in. At first, I was very surprised that Ziming was the representative of the freshmen who gave a speech at the opening ceremony yesterday, and then he took the initiative to give up the middle position. Regarding this, Ziming unceremoniously took the finance class students to sit in the middle. Huang Yi and Zhu Yao left after sending Ziming to the classroom. 10 minutes later, with a clattering sound from outside the classroom, a female teacher stepped into the classroom on high heels. She stood on the podium and said, "Hello everyone, I am your class instructor, Zaira. From the second of the announcement, I will evaluate all your behaviors here. If you have any bad performance, I don't mind writing unqualified slogans on your records." Listen to this. There was a sudden uproar in the classroom at the words of a female teacher, but their surprise was not at Zaira's slightly domineering opening remarks, nor at her tall figure, big breasts, beautiful face, and the attractive Phnom Penh glasses, but her identity. "Oh my God, Zaira, how could she be our mentor? We are so happy." "Yes, I heard she was the most beautiful flower in the business school that just graduated, and she will stay after graduation. In school, She is the youngest member of the Harvard Foundation Research Institute. I did not expect that she could be our mentor. I must be favored by Goddess of Luck. Teacher Zaira, I love you, and you are my Snow White. From the surrounding discussion and even the confession, Ziming also understood that this mentor Zaira is a high-achieving student in the Department of Economics. She has her own set of ideas about finance, and she participated in it when she was in school. Many of the research work in financial projects, after graduation, stayed at the Harvard Foundation Research Institute. This institute is dedicated to analyzing and researching various funds and all market behaviors. It is funded by major consortia across the United States. This institute has the most complete market information and past historical records. There is no one who can work in this institute. One is not a senior professor, or a top trader of any fund company, and neither is a master who has been immersed in the financial field for half a lifetime. Only she graduated and entered the institute. There is no doubt about her ability. The scholarship she receives from the Harvard Foundation Research Institute every year can explain the problem, but more importantly, she is beautiful. Although Zuming did not deliberately ask, Huang Yi mentioned the name Zaira when he introduced Harvard to herself, saying that she once performed a Latin dance at a sorority party, and thousands of men were conquered by her. This shows her charm. Now she is wearing uniform and high heels, revealing an temptation all over her body, so when she walked into the classroom, she immediately excited the class. Zaira stood on the podium. She took her academic affairs book and patted the table fiercely and said, "Shut up, you trash." If someone else said so, all the enthusiastic students would not be able to bear it, but Zaira, the students below are still very tolerant, and some even watched Zaira chuckling and said, "Yes, in front of the beautiful teacher Zaira, we are all rubbish." Seeing silence in the audience, after coming down, she said, "Today is the first day of class. I think you have already got your textbooks from the school workers. I don't want to say anything to you here. I need you to put your textbooks first. Chapter, yes, it is the basic concept of finance. I need you to read this chapter carefully for me, and then give me a copy of your understanding of finance. The time limit is this lesson." Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what Zaira said. Is this the way of teaching at Harvard University? No one understands, but Zaira didn't explain at all. She glanced at the time and said, "From now on, if anyone doesn't give me homework before class ends, I'll deduct his credits, and I promise you that I'll talk about it. Do it." When all the students in the class were surprised by this, Zaira added, "Student Ziming, don't worry. Come out with me first." After finishing talking, Zaira walked out of the classroom regardless of other things. Chapter 292 is also an invitation. When Zaira went out of the classroom, Ziming immediately felt the gaze coming from all directions. It was obvious that these people were all envy and jealous of the special care they received from teacher Zaira, but the conscience of heaven and earth, Ziming is definitely today. When I saw this beautiful teacher for the first time, Ziming was at a loss for her to ask herself to go out alone, and she was completely confused about the situation. "Teacher, I believe you must be innocent. I don't think Zaira looks like a good person." This is the United States again. Just now, something like that happened at the door. "Be careful. Yining is firm beside you." He told Zuming that Zuming was a little bit dumbfounded by it. He patted Yining's little hand and said to her, "Don't worry, things made out of nothing are not so easy to do. Millard has already proven this to us well before. One thing, don't think too much about it, I'll go out and have a look. Zuming got up and went out after talking about it. Teacher Zaira was waiting here, tilted his head and looked at Zuming and said meaningfully, "So slow. I just came out. Do you have a lot to explain, or are you afraid that I will eat you?" Zaira did not intend to ask Zuming to answer, so he waved his hand as soon as he finished saying, "Okay, You don't need to say anything. I'm not interested in your Chinese affairs. Come here with me and don't influence the study of other students. I have no problem. Ziming shrugged meaninglessly. Zaira then took Ziming to a secluded corner, but she was not in a hurry to speak, but first looked at Ziming carefully for a while. This feeling of being scrutinized by beautiful women is still very good, but considering the identity of the other party's teacher, Ziming is always difficult to hang her, so out of respect, Ziming had to touch his nose and speak. "Gee teacher, am I handsome? You want to look at me like that?" Jara laughed out loud, and she asked Ziming curiously, "Don't you want to know why I brought you out alone?" "Of course I do, but I believe that Miss Zaira specifically found me out and brought me to such a remote place. If you want to say, you will definitely tell me." Ziming paused and said, "Or unless Zaira tutor. Do you have any special intentions for me? You want to stage something that is more taboo and violates school rules and laws with me, but if you really plan to do so, I don't think I mind calling the police." Jaira looked up and down Ziming a few times. He said with a weird look, "In my impression, shouldn't all Chinese people be very humble and shy? Why do you dare to talk nonsense?" "Is it because of me, teacher? You are part of the reason, but I am also called to follow the local customs," Ziming said. "Okay, do as you live in the countryside," Zara said, "then get back to business. I saw what happened at the door of the department before. Did you reject the invitation of the Student Union, Harvard Union Society and the Olive Vine Association? Or did the main leaders of these associations come in person?" "In the case of inviting you," Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Although I am embarrassed, but I still have to say it is like this, because I have already joined the Chinese Students Association, so it is not good to join other associations." Jaira nodded silently and then suddenly asked, "So, do you know why these associations are looking for you so persistently?" This question made Ziming's heart startled. In fact, he entered the Department of Economics from just now and even finally sat there. After being in the classroom, Ziming has been thinking about this problem, because whether it is the School Student Union or the Harvard United Association, their invitations are too grand. At first, Ziming thought this might be because he was a representative of freshmen, because of the speech at the opening ceremony. Thinking like this seems to be something that can be said in the past, but there is still something wrong after thinking about it. Now, there must be other reasons for listening to Zara saying this. "Are you not surprised?" Zaira asked. Ziming shrugged senselessly. "I should be surprised, but I'm sorry, I really can't be surprised now." "Then what I say next will probably surprise you," Zara said. "They will. I am looking for you because you have been to Lexington before and met a man nicknamed Tiger." Ziming frowned. "Tiger? Why do you all know this name?" Zaira was surprised. "Both. How come many people have asked your name?" "This name is very important, because he is not a celebrity or a politician. If it weren't for someone with a certain identity, no one else would know this name." "A certain identity would know?" Ziming keenly caught the key points in Zira's words. In fact, Ziming's previous sentence was just casually said, because in fact, except for Hoover who took him to Lexington, Ziming had only heard the name in Li Cheng's mouth. In fact, because Hoover and himself used the name actually, I only heard the conversation in Chinese from Li Cheng. Although this is related to the small circle of Ziming's contact, the more important point is that Mr. Tiger is indeed a person who is not easy to come into contact with. Zaira was defeated by Ziming's interrogation. She told Ziming, "Harvard University is the world's top university. The students here are the objects that all consortia want to develop. So these consortia infiltrate the school and establish some of their own. On the one hand, the association is to get the first-hand information of the students, and on the other hand, to control the talents that they need most in their own hands. So this school under the light of God, in fact, the inside is also very dirty." Zaira commented on Harvard. and then said, "What I want to tell you is that these associations are very influential in the school. They are all standing behind the consortium. They are looking for you. It's nothing more than to convey the invitations of the forces behind them." "Then why do you think you can get the invitations of those consortia?" "Because Mr. Tiger has approached me." Ziming guessed. Because Mr. Tiger still has a great influence in the upper class. It's powerful. So when other forces know that he's been looking for me, they will want to know why he's looking for me, and what he said to me when he found me. Zaira shook her head. "If it's just like this, it's too superficial. These forces actually don't care what Mr. Tiger will talk to you. Their focus is only on why Mr. Tiger will look for you. Where is your attraction? And when they come in contact with you, they really open the door to welcome you to join." "So what about you, Mentor Zaira?" Ziming asked suddenly. This question caught Zaira by surprise. Zaira was stunned for the first time, and then she gave Ziming a charming white look before replying, "Of course my purpose is no exception." Zaira stretched out her hand to Ziming. "Get to know. My name is Zaira and my doctoral supervisor at the Harvard Foundation Institute is Nordman. I believe you should know him. I was sent by him to invite you to join the Harvard Foundation Institute." Ziming laughed, holding Zaira's delicate little hand. "Of course I know Mr. Nordlyman. He has been to China, and I have had the honor to meet him twice." "So your answer?" Zaira asked. "Consider again." Ziming replied. "Chinese baby, do you think my sincerity is not enough? Or I am not beautiful enough?" Zaira flicked her hair charmingly and deliberately asked in Ziming's ear. As Zaira approached, the fragrance of her body also spread to Ziming's nose, and even along her imperfect collar, Ziming could still see a white breast and the deep gully. "This is tickling." "Damn, is this American girl seduce herself?" Ziming secretly said, then took a deep breath and said, "Of course not. Mentor Zaira, you are very sincere, you are also very beautiful, I can feel it, my American baby." Ziming said to Zaira. He said with the heat in the ears, and finally bit her ear gently. Originally, Ziming was only trying to tease her for revenge, but he didn't expect Ziming's lips to touch her earlobe. Zaira screamed sensitively and immediately jumped away. Faced with this situation, Ziming was surprised. "I didn't expect my American baby to be very sensitive. I'm very sorry, but if you have nothing else to do with Mentor Zaira, I'll go back to the classroom first, because I still want to learn from I graduated from Harvard and don't want to be deducted credits." Ziming finally blew a kiss to Zaira before turning to leave, while Zaira was leaning against the wall, as if she hadn't been relieved. "This damn Chinese, why can he be so courageous? So he dared to kiss himself here." Zaira touched her ears and thought of the situation just now. Is there any sensitive area in her ears? Why does he have such a big reaction when he kisses himself? Zaira also thought of the last kiss Ziming gave herself before leaving, and her body shuddered. She rubbed her slender and straight legs. She suddenly felt something, and whispered, "This Chinese bastard again." Hurried to the toilet. As for Ziming, who had left, did not go back to the classroom for the first time, but wandered in the corridor for a while. Obviously, the things I encountered today are related to Uncle Hu's appointment with him. Although Ziming believes that if someone wants to understand and Uncle Hu is also a big man, this news cannot be covered. But now this news is also expanding. It's a little too fast. In addition, from the time Principal Lawrence temporarily allowed himself to speak on stage as a representative of the freshmen, until today so many clubs actively invited him, and listening to Zaira's words just now, these clubs still don't know what kind of forces are standing behind them, and this influence is too great. Since Uncle Hu is a big figure worthy of so many people's attention, there is no reason why he would not have thought of this. Then, since he thought of this, he still made an appointment with himself instead of asking someone to spread the word. He really didn't care. Or that's the reason. Is it his plan? So what is his plan for asking himself to establish a very influential consortium in Brighton before graduation? Each of these puzzles is confusing. Ziming frowned and thought for a while, then sighed and took out his mobile phone and his communication notebook. Zooming opened up and found Hoover's number. It was Uncle Tiger that this guy took him to find. He also said that he could find him no matter what. Chapter 293 AM. The next one. In the afternoon, a Cadillac drove out of Brighton and drove to Lexington via Interstate 44. Finally, it drove into Uncle Tiger's Archway Villa and parked the car at the entrance of the villa. Hoover got out of the car and was in the villa, under the leadership of the servant. He walked into the side building and into Uncle Who's study. Uncle Who was standing in front of his desk at this time, holding a brush and swiping some ink. Hoover did not dare to disturb him, so he consciously stepped back to find a chair and sat down quietly. After a while, when Uncle Who threw it away, I don't know. It was finally completed after a few sheets of rice paper. Xiangwen feels uncomfortable, drove to the ancient plains. The sunset is infinitely good, but it is almost dusk. Uncle Who sighed, and he took the word written by himself with both hands. It was Li Shangyian's Deng Liu Yuan on it. When Hoover saw that Uncle Tiger had finished writing, he just got up from his chair, but before he could speak, Uncle Tiger over the said, "There is such a magical waterfall in the Sierra Nevada." In the afterglow of the setting sun, the water pouring down from the waterfall will be like burning magma, which is very spectacular, but it is a pity that such a great landscape is only a flash in the pan, and it is also the evening when the day is about to end. Uncle Who turned around. He came over and said to Hoover, "Like us old men, no matter what we have in our hands, we are going to bring them into the coffin." Hoover quickly said, "Uncle Tiger, you are still in good health. You must be 100 years old." Birthday star. 100-year-old birthday star? I hope so too, but who can say this kind of thing is good? Maybe I can live more than 100 years old. Maybe next year tomorrow I will suddenly be gone. So while still alive, if you can do more, please do more. Uncle Tiger sighed and said he would talk about it when he saw Hoover, but Uncle Tiger still said first, "Don't talk about this. Today you made a special trip to bring me. Is there good news?" "It's about that little guy Ziming." Hoover nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Tiger, it's about Ziming." Everything is as you might expect. When Lawrence temporarily replaced Ziming as a freshman representative, the school started. At the ceremony, when the news of your appointment with Ziming was spread out, all the Brighton forces could not sit still. They all contacted Ziming through their spokesperson on the Harvard campus. Just this morning, several major associations, including the Student Union, the Harvard Union Society, and the Olive Vine Association, were all dispatched, and they were all invited by the chairman of the association, Ziming. In addition, I heard that the class tutor Jiru arranged by them seemed to be alone with Ziming. Contact. Preliminary inference may be Nordliman doing something for the Harvard Fund research. Hoover thought for a while and added, "One more thing, Millard, the original freshman representative, also expressed dissatisfaction with Ziming. This morning he led someone to stop Ziming at the door of the economics department in an attempt to humiliate Ziming. In the end, he didn't succeed, and he was even humiliated by Ziming, right?" "Nothing wrong, no words?" Uncle Tiger asked. Hoover nodded and said, "That's it." It seems that Millard's breed is not that good. As the governor, he also pulled his son out to give speeches during the campaign. How meticulously nurtured. However, there is no use for eggs. Should Millard be uncomfortable or not? Uncle Who said a few words and then said to Hoover, "What about Ziming? He must have called you to complain, right?" "There are no mistakes in many words. That's why I came to see you, Uncle Who, today." Hoover said, "Ziming ... he didn't call me." This answer surprised Uncle Who very much. "You said Ziming didn't call you after these things happened?" Hoover nodded his head and replied, "No, or at least not until now." "This kind of call must have been made at the beginning. Since it has been made now." "No, then it means that there will be no more." "I believe that kid has this consciousness." Hushiul said, "I didn't expect Ziming to be so calm this week. So many things happened, and it was all because of this." I got up, he can actually hold back not to complain or even make a phone call. This is really not like a young man, and even many people in their 40s and 50s can't do it, let alone the same young Xiaomi lad. Compare him to Ziming. I think it is an insult to Ziming. At the same time, Ziming was sitting on the balcony of his dormitory drinking tea on the Harvard campus southeast of Lexington. The cell phone was placed on the coffee table next to him. Ziming had already pressed the number this morning and had all dialed out, but before the call was connected, Ziming still hung up. Actually, it's not a big deal to be a young man to make a phone call and complain. At most, it's not a big deal to let Mr. Tiger's side disappoint me a little bit. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise, but it's a pity. Number. That habit is not that habit, Ziming said mockingly. Suddenly the door of the room was knocked. Ziming got up and opened the door, and he saw that the police brought a white student over. Of course, the white student Ziming was I met. He was the chairman of Danny, who invited himself to join the school's student council in the morning at the door of the economics department. Ziming wanted to invite Danny in, but Danny invited Ziming out for a walk. A few minutes later, they walked together on the road to Harvard. Danny looked back at the bodyguard who had been following, and said to Ziming, "A very good bodyguard. I don't know what it is like in China, but in the United States, all those who have bodyguards to protect themselves are either high-level ones, a politician, or a wealthy rich man. Actually, it doesn't matter." Ziming changed the subject lightly. Compared with this, I'm even more curious about the purpose of Chairman Danny's sudden visit. It's still the same as the morning. I hope that classmate Ziming can join the student union. Danny added, "But classmate Ziming doesn't need to call me Chairman Danny. Just call me Danny." Ziming nodded and said, "Okay Danny, but I think I have made it very clear in the morning. I have already joined the Chinese Students Association. It is not convenient to join other clubs because that is tantamount to betrayal. I'm sorry I used such a word, but in terms of performance, it is so. That's why I found you, classmate Ziming." Danny pointed to the surrounding circle and said, "You see, the Harvard campus is actually very big, and there is even a bigger one on the Charles River side. The main campus, you can only see it when you walk out of your dormitory. So the same, you only join the Chinese Students Association now. I know you are very patriotic, this is a great ethics worthy of praise, but I think that it does not prevent you from participating in more and better associations, just like you live in a dormitory. But it does not prevent you from going out and walking every day." This is a very interesting analogy to Danny, but you can't convince you by this alone. Mine. Ziming thought for a while and then said, "Unless classmate Danny you have other things to tell me." Hearing these words, Danny stopped abruptly and said after a moment of silence, "It seems that you can temporarily replace Millard as a representative of the freshmen to give a speech at the opening ceremony. It is not accidental. You really have yourself. Well, I won't play dumb puzzles with you anymore. I came to you really hoping to invite you to join the student union, but I hope to cooperate with you." "Cooperation?" Ziming said in surprise. "Yes, it's cooperation." Danny said, "I think you should also know that this Harvard campus is not just a university. The world's elites are here, and how many elite consortia are eager to recruit talents from here. All the communities here have more or less influence in the consortium behind the support." "Yes, this I know." Ziming looked at Danny asked, "So Danny your students too?" Danny Ray looking at Ziming meaningfully, he asked, "Are you asking me or the student union?" Ziming raised his eyebrows. "Is there a difference?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." "Of course there is a difference. If you ask about the student union, then this is a student organization of Harvard University. It is committed to helping the school better manage students. As the largest and most influential student organization on Harvard campus, it is of course run by the Harvard University. It was co-funded with the Brighton Foundation." Hearing Danny telling Ziming about the student union, Ziming did not interrupt. It was not until after he had finished that Ziming asked, "So, what about you, Danny?" "I? Of course I was serving in another consortium, and only those large compared to other consortia. My boss is not so strong assets, So since you do not want students to join Student Ziming, I had to replace my boss. Talk to you about cooperation. Danny said, I heard you right. Did you mean cooperation, not lobbying me to join your boss consortium? Ziming asked. Of course you heard it right. I was talking about cooperation, because you are the person Mr. Tiger sees. Although my boss did not know that Mr. Tiger talked to you, he believes that you will definitely have your own consortium in the future. Will be willing to succumb to others? Danny said. Ziming asked meaningfully, because he can be so sure. What if I say Mr. Tiger didn't give me any help? It's all the same. Danny said, because all the people treated like this can have a very good development. Of course, due to my limited age, I don't know much about things before. I only know that just 2 years ago, there was also someone who was interviewed by Mr. Tiger just like you. At that time, he just established the fund company has only $1 million in operating funds, but he will be able to fund Brighton's mayoral election in the next year. That's really a legend. Ziming said, what about then? Later, Danny sighed and said, it's a pity that this person is too sharp and provokes someone who shouldn't be provoke. As soon as the mayoral election was over, he was killed in his apartment. Ziming noticed Danny's words, I was killed by myself. Danny nodded and said, I was killed by myself, because the result of the police investigation was suicide, and everything in the apartment looked like suicide, but in reality, this is the situation. I'm afraid only God knows it. Ziming said that he can understand that if the person really provokes someone who shouldn't be provoke, the other party will find a job. It's not difficult for a killer to kill him and create a suicidal illusion, especially if the other party is a super consortium. The police will not conduct an in-depth investigation under pressure. Then according to what you mean, am I the next one? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming asked, the most important thing in chapter 294 is the idea. Faced with Ziming's sudden problem, Danny didn't panic at all. He still looked at Ziming calmly and nodded and said, indeed, that's it from a certain angle. Because you are all the people interviewed by Mr. Tiger, especially Ziming. You are the person Mr. Tiger has met again after nearly a year. I believe that your potential will only be greater than everyone before. Speaking of which, Danny paused for a while and then said, of course, if Ziming can join the student union and cooperate with me, it would be even better. Because a tree can grow better only by relying on another tree. Ziming looked at Danny and couldn't help but say that this Danny can become the chairman of the Harvard University Student Union, and it is indeed not a general. As Ziming said just now, if you want to change to an ordinary person, you must panic the first time, and you are anxious to explain that he is not cursing something. This will obviously be a disadvantage. And Danny did a very good job. First, he was not flustered, and then not only completely reversed the embarrassment in the words, but even turned himself into the army, explaining the benefits of cooperation and making himself difficult. Refuse. Ziming thought this way and said at the same time, Danny really deserves to be the little president of all the students in Harvard University. Your speech is really very wise. Danny smiled non-committal, and he asked Ziming, then have you decided to join the student union or cooperate? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course, this is a very cool idea, Ziming said, and then changed the front of the conversation and continued. But before that, I think I need to understand you or your boss. What exactly do you do, and what's the purpose? Ziming's rhetorical question hit Danny by surprise. He thought he had convinced Ziming, but he didn't expect Ziming to hide his hand behind him. Danny finally laughed. I finally understand why Mr. Tiger would have an appointment with you. You are better than all the Chinese people I have met. In this case, I will tell you. In fact, the so-called boss behind me is actually my father. He founded a company and made a lot of money, but now the company has encountered bottlenecks in its development. If you want to develop further, you must move closer to politics and have the ability to influence power. But this is done by our own strength. If you can't, you can only look for partners with the same potential. Danny pointed to Ziming and said, for example, You China Ziming. If this is the case, then we really have some basis for cooperation, because I also plan to before graduation, bring out a consortium that can affect the power of Brighton and even Massachusetts. Ziming said. Is this your plan? Or is it your future request for Mr. Tiger? Danny asked. Ziming asked him with a smile. Is there a difference between the two for you? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Danny was stunned when he faced Ziming's words. He frowned and thought about it for a while and said, if Ziming's consortium is yours, then there is no difference. On the contrary, if it's not yours, it's hard to say. Danny paused at this point before explaining. Please don't mind, because many large consortia like to do things that use their power and wealth to annex small new consortia. They're cultivating small consortia to invest in new companies is mostly planning for their next branch, so some things should be clarified. It is true, then I can tell you very responsibly that I am me. I don't belong to anyone, so in the same way, my company and my consortium will not belong to anyone. Ziming said. Bang bang bang. Danny applauded for Ziming. Ziming, what you said is so good. This is the vigor and vitality that a young man should have. I think the cooperation between us will definitely have extraordinary development in the future. Danny said, but suddenly turned the subject, and then said to Ziming, but before that, we need to solve one problem first, that is, how do you prove your problem with Ziming? Ziming picked up his eyelids, he foreseeing something, so he didn't say a word, just looked at Danny quietly, waiting for his next words. However, Danny was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he asked Ziming to sit in a chair next to him, and then said, 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to hear a speech by a very successful businessman. He had a sentence, the words gave me a great shock. He said that you know that Massachusetts has 2 top universities in the world, one Harvard and the other MIT. Those who can enter these 2 universities are all the best among the elite students. So do you know the difference between these 2 universities? No mistakes, no skips. Danny said that he stopped. Deliberately, he turned his head to look at Ziming. Ziming shook his head at him, and he revealed the answer. MIT has trained the world's top scientists or R&D technicians. They are all the best employees that companies are vying for, but Harvard cultivates the talents who manage them. This is the most essential difference. Of course, I don't deny that there is the emotion of his lecture at Harvard in it, but it is undeniable that the reference behind his words is human thought. Danny pointed to his head and said, what he wants to say, this means that science and engineering focus on cultivating basic knowledge and practical skills, but what we at Harvard focus on cultivating is our ideas. Things like ideas may sound illusory, but they are the most important and essential thing, because knowledge can be learned again at any time. But if you don't have an idea, you really don't have it, especially for people in our business school. Danny drew a circle with his hands. You know, Brighton is the entire United States, and perhaps the world. In the most educated city, it is reasonable to say that all Brighton people are not lacking in knowledge, but here there are still rich people driving Porsches and poor people living on relief funds every day. Causes this difference? I think it's everyone's thoughts. Danny continued. I don't want to brag about myself. I've been with my father since I was a kid. In the shopping mall, I've seen too many people. In fact, many people are very powerful. They are not hardworking or incapable. Some people can even fill up the Charles River with all kinds of business knowledge, but in the end they have never been able to succeed. Do you know why? No mistakes, no skipping. It's because they lack ideas, Ziming said after taking Danny's words. Danny snapped his fingers. That's right. Because there is no idea, no matter how rich the knowledge is. There is no way to turn it into actual income. Only the idea is the source of all motivation. Then Danny, the meaning of saying this to me is, am I lacking in ideas? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Ziming asked. Yes and no. Danny said, I believe that since Mr. Tiger has selected you, you must be very good. But you also need to show it, don't you? Nothing is wrong. No skipping. Danny spreads out his hands. You know, this world is too big, it's like a huge supermarket. Many people stand in this supermarket, and they don't know when they are faced with as many commodities as the stars in the sky. I don't know how I should choose. Some people will want to follow the trend when they see a discount. Some people want everything but forget how much money they have in their pockets, so that these people can't buy anything in the end. Danny turned his head. He stared at Ziming and asked, "Then classmate Ziming, are you ready to buy something for yourself?" Facing Danny's sudden look, Ziming's heart suddenly tightened. Although Ziming knew Danny was great from the first glance, he might have underestimated this American from just now to the present performance. The president of the Harvard Student Union, he has a mind that is not inferior to an adult. But Danny is great, and Ziming is not an idiot. After experiencing so many exercises, and his own age of 50, Ziming's chi training is also very powerful. Ziming looked at Danny quietly like this, and after a while, he said, "No, did I disappoint you by answering this way?" This time he was surprised when he changed to Danny, because he used this hand for a while. The sudden attack made many opponents nervous and panic. Even some of them were experienced old businessmen. But Ziming, he understand how he could be so calm. Especially he could tell himself so unconsciously that he didn't think well, and finally he would ask himself if he was disappointed. This calm is terrible. Looking at Ziming's calm eyes, Danny felt like he was being stared at by a tiger searching for food. Although he was just standing there motionless, he could feel a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. This thought made Danny's heart sink. Is this the person that Mr. Tiger is in the middle of the legend? Although I have already overestimated, but now it seems that I may still underestimate the ability of this Chinese. But since Ziming, you are so good, I must not lose you. Danny was so encouraging for himself in his heart. He carefully considered it and said to Ziming, "There are some, but I think this is correct, because you have only arrived in Brighton and you have not even entered Harvard for less than half of your studies. In a few months, you even had a conflict with Brooke in the middle. You didn't have time to investigate the market or think about other things. I don't know, maybe you already have an idea, but you didn't do it or say it. This is because you are cautious enough. After all, an idea needs to be done to ensure success. It is not such a random thing." Danny said, "On the contrary, if you don't go to study and think about it, then I can only say that you are a little too blind and self-confident." Student Danny really deserves to be the chairman of the student union, and he can really speak. Ziming smiled and commented on Danny, and then suddenly asked him, "So what about the cooperation you said?" "Of course there is no problem, you can start now." Danny almost blurted out these words, but at the last moment he still forcibly held back, and just said to Ziming, "If Ziming can make a recognized result in half a year, I believe it will be impossible." "It's a problem." Ziming smiled, because from Danny's forcibly holding back the expression just now, Ziming knew that he had finally gained the upper hand. "Although I don't know what your standards are, I believe in Danny's eyes." Ziming left this sentence to Danny and got up and left, leaving Danny still sitting on the chair with his eyes looking complicatedly at the shadow of Ziming leaving. Chapter 295 Our First Entrepreneurship Part 1 After about a quarter of an hour, Ziming lay back on the bed in his dormitory room, resting his hands behind his head and looking at the ceiling. Although the conversation with Danny just now can be regarded as a small win for himself, some of Danny's words have been lingering in Ziming's mind. The most important thing is always ideas. Only ideas are the source of all motivation. In fact, Ziming very much agrees with Danny's statement. If you compare the shopping mall to a large supermarket according to Danny's analogy, then every product in the supermarket is a business opportunity. No one knows whether these items are good or bad before they buy it home and open it. Of course, rich people can buy all the commodities, just as people with venture capital can try it one at a time slowly, but more people don't have so much venture capital. I still remember that in later generations, whenever the deeds of those successful people appeared on TV or in the newspapers, I would always hear some people saying, "BB, what kind of people like these people, don't they just catch up with a good era? What can't you make a fortune at that time? If you give it to me at that time, I also do e-commerce and I also do instant messaging software. I am also a billionaire now. Indeed, if they were to go back and take advantage of the blank market at that time and do those things in front of a certain cloud or a certain yuan, they would have a good chance of becoming a billionaire. This is also the source of countless rebirths in future generations. So the question is, why do we have to be born again? Why is it not working now? In the final analysis, it is an idea, which is a buzzword often mentioned in later generations entrepreneurial projects. For many people, let them start a business. They don't know where they should start. They worry about losing money and worry about failure, so they can only watch others do business and make a fortune and drink soup behind others' bottoms. This is a common problem of most people, and it is difficult to choose. You must know that many people just go to a restaurant and order a dish without knowing what to order, let alone starting a business. In fact, thinking about it, it seems to be the same now. I always say that I will definitely be able to make a vigorous career in the future. Danny and Mr. Tiger are also convinced of this. In fact, with his own domestic foundation and the 1 trillion funds still operating in North Russia, plus the memory of his previous life, no matter what you do will be easy and successful. For example, Facebook, Twitter, etc., which are so popular in later generations, will buy jobs and Apple if they don't work anymore. Even if it's a bit early now, as long as you continue to spend money, you can always wait until the company becomes popular to the day of gains. But if this is the case, isn't this book reduced to an inferior, and it becomes a very mediocre protagonist? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I haven't really relied on my own ability to create a project. Perhaps for this reason, even though I hold trillions of wealth, I still can touch the world, regardless of Li Cheng or Cheng Jun. They were all vague about themselves, and finally met a Mr. Tiger, who also admired himself very much, but still kept a lot of things secret from himself. If you really only plan to eat your laurels, then why should you come to Harvard? Isn't I here just to exercise my abilities and make myself really go one step further? Regardless of whether it was the newcomer representative of Lawrence who suddenly changed, or so many Harvard communities came to him, he couldn't predict it. Would he be willing to be trapped by such an invisible net? No, of course it is not. I want to become a business tycoon who will shock the world in the future. How can I lose my aggressiveness like this? So, just let yourself do it. Don't need any help. Just rely on yourself to see how much progress you have made since your rebirth, and also see if you have the ability to become the business tycoon you want to be. Ziming thought so, and at the same time clenched his fist. At this time, the door was knocked open suddenly, and Yining walked in. "I'm sorry, teacher, I came in without the door locked." "Now it's time for dinner. All the students are going to have dinner, teacher. Do you want to go together, or should we bring it back for you?" After hearing what Yining said, Ziming realized that it was already late in the evening. Since the students were not used to the Western food in the Harvard School cafeteria, Huang Yi introduced them to a family in the East Chinese restaurants. They always ate there afterwards. Of course, because of the distance to that Chinese restaurant, it is troublesome to walk one by one. All the students in the finance class usually take a car to eat together. That's why Yining had this say. "Are all the students ready?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming sat up and asked. Yining nodded and said, "Everything is ready. I can go to dinner together anytime." "Well, I will go with you. It just so happens that I have something to tell you." Ziming stood up and talked to Yining, walked out of the room together. After about a quarter of an hour, Ziming and all the students in the finance class sat in the boxes of the Chinese restaurant. When everyone ordered the dishes, Yining first asked Ziming, "Teacher, you said you have something to tell us." "I don't know what it is. The boss said that we have to wait for more than 20 people's dishes." "Can you tell us now?" Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Following Yining's words, other students cast curious eyes, especially Li Yang, who was impatient. He couldn't wait to ask. "Yes, teacher. I think you must announce some major decision, right? A lot of words. Ziming smiled. He looked around and looked at the hopeful eyes of the students around him, and then nodded very cooperatively. Yes, I just want to announce a major decision. Ziming said this. The surrounding students cheered immediately. It felt like he was about to set up a North American party branch, which made Ziming feel a little helpless. He waited until everyone's cheers subsided before continuing to say, but before I announce this decision, I would like to ask you a question first. Do you think if we want to start a company now, what should we choose? Of course it is finance. Li Yang first raised his hand and said, the reason why we have traveled all the way to the United States is for this. Yes, in order to help the motherland establish a complete financial order, we must first understand the operation method here. I think we should set up a securities or fund company and start small and grow bigger and stronger. I believe that our classmates' our abilities must be well known in the United States. Ziming did not comment on Li Yang's answer, but turned his attention to the relatively stable monitor Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu lowered his head for a moment and said, Teacher, I also agree with Li Yang's opinion that we should do something related to capital. Only in this way can we have a better, deeper and more practical understanding of finance. I don't dare to say what our company must do, but at least it must ensure stable profit without loss, otherwise we will not be able to apply our knowledge to China. Ziming still did not speak, and then looked at Yi-Ning. Since Yi-Ning was more cautious after the monitor and deputy monitor, she thought about it for a while and then said, Teacher, although we came here mainly to learn the Western financial system and operation methods, our class is also more cautious. So it's called a finance class. But I think we might not be so limited in finance, or we cannot be so haste. It's not impossible to diverge our thinking and do other business. Yi-Ning stopped here. After a while, she glanced at Ziming cautiously, and she was relieved in her heart after seeing Ziming's encouraging look. After all, finance is something that requires a certain amount of capital accumulation to do, but we are only now in the United States. To be more straightforward, we don't even know which direction the stock exchange's door is opening. The financial system and operating methods are also half understood. Under this circumstance, I don't understand how we do finance. Yi-Ning went on to say, more importantly, we have no money. Classmates, we all came from economics. You and I know that finance is a business that can't be carried on if there is no money. It has nothing to do with our ability. Yi-Ning brought the topic to Ziming. Of course our teacher is here. There is money, but that is the hard-earned money of the teacher. As his students, who of you bears the heart to squander it like this? Following Yi-Ning's remarks, all the students in the finance class bowed their heads, ashamed of their arrogant thoughts. Looking at the appearance of these students, Ziming was still very relieved. For them to spend their own money, it is actually nothing. After all, isn't the money earned by spending it? Especially if I have a lot of money or ill-gotten wealth, it doesn't matter to spend a lot of these lovely students, but in order to better train myself and train these students, so that they will not become the profligate second generation of rich, Ziming still decided to be enlightened. So Ziming came out and said, in fact, whether it is Li Yang, Chen Xiu or Yi-Ning, the three of your classmates said it is very reasonable, because of the direct reason, we came to Harvard to study finance. But before that, I decided to teach you something more important first, business acumen, because whether it is bank, securities or insurance, it is ultimately a commercial means of accumulating money, which is part of the business. So if we don't know how to do business and don't understand the businessman's way of thinking, we will go a lot. It's a detour. Someone told me today that the most important course at Harvard is not to teach us how much knowledge, but to teach us how to develop a habit of thinking. So now I will give you this lesson. Ziming was the last one. Said, we can consider that without resorting to any external force, I will provide up to $10,000 in initial capital. What kind of project should we choose, and how to start a business? Please trust me, if we can rely on this, no matter whether we make more or less profit, it is our first pot of gold. As long as we can rely on our business acumen to continue to roll up this money, then in the future, whether we are setting up a securities company, fund companies, or even banks, no matter what kind of economic and financial activities we participate in, we will have more confidence, Ziming said. Chapter 296, Our First Entrepreneurship Part 2. On June 20, 2015. The Yanjing International Finance Conference Center was very lively. In addition to reporters from various TV stations, major newspapers and online channels across the country, even the various embassies sent representatives to participate, and even some countries were ambassadors who came here in person. The reason is simple. Today's Yanjing Financial Forum opened here. Today is the first day of the opening of the Yanjing Financial Forum. We can feel the warm atmosphere of the forum from such a large flow of people at the door. We all know that the Yanjing Financial Forum is an extremely influential financial summit in the country and the world, especially as China's economic strength is growing day by day. The current global economy is in a recession, and the global stock market crashed a few days ago. It can be said that China's economy is now the world's best performer, and the world is counting on Chinese financial companies to come out to rescue the market. Under this premise, the opening of this financial forum will undoubtedly affect the nerves of the world. The opening of this financial forum is also at the 70th anniversary of the victory of the anti-Japanese war. As far as I know, there will be a lot of Chinese financial. Some of the leading figures will be present. They include Chen Xiu, CEO of Yanjing Development Investment Company; Li Yang, Deputy General Manager of Ango Securities; Yi Ning, General Manager of First Private Equity; and Huang, Vice Chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Equality. If China is now the pacemaker of the world economy, then these financial representatives are the pacemaker of the Chinese economy. As long as these people can reach an unanimous willingness to rescue the market, the US stock market will go up soaring tomorrow. So this time Yanjing the Financial Forum is the focus of the world's attention. These financial representatives who have participated in the forum meetings, and those who have a lot of wealth, are the focus of the focus. The reporters at the door kept expressing their excitement towards the camera. In addition to reporters, there are representatives and ambassadors of various countries who are also anxiously awaiting the opening of the financial forum on the other side. From the appearance of these reporters and representatives of other countries, the importance of this financial forum can be clearly felt. At the same time, a CCTV interview is being carried out in the back lounge. Hello, Mr. Chen Xiu. We all know that your Yanjing Development Investment Company is one of the most powerful financial companies in the country. It forms the strongest line of defense for China's finance with several other companies. No matter what the foreign stock market is, it will always be able to ensure the smooth transition of the domestic stock market. I would like to ask how you did it. I heard that you established the Yanjing Development Investment Company after you returned from your studies at Harvard. I would like to ask how your entrepreneurial journey is. Facing reporters during the interview, Chen Xiu smiled. The reporter was very surprised by his smile. She didn't understand how her question would make Chen Xiu laugh. There was no question she asked. At this time, Li Yang next to her gave her an answer. Actually, comrade reporter, the question you just asked was wrong, because our business was not started after returning to China, but started in the United States. Yes, the news that Li Yang broke out surprised the reporter. She immediately asked, in the United States, at Harvard when you were still in school? It seems that you are really like the older generation of proletarian revolutionaries. Even if you are abroad, you don't forget your original intention. After complimenting Li Yang, the reporter asked, then I don't know what Mr. Li Yang did your first business venture for? It was a joint venture in the United States. The fund company in China? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chen Xiu gently shook his head and said, no, when we set up a fund company, we already have a lot of wealth in our hands. If it is not the first time to start a business, we will hardly have a chance. How much did it cost to start a later fund company? So what will your first entrepreneurial project be? As far as I know, You were all the elites of the Harvard finance class that year. You even affected the political situation in the United States at that time. You must have founded a securities company, a fund company, or a bank, right? A lot of words are correct. In short, it must be a big consortium, the reporter asked very excitedly, as if an unsolved mystery was about to be solved. Unexpectedly, you would actually know the name of the finance class. Chen Xiu thanked for some surprise. That is already a very distant matter, but those who were selected into the finance class back then were indeed the best in the land of China, and I being able to be selected into the finance class back then was also the biggest turning point in my life. Chen Xiu's words are no longer there, even though the reporter held the recording stick and waited for the next words. Chen Xiu then took the topic back to the topic. In fact, our first entrepreneurial venture was not as tall as you think. We are a group of poor students. Although there is $10,000 of entrepreneurial support, we are not born in the United States, familiar, and don't understand the financial rules here. It's impossible to set up any securities company and fund company, let alone a bank. Chen Xiu smiled and said, "You may even say it. I don't believe it. The first time we started a business that year was just doing some work-study jobs at school." Hearing this answer, the reporter was stunned at the time. She stared at Chen Xiu with wide eyes. Help to get more detailed information, but Chen Xiu just sat there with a smile, and didn't seem to have the meaning to continue. Time back to 1990. Still in the box of the small Chinese restaurant east of Harvard University, Zuming and the students in the finance class are still continuing to start their own business. It's just that everyone was at a loss when facing the initial preparations proposed by Zuming. Li Yang's words were very representative. "Teacher, I understand that $10,000 is actually a lot, but we have been studying finance, and we only understand finance. Regarding things, we have to spend $10,000 to start a business. We really don't have a clue. It's okay to ask us to use this $10,000 to trade stocks. I am confident that the students will make money." Li Yang's tone was very guilty and seemed to be disappointed after meeting Zuming's expectations. Everyone else looked at Zuming with embarrassment. Zuming smiled and said, "In fact, you don't need to be embarrassed. I put it forward today for everyone to discuss together. There will always be a plan that can be implemented by brainstorming." "Teacher, I support you," Yining first said. "Teacher, I remember that there will be a lot of trolleys selling snacks at the door of our school. It doesn't cost much, but the business is very good. I think we can do the same for our first business venture." Explanations could speak. On the first squad leader Chen Xiu said, "Yining, you this way is very good indeed, but there is another problem we have here is not a domestic us, especially here at Harvard. We do not flow booth. Once we do, not only will the car be confiscated, but also a fine of at least $2,000 will be imposed, and you will even be dropped out of school for this. This is not feasible. Since mobile booths are not feasible, then we choose to fix it. The booth is ready." Deputy Monitor Li Yang said, "My home is a business. I think we can rent a shop on the Harvard campus and sell some clothes, shoes and socks. This way we can avoid unnecessary troubles, and at the same time the cost is not high, and we can also make a lot of money." Monitor Chen Xiu added, "Renting a shop can indeed avoid some unnecessary troubles, but as far as I know, the clothing business is generally done in a concentrated manner because we need to choose a place where the flow of people is concentrated, so as to ensure the maximization of customers. But on the Harvard campus, each dormitory is scattered, and there are not many students in each dormitory, so it is difficult to guarantee how big we can be. Sales volume, without sales volume, our revenue would be impossible to talk about." "Indeed. Do you have any good ideas for that, Monitor?" Li Yang asked. Chen Xiu shook his head and said, "No, I just thought we should build a project with extremely low cost, but considerable benefits, but without causing unnecessary troubles, and at the same time ensuring passenger flow." "Where is there such a project?" Yining said. "It's easy to do and the benefits are high. If there is such a good project, someone will do it soon. Where will we get it? After all, This is Harvard, and it is the center of the world's smartest people. Chen Xiu thought for a while and said, otherwise we can do catering. My biggest feeling when I come here is that Western food is hard to eat. We can move Chinese restaurants to campus. With the charm of our Chinese cuisine, we can certainly sell them very well. Fire. The monitor is not that I pour cold water on you. I don't think your suggestion is feasible. Li Yang said. Not to mention that we haven't checked how much Americans can accept Chinese food. The most important point is that the restaurant's first priority is food. We don't even have a chef now. How can we open a Chinese restaurant? At this moment, the restaurant owner came in and looked around and said, what are you talking about? So happy. Then I will cheer you up too. Today give each of you a poached egg. Everyone thanked the boss. And Chen Xiu asked the boss at this time, boss, how long have you been opening a store here? Can you say that we want to open a Chinese restaurant on the Harvard campus? No mistakes, no skipping. The boss was a little surprised. Are you going to open a shop in Harvard? I advise you not to, because these Westerners do not accept the way we eat with chopsticks in Chinese food from the basic concept. Maybe it is their prejudice or maybe it is. We don't pay attention to it. They also think that Chinese restaurants are very inferior, and they are very worried about the sanitary conditions. So the boss, your Chinese restaurant will open here? Nothing is wrong, Ziming asked suddenly. The boss nodded helplessly, yes. I am not afraid of your jokes when I say it. I originally planned to open a restaurant on the Harvard campus, but the business really couldn't go on. In the end, I could only move here. There are more Chinese nearby. The business can barely go on. At their end, the boss waved his hand needlessly and said, don't talk about this. Are you asking this? Are you planning to open a shop on the Harvard campus? Nothing is wrong. No words. Ziming nodded and said, that's it. I don't know if the boss has any good suggestions. Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The boss hesitated for a moment and then cautiously said, I have an idea. I don't know if I can say it. There is nothing to say, boss. Just talk about it. Li Yang said, the outspoken Li Yang first, and other finance students also shouted one after another. Ziming also said, boss, you know that we are all here in the United States. Newcomers don't understand anything. Since you've been here for so long, boss, you must know a lot better than us in all aspects. We are very enlightened, so you can help me out. There. Boss made up his mind. Well, since you all said that, I will show my ugliness in front of you elite students and talk about me. Very immature idea. Chapter 297 Dormitory Convenience Store Project. Dormitory convenience store. The restaurant owner stunned all the students in the finance class. Of course, it was not that they didn't know what the convenience store was, but that they were surprised and suspicious of this idea. Actually, I have been doing business at Harvard for more than 3 years, and I have discovered some phenomena here. Their restaurant owner was a little timid in the face of all the finance class students, but he still mustered the courage to say, it is undeniable. The construction of Harvard's campus is very successful. Not only the environment but also other supporting facilities are very good, so it can cultivate the world's top talents. However, I found that here is the purchase of convenience goods, especially fast food products. There are still some problems. Maybe it was because of dissatisfaction, or maybe it was really just a simple question. In short, when the restaurant owner finished speaking, Li Yang immediately retorted, is that so? But as far as I know, on the Harvard campus every dormitory area has at least one convenience store. How can you say that there is no? When asked by Li Yang, the restaurant owner dared not speak. Ziming enlightened the restaurant owner and said, boss, what do you want to say? Just say. Li Yang just put forward some of his own views. You can also, we are communicating with each other. Ming's words at the banks of the gave the restaurant owner a certain amount of confidence. And the restaurant owner went on to say, classmates, the ID not say that there is no at the convenience store in area of dormitory at the school of said the either just that if he has a big problem, and the biggest problem lies in it. The convenience store is outside the dormitory. Hearing what the restaurant owner said, all the students in the finance class were stunned. They looked at the boss inexplicably and didn't understand what he was talking about. Isn't the convenience store opened outside? This is common sense. And if this is also a problem, then I am afraid that there is no school that does not have problems. Then the restaurant owner to explain, because of the convenience store on the outside, which led to all the students to buy something, it must be first out of the dormitory door. But I observed that a lot of people just do not want to take this a few steps. Once a few Harvard students came to my restaurant for dinner. I investigated the situation and they told me that they would rather spend more money than spend more time. Especially now in winter, the temperature in Brighton is very low, but there is heating in the dormitory, so they are even more reluctant to run out in the wind and snow for something. Their restaurant owner thought about it and added, there will be nights when studying or doing other things on the Harvard campus. It's normal to go to bed late or even overnight, but I'm sorry, Harvard's convenience store is not open until after 11 o'clock. At that time, students still want to buy things and they can't find a place at all. Finally, the restaurant owner said. The conclusion said, so many students have complained that if there is a convenience store in their dormitory building, they will be able to accept it as long as the price is not too expensive. After the restaurant owner finished, Ziming looked around, asked in a circle, what do you think of the boss? Facing Ziming's question, everyone looked at each other and didn't know how to answer, or they didn't know how to answer. Ziming had to say to himself, I personally agree with the boss idea. I think it is very feasible, but I am very curious. Ziming said, looking back at the restaurant owner and asked, boss, since you are early, just investigate this situation, so why don't you do it? The words are amazing. All the students in the finance class admire Ziming very much, thinking that this is worthy of their head teacher. This business mind is much clearer than them. Maybe it sounds like Ziming's question is not complicated, but it's all about the point. Since your restaurant owner can say so well, he went to investigate and asked the students himself. The suggestions given are so pertinent and so I'm sure this project will make money, so why don't you do it yourself? Obviously, there must be other problems in this, so I don't encourage others to do it. This sounds like a logical question, but Ziming is the only one who can think of this question at this time and ask such a question without being bothered by any other factors. In the face of Ziming's problem, the restaurant owner broke into a cold sweat. Of course, it's not that there was a problem with what he said. He deliberately wanted to brag in front of them, but Ziming's aura engulfed him. He couldn't help being flustered. In fact, there is no special reason, the restaurant owner said, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. It's just that no one does it. What does it mean that no one does it? Is it because the income is very low? Li Yang, I was very surprised. The other finance classmates all nodded together. Although they all believed in Ziming's judgment, they still felt that this kind of convenience store didn't make much money. No. You don't think that the income is very low when the things in the convenience store are very cheap. In fact, if you can open a dormitory convenience store, his profit will be at least 200 to 300%. For example, speaking of a piece of fast-eating toast bread, the general convenience store sells for 20 cents, but if you want to sell it at the dormitory convenience store, you can sell it for 50 or even 60 cents. I believe someone will buy it the same. Listen to the restaurant owner after speaking. Li Yang immediately asked him, boss, since this thing is so profitable, why do you still say that no one does it? This time, before the restaurant owner could say anything, Ziming said first, if I'm not mistaken, the boss said no one wants to do it. Right? There are no mistakes in many words. Hearing Ziming's words, the restaurant owner immediately nodded as if he had met a bosom friend. That's right, you said, boss Zhu. No one does it. After all, Harvard is a place to train senior management talents. With the restaurant owner, everyone understands it, but the students in the finance class understand it much later than Ziming. In fact, when Ziming asked that sentence, he already thought of this. After all, People are a bit lazy. This is not what a derogatory term, but a yearning for a better life. Just imagine that ordinary people want to do better, more comfortable and easy to earn jobs, and want to go to work easily every day, with a monthly salary of several $100,000, and be able to go to all corners of the world for vacation at any time throughout the year. Let alone this. Harvard's arrogance will only become heavier. Zeming still remembered that when he was in China in his previous life, he took the postgraduate entrance examination and lived in the university dormitory. At that time, because the graduate dormitory was full, he was arranged to the ordinary university dormitory. At that time, there were people in his dormitory who were doing this kind of dormitory convenience. The store's business has become more profitable, as the restaurant owner said. The original instant noodles for $1 sold for 5 yuan or 2. It sounds like you don't make a lot of money, but if you compare the price of instant noodles in supermarkets, you can see that the profit of this business is 50% to 100%, and it is still a fast-selling product. If you pair it with chicken feet, braised egg, bread and a treasure porridge for ham sausage, it can be said that a net profit of 1 or 200 yuan a day can be said. If there is no class on weekends, there will be at most thousands of net profits a day. It stands to reason that a lot of people are rushing to do such a profitable business, but in reality, it is not. There are hundreds of people in the whole dormitory, and he is the only one who is doing it. Others can't see it, or don't want to do it, or I think it's troublesome to buy goods every day, or I think it's tiring to sell it until midnight, or I think it's embarrassing to do business in the dormitory. Now at Harvard, these Harvard students, besides these ideas, it is estimated that the more important thing is that they don't like this little money. They think that they should be executives of large companies, and to start their own businesses, it takes hundreds of thousands every minute. The kind of bread, this piece of bread has not earned $1, how can it be done by my Harvard student? Just like when Zeming asked the students in the finance class what they did, their first reaction was that securities companies, fund companies, or even banks, never looked up to other businesses, so the restaurant owner said that no one did it. Thinking of this, all the finance class students bowed their heads in shame, and Zeming went on to say, in fact, our ancestors have long said that there is no distinction between high and low in work, and the same is true in business. Don't underestimate this piece of profit. Collecting less and more is also a very substantial income, and in a place like Harvard where future executives and big entrepreneurs get together, we can definitely raise the profit even more. Anyway, these Americans, it's not bad for money. Following Zeming's remarks, the classmates laughed. Li Yang said, "Teacher, what you said is too right. In our hometown, we always say that the people who buy eggs for a dime are stupid B. Then I think these Americans are fighters in stupid B." Yining said, "The teacher is right. We just want to make money to earn money in the United States. First of all, we will make money from these Harvard people. We call this the country wins glory." Looking at the lively scene in the box, the restaurant owner was stunned. Once when he thought of this project, he also thought that he would find someone to have such support, but in the end, all the people who greeted him were endless cold eyes and ridicule. But now that Zeming is here, he can be treated like this. Is this his personality charm? No wonder he can be the teacher of these people. What kind of person is this? When the restaurant owner thought this way, Zeming raised his glass again. In that case, we have decided that our first entrepreneurial project is this dormitory convenience store. I hope students can use it from today. Look at the problem with the most objective and pragmatic vision, and discard all bad emotions. Today, if there is no wine, we will use tea instead of wine. As Zeming toasted, other finance class students also toasted together. Everyone shouted, "Cheers!" Finally, Zeming also turned to the restaurant owner. "Of course we also want to thank the boss, because he thought of such a good project for us. In the future, we will have a lot of things to ask for our business," Zeming said while taking the finance class students to offer a cup of tea to the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner was flattered and panicked and poured a cup of tea. The restaurant owner watched the scene of all his classmates following Ziming offering tea to him. His heart was very shocked. Although he didn't think he was a very discerning person, he still felt it at this moment. Ziming. This person has the qualities of a leader. Chapter 298 Rejected Project Entry. Bao. Thank you Feng Shen Yu Xiao for the 3 monthly tickets support. Thank you for the monthly support of Funny One's Eye. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ziming took all the students from the finance class. We returned to the dormitory. Ziming stood on the steps of the lobby on the first floor and said like a leader's speech, although the restaurant owner shared a lot of his information with us today, it's not that I don't believe our compatriots, but there are some things I haven't seen it with my own eyes. There will always be a certain deviation in understanding, so everyone goes back and thinks about it tonight. How do we go to each dormitory building tomorrow to do the investigation, and how to let our dormitory convenience store enter other dormitory buildings? Dormitory building. I hope I can hear great suggestions tomorrow. Teacher, don't worry, we will try our best to do it. And we will not disappoint the teacher's expectations of us. Their classmates told Ziming. Assured, Ziming then let the students go back to their rooms. Of course, Ziming went back to the room himself. After Ziming returned to the room, he made himself a cup of tea and sat on the sofa in a daze before checking the time. He took his cell phone and walked to the balcony, dialing the area code of Gangqing. The call was quickly connected, and Ziming said, Sister Mu King, I am Ziming. Today, I had a meeting with my classmates in the finance class and confirmed our first entrepreneurial project, which is a dormitory convenience store project. Ziming's call was made to Lin Muking, and Lin Muking was a little surprised. The dormitory convenience store? Does it mean to take the things that were originally sold outside and sell them inside the dormitory building? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming replied yes, and he told Lin Muking without any shy about the advice that the restaurant owner gave them when she was eating in a Chinese restaurant. After hearing this, Lin Muking thought for a while and said, it turns out to be the this like. Guess not the if the ID's wrong. Ziming, should you have chosen the this on purpose? I'm afraid you've already known idea of the this at the restaurant owner, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Sister Mu King understands me. Ziming said with emotion, it is true that I arranged it today. I have known the boss idea a long time ago and asked him to help tell it today. Otherwise, as a restaurant owner, he wouldn't be so. Lin Muking expressed understanding over there. Perhaps as a restaurant owner, he would accompany his guests to brag, but he really needs to be serious about recommending what business projects to discuss, especially projects that he has very thoughtful ideas. Generally, he still has reservations, but the restaurant owner just said it directly, and then when Ziming accepted it so simply, thinking about it carefully, it really went smoothly and it was incredible. As a college student starting a business, the dormitory convenience store project is indeed a very good project. It is simple and easy to operate, and does not require so much startup capital, because it is a fast-moving product. The funding cycle is also very short. As far as I know, it is of Hong Kong. There are many students do this. Lin Muking then turned the topic of conversation went on to say, but explanations are you doing this really suit you? After all, this project no matter how well have a very big problem, is his limit. Counting that there are more than 10,000 students in Harvard, even if everyone comes to you every day to buy a piece of bread, and you earn $1, you only earn 10,000 a day. This sum of money is already a lot of money for others. You have money, but it's not enough for you. Ziming. Lin Muking said, it's also unlikely that more than 10,000 students will take care of Ziming's business. I think that on average, you can have at most 700 or 800 per day. It's amazing. You only earn $700 to $800 a day. Ziming and you have a total of 26 people, which is equivalent to an average of $30 per person per day. This is too little money. Seriously, Ziming, it's not at all. Your style, You shouldn't be engaged in this kind of entrepreneurship either. Lin Muking said. Each person earns $30 a day and $900 a month. This is indeed like a part-time student job. But I am also a student now, am I? A student as a teacher. Ziming said something mockingly, and he went on to say, but what I want is not how much money I can give them every day. If I really want to, as long as Sister Muking, you open our Golden Name Fund company to the United States, it is very simple to give them a salary of tens of thousands of dollars. But this is not what I want. I chose this dormitory convenience store project, more hoping to cultivate their business acumen and remove their high-sightedness. Uding's style. It turns out that it's hundreds or thousands of times harder to cultivate the ability to think than to teach ordinary knowledge. Lin Muking said, but the dormitory convenience store project is not that simple. After all, this is not something you can do by just finding a dormitory to stock up on goods. That's it. It is said that soldiers who have never been on the battlefield will always be recruits no matter how hard training they go through. Then I want to be an entrepreneur. Or a financier is the same. A person who has not used his own hands and brains to do business, no matter how good knowledge he has, you can't guarantee that he is worthy of the task. Ziming said, of course the most important thing is I hope they throw away those impetuous breaths and become more pragmatic. Did something happen? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Lin Muking was keenly aware of something. Ziming replied, just tonight, when I told them to start a business, they all said that they would set up a fund company or a securities company. No one thought about our current actual situation, young people, and more. They are also elites carefully selected by the country, and they all have the eager expectation of serving the motherland. Now that they have finally arrived in the United States, they must all want to enter the stock market as soon as possible, so that they can best grasp the situation. Lin Muking said. But this is not good. It's not that I'm afraid they will lose money. It's just that I think I should find a way to make them more cautious. Ziming said. They have a teacher like Ziming and you are really a blessing they have cultivated in several lifetimes. Lin Muking sighed, and then continued, but if I guessed correctly, Ziming, you must have a more important reason. Lin Muking was silent for a while at this point, and then asked, aren't you going to be too popular? When it was noon the next day, Ziming took Chenxiu Liang, the squad leader and deputy squad leader, and Yi Ning, the secretary of the regiment, and they came to Klunder College. According to Huang Yi's introduction, they all know that although Klunder College is called a college, it is actually an ordinary student dormitory building. These dormitory buildings have their own unique names, and behind these names, they are different dormitory styles. However, Ziming chose Klunder College for no other reason. It was purely because the dormitory was very close to the Department of Economics, and it was convenient for them to go there after class. Teacher. The dormitory building with a strong Neo-Georgian style over there is Klunder College. Huang Yi said that the teacher in charge of this place is named Moore. He is a serious and staid person like Principal Lawrence. Yi Ning pointed to the British dormitory in front and said to Ziming. Ziming nodded slightly and then said, each dormitory at Harvard has a teacher in charge and 2 housekeepers in each unit. According to Harvard's dormitory management regulations, no matter what to do in the dormitory, you must ask the teacher in charge in advance. Reporting to the house supervisor for approval can only be done after obtaining authorization. Ziming turned his eyes to Li Yang and Chenxiu respectively and said, Li Yang just said that this matter is simple, so take the first place. The task of building the dormitory is left to you. Chenxiu and Yi Ning are responsible for sorting out and analyzing the problems encountered. Teacher. Don't worry, it's on my body. Li Yang shook his chest. Tang Xiang said, and Chenxiu and Yi Ning just nodded silently. Ziming led them from unit into the Klunder College, and went straight to the teacher's room in the dormitory. Since the dormitory teacher is usually responsible for many problems of the students in the dormitory building, his room is an office connected to the restroom. The front one is the office, and the other is a private restroom. Knocking on the door, a thin middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses came over. He was the teacher in charge of Klunder College, Moore. He looked at them up and down and asked, "Classmates, what have you encountered? Is it difficult?" Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Faced with Moore's question, Ziming did not answer, but looked at Li Yang a few times. Li Yang nodded vigorously at Ziming. Then he stepped forward to Moore and said to Moore's skeptical look, "Respect." "Hello, Mr. Moore, we came to you not because we encountered any difficulties, but because we have something to ask for your authorization." "For my authorization? Do you want to hold a cocktail party in the hall of the dormitory?" "I agree very much. After all, this is the tradition of our Clunder College. Even if you are just new students, I still agree and support it." "Of course, you don't want to get drunk." "I don't want to hear from someone tomorrow. Call the police, or the dormitory building is stinking by you," Moore said. Li Yang shook his head and said, "It's not such a teacher, Moore. We don't want to hold any reception. We want to do a dormitory convenience store project, and hope to get your authorization from Teacher Moore." The dormitory convenience store project. Moore pushed his glasses. The eyes behind the lenses were a bit unclear, so he obviously didn't understand what it was for. "Mr. Moore is like this. The so-called dormitory convenience store project is actually very simple. It is to move some foods such as buns, burgers, sandwiches, and daily necessities such as notebooks and pens into the dormitory for sale in the dormitory. It is to facilitate the daily life of the students, especially at night when the convenience store outside stops selling. The dormitory convenience store will still provide sales services." So, before Li Yang finished his words, Moore wrinkled a frown and asked, "Are you also students at Harvard University? Which department are you from and who is your class advisor?" Although it was uncomfortable to be interrupted, Li Yang answered truthfully, "Of course we are from Harvard University. Students, we are from the Economics Department of Business School, and we are students in Teacher Zira's class." "Students of Zira?" Moore looked a little surprised. He once again looked up and down at Li Yang and Ziming. "Are you all?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. "Of course, we are all the proudest students of Miss Zira," Li Yang said. "So Miss Moore, we will definitely do our best for the convenience store project in the dormitory. You are welcome to check it out then." Moore's surprise retracted his eyes, and finally shook his head and gave his answer. "I'm sorry, no, my dormitory does not allow such behavior." Chapter 299. How can we sweep the world without sweeping a house? Why? Li Yang cried out in surprise. Originally, Li Yang saw Moore mentioning the name of his mentor Zira, thinking that he would have some friendship with Moore. Through this friendship, he could get authorization more easily. But Li Yang waited happily. Moore nodded, but what he didn't expect to wait was Moore's refusal, which surprised Li Yang. "Mr. Moore, I want to sell some simple food and daily necessities in the dormitory, not to have a messy cocktail party. I do this to make the daily life of the students more convenient, because our students often read books and review." I didn't go to bed until late, but at that time the convenience stores outside were all closed. If there is a convenience store in the dormitory at this time, wouldn't it be a good solution to the problem of hungry students? Li Yang went on to explain, "Mr. Moore, our dormitory convenience store is actually a convenience organization based on the school and serving students wholeheartedly. It is a very practical convenience store." Moore interrupted Li again. Yang's words, "No, I said no. I just can't. I said that if you want to hold a reception, I can barely agree, but what dormitory convenience store you want to do, absolutely not." "Mr. Moore, but I am for the subject. The students at Rand College do a great job of doing practical things. And I didn't say it just now. I did this mainly for the convenience and service of the classmates." "No mistakes. No skipping," Li Yang persistently explained. "I said no." Moore waved his hand impatiently. "You Chinese people have such evil crooked brains so much. What kind of convenience store do you want to move to the dormitory? I tell you this is impossible." "Yes, I am the teacher in charge of Clunder College. I have been here for 10 years. I will never allow any mess to pollute my territory." Finally, Moore pointed to Li Yang and Ziming and said, "You, and you disgusting Chinese, get out of me soon, I don't want to see you. After talking about more, he couldn't help but started blasting people. Li Yang tried several times to explain it and it was useless. After a few minutes, they were driven out of the gate of Unit by Moore and ordered the dormitory of this unit in front of them. They are not allowed to step into Clunder College. Teacher Moore, we really came to you very sincerely. We are here to facilitate the students, not to move the business into the dormitory building. I also respect the tradition of Clunder College, Li Yang said to Moore. Then, he walked forward while talking, but when he arrived at the unit entrance, he was immediately stopped by the dormitory. The dormitory said to Li Yang, I'm sorry this classmate, I don't know the relationship between you and Teacher Moore. What happened? But please do not challenge my duty. Li Yang heavy sigh and turned to leave. They leave with Ziming. Ziming Road. Li Yang asked, how does it feel? The teacher simply Moore, it's just an unreasonable old antique. Li Yang immediately gave Moore a comment. He went on to say, I have explained to him what the dormitory convenience store project is, and also explained that this is to facilitate the organization of the students, but he doesn't listen at all. It's true that this is something we didn't expect. This Teacher Moore is too old-fashioned and doesn't give you a chance to explain at all. Then Li Yang, you plan to abandon this project and do better, is it? Nothing is wrong without skipping words, Ziming said. Ziming's words brightened Li Yang's eyes. He looked up at Ziming and asked, yes, the teacher said that. We didn't come here to open a convenience store. We are here to learn Western financial knowledge. So what is needed is fighting in the stock market or the futures market. If you set up a fund company as a teacher, I guarantee that you can perfectly complete all the tasks that the teacher gave you. It turned out to be like this. It seems that I didn't arrange it in the first place. Let you face such a situation. Do you think we should abandon this project and make adjustments? Ziming asked. Li Yang nodded heavily and said, yes, I think only adjustments can make our classmates give full play to their abilities. Li Yang finished speaking very happily, but he noticed the very bad eyes of Chen Xiu and Yining next to him. This made him immediately think of something. Li Yang immediately changed his words and said to Ziming, teacher, I did not question your meaning. In fact, I know very well that your arrangement like this, teacher, is your consideration. Ziming smiled and said to Li Yang, I didn't blame you, even if you question me, it's okay. I'm not a tyrant, I just an ordinary person, not even your teacher to some extent. Hearing Ziming's words, Chen Xiu immediately said, teacher, you must not say that. You are our teacher. We the finance class only recognizes you as a teacher. Yining accused Li Yang. Li Yang, what do you think you are talking about? You don't have the ability to persuade that Moore. You are here to question the teacher. Decided that your approach is not only irresponsible to yourself, but also an insult to the teacher. I want you to apologize to the teacher. Li Yang immediately lowered his head and said to Ziming, I'm sorry, teacher. If you question what you mean, you are our teacher and always will be. The attitude of Chen Yining and Li Yang moved Ziming a little, because in fact Ziming's sentence is not their teacher, just casually said it. However, these three students talked about this seriously and formally, which all explained their status in their hearts. Ziming took them aside and said to them, you really don't need to do this, because I am not trying to pick you up. Since you call me a teacher, I will definitely teach you well. This time I will choose for you. The dormitory convenience store project actually means this. I am not afraid to tell you that before we went to the restaurant for dinner yesterday, I had asked the boss and discussed it with him. That is to say, he deliberately told us the news that day. Ziming's words caused Chen Yining and Li Yang to open their mouths in surprise, and looked at Ziming incredulously. Ziming paused here on purpose, just to wait for their answers, and after a while, the three of them came back to their senses. They looked at each other, and finally Chen Xiu came out and said, teacher, I believe you are like this. There must be a reason for doing it. Of course there is a reason, Ziming continued. You are all elites selected by the country. I believe you are definitely the best in all aspects, but you still have certain shortcomings. What is lacking? Chen Xiu and the three hurriedly asked. It's the lack of business acumen, and of course the sense of responsibility. You can handle things. Ziming said, I told you before that after you return to China from your studies at Harvard, you will definitely be major state-owned investment companies, or the leader of a fund company's brokerage firm is a leader in China's financial market, not just a country's trader. Then, you need to know how to do business. Now the project of the dormitory convenience store is not so speaking. It's important, and there is very little money to make. It's even better to go to work as a student, but he is a complete business. Ziming said to the three Chen Xiu, first of all, he needs to get relevant information before doing the project. The department's approval is the teacher more. If he disagrees, we can't do it. Then we need to face the market. We need to know what our customers, that is, the students of Klanda College, need. We can't push products blindly. In the end we need to promote and provide other services. These steps are all necessary to open this convenience store, otherwise if there is a problem in one link, we will not be able to achieve expectations. At their end of the discussion, Ziming paused before continuing. So, do you still think the project of the dormitory convenience store is simple? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chen Xiu and the three people suddenly realized, I really didn't expect that there is so much knowledge hidden in a small dormitory convenience store project. We really underestimated this project at the beginning. If it were not for your teacher, I am afraid we would never have thought of it. Ziming smiling and then said, the last thing I think is the most important sense of responsibility, because knowledge and experience can be learned at any time, but if there is no sense of responsibility that sticks to the end, then nothing can be said. Said Zuming Jiang. He turned his gaze to Li Yang and said to him, Li Yang was not against you. You just complained to me that Teacher Moore is a completely unreasonable old antique. You said that you explained to him but he didn't listen at all, so you wanted to abandon this project. In fact, it's normal for young people to have emotions, and I often have emotions to want to give up, but it doesn't work for you. Ziming said, who are you? You are elite students in the finance class, not unweaned children. Since Teacher Moore is unreasonable, won't you think of a way to get him through? Since they don't listen to your explanation, won't you find a way to let him listen? If he doesn't let you in, won't you wait at the door? No mistakes, no skipping. The dormitory convenience store is just a trivial small project. Is it just such a small project that will stop you? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming calmed down a little bit of his excitement, and then went on to say, there is an old saying that it is good to sweep the world without sweeping a house. Then it can be applied to you. If you even this one is worth 10,000 yuan, you can't get a project with less than US dollars. How can you prove that you can take care of a fund of millions or tens of millions? Li Yang lowered his head, and Ziming's words were like thorns in his heart. It made him feel painful, and he had never hated himself so much. He felt that his words just now were the stupidest jokes in the world and completely failed the teacher's expectations of him. Isn't it just a damn dormitory convenience store project? Isn't it just an old-fashioned dormitory in charge of teachers? I'm a student in Ziming's class, and I'm the deputy monitor of the finance class. What am I doing? Why would I say to give up? How could I be defeated here? Can I just think of a way to do it well? Li Yang shouted like this in his heart, and finally he raised his head and said to Ziming, Teacher, I understand. I will not say what I said just now. I promise you that I will make the dormitory convenience store project from Klanda College, no matter how difficult it is. From Li Yang's firm eyes, Ziming knew that his words were his oath. Ziming nodded and said, I believe you. Do it well. Chapter 300. Is it noble to put a long line to catch a big fish? Forgot to update automatically. Khan only found out that it hadn't been updated in 2 days. At about 9 o'clock in the morning the next morning, Li Yang came to Klanda College. According to what he had learned in advance, this time was the time when the teacher in charge of the dormitory had just finished the morning work, and it was not until noon. In his spare time, Li Yang, who happened to have no class, chose this time to come to Moore. I lost someone here yesterday and made Teacher Ziming so disappointed in me. If I can't get this place back today, how can I be worthy of the trust of Teacher Ziming? And how can I be worthy of the vow I gave to Teacher Ziming? Li Yang clenched his fists. He cheered himself up like this in his heart, and then walked toward Clunder College with a firm gaze. But he was stopped by the dormitory when he arrived at the door, and the dormitory said to him, It was the Chinese yesterday. Professor Moore told you not to come to him again. Didn't you say that Clunder College banned you from entering? Why are you coming here today? That's the case. I came here to reshape me for my own image. I know that my image in Mr. Moore's yesterday will be very bad, so I'm going to change everything today, and I'm pretty sure that the project for the convenience store in the dormitory I mentioned to Mrs. Moore is definitely a project. A good project that is convenient for all classmates, even the dormitory you and Teacher Moore can also benefit, and should not be buried. So I think I need to work harder. Li Yang said firmly to the dormitory, I know that you are also very affectionate for Clunder College, and because of this, I also believe that you will consider all the students, so today I don't need you to favor or even cooperate with me, I only need you nodding. I believe that the entire Clunder College will put up your posters for this reason, and even stick it on the wall of the dormitory to introduce you to all the people who follow. I believe in the interests of all students, I believe the housekeeper. You will make the most correct choice. With Li Yang's words here, the housekeeper over the finally couldn't help it, pointed at Li Yang and said loudly, hurry up and get out of here. I will tell you I know what happened between you and Teacher Moore, but I know that if I let you in today, my job will be gone. The housekeeper, I have already told you just now, our dormitory the convenience store project is a good project that can be utilitarian for generations to come. In the future, all students will always remember your name as the housekeeper. Li Yang said at the end, if your job will be lost due to this matter, I think I can hire you to work with me. Their house supervisor was a little shaken, but after listening to Li Yang after saying this, the dormitory immediately became angry. He slapped the table vigorously, pointed at Li Yang, and said, it's not your business. It's not your turn to recommend my job. I only know my duty is to be responsible for the safety of all the college students. Now, you, the Chinese, I want you to leave here immediately, otherwise I will call the police. With the words of the housekeeper, Li Yang knew his first day his efforts came back in vain. Back in the dormitory, Ziming and the party secretary Yining were waiting in the lobby. Seeing Li Yang coming back, Yining went up and asked what was going on. Li Yang shook his head regretfully. He looked at what Ziming wanted to say but couldn't say anything. Ziming asked Li Yang to sit down first, and then said to him, Li Yang, you forgot what I told you yesterday. There is no casual success in this world. It doesn't make sense for you to show your determination, and then you go to the dormitory. I agreed. It's too much, isn't it? You didn't even have breakfast when you went out in the morning. The classmates here gave you a bit of it. Although it's a bit cold, it's still warm. Just eat it. That's it, Ziming said as he passed the breakfast on the table to Li Yang. Li Yang looked at the soy milk buns still steaming in front of him. His eyes moistened. Teacher, I'm sorry, but I was not mentally prepared, and I let you down again. Li Yang said. Ziming gave Li Yang a comforting smile. I am not disappointed, because I know you have worked hard. Only if you give up like this, I will be really disappointed. Teacher, rest assured, I will not give up. Never. Li Yang said very firmly. I am very confident about this, but in many cases it is not enough to have confidence alone. We must also think of ways. Ziming said to Li Yang, some people say that treating customers is like chasing a girlfriend and insisting on learning. Use your brains. Otherwise a client who is reserved like a big girl will not be willing to talk to you. But I don't have a girlfriend, Li Yang said embarrassedly. Ziming was a little helpless, but Ziming didn't get entangled in it, so he skipped this and said, that's why you have to find a way to send him breakfast in the morning, with a little bit of perseverance. No matter how sweet your mouth is, bring a little bit of your own thoughts, it is easy to convince the other party. And the most important point is that you must not worry, you have to remember one sentence: sometimes it is a noble behavior to put a long line to catch a big fish. Li Yang listened hard and nodded and said, "Teacher, I know, I will find a way again. I will never give up on this dormitory convenience store project." Li Yang finally expressed his determination to Ziming, and it started. And then in the morning of the next day, he came to Unit 2 of Clunder College again. It was the housekeeper who also stopped him from entering, but this time Li Yang did not come empty-handed. He also brought a sandwich to the wardens. "Mr. Housekeeper, this is a particularly delicious sandwich. I know that the job of the housekeeper is very hard. Even if you have breakfast many times, you have to go to the cafeteria carefully to prevent students from visiting the cafeteria. People have complained, so I often think, if there is a convenience store in the dormitory at this time, then, Mr. Housekeeper, can you eat breakfast with peace of mind? Nothing is wrong. No words." Li Yang took a sandwich and walked into Unit A, but in the face of Li Yang's hospitality, the housekeeper did not become so talkative. He still said in an angry tone, "Why are you Chinese again? I didn't let you go. Don't come here again. You'll really call the police." Li Yang put the sandwich on the dormitory's table and said to him, "Teacher dormitory, of course I came here to see the teacher. You've worked so hard here. I brought you a breakfast, but I don't know which flavor you like, teacher, so if the flavor is not suitable, please forgive me." The housekeeper was very surprised. He looked up and down Li Yang and said, "You said this sandwich was for me? God, I don't remember I ordered any takeaways." After the dormitory said, he added emphatically, "Also, I am not a teacher. I am an employee of the dormitory." Li Yang shook his head and said, "I remember a saying in the Middle East, as long as you teach us something, it is the teacher. Although you are just a housekeeper in your position, you manage the dormitory and you teach students more about life. This is what can affect the life of students, so to some extent, you have a greater impact on students than other teachers." "Aren't you kidding me? There are no mistakes. What else can I do to students? Does it affect?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped," the wardens asked in a daze. "Of course, I remember someone once said that life can teach people the greatest wisdom, and the housekeeper is the one who takes care of your classmates' food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You may not know Goldbach's guess. You don't even know what a mathematical black hole is. I don't understand financial concepts and how to invest in ventures, but it is to teach students that this aspect of life is irreplaceable by anyone, and it is also the most important concept that affects the lives of students." Li Yang finally concluded, "So, the housekeeper teacher, your importance will surpass everyone else." "I am important. You say I am important. Although you are a Chinese, you are also a college student at Harvard University. I can be recognized by college students. People are happy." The dormitory said happily, his body trembling involuntarily, showing that his emotions are quite agitated now. "You should be recognized, but other people can't see it," Li Yang said as he brought a sandwich to the housekeeper. "This is the breakfast I brought to the teacher." Finally, Li Yang gave the housekeeper a smile, and the housekeeper was excited. Said, "Yes, everyone else is blind. Their eyes are only on money. They don't know whether I'm important or whether you're smart. Chinese, I know you want to see teacher more. This will take you to see him, even if he will scold me, even if my job is not needed. I will help you." The housekeeper was very excited, but at this time Li Yang was also very excited, and at the same time he was even more excited. "I admire Ziming, because what I said just now was Ziming's guidance." However, Li Yang knew that it was not the time to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, his goal was to convince the dormitory to be in charge of the teacher more. Now he has only cleared the dormitory guard, and only has the chance to enter the Clunder College to see more. There is still some way to go before success. Thinking of this, Li Yang said to the dormitory, "First of all, I am very grateful to the dormitory teacher for your willingness to let me in. But now you don't need to do this. I didn't come with any purpose. I really feel that you very important. I don't think there is any conflict between seeing Teacher Moa and not letting you be embarrassed by the housekeeper teacher. Li Yang said. The dormitory nodded firmly and said, yes, Chinese. It seems that you really are thinking about me. I was actually thinking just now. Did you deliberately say those things to me just to see more? What I did to me seems to be too mean and insignificant. You are a truly great person. Your tolerance makes anyone embarrassed. No matter what you do, I believe you will succeed. Their dormitory's words surprised Li Yang, because he knew that he was not as noble as the dormitory said. To put it bluntly, the dormitory was not mine. I was going to put a long line to catch big fish. But I didn't expect to make the housekeeper want to be like this. It seems that it is really the teacher's words. Sometimes it is really noble behavior to put a long line to catch a big fish. The dormitory then said, Chinese friend, you are my best friend. No matter what you want to do, I can help you. I know you are looking for Teacher Moa. I know all his schedule. These words made Li Yang's eyes light up.